from a scientific standpoint, from a communication standpoint, this is a master class in meteorology. All the air is rushing in. We're basically in a vacuum right now. All the air is rushing into this area. Can't general disclaimer, obviously I'm very excited from a scientific standpoint, but I do, and we all are very well aware of the human impact of this. So even though it looks cool online, it looks cool to, oh, here's a bird. It looks cool to sort of see all this science in action. We do want folks to know that getting to this point was dangerous. The first out of the eye, I mean, look at all the damage just on this little stretch of highway.
Flooding farther to my south, but when you have that and an acute tornado risk in one of the biggest, most densely populated areas of the country at night, not a great recipe for travel. The good news, though, it's Sunday, commute not quite as bad as it.
Stop it right here! Stop right here! We gotta back up! Back it up! Back it up! Oh! Roof's going! Roof's gone right now! Iowa, Hurricane Idala making landfall right now as a Category 3 storm, high intensity Cat 3. The roof of this building was just ripped off right behind me. As you can see, power lines down right now as it makes landfall. Here we go, guys. Here it comes.
Good afternoon, meteorologist Mike Linden here, coming at you live from the MyRadar studio here on March 15th, 2025. It is 12:11 Eastern Time, right after 11 Central Time. I am joined by meteorologist Erica Lopez as well. It is likely going to be a banner day for severe weather, a rare high risk 5 out of 5 from the Storm Prediction Center here, and we already have a rather significant tornado on the ground. Let's waste no time and jump right in. So right here, you can see that we do have a radar indicated rotation. It's right here east of Isola, passing over Highway 49 West. This is in Mississippi. This is also an area where a PDS tornado watch is in effect. It looks like we have some rotation behind that as well near Rolling Fork, Mississippi. As it stands right now, this is a radar indicated rotation. If I zoom things out here in the MyRadar app, you can see that we already have numerous tornado warnings in effect. It was a heck of a day yesterday across our social media platforms. Very, very active, and it looks like more is on the way here. So let me show you this. We go into the layers menu. I'm going to turn on this tornado watch and fill in the shapes, and you can see that these yellow outlines here represent tornado watches. This one here for Jackson, Mississippi, Meridian as well. If we click on it here, you can see that it says this is a particularly dangerous situation. Numerous tornadoes and several intense tornadoes expected. Wind gusts up to 75 miles per hour. I mean, down into here, multiple supercells are expected late this afternoon through early evening from eastern Louisiana into much of Mississippi. With a very favorable environment in place, numerous tornadoes are expected, including the potential for multiple intense to violent tornadoes. That's EF3 to 4 plus, right? This is effectively as high as things can go when you're talking about a warning, or a watch, I should say, from the National Weather Service. It is going to be a very long day, and if you know anybody that lives in this part of the world, now is the time to make sure that they are aware of what is coming. If I go back here into the app and we're going to beef up the outlook here, you can see this big pink/purple color here that stretches from Jackson, Mississippi through to Meridian and into Tuscaloosa and Birmingham, Alabama. This is our high risk for severe weather today. The words that the National Weather Service are choosing today: significant, violent, long track tornadoes. This environment is very favorable for effectively the worst of the worst. This high risk was in fact issued yesterday. That's only the third time in the Storm Prediction Center's history that they have issued a high risk for a day 2 severe weather risk area. First came in 2006, next came in 2012. Now 13 years later, we're looking at this one here. So of course the day is here. Things are going to be happening fast and furious. I see that we've got the chat up here on TikTok. I see that we're live across all of our other platforms as well, on YouTube, X, Twitch, all of them. So if you have any questions for us as things develop, please get those questions into us. Of course, as I mentioned, I'm joined by meteorologist Erica Lopez. Meteorologist Matthew Capucci is in Meridian, Mississippi, and will be joining us a little bit later this afternoon. It should be momentarily that he's out in the car and chasing. Storm chaser Jordan Hall will also be joining us, and news contributor Will Cano will also be joining us a little bit later on. So effectively, the full team here is covering things as they develop. Of course, we've got Jack in the back here. I don't know if he fixed his camera. He's a little camera shy here. But nonetheless here, Erica is going to be chiming in when things are active. Yesterday, it seemed like we just couldn't get a break when it came to the sheer amount of tornado warnings that were just coming in one after the next, after the next, after the next. And that is effectively what we're dealing with right now. This is kind of the start of it here. But Erica, we've got these two supercells right here. This is part of this larger line. So they're not as discrete meaning singular by themselves. You're going to see those today, and things are going to spin quite easily. But if we look here in the
Mike, and I just wanted to mention too
Go ahead, Erica.
that we also have a particularly dangerous situation tornado watch. So areas that are not seeing this weather right now, they are still under that watch. And I think that's been issued for this afternoon. This goes until 6 o'clock. So quite a bit of time. That includes most of the state of Mississippi as that line of storms continues to push in. And we're expecting to see activity at least up until then. And then eventually this shifts to Alabama. So I wouldn't be surprised if we saw more of these watches get issued. But again, the difference between the watch and the warnings that you're seeing on screen is watch means conditions are favorable for these types of storms that we're seeing right now. So tornado warning means you need to seek shelter immediately. And so I just wanted to make a mention of that just because that is a very important watch that they have issued.
Right. I mean, this is effectively as high tier as these tornado watches can go, talking about EF3 to 4 potential, them being long tracked. Effectively, what that means, folks, is that these tornadoes can be on the ground for a very long time. Of course, the date that continues to get evoked from this, being it's the same part of the world, was April 27th, 2011, the super outbreak here across parts of Alabama, Mississippi, when hundreds of people lost their lives. Thousands of people were injured. I mean, hundreds of tornadoes touched down over the course of the 3 days, right? Not to say that that's effectively what we're looking at here, but the setup, the part of the world is similar to it. Now, if we look at the reflectivity scan here, and I jog things back just a little bit, you can see that all of these little spots are firing up, being that we're very close to the Gulf here, the Gulf Coast that is. So all of the moisture that's coming in right now is having absolutely no problem getting going. Let's look here at this one that has caught my attention a little bit here. I'm going to switch to this radar site. So this is a new tornado warning here for Franklin and Lincoln, Mississippi. Right now it's radar indicated. So what that means is effectively the folks over at the National Weather Service are seeing the potential based on current conditions. It doesn't necessarily mean there's a tornado on the ground, but we are going to keep an eye on this one rather closely, especially since, Erica, it's by itself, right? That's something that I think we're going to see a lot of today, these storms that don't have anything around them to share the energy. Of course, parameter that we spoke about yesterday is called CAPE, Convective Available Potential Energy. Effectively, that is the storm juice, what allows these storms to be rather buoyant in the atmosphere, grow nice and tall, and grow very powerful. Right now, here over the southern United States and along the Gulf Coast, you're talking about some rather high CAPE readings here. Not to mention we've got, if I zoom on out here, and we turn on the winds, I'll show you guys here in the MyRadar app. We have the ability to look at both the ground-based winds and the air upstairs. Of course, that's the jet stream. Here's the winds at the surface coming in pretty hard from the south, if not the southeast a little bit. We'll be talking a lot about the low-level jet today. What that effectively means is rushing in air coming in, particularly here from the southeast, that is going to kind of help nudge these storms in the right direction. I say right, but I think you understand what I'm saying. Let's switch to the jet stream now, and keep in mind, winds coming in from the south and southeast there at the surface. But if we look at the jet stream, that's the air upstairs, you're going to see the winds coming in from the southwest, right? So we now have differing wind speed at height and direction. That is what we call wind shear. That is what you need in order for things to start spinning. Right? You first get the spinning in the horizontal, and then if, again, all things go right tornadically here, you get the storm to effectively go vertical there. That, of course, creates the wall cloud, that sudden dropping on the backside of a supercell. Then you get a funnel cloud, and, of course, once it touches the ground, it is a tornado at that point. So let's go take a look at this storm here. Again, for folks that live in Brookhaven, Mississippi, you can see right here on the velocity product here. Now, of course, I'm using the per station radar feature in the MyRadar app, which allows you to look at the wind speed and direction. Red in this case is representing winds going away from the radar. I'm using this one, KHDC, down in Louisiana. So red is wind going away from it. Green is wind going toward it. So when you start to have this little signature here, that is indicative of that radar indicated rotation, and that is likely what preceded this tornado warning. Now, as it stands right now, again, it is just radar indicated, but it's certainly something to watch out for. For those out ahead of this, in Brookhaven, south of Wesson, you need to be ready to act. Today is not the day to be taking chances. You can see that some of that cooler air is starting to come in this way, that dry slot on the backside here. So the storm is trying to get going here. And again, especially since we know that this is where that rotation lies, it wouldn't certainly be improbable to see something come out of that. All told, just making sure here, we've got 1, 2, is that, I think that's 3 tornado warnings there. And so we're up to 4 as it stands. This is kind of just the start of it here. It's likely going to be a very, very active day ahead for folks in the Deep South, particularly as we work our way into eastern Mississippi and into western Alabama. This lineup here, messy, as far as any kind of rotation, we did have a confirmed tornado out of this earlier today. If I jog it back, you can see that right here near Hollandale. That's it right there. That really sticks out at you there, particularly that scan, right? That is what we would call a couplet. That is really showing you that tightening and effectively where that storm or that tornado was here between Highway 61 and 49 West on its way to Belzoni. So let's go to the most recent scan. It's very likely that Isola here just dealt with some of that tightening rotation, but right now things are broadening out a little bit from Silver City to Inverness, but you most definitely do not want to let your guard down. On the backside near Anguilla, going to be, some of the names are going to be tough down here, Erica, in Mississippi and Alabama. We are certainly going to try our best. All of these tornado warnings, let's see. We've got 51 minutes on that one out ahead of it here. Again, that was from a confirmed tornado, so they're likely going to be very, very liberal with continuing the tornado warning issuance as it advances. On the backside, 36 minutes, and then this one all the way at the rear, 36 minutes. So radar indicated as it stands right now, but you certainly need to keep an eye on things. We're going to keep a very watchful eye here on this storm by itself down here, being that it's the isolated little storms that are most concerning. I see everyone that's watching on social media, TikTok, YouTube. Get your questions into the chat. We will try our very best as the day goes on to answer as many of them as we can, just to understand that particularly as things really ramp up here, there's likely going to be so many active tornado warnings that we're not going to be able to directly answer any of your questions. So if you have them now, get them into us, and we will try our very best to answer as many as we can. Okay? So we've got here someone asking, is it going to hit Memphis? So Memphis is all the way up here, right? You're in a slight risk today. This is mainly going to be an event south and east of you. Memphis kind of dealt with the worst late last night. Any update on New Orleans? So New Orleans is in a moderate risk, and the reason why is actually this. Notice if I jog things out, you're getting all of this development. Let me switch to the terminal radar here. No, it's not going to give us as much coverage. But you can see here coming in off of the Gulf, particularly due to that low-level jet, look at how these storms are just firing up, particularly over Franklin. They're very linear, but it's not going to take a lot, given the ground-based winds, the winds up high, to get some spin here. So that's why New Orleans is under a moderate risk. Of course, you need to take that very seriously. That's effectively as top tier as we can go here, outside of the high risk, which has been issued today. I believe there's only been 65 times that high risk has been issued by the SPC. So they're very, very particular with the days in which are high risk, and effectively you need a lot of check boxes in order to issue that high risk. Yesterday was moderate. We had, an insane tornado outbreak. Still waiting on hearing a lot of the ratings from the National Weather Service survey teams. Of course, as we know, due to current events, they are a bit short-staffed. So in terms of getting those ratings, I don't have anything for you as it stands right now. But we do know, according to local emergency management and local law enforcement, that I believe folks in Arkansas were killed last night due to one of these tornadoes. So this event has already been deadly. You have to take this very seriously. For the folks here that live in Brookhaven, Mississippi, you do have some rotation off to your west. It's very possible that we are going to be looking at something dropping here. It's off by itself. You've got some dry, cooler air coming into this on the base of it here near Highway 98. So we'll keep a close eye there. And then, Jack, let me know whenever we get Capucci and Jordan. I know that they are resting up for what is going to be an incredibly active day out there today. So just let me know when they are ready to rock. Folks, great. Okay, so we have Jordan's stream. It looks like he's parked. So if he wants to join the stream, just let me know. And then we'll get Capucci in here too. Erica is monitoring things as they develop as well. So we've got you covered as things continue to develop.
Yeah, Mike, I did see that the Storm Prediction Center probably will issue another PDS tornado watch for Alabama here within the next hour. So that's what I was talking about earlier. We already have one in Mississippi, and then they're just going to extend it down the line later on today.
Okay. All right. I see so many questions coming in from TikTok as well. Just to bring things back to the top, my name is Mike Linden. I'm a meteorologist from MyRadar. I'm joining you live from the MyRadar studio here in Orlando, Florida. I'm joined by meteorologist Erica Lopez as well. It is team coverage here on this high-risk severe weather day. A particularly dangerous situation, or PDS, tornado watch, has already been issued for parts of the Deep South, particularly in Mississippi, until, Erica, what is it, 6 o'clock this evening that is in effect for?
Yes. Yes, 6.
Pull it up. Thank you. Yeah, here it is. This yellow outline, right? So anywhere where you're seeing this big yellow box here, you are at risk for a tornado today, particularly so right here in Jackson, Mississippi, Meridian and Hattiesburg also included in that. I would suggest for you to have the MyRadar app downloaded. We're at the point here now where it is 11:27 Central Time. If you live in that PDS area, which again, some of the communities include Jackson, Meridian, Philadelphia, Starkville, Laurel, Hattiesburg, Mississippi, you should more than likely be at a shelter. This is not a day to take lightly. This is a day where things are going to develop very, very quickly. You need to have your plan ready to go. Make sure you're wearing closed-toed shoes. You do not want to be wearing, Jack looks like, oh, you got it. You don't want to be wearing closed-toed shoes. Of course, make sure that if you have children, that you explain to them the situation. You don't want to scare them, right? You need to make them understand that this is likely going to be a day where you got to make some decisions to make sure that you and yours are safe. Make sure you know where to go. Of course, I know that in the South, not a lot of folks have basements. Erica and I live in Florida. We don't have basements. The water table is too high. So, of course, the best option for us is on the first floor, which you want to be in a place where you're putting as much of the interior between you and yours as possible. So for me at my house, that is the first floor of my home under the stairs in a crawl space there, a little closet, I should say. All right, so we are keeping an eye on these tornado warnings. It looks like we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 of them as it stands right now. The rotation is there for these guys south and west of Greenwood, Morgan City, which was hit by a tornado last night. We shared an image last night of that. Let me pull it up here. I believe that was from storm chaser Brad Arnold. Let's see here. Gotta find it. Jack, can you take the web browser computer for a moment? Folks, look at this from storm chaser Brad Arnold. That right there is what hit Morgan City last night. I mean, it's a little difficult to see, but it's there. Look at that big wedge tornado. You can see right on this side, that ghost train on the back end, and then right here, that very, very distinct side of the storm. What's incredibly frightening about this, right, is that this is at night, a nocturnal event. At least for today, we've got the benefit of the fact that it is not dark. But on the flip side of things, Jack, that is, if you want to take the app again, on the flip side, with the prime heating of the day and sunny skies out ahead of these storms, there's a lot of room to grow. Someone said, fix the Windows app, keeps locking up. Make sure you're on the most recent update here. Go to the Windows Store and update it, and all should be good. There was a bug discovered about a week or so ago that's already been resolved. Okay, so someone on YouTube asking, what's the outlook for Oxford, Mississippi at this time? So Oxford, of course, home to Ole Miss, the University of Mississippi. Let's center on Oxford for you. Right? So Oxford right up here, west of Tupelo. Now, Oxford right now, you do have a severe thunderstorm warning over you right now. But again, if we go back to the layers menu, we go into the tornado watch, and I toggle this on here, you are under a tornado watch until 6 p.m. Central Time, and you are in that PDS tornado watch. Remember, the wording here, very stark from the National Weather Service. With a very favorable environment in place, numerous tornadoes are expected, including the potential for multiple intense to violent tornadoes, EF 3 to 4 plus. So we're talking really the worst case scenario here, as high end as things can be when you're talking about a tornado watch from the National Weather Service. Brittany asking about Georgia. No, we haven't talked about Georgia yet. Georgia very likely going to be an overnight threat. You're talking 11 p.m. Central plus, if not Eastern at that point, so around midnight Eastern time and into Sunday morning. So again, be sure to have multiple ways to receive alerts: the MyRadar app, a NOAA weather radio, your local television station, multiple ways to receive alerts. Jack, we're working on getting Erica back there? Okay. Just keep me in the loop when things are ready to go. And then, I need to screen share the iPad for you here. Stand by. There you go. You should have it again. To put it over my head. Looks like we got Jordan's camera. He is in Mississippi. Capucci, when he put out his forecast video earlier today, was here in Meridian, Mississippi. Can you guys on TikTok see my mouse cursor? Jack, it looks like they're still looking at a picture. Oh, maybe because I'm frozen here. I was going to say, I think they're still looking at the... No, you got it. That's on me. The darn TikTok studio, whatever update they pushed out, I can't see the chat in there, so I have to have a window from TikTok.com in order to see it. So it's kind of unfortunate, but we're making it work, folks. We got Woos asking about Huntsville, Alabama. So Huntsville in the northern portion of the state. You are under a moderate risk, but that high risk ends just to your south and west. Don't say, we are out of the high risk. We're not going to get the worst. It is certainly very possible for you to deal with some terrible weather today. You need to have, again, your plan in place. The worst is more than likely going to be to your southwest, but given the favorable environment today, if any of these are on the ground and they are on the ground for a long time, it is very, very possible in this kind of circumstance that they could continue to persist as they work their way north and east, just given how juiced up this atmosphere is. We're going to keep an eye, again, on all of our active tornado warnings. This is, we have 1, 2, 3 of them. Things very likely to get very busy quite quickly. All right. Someone in TikTok asking about Brazil. Come on now. Unless there's somewhere in Mississippi named Brazil, we're most certainly not talking about the country of Brazil today. All right. Someone said, give me an update on Lafayette on TikTok. Do you mean Lafayette, Louisiana? Because if that's the case, you're in an enhanced risk, but the worst of which should be pushing off to your north and east today. Not a great idea to be in a car, I should mention, today. It's kind of a situation where you should remain in place. Again, if you have a storm shelter or if there's one near you, that is probably where you should be today. Okay, got a lot of folks asking about Kentucky and Tennessee. So Kentucky and Tennessee, Tennessee rather, is under, part of it is under this moderate risk here. Let me brighten up the colors so you guys can see it. Okay, can you guys see that on TikTok? Can you see the colors here? I guess on all of our platforms. Let me know wherever you're watching whether or not you can see this. Nashville, Cookeville, Knoxville, all in that enhanced risk. Chattanooga, Murfreesboro are in the moderate risk. Okay, moderate being a 4 out of 5, enhanced being a 3 out of 5. And then up into Kentucky, Louisville, Lexington, Richmond, down here into Williamsport, all under a slight risk. Very likely for y'all to be an event that gets going a little bit later this evening and then could persist into the overnight hours. Tomorrow, there is a slight risk for the entire eastern coast. Once this system here gets to about 11 o'clock Central Time, things are likely to be rather linear. And much like last week or 2 weeks ago, we mainly dealt with a squall line, right, where you had strong damaging winds. There was some embedded rotation in there, but not necessarily that put anything significant down. But we'll have to just see how today goes. Jack, any update on how things are going with the other folks? Okay. All good? Okay. Okay. So we're going to keep a close eye here on Brookhaven, Route 84. We've got 3 active tornado warnings. Now, of course, I'm using the MyRadar app. It is completely free to download. The feature that I'm using in the MyRadar app is called Per Station. It's right here at the top of the layers menu. It is a premium feature, but of course, the app is free to download, and there's so much that you can use in here. Namely, if I go into the layers menu, again, it looks like the stack of cards, and you click on power outages here. This will show you all of the active power outages, and there's quite a few right now, particularly so up into Missouri. But let's click on this one here, east of Greenwood. That is Montgomery County, and we can see that roughly 15% of total customers there are without power. This is a completely free feature in the app and gives you a really good idea, let alone if you're able to track a tornado on the ground, but to see whether or not it's got a strong enough winds in order to take down the power lines. So that is completely free. But if you want to use the per station feature where you can follow along with me, switch between the Velocity product and various level 3 radar products, if you click on the settings wheel right at the bottom of the toolbar there, right here under premium subscription, you can activate a free trial and try these features out along with me. So we're going to watch this guy here. There is embedded rotation within this line, but as it stands right now, nothing on the ground. We'll look at the correlation coefficient. This shows us objects being lofted vertically into the atmosphere. Okay. So someone just asked about Murfreesboro, Tennessee. I know it's headed that way. Does the radar indicate when it should arrive and how severe it may be? So again, hard to say. You are under a moderate risk. It is going to be very active later this evening for folks up in central Tennessee. So make sure you have multiple ways to receive alerts and just don't be out on the roads much later tonight. You're talking, past 8 or 9 o'clock Central Time. Jay on TikTok, what can we expect for Tuscaloosa after this passes? Well, after it passes, very calm, right? Effectively, what you're running into here is warm, wet air coming in from the Gulf and incredibly cool and dry air coming in from Canada, right? It's that clash, that distinct clash between the wet and warm and the cold and dry that is leading to effectively all of this development. So it will be much calmer on the backside for Tuscaloosa, Alabama, but unfortunately to get there, things will be very, very active. I mean, we are already seeing all of this blown up out ahead of the main line here over Mississippi, beginning to work its way toward Alabama. So it remains to be seen when we're going to be entering that real prime time here for supercell development. Presley asked, what's going to happen in Auburn, Alabama? I mean, it's certainly very possible that you're going to see some very significant tornadoes today. Very difficult for me to tell you where that's going to occur, but you certainly need to be prepared for the worst. Today is a very serious, severe weather day. As it stands right now, not too much going on in Alabama just yet. Jack, can you change above my head to the iPad here, please? Thank you. Okay. Just want to make sure that we have the watches up there. We've got radar all surrounding us here. Thank you very much for joining us this afternoon. We really appreciate it. Whichever social platform you're watching us on, we'd really appreciate it if you were to follow us, whether you're watching on TikTok, subscribe on the YouTube channel, hit that like button. We'd really appreciate it. And hey, please share the live stream just in case it can get out to any folks that live in any of these areas. We want to make sure that everyone is aware of the weather today. Most definitely not a day to just kind of be out and about and be completely unaware of the conditions that await you, given the fact that this environment is just primed for rather significant development very quickly. So we've got, again, two tornado warnings that we are keeping an eye on here. Hanson says, MyRadar is the best app on the market. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Oh, you drive a semi. Holy cow. Most certainly not a day to be doing that, right? Crosswinds, not going to be fun to drive in today. Eric on YouTube asking about Buford, Georgia, between Gainesville and Atlanta. I mean, it's very possible we could see tornadic development out that way later tonight. It's going to be a nocturnal event for the folks in the Atlanta and the larger Georgia area. But for right now, the real worst of the worst is coming through Mississippi and Alabama. Jackson asking, you're a mailman. Hey, shout out to the USPS. You guys are awesome. Working in Killen, Alabama. When should I get off the road and go home? I mean, that's a real tough question here. You're working, right? I mean, I would imagine that, oh boy, rain, sleet, or snow, huh? With the USPS. Today's not a day to be out on the roads. I'll say that, right? The average lead time that you have in order to get to your safe place from when a tornado warning is issued is roughly 12 minutes. So with this kind of environment, with how potent and powerful and significant these storms could be, again, EF3-4 plus on the ground for a long time, 12 minutes is have a place to go to. In fact, I'm going to bring up this website real quick. Hang on. So this is courtesy of our good buddy, Dr. Craig Cece. Jack, if you can take the web browser computer just for a moment here. This is findyourtornadoshelter.com. Craig, Dr. Cece is a lifesaver, truly, for this product. It's really great. All you have to do is zoom in on the map. We'll go here to Montgomery, Alabama. Well, wait a minute. Let's go to Tuscaloosa, right? So you zoom on in, and it plots all of locations of tornado shelters. All you have to do is click on it, like this one here in the Northridge neighborhood of Tuscaloosa. You got the address here. It looks like it's at a high school, and sometimes there's a note, right? So this one says limited to students and staff during school. Of course, it's Saturday, available to the public at other times. Click on this one here. This is one at McDonald's, right? And it's pet friendly, so you can bring your pets. This one here, good choice for travelers during the weekends and evenings at an elementary school. So this is not a day to live in a mobile home. Mobile homes become mobile. You need a site-secured structure, something with a firm foundation in the ground. It is very feasible that, let alone that mobile homes can become lofted by these tornadoes, but just simply even tipped over, right? Which is enough to hurt you, if not worse. Jack, let's switch back to the app. I hear Erica in my ear here. Jack, if you can switch back to the app momentarily, thank you. We've got, again, 2 tornado warned storms as it stands right now, and we will try our best to answer as many of these questions as they come into us. Here's a question from Lexi on TikTok. What if we don't have a storm shelter or basement? We can't leave. I'm in Louisiana. So Lexi, again, that website here, findyourtornadoshelter.com, is going to be your best friend to finding something active near you. Again, I don't have a basement where I live in Florida. The water table is simply too high. I imagine you're in the same boat. But for me, my safe place in my home is underneath my stairs. It's inside a closet. It's enough to fit my wife, my 2 kids, our 2 dogs. It's cramped for sure, but you'd rather be safe than sorry in this instance, right? If you are in a room with windows, you are in the wrong room. If you're on the 2nd floor of your home, you're absolutely in the wrong place, right? So a basement storm shelter is ideal. All right. Tommy on YouTube says, did I miss the Kate values for the target area? We did not talk about them specifically, but if I go to our X account, Jack, if you want to pull up the web browser here, I know that Capucci shared something on his X account earlier today related to that. Let me pull it up right here. So it's getting a little nerdy here. This right here is effectively looking at a measurement of the atmosphere. This is what we call a sounding, right? A lot going on here, but this number down here, right? Surface CAPE, convective available potential energy.
Jack.
The mixed layer is a little bit higher into the atmosphere, but we want to be looking down here at the surface CAPE, which is effectively showing you the buoyancy of the air. Now, he notes that 2,000 plus joules per kilogram. Now, of course, joule, a measurement of electricity, is 2,000 plus is robust. The CAPE reading from earlier this morning, where was this? This was in Jackson, Mississippi, was at 2,200 joules per kilogram. So you're absolutely talking about an incredibly potent and moist atmosphere, enough to produce some of these very strong tornadoes. As he writes here, Deep South residents, that's not good. There's so much else going on here, but we don't have to get too deep into the weeds. Jack, if you want to jump back to the app for me, please, and thank you. All right, I hear and I see Erica up there. Just let me know when we're good to bring Erica back into the stream here, Jack. Woos asks, has there been any reports of extensive damage or injuries from any of these tornadoes? Not today, but there have been reports coming out of Poplar Bluff, Missouri. Here's according to KFVS News 12 out there, that one person was killed yesterday. Multiple homes damaged, and search and rescue is underway at a mobile home park. It looks like that person that passed away was 62 years old. I mean, that's terrible, right? Unfortunately, I think the reality is here today. We're going to try our best to make sure as many people are aware of what's going on as possible. Again, having the MyRadar app, having multiple ways to receive alerts is going to be critical. But the unfortunate reality is that people will likely lose their lives today. And that is a very sobering thought. But unfortunately, this is a situation here that is likely to get worse as the day goes on. You're welcome, Tommy, of course. All right. Any other questions coming in here? Here's a question from Jay. Are we expecting the University of Alabama to be damaged and spring break to be extended? Well, I certainly can't speak to the logistics of spring break there, but I guess it's good if students are not necessarily there, being that, of course, when there are students on campus, the population density is a lot higher. That being said, it's impossible for me to say whether or not it will be damaged, but the University of Alabama is under that high risk of severe weather. You can see that here in the severe weather outlook in the MyRadar app. I'm just going to go into the layers menu and toggle this up a little higher. It's this purple pink outline here. This is as high as it goes, folks, a 5 out of 5 from the Storm Prediction Center. That includes Jackson, Mississippi, Hattiesburg, Mississippi, Meridian, Mississippi, and then both Tuscaloosa and Birmingham, Alabama. This is eerily similar to April 27th, 2011. Of course, that is the day of the super outbreak. Of course, that occurred over multiple days, but it was on that April 27th day, particularly in Tuscaloosa, that an EF4 tornado went right by Bryant-Denny Stadium. Of course, that's the home to the University of Alabama football team. Of course, you know, legendary meteorologist James Spann was on the air for multiple hours there at ABC 3340 covering that event. I mean, it's really perhaps one of the most historic days, if not the most historic day in weather broadcasting, maybe ever. And unfortunately, the setup today is somewhat similar to that. So someone here on YouTube saying, I pray that there aren't any EF5s today. Now, the last
Mike,
EF5
I will say
tornado,
at least...
Go ahead, Erica. Oh, can Erica hear me?
Sorry, I think it's a little behind when you're hearing my voice. I can, but I was just going to say, yeah, I think I'm a little laggy because I can hear Mike, but then he hears me like a couple minutes later. But I can keep talking. One of the things I was going to say, Mike, is I think one of the benefits of the timing of this, it's during the day. One of the problems that we had with last night, it was in the overnight hours, and you can't really visually see tornadoes. Most of the coverage I was seeing on social media with the tornadoes, we need those storm chasers in those areas to visually see the storm, and they can confirm it on the ground for the National Weather Service. So one of the benefits for this happening in broad daylight is they'll be able to confirm it easier, at least for those reports. So if you are in these areas, you'll have a little bit of a lead time before, if anything, strong forms, which I think is one of the benefits of having this, at least this particular event during daylight. Although we are expecting various strong tornadoes here over the next several hours, and it's already starting. Even though if you're not in that high risk zone, that's that level 5 out of 5, there's still a great area that's under some sort of severe weather risk. And you guys as well have the potential of seeing some strong storms. But within that area, that just means that you have a greater probability of seeing some of the strongest storms. And that eventually will come to the east, especially across Georgia. I know a lot of people are concerned about what's going to go on in Georgia. Atlanta is one of those big cities, one of the biggest cities in the country. And so that definitely will be a concern, more of that late night, overnight threat. So just something to keep in mind with these storms. We will be here pretty much all afternoon and evening covering the storms, and especially over that area. Make sure to have a way to receive alerts. It's going to be a very active next several hours. And then we still have that severe weather threat, like Mike was saying, that's going to come to the East Coast. I'm in Jacksonville as well, and I'm going to be watching those storms coming across the East Coast. And that's a large portion. So a large portion of y'all, and I know the timing is not so great. It's St. Patrick's Day weekend. It's the start of spring break for a lot of you guys, especially if you're across the East Coast. Just make sure to have a way to get alerts. And if you have family members, they're on vacation and maybe they're not necessarily paying attention to what's going on in the weather, make sure to share information on social media, share the stream, tell them to download the MyRadar app. It'll help them navigate their day. And especially if they have family plans or certain events that are going on, it's going to be very important and helpful here over the next several hours. So, Mike, that's all I have to say with those storms. It's a wide area that a lot of people are going to be affected by the storms.
That's a very prudent information there, Erica. And I think Jack will help you work on fixing the lag issue there. But Erica brings up a fantastic point. The fact that this is occurring during the day, for better or for worse, during the day is going to allow for, again, the prime heating of the day, right? When we hit our daytime high, to allow these storms to really develop, to really develop. Hold on. So the prime heating of the day will lead to that incredible thunderstorm development. But on the flip side, not to say people should be outside like looking toward the tornado, but the fact that this is occurring during the day, maybe if there's any kind of comfort here, it's that you can see kind of things that are going on. If later today, when we look at some tower cameras, that we'll be able to see the storm, which will give people that ground truth. Whereas with things that happened last night, it's at night, right? It's hard to see things. You saw that image that I shared earlier of that giant wedge tornado in Morgan City. The only way that you were able to see that was because of lightning illuminating it. We're talking monster movie stuff here, right? So let's take a quick tour here of all the storms we've got going on. I'm going to switch to the reflectivity momentarily. So my name is Mike Linden. I'm a meteorologist with MyRadar. I'm coming to you live from the MyRadar studio here in Orlando, Florida. Of course, it is Saturday, March 15th. We had a severe weather outbreak yesterday on 14th, of course, Pi Day, March 14th. Now here on the 15th, things are ticked up a little bit more. There is a high risk of severe weather today across parts of Mississippi and Alabama. High risk is this purple-pink color here. That is reserved for, you guessed it, the highest risk of severe weather. This is as high as things go. That was issued yesterday. That's only the third time that the Storm Prediction Center has issued a day 2 high risk, first time in 2006, second time in 2012, and third time in 2025. Okay? And then I'm going to go in here to the weather alerts momentarily, and we are going to turn on the tornado watch. So you can see this yellow, big yellow box. All of this is representative of a tornado watch. If you're using the app on iOS or Android, you can tap on it, but I'm here on Windows, so you just click on it. So this one right here for Meridian, Jackson, south of Hattiesburg as well, and Starkville too, is a PDS, particularly dangerous situation tornado watch, until 6 o'clock Central Time. So it is 1 o'clock Eastern Time, so it is roughly 12:57, I should say. So that means it's coming up on noon. So you've got 6 hours to go for this PDS tornado watch for parts of Mississippi. I would have to imagine that this is going to be extended eastward into Alabama as we get into the next maybe hour or two. You might even see several of these PDS tornado watches. But in the summary here is perhaps the most stark language. With a very favorable environment in place, numerous tornadoes are expected, including the potential for multiple intense to violent tornadoes, EF 3 to 4 plus. I mean, that is significant. Those words are chosen very particularly. Okay? We've got 1, 2, 3, 4 tornado warnings as they stand. And if you are watching on the app or on YouTube, at the bottom of your screen, you should be seeing all of the active warnings, including flash flood warnings, tornado warnings, severe thunderstorm warnings that are active right now. They should be rotating through. So let's take a quick tour. We're using this radar here near Columbus, Mississippi. And we can see we've got this big potent line here. We got this guy on the backside, just southeast in Lake Providence. That's by itself. That is concerning. We'll keep a close eye on that. You've got all of these little cells popping up out ahead of the main line, just due to how moist the atmosphere is today, just popping up out of nowhere. But if we look at the velocity scan, we can see that there are a few spots here that's worth keying in on here. So, of course, when we're looking at velocity, we're looking at winds that are effectively going in two different directions. Green, in this sense, are the winds going toward the radar. The red is representative of winds going away from the radar site, okay? So right here near Grenada, we're clicking on this one. Notice it just says it's radar indicated, meaning that they're seeing what we're seeing right here between Interstate 55 and County Road 7 there, or Highway 7, I should say. County Road, sorry about that. So between 55 and 7 here, this interchange, you can see these kind of splotches of red in between the green. That's indicative, again, of some of that rotation that is within the line. On the backside here, we've got this little splotch that is, again, radar indicated. And then back here, just south of Greenwood, east of Sidon, we did see a tornado there last night as well, that there is more radar indicated rotation. As it stands right now, nothing is jumping out to me as anything being on the ground. We're going to have to look at a couple other radar products. I will say we are seeing this tighten up a little bit here, just to the west of Interstate 55 and Duck Hill. We're going to look at this product, the correlation coefficient. And this is effectively showing us objects that are being lofted vertically into the atmosphere. The radar isn't going to be able to discern what that necessarily is, but yeah, like right up into here, it's very possible that's a little bit of something. That just could be, again, that inflow. But again, this is where my head keeps going, right here east of Greenwood, LaFleur Airport, and west of Carrollton. As it stands right now, it's just radar indicated, but things have tightened up over the past few scans, right? It's become a bit more pronounced. Same thing goes up here, just to its northwest of Duck Hill. So those are two spots that are worth watching, and we will continue to keep an eye on things. If we look at the reflectivity, you can see that it is part of a larger line, so it's kind of embedded within it. And remember, these storms want to be by themselves. That is their preference. When they are alone, that's where they really have that ability to get nice and tall. Looks like our tornado warning for southern Mississippi has expired. So these are the three that we've got going on right now, and we're going to continue to watch them. Again, the signatures that really jump out at me are right here and right here, east of Greenwood LaFleur Airport and southwest of Grenada. That's Grenada, apologies, Mississippi. So that's 13,000 people, according to the census in 2010 here. So if you are familiar with the Prospect Cemetery, Spring Hill Methodist Church, Sweet Home AME Church, it is effectively right there as it stands right now, just to the south and west of the center of town. It is coming up on County Road 7 there, on its way toward Sweetthorn Road. We've got this secondary circulation here to the west of North Carrollton. So these are going to be the spots that we're going to pay closest attention to. Folks, if you're watching on any of our social platforms, we encourage you to get your questions into the chat. We're going to be with you for the next several hours. But as things really get going, it's going to be more and more difficult to answer those questions, particularly because if there is an active tornado warning, we're going to give it our greatest attention here. So again, we've got these two spots. That's what we're going to really hone in on here. Someone asked, how do I get this view in the app? So this is the per station radar. It is a premium feature. If you'd like to try it out, there is a free trial. Go to the settings menu. It's that little gear. And then you click on premium subscription. All right. So we've got Storm Chaser Jordan Hall as well. He's not in the Zoom, is he, Jack? Okay. Jack must be working on something else. I see his camera. Jack asking, what is the purple on the radar? I assume you're talking about this in here. These are it's just the radar picking up on that. Again, it's effectively the winds. You really want to be keying in on this stuff down here. So whether or not that has been confirmed yet, it is not. We will continue to look at this. The last scan that I have was from 1:03 Eastern. So we'll get another one here in roughly the next 3 minutes or so. It's tightening up a little bit, right? Coming up on Grenada, that is just to the southwest right now. There's a Walmart right here at the Interstate 55 interchange, coming up on Walmart there, to the west of all of the hotels there, Holiday Inn, Baymont, America's Best Value Inn. That's right here in the center of town. Coming up on United Rentals and Highway 8. Right here. It's radar indicated. Someone in the chat was saying that I hope we don't get any EF5s today. Folks, the last time we even had an EF5 was 2011 in Joplin. Joplin, Missouri, that is, right? So 2011, it's been a long time. It's kind of like what we say about hurricanes, right? It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. You need a lot to happen and a lot to be rated, a lot to go right. Tornadoes are not rated necessarily by their winds in the present moment. They're largely rated by the damage that you find, right? And a lot of that comes down to, on the enhanced Fujita scale, as you start to see well-maintained homes with a firm foundation into the ground. If those are just completely ripped off of the foundation, that's indicative of incredibly powerful winds. When trees are debarked, and by that I mean literally the bark of the tree is ripped off by the powerful winds, we're getting up there now, right? Getting way up there. So we'll have a new scan here momentarily for this storm just to the west of Grenada. Or Grenada. How do I pronounce this? I got to figure it out. Of course, there's the island of Grenada. Grenada? No way. The R is silent in this? Grenada. Let me know in the chat if you guys are familiar. Here, give me the phonetic pronunciation. Someone said, would you say the damage to Joplin and more completely changed the EF5 category? Not necessarily. No, it's just the National Weather Service is very conservative with issuing that kind of stuff because, I mean, there's probably been some EF4s that very likely could have been EF5s, but even then, you're really splitting hairs here, you know? That Joplin storm was nuts, though, right? I mean, the El Reno, Oklahoma tornado that we talked about yesterday at the time, that was an EF3 tornado, but it was, to this day, the widest tornado ever measured, 2.6 miles wide. I mean, if you've ever run a 5K before, that's 3.3 miles, right? That's just a little bit farther than that tornado was on the ground. That's bananas. And that was an EF3. Again, it just comes down to the winds. Michael on YouTube says, what's the situation for Selma, Alabama? You are under a high risk of severe weather today. You're not under a tornado risk, tornado warning, I should say, just not under a tornado watch just yet, but that will be coming as we get into the afternoon. Chat is saying Grenada. I'm seeing Grenada over here. Tough. Let me know, again, if we got some folks here in the chat that are watching from Mississippi. Again, I should mention as well, if you are watching on TikTok, we'd really appreciate it if you were to follow us. It is completely free to do if you follow us on the platform. Let me turn this on. Boom, right there. We are on our way toward hitting 150,000 subscribers. Are we at one? Holy cow. Is that 115? It is 115, right? Why can't I reset? Say 112? 112. It's tiny on this little screen. 112. That's amazing. Thank you so much for your continued support. Following us is completely free. That way we always know. That way you always know, I should say, whenever we drop a new video or whenever we go live. Tap on the screen and show us some support that way. Again, it's completely free to do, and it really helps us out. So again, if you're enjoying our coverage and you want to see more of it, please follow us and please share the live stream as well, wherever you are watching on. If you're on YouTube, subscribe to the channel. That's completely free. If you're watching on Twitch, we love our friends over there on Twitch. If you're watching us there, hey, use Jeff Bezos' money and hit us up with the Twitch Prime. It's a subscription for a month, I believe it is, and you get access to all these cool custom emotes over there. So yeah, there's many ways to make sure that you are in the loop. And of course, I'd be remiss if I didn't mention to download the MyRadar app. It is completely free to download. That way you can always follow along with us. You can actually watch the stream in the video portal and then shrink it and put it down a little picture-in-picture in the corner. And you could be driving the radar and be listening to the stream at the same time, right? And the app is, again, completely free to download, giving you critical information as things develop. We'll let you know if it's going to rain. Shoot, you can even track wildfires and earthquakes if you want to. Historical radar, the routecast functionality. So much coming. And for those of you out there that are big power users when it comes to professional radar tools, boy, just you wait. What's coming? I'm so excited. So we've got a new tornado warning down here, just two of them south of Jackson. Let's take a look what we got going on here. This one here, let's go to velocity or reflectivity for a moment. So this one kind of off on its own here over Georgetown, Mendenhall. This is 48 minutes to go here. This is until 1 o'clock Central Time. So we got 48 minutes to go here. As of right now, it's just radar indicated. You can see that it is somewhat by itself. If I jog it out a little bit here and I bring it back a little bit, notice how that storm cell began all the way back here. But as it began to work its way up into the more favorable environment, you start to see here on the back end that rotation coming in. You can see the cooler air coming in right here, that VNA, or the inflow. Let's switch to velocity rather. Nothing in there that is, it could be that it's very close to the radar. Let's switch to another one for right now. Nope, how about Mobile? Okay, so that's given us a better look. Right in here, right? Again, red is showing us winds going toward the radar. Red is showing us winds going away from the radar. Let me try that again. Red is showing winds going to the radar. Green is representative of winds going, I just did it again. Green going to the radar, red away from it. There we go. So this would, again, give us the reason why the folks at the National Weather Service are watching this one closely, right? We'll look at the correlation coefficient, which would give us an indication of whether or not there's anything being lofted vertically. Now, you can see some little signatures there, so it's very possible we've got something developing in here. But as it stands right now, nothing just yet, but we'll keep a close eye on it here. Again, right in here into the rear flank downdraft of this supercell, you're getting, again, that wraparound, that drier air coming in here. I don't know nothing about no other weather apps, folks. Let's take a look at this one here. This is another new tornado warning set to expire in 46 minutes. This one's in Louisiana. Kentwood, Ascaya, Tylertown, all here under a tornado warning. Again, this is radar indicated as well. This is somewhat by itself as well. Coming in off of Louisiana, these things are going to be moving real quick, being that they are really close to the coastline by comparison. And the rotation is right here, just along Interstate 55, right over top of Ascaya and north of Kentwood. You need to be in your safe place right now. Out ahead of it, it looks to be a rather rural part of Louisiana. In fact, that looks to be right over the border. So Ascaya there, that is Mississippi. It's literally right on the border of Mississippi and Louisiana here. See if I can get you some local landmarks here. Yeah, so the border of the states is effectively right in here. So here near Ascaya, that's pretty much right there on the border. This thing is right effectively over the top of Dollar General as it stands right now near the Headless Hermit Hollow Park. You say that one 5 times. 2,198 people from the last census in 2010 there. So despite it being a bit more rural, there's a lot of folks that live here, right in Ascaya here. So things are moving quickly here. You can see the wraparound beginning to happen. And if we look at the correlation coefficient, you're starting to see a little bit of something here on the backside near Kentwood, which would give us some indication that this rotation is somewhat for real. So let's keep a close eye on this. Okay. Grab some water here. We still have numerous tornado warnings out ahead of this, including the one north of it. And then we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 back here. Yeah, this one here near. Yeah, this one's still radar indicated too. It doesn't want to put anything down just yet here near Grenada. You can see the embedded rotation within this, but this is more linear, right? In here, even have this line out ahead of it. So what's likely happening here is as this line right here begins to kind of fill in the gap, you can almost see it right there near Pittsburgh, right up in here. If you guys can see my mouse cursor, it's like reaching out and effectively tapping into that moisture. This could very well become a huge shield of precipitation with embedded spin within it, right? But as it stands, that one down here. Yeah, and then again, the one here near Kentwood on the border here. You can see the inflow here. Right here is where we're going to see that spin. Okay, this one is becoming a lot more organized. Let's keep it here. Kentwood, Oskaya, you need to be in your safe place. This is effectively right on the Mississippi and Louisiana border. This is right now just radar indicated, but just based on the velocity signature, that is definitely tightening up on us here. You can start to now see on the correlation coefficient, this is a product that shows us objects that are being lofted vertically into the atmosphere. This is effectively now showing us that debris is being picked up. It's very possible that there is a tornado on the ground right here, just over 3rd Street north of Kentwood proper, on its way to State Road 1054. Right there. Okay, so let's go to Kentwood here. That, of course, is Kentwood, Louisiana. That rotation is effectively right on top of the Kentwood Historical Cultural Museum, working its way north and east along Highway 51 toward the Kentwood Veterinary Clinic there on 51. Right here it says 55. And the Greenlaw Baptist Church. It's never good when these storms run parallel to major interstates, being that these are often the arteries that people use to in their daily lives. So let's keep it right here. This storm becoming really organized. Of course, we can see right over Kentwood the correlation coefficient signature. So it's very possible, if I jog it back just a little bit, you can see there's something showing up. But then as that rotation goes right over the top of Kentwood, it really becomes a bit more organized, which leads us to believe that it did indeed hit Kentwood. Okay, let's stay here. Again, we've got this hook echo here. This is effectively the radar return that you get for a supercell that can put a tornado down. You get that V shape, that overshooting top, and as the storms are growing and they're advancing so fast, the condensation gets to a point where it can no longer continue to rise, and then the overshooting top there is what effectively shows up here as that V notch. On the backside, here on the rear flank downdraft, that's where you find the tornado. It's very small by comparison to the entire supercell. You have this dry inflow coming in here, which effectively is keeping the tornado stabilized. And now we're seeing a BWER over, is that Osaka? Oskaya. Geez, Osaka, that's Japan. Right here, that you can see the green. That's what we call a BWER, a bounded weak echo region. And what that means is that the updraft of this thunderstorm is so powerful that it's suspending the precipitation mid-air. This is also rather likely that we have a fairly decent hail core in here. And wouldn't you know it, right over where the BWER is here, this is in the vertically integrated liquid product, again, in the per station radar feature, which is showing us that there's very likely some rather potent hail within this storm here. Let's go back to the correlation coefficient. Right here, east of Kentwood, we can still see something on the correlation coefficient product, and very useful in order to see whether or not there's something there on the ground. Go back to the reflectivity. Now, I'm sure that you just saw, if I go back to CC, out ahead of this, right? You're probably wondering, what the heck is that? It's very possible that debris was lofted and pushed over here, right? Being that we've got the jet stream, if I turn that on, we've got the jet stream coming in over this storm. So again, this is the air upstairs here. It's going to load in a moment, and wouldn't you know it? So if we did have a tornado touch down in there in Kentwood, it's very possible that that debris was lofted into the atmosphere and carried eastward. That's why you're seeing it now show up on the CC product. I'm very concerned that later today we will see what's called a debris ball on the CC product, which is indicative of one of those, again, significant tornadoes on the ground. So again, that BWER is right here over Oskaya, radar confirmed. I mean, I told you about this, 15 minutes ago now at this point. So we've got a radar confirmed tornado. And read this, to repeat, a tornado is on the ground. You need to be in your safe place. Again, for the folks that are in Oskaya, let me see if I can get some other smaller communities here. This is, again, a very rural part of Mississippi and Alabama here. So on Oskaya Progress Road, Pike 93 South, and State Route, what is that? Yeah, Pike 93 South. Very, very small community out here. Tylertown, out ahead of this, you need to be in your safe place. There is a tornado on the ground to your southwest. You have likely 15 or so minutes before this continues to work its way toward you. Bear in mind that this kind of environment, it's certainly very possible for this thing to stay on the ground for quite a long time. We will certainly continue to monitor it as it develops. If you are watching on any of our social platforms or even in the MyRadar app as well, you can share the live stream. We would greatly appreciate it. You never know if you have a friend that has a friend that lives in this part of the world. And we just want to make sure that everybody is aware of what's going on. As a reminder, the Velocity product here that I'm looking at, this is a level 3 radar product. All of these, differential, reflectivity, yada, yada. But Velocity is a very useful product in the sense where it is showing us the winds and their differential when it comes to their speed and their direction. Remember, red is winds going away from the radar. Green is representative of winds going toward it. So when you're looking at this big blotch of red here, but then you're seeing the green up and in there, and you see this down into here where you start to see some higher return values for the red right next to the green. That's indicative of, again, rotation, right? A couplet, meaning we've got that perfect spin. It's like spinning, if you've ever seen the movie Inception, when Leo's character spins the top, right? That is what you're seeing here. The rotation is very tight now, east of Kentwood. And we can confirm a couple of things by looking at multiple radar products. So that's why Velocity is so important. It's effectively the product that the National Weather Service is using to say that this storm is radar indicated. We know it's confirmed. Radar confirmed. It's on the ground. And what radar confirmed means is this, right? Using the correlation coefficient product, which again is showing us objects that are being lofted vertically into the atmosphere. This is a powerful tornado that is on the ground to give us a return like that. I know it looks like a big mess, right? The correlation coefficient, but this blue that's sticking out amongst all of the red is showing you objects that are being lofted into the air. The radar does not know if that is pieces of a farm, whether it's a roof, a car, a cow. There's no way of knowing, but it's something that does not belong in the upper portion of the atmosphere. So looking at all of the products that are available to us here, we know, again, this is radar confirmed. We'll see whether or not this becomes spotter confirmed or whether it is confirmed by the emergency management or police. Now, again, we can see this little notch in here looking at the reflectivity, the green that's surrounded by the yellows and oranges. That is a bounded weak echo region, BWER. Again, what that is in the updraft of a supercell thunderstorm, it's so strong that the rain that would be falling out ahead of it in the downdraft, that the updraft is so strong that it's suspending the rain droplets mid-air. Now, what that means, being that it's cold, the higher up you go in the atmosphere, I mean, look at the top of mountains, there's snow on top of them, right? As the moisture is being suspended up there, it is accreting on each other. So that's why if you cut open a hailstone, it has layers to it. You can almost see them in some hailstones. And if I switch to the vertically integrated liquid product, or VIL, wouldn't you know it, we have a big honking hail core right where that BWER is, right? So again, another reason to not be outside. Let's continue to look around here. I don't see anything that jumps out at me just yet when it comes to, okay, hang on.
There's about almost about 9,000 people within this life-threatening tornado warning. And that's, just wanted to make a mention of that, just because that is a significant amount of people within the zone.
Right. Erica, we've got another tornado warning up here I want to bring to folks' attention. So we've got that one to the south. We've got a new one here. Tupelo, Mississippi now involved in this. Of course, that is a rather large city here in Mississippi. This is in effect for the next 47 minutes. As of right now, I hear somebody in my ear. It's radar indicated.
I think that's Capucci.
Well, he's got to stop humming. If that's him, I think that's him. I recognize his humming. So again, here's the tornado warning. This one's tightening up on us pretty quickly here. So let's continue to do some forensic meteorology here. Now, this is part of a larger line, which again, remember, these discrete supercells, discrete meaning by themselves, are the ones that we're really going to have to watch out for today. It's like driving down the highway as fast as you want to with nothing around you. But in this instance, it is running into a lot of other cars, a lot of traffic, if you will, out ahead of it. But again, within that line is the embedded rotation. We look at the correlation coefficient, and again, you're seeing weak returns, nothing that's jumping out to me to suggest that there's something on the ground. But in the velocity scan, we can absolutely see it tightening up there. That's west of Okolona, Mississippi, and southwest of Shannon, Mississippi. Let me get you some local landmarks there. So Shannon, home to roughly 1,496 people from the last census in 2020. This thing is just to the west of Highway 45 there, so west of Shannon High School, just passing Pine Grove there. So that is the rotation there. Tupelo, you are in that as well. We still have radar indicated rotation over here near Coffeyville, but when it comes to a confirmed tornado on the ground, as Erica alluded to, it's these ones to our south. I got to switch to the Mobile radar. The one down here near Oskaya. So, if Capucci, can you hear me? Oh, I don't know where he went. And then Erica, you're still here as well, right?
Yeah, can you hear us?
Yes, I got you. All right, Erica. So busy right now.
Okay.
We've got
I'm
one,
here.
two. Oh, I hear Capucci as well. Jack, do we have Capucci's camera, or is it just him?
I think it's just his audio mic. I don't see him on camera.
Okay, I don't hear Jack.
You should have my camera. You should have my camera. My camera's been streaming. I'm at almost 3,000 kilobytes per second.
Okay, I think Jack is working on just pulling in the feed there.
Yeah, Mike. What you were saying, I see 5 tornado warnings currently.
Yep.
And then one that is the large and dangerous tornado.
And this is really the start of things, Erica. I mean, I'm really concerned as we get into the afternoon hours. Again, it is roughly 12:30 Central Time. In all of the updates that meteorologist Matthew Capucci was sending out, he was effectively saying if you live in that part of the world that you need to be in a shelter as of 30 minutes ago and just stay there. I mean, today is not a day to be, to say, I'll be fine. I've been through this before. This is unlike any other day, right? It's a high risk, severe weather day. And that isn't just some cute kind of nomenclature. This is as high tier as things get from the National Weather Service. There is a PDS, or particularly dangerous situation, tornado watch in effect for most of Mississippi until 6 o'clock Central Time, meaning that EF 3 to 4 plus tornadoes are possible, and they're possible to remain on the ground for a long time, given this setup overall. There's just too much going on juice-wise to ignore these things.
Yeah, Mike, and I want to say something interesting I've noticed is if you put on our weather outlooks layer and compare it to where the storms are now, this is only the beginning. These storms are right on the edge of that high risk level 5 out of 5, the highest risk level that the Storm Prediction Center can issue over an area or
Right.
highlight. And these storms are right on the edge of it. So this is only the beginning of a very long afternoon and then evening. And the Storm Prediction Center will update these risks as well and continue to update these tornado watches. So anyone who lives in this area, it's just one of those days that you just really need to be glued into the weather. You'll receive alerts if you have MyRadar. And of course, we'll have visuals for you guys so you can see it on the ground. Maybe you don't live in this area, worried about family, friends. You can see this all in the MyRadar app. But that's just something interesting I noticed, Mike, is comparing the radar to where our outlook is. It's just on the edge of it, and this is just the beginning. And you can kind of see some storms starting to bubble up
Yeah.
within that high risk.
Now, we're going to send it over to Capucci here in a moment, but we've got to talk about this tornado warning that we've included in on here that we told you about, that it was radar confirmed before we even saw it from the National Weather Service. This is now a PDS, particularly dangerous situation, a damaging tornado on the ground. If you live in Tylertown, you need to be in your safe place right now. Again, that is a basement. Again, if you don't have a basement, a storm shelter. If you don't have a storm shelter on the first floor of your home, put as much of the interior of your home around you and the outside as possible. Yes, Jack? Let's just make sure that we're dealing with this for right now, and then I can call him momentarily. I see his shot, which is good. So he's in Meridian, Mississippi. I'll pull Capucci in here momentarily. But we got to focus on this one, being that this is now a PDS tornado warning. Again, PDS meaning particularly dangerous situation. Tylertown, here along Highway 98. You need to be in your safe place. Tylertown, we've got 1,600 people there, according to the census data in 2010. This is just to the west near Walthall General Hospital. It is coming up right now on Highway 98. Near the Piggly Wiggly here on the north side of town. It is coming right for the Piggly Wiggly as it stands. Let's look at the correlation coefficient product. We did see earlier, again, debris being lofted. It looks like that it may not necessarily be on the ground right now. Oh my gosh, wait a minute. Let me switch to this radar. So hang on a second. Yep, we can see the embedded rotation here just to the southwest of Tylertown. Let's look at the CC product. Yep, we still have the correlation coefficient signature right over the top of Mount Herman Road and Oskaya Progress Road. Again, heading to the Piggly Wiggly on the north side of Tylertown. You need to be in your safe place right now, away from windows. This is, again, a particularly dangerous situation. It has that look, right? It's a hook echo. You got the overshooting top here, and then on the back side, you have all of that inflow coming in here. Earlier today, we showed you that this storm had a, holy cow, so that tightened up pretty considerably here on the latest scan here. My guess is here the CC product is going to look pretty rough, and as it is, okay, we have got a big one on the ground here, folks. Again, a PDS tornado warning. I would say that this is the first big one of the day on its way to Tylertown, Mississippi. Again, if you can hear my voice and you live there, you need to be in your safe place. A confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado is on the ground as it stands, confirmed by emergency management. So this is no longer one that is just radar confirmed based on us seeing this on the CC, that being the correlation coefficient. This is now confirmed by people on the ground. You can really see it sticking out here on the velocity scan. This is no joke. This is a very large and extremely powerful tornado on its way to Tylertown right now. So again, for folks that are at the R&R Bargain Center Flea Market, the Walthall General Hospital on the west side of Tylertown, it is on its way to you as it stands right now. That's on Cemetery Road and Claude Smith Road. This is Claude Smith Road right here, where the rotation is effectively centered over the top of right now. Okay, so again, if you guys are watching the stream on any of our social platforms, again, even in the MyRadar app as well, you can share the live stream, and I would highly suggest that you do so. We want to make sure that even if it's one person here in Tylertown is made aware of what is coming to them in the off chance that they do not have a means to receive severe weather alerts. This is why it is imperative on days like today to be prepared. There's no reason to be scared if you are prepared, right? People are asking us to check Clarksville. Erica, if you can, Clarksville, Tennessee, if you can just keep an eye, Erica, on those cells to the north here, if anything develops, that storm up near Grenada. I'm going to keep a close eye here on the one in Tylertown, being that we've got the PDS tornado warning on it. Again, it is on its way to Tylertown here. We'll pull Capucci in when we can. Jack, that's his camera up on the broadcast right now, or is that Jordan? That's Capucci? Okay. Yeah, folks, this is a part of the world here where you can see his live shot there. For the folks that on TikTok that wonder what I'm talking about, I can't show you driving footage on TikTok. We just don't want to play that game. TikTok's moderation of that kind of stuff, they think that it's dangerous even though we're following all traffic laws, and we're just not going to play that game. If you want to see the live cameras from our storm chasers, head on over to YouTube, youtube.com/myradar, and you can see what we're watching right now. But this is a part of the world here where it's a lot of pine trees. The roads are very windy. It's not like chasing in the plains. I think we need Capucci, if he can, to adjust his focus, though, Jack, because we're looking at mainly the... looks like it's a little better there.
I'm fixing it right now. We're having some camera issues.
No worries. All right. So all good. And I can hear Capucci, which is good as well. That's kind of how we're going to be having to deal with today for any and all of the storm chasers that are here in the deep south. Cellular connectivity, excuse me, is rather... Hang on. Cellular connectivity is spotty in that part of the world. As we get closer to Birmingham, Alabama, up where NASA is there. If you ever saw any of the commercials for Space Camp, it's up in that part of Alabama. Cellular connectivity should be a bit better there. But needless to say, this is a part of the world where if things can get going, it can be rather serious. And that is what we're looking at right here. The correlation coefficient product, still really looking frightening. The reflectivity as well. This is your tornado right here, right? You guys can see my mouse cursor on the live stream, right? I'm zooming in. I'm circling it. Let me know in the chat. Can you guys see my mouse cursor? Someone said Space Camp is in Huntsville, not Birmingham. Yes, I meant up in that general direction. Thank you for the clarity on that. Always wanted to go. Yes, you can see it. Someone said no. Yeah, a lot of people saying yes, we can see. Okay. So it's right here. This is our tornado. We know that by looking at the velocity scan. Again, this is showing us winds going toward and away from the radar site. Green is toward, red is away. I believe that we're using the Mobile, Alabama radar. No, we're using radar in Louisiana there. Golly, man.
Okay, camera's good.
Okay, all right. Let's go look at the CC product. Boy, this is what I was talking about before, right? This is what we call a debris ball, which means that we've got all the pieces in place to know that this is indeed an extremely powerful tornado. It's the hook echo. We've got the hook here on the back side. Our tornado is showing up on radar. And then if you switch again to velocity, you can see that the rotation is right here. That couplet that's showing you the spin with the differing wind direction. And then on the CC product, again, we can see the correlation coefficient, that big blue punch out, right? Which is showing us debris being lofted vertically. The radar is not able to discern what kind of debris that is. It could really be anything. But we know that debris is being lofted vertically, and it's most certainly not a great scenario for the people that here live along Highway 98 west of Tylertown, Mississippi. That tornado warning has been extended. You can see that the tornado warnings have been extended fairly far out, up to near Prentice, Mississippi. So this just gives you reason to believe that the National Weather Service thinks that this storm is likely to continue to produce a tornado. It's possible it could stay on the ground for this time. This is effectively what the forecast had called for earlier this morning: long track, violent tornadoes. Hard to say what this thing's rating is, but if you're seeing the presence of that blue splotch, that debris ball, it is very likely that we're looking at something EF3 here, at least in terms of its intensity. You can see that BWER, again, that bounded weak echo region, which is, again, the updraft of the storm that's suspending rain. If I switch to the vertically integrated liquid product, wouldn't you know it, right where the BWER is, a big old hail core. So you're very likely getting some rather large hail out of this too. So again, Tylertown, for the folks that live on the west side, the Walthall General Hospital, Truestone Monument, Inc., Southern Collisions, the R&R Bargain Flea Market, this thing is heading right for you. Love Outreach Ministries on the west side of town. If any of these landmarks pique your interest and you can hear me talking, you most definitely need to be in your safe place right away. Capucci, do we have you? Can you hear me?
Yep, I'm here.
Oh, okay, good. We have your signal. Capucci, we're going to keep an eye on this storm. We're not going to go anywhere, but I want you to talk about when you put your forecast together. You're a very conservative forecaster, right? And you most definitely do not choose your words flippantly. We've used the words significant, long track, violent. Speak to what kind of environment this storm is pushing into.
I mean, all the parameters are sort of there. It's usually when you're talking tornadoes, you get some of one, a little less of another, and one might offset for a lack of the other. But on a day like today, you sort of have everything really combining, and there aren't that many limiting factors. The only limiting factor is how incredibly juicy the atmosphere is, and that's why there are so many storms that might at some point destructively interfere. I don't see any sign of that yet. And just the fact that right now we're seeing two more couplets form on the north side of the PDS warning near Puckett and Raleigh. I'm closing in on those storms. I'm going to be near the town of Lake in the next few minutes. It just goes to show you how powerful of a day we have and how much is going on. I do wish the road network was better. That's proving to be one challenge that I'm facing, but I'm optimistic we'll be able to navigate around that.
Hey, can anybody hear me?
I hear you, Jordan. So we've got Storm Chaser Jordan Hall as well. Jordan, I hope that you're doing well. I know it was a very long night for you yesterday chasing in Arkansas and Missouri. Jordan, where are you right now?
I am dropping down to I-20 near Newton, but I'm really watching this tornado near Tylertown. It looks like we have an extremely significant tornado ongoing right now.
Yeah,
Jordan,
that's
I'm
the
also
one
in Newton right now.
Do what?
I'm also in Newton right now. Are you heading south towards Lewin? I know the road network sucks west of Newton. So
I'm near DeKalb right now. I'm about an hour out of Newton. So.
Oh, I'm in Newton.
Copy that.
Okay. So folks.
Now, and I'm debating continuing farther south towards Lewin because I worry these things are going to turn right.
Folks, again, we've got several tornado warnings out ahead of this, going all the way up to Bassfield, Mississippi. This just speaks
by the way, Mike,
go ahead.
Bassfield was hit with a 2.5-mile wide tornado on April 12th, 2020. Just an FYI.
I mean, hey, that is a rather significant FYI. That puts it, what, Capucci, 0.1 miles behind the record setter in El Reno in Oklahoma? I mean,
yep.
We're talking major league tornadoes.
And I'm closing in. I don't know if you guys can tell. Can you tell how dark everything is around me right now?
Jack, can we take his in full for a moment? Yeah.
So I'm now in Newton. Jordan mentioned moments ago there are two supercells that are producing tornadoes southwest of Newton. That's where I am right now. I'm going to be dropping south towards the town of Bay Springs and Lewin, and that will put me in a position to intercept either the new PDS warning. We have that new PDS warning for the supercell near Mendenhall, or it will put me in a position down the road to get the Tylertown one, assuming that one continues producing a tornado. So it's looking pretty sketchy right now, but I can tell you that we have two PDS warnings, and I'm watching this extremely closely.
Okay, so for the folks in Tylertown, this is now looking like it is lifting north and west, avoiding a direct hit to Tylertown. You still need to remain in your safe place. You are most definitely not out of the woods here just yet. But again, this is crossing Highway 98 here west of the Piggly Wiggly near the Walthall County Co-op and west of Jeff's Towing and Recovery. Right here, it is crossing the highway as it stands right now. Capucci and Jordan are both on this storm. We will see whether or not we can get a look at it, but it sticks out pretty considerably here on the radar. Real quick, Jack.
When I get there, I'll get a live drone on that too when I get there.
Perfect. When you're there, Jordan, please let us know. Jack, real quick, above my head, just take the iPad for just a moment. I want to show folks that are watching in the MyRadar app. Again, you can take us picture-in-picture in the video portal, but I want to show you something really neat. For the folks on TikTok, again, I can't show you the live streaming footage of the storm chasers. I'm very concerned about getting a suspension to show driving, even though, of course, our chasers are following all traffic laws. But Jack, take the iPad here for just a moment. I want to show folks this feature in the app. Again, it's in the layers menu. It looks like the stack of cards in the layers menu here. I'm just waiting for Jack. There it is. So again, right at the bottom, it looks like the stack of cards, and toward the bottom, video/storm chasers. All you have to do is toggle that on. And thanks to our partners at Severe Studios, you're able to view live streams of all of our chasers. All you have to do is tap on them here. So let's find Jordan and Capucci. Here is Chris. Where's Jordan? I don't see Capucci here on in the app. I don't know if Capucci can hear me here, but I think it's a matter of sending his location. And here's Jordan. Yep. So all you have to do is tap on it here, and this is Jordan's live feed, right? You can take it in full. There's Jordan, and you can watch Jordan. That's a lot of. I mean, there's some sunshine coming through those clouds, Jordan. Again, cell signal and connection to everyone is going to be a little spotty. But again, just wanted to show you guys that that is a feature in the app that's completely free right out of the box. Again, I highly recommend that you download the app. Jack, let's go back to the PC here.
But that also gives you a good perspective of what's going on there in the Deep South.
Yeah, so the radar, or rather the satellite feature, pulling in a lot of data here from GOES. I've got it above my head for folks that are watching on YouTube and in the app. You can see it here. And it's right here at the top in the layers menu. All you have to do is tap satellite, and that'll give you an indication of things. I mean, you can really get a pretty awesome view. What's up, Capucci?
So I'm now in a tornado warning. So I'm near Newtown. So you see how there are those two tornado warnings? One's the PDS warning for I-20 near Forest. I'm now in the tornado warning. So I'm going to be actually dealing with both of those simultaneously.
Okay, I see where you are. You're up here. Yeah, so the one, you're talking the one coming in from Raleigh right now.
Correct.
Okay, all right. Capucci, all right, so let's jump back over here. Let's go back to high def. I'm going to get that toggling on.
So folks, originally, I was going to go farther south, but I think part of me now wants to, I'm debating either going between the two storms on the highway, or I'm considering hanging east, because in situations like this, you never want to be caught sort of behind the circulation. It's really tricky to say, though, if it's going to go north, south, or what it's going to do.
All right, so we'll keep an eye on the storm to our south, that confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado. But to Capucci's point, we've got a pair of tornadoes, one over here near Mendenhall, or I should say indications. Let's look at this one here. This is radar indicated rotation. This is, again, the one near Mendenhall and Puckett. But this is, again, a PDS tornado warning. So we know that this is a confirmed tornado on the ground. And then the one coming in through Raleigh, let's look at this one here. Radar indicated, but if we look at all of the products available to us, we can see that there is the correlation coefficient signature. It's small, but this does give us an indication that we are dealing with debris in some way, shape, or form here, especially since that's where the rotation is. It's very likely that something is on the ground here. We'll see whether or not that becomes confirmed. I mean, it certainly looks on the reflectivity here. You've got your hook, you got the inflow coming in here. That's the storm that Capucci is going to be on. So it's very possible that here in maybe the next 10 or 15 minutes, we will see that tornado on his live feed here. Raleigh, Mississippi, you need to be in your safe place. There is what looks to be a tornado to your southwest. Montrose out ahead of it. Down the road, you also need to be in your safe place. This tornado warning over here, Puckett, you need to be in your safe place. That is near County Road 18 and 13, near the interchange there. Let me get you some local landmarks. This is a population of 342 from the census data in 2020. Very, very small rural community. But again, you can see that hook right here. The green color in the midst of all of the orange and yellow, that's a BWER, a bounded weak ecoregion. These storms are going to be super powerful today, and they possess very strong updrafts. That's effectively what's feeding the supercell thunderstorms. And right there is that BWER, and wouldn't you know it, you're going to find a little bit of a hail core developing in there as well, meaning that the rain is suspended super high up in the storm. So there's a pair of them here right next to one another. Meanwhile, we've still got this one down here that just continues to trudge along here, just east and northeast of Tylertown, west of Columbia.
Yeah, and they've done a great job of extending that tornado warning as well. I'm seeing at least 2 dangerous tornadoes on the ground now, and then several other confirmed just in the north of Mississippi. So pretty much all the tornado warnings right now, most of them have confirmed tornadoes associated with them.
Yeah. I mean, look at the correlation coefficient signature, Erica. I mean, that's troubling.
Yeah, I think they just issued a tornado emergency for the one over Salem. I think they just issued that. Yeah, so tornado emergency for Darburn until 1:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. About 3,000 people are under this tornado emergency. That is the highest level of warning that the National Weather Service can issue. And that is what's happening right now down with that storm that I think you're talking about, Mike.
The one you're talking about, Tylertown? Yep, tornado emergency. There you go. Yep, that just updated on me. Okay, so again, to Erica's point, tornado emergency.
Yeah, that's a very, very serious tornado.
Yeah, it's been on the ground for a long time. We have been watching this one here, and we saw it develop and tightening up west of Tylertown. The debris signature is still quite large. I'm going to zoom out for just a little bit, and I'll show you guys. I mean, let's go back here about 45 minutes, right? And you can see right here the debris signature. That was roughly 20 minutes ago. So we know roughly that this has been on the ground now for roughly 25, 30 minutes. And it has passed west of Tylertown. It has crossed Highway 98. It is, as it stands, west of Columbia, Mississippi.
Hey, Mike?
Yes.
So that cell near, I know the one you're tracking, but that cell to the northeast, I'm closing in on. So you're going to have a view, hopefully in the next little while. I'm going to be in the town of Montrose as that potential tornado comes through. So I'm heading towards Montrose, Mississippi, which is south of I-20.
Okay. So Capucci is, listen, guys, it is almost 1 o'clock Central Time. That PDS tornado watch for eastern Mississippi goes until 6 o'clock Central Time. And then we start to talk about things going on in Alabama. So this is going to continue to be a very long day for the people in the Deep South. Remember not to panic. We've been telling you about this for effectively a week, right? So the time to prepare was all of this week. At this point, you just need to be ready to act. You need to have your action plan and your emergency kit. Okay? This is an extremely dangerous tornado, a tornado emergency on the ground for northeastern Walthall County. And as Erica brought up before, it has extended, the tornado watch, or warning rather, goes pretty far out. Also of note here, I'm just now seeing in the tornado emergency here, where did it go? The hazard, deadly tornado. That is now the hazard here. So when you see the words emergency and deadly, they don't just pick those out of a hat, right? So again, for the folks here that live in this part of rural Mississippi, not a fun day for you. Again, this is west of Columbia. Trying to get you. This is just to the north of Tylertown, so Darburn. These are very small, very, very small communities. This is effectively right on top of County Road 27 here. All right, it's moved now to County Road 586 and 27, working its way toward Morgantown Road and Dan Holmes Road. You need to be in your safe place now if you can hear my voice. Big tornado on the ground here.
Yeah, and for perspective, I was kind of checking where Capucci's way north of this area. So I think he is on the other confirmed tornado. But the one that we has a tornado emergency, that's a little bit more south.
Montrose, south of Newton.
Yeah, and I have that pulled up on the Mac Mini too, Jack, for a little bit of perspective, while Mike has that tornado emergency on his.
Jack, if you can replace the app above my head there, so that way we can have the radar that Erica's driving, so we can keep an eye on that one. And then Erica, if you could pause it just at the end there so we can get the latest frames in. Perfect. Excellent. All right, so we're tracking the 2 confirmed tornadoes on the ground. We'll have a live look at that from meteorologist Matthew Capucci momentarily. Jack, I can't really see on the preview monitor there. Is that Capucci's camera that we have up on screen right now? Okay, can't hear Jack. I think it is. It's just a little. Okay, thanks, Jack. Thanks, Jack. Yelled at me through the wall. All right. All right, so we're going to keep an eye on these two tornadoes. They are very serious, particularly this one down here. This is effectively exactly what the Storm Prediction Center was calling for, and I believe, Erica, that it is approaching, again, that high-risk area. So it just goes to show you that...
I just saw some interesting, the Storm Prediction Center has a mesocell discussion on this particular storm, and they are saying this tornado may persist for quite a while at this intensity. So although the tornado emergency has been issued for that specific county, they might extend it down the line. So depending on its movement, we're talking about cities from New Hebron, Mount Olive, Collins. All of you guys are not in a tornado warning, but because this is already on the ground and they're saying this could persist over the next, several minutes to maybe an hour, I would just be on alert if you're in those cities. Mize, Taylorsville as well. It's very, very concerning.
Mm-hmm. This is exactly, what was forecast for today, Erica. Violent, long-track tornadoes. It's been on the ground now for roughly 35 minutes. And to your point from the mesoscale discussion, the fact that we're seeing that tornado warning extend quite a ways away from it here, all the way up to near Prentice and Bassfield, it just shows you that they're, again, very confident that this thing is going to stay on the ground for quite a while. The debris signature is very troubling. Again, this is a tornado emergency in effect for this particular tornado over Mississippi. It passed just north of Tylertown and Darburn, and is just to the west of Columbia. It looks like that it is approaching the Pearl River here. So White Bluff is a small community right here along Divide Road and County Road 587. You can already see some debris coming off of that tornado being pushed away or pulled away from it, I guess I should say. So you need to be, the time to act is now, right? The storm is right here. That's the tornado. This is debris being lofted vertically here in its overshooting top. And you can see here that despite there being some storms to its north and east and to its south and west, this storm is all by its lonesome. And it looks like we've got another supercell forming behind it. But this one particularly, you've got the inflow right here, and the rear flank downdraft, and the tornado here on the back side. Of course, the velocity scan, it's easy to spot too, right? Green is showing us wind going toward the radar. Red is showing us wind going away from the radar. And then, of course, the correlation coefficient. This is the product that is most concerning, being that that blue color there represents debris being lofted vertically. We don't know what that debris is, of course, but it is debris, something that was previously not in the atmosphere and that has been lofted vertically. Troubling. I hear something. Is that Capucci's weather radio?
Yeah, I think it's Capucci.
Oh, hey there. I guess I'm back.
Yes, we can hear you. We're just waiting for you to we're just waiting for you to get to that tornado north of here. But Capucci, this cell down here, Erica read the mesoscale discussion. Erica, you might as well touch on that again. Let's talk about that. Again, this is a tornado emergency for this tornado in southern Mississippi.
Yeah, basically they just said very strong tornado. They're expecting it to persist for quite a while at this intensity, at this violent, and they use that word, violent intensity. So this is a very serious situation. And you know, some of the cities, all those, you know, down the line I was talking about, if this tornado warning is just to the south of you and they are saying that, I wouldn't be surprised if they extend this down to Mount Olive, Collins, Taylorsville, some of these areas where, you know, just on, there's another tornado warning to the north of these areas. So maybe even down the line, again, Raleigh, Mississippi. So that's very concerning with that tornado emergency that is ongoing. And although you guys are not under a tornado warning, I would just be on alert, make sure to pay attention. If I read these cities and you have family members or friends that live there, give them a heads up, text them or something, because this is a very, very serious situation.
Now, what we know about that tornado, when you hear the words violent, potentially violent tornado, we're talking EF 3 to 4, right? Someone on Twitch saying, yeah, I got another one near Tupelo. That's going to be the day today, right? There's going to be a lot of tornadoes developing. We're going to stick on this one for right now, being that it is, again, a tornado emergency, confirmed large, destructive. Again, they're calling it deadly tornado. So I am unclear whether or not someone has died from this. Again, those words are not chosen lightly. This is on the border here of the high-risk area. So again, just goes to show you that even though this is outside of that high-risk area, that this is still going to be kind of a banner day for severe weather. We've got meteorologist Matthew Capucci. If you're watching on YouTube or on any of our platforms, not TikTok, I'm sorry to the TikTok folks. I love you guys, but we cannot show any of the driving footage, being that TikTok does not like that when you show that you're driving, even though, of course, it's a hands-free dash cam mount that's, you know, suction cup to the windshield. We can't show it there. So if you'd like to see a tornado momentarily live and on camera from meteorologist Matthew Capucci, join us over on YouTube, youtube.com/MyRadar, or you can check us out on Twitch or even in the MyRadar app as well. Download it for free. Search MyRadar on all major mobile platforms. Of course, that's the app that Erica and I are using here to track everything. And we are using the per station radar feature. If you want to get a free trial to give the awesome features a whirl, it's right here in the settings menu. So Erica, I'm sure you just saw this latest scan come in here. This debris ball is large, very large. This is heading right for, again, let me get the name of that community, White Bluff here. Right here along the Pearl River and 587.
Yeah,
oh,
that's
man.
significant.
One of those sinking feelings. 587 and County Road 44, you need to be in your safe place if you live in White Bluff. White Bluff, a teeny little community here that sits next to the Pearl River here along the 587 and 44 interchange. It's right here, if you can see my mouse cursor. I'm moving it around. It's not appearing on the map given that it's such a small community. Right here near Carter Drive, you can see the White Bluff Church right here. You need to be in your safe place. It is imperative that you are in your shelter now. A confirmed and deadly tornado is on the ground, a tornado emergency in effect, one that is expected to continue to track its way north and eastward. A real brief zoom out here just to show you, we've got several other tornado warnings. Matthew Capucci, is on this one here in Raleigh and up to Newtown. He's right here near Interstate 20. You can see his camera on youtube.com/myradar. When he's ready for us to take it, he will tell us, and hopefully we can get a look here at would be our first tornado on camera today. There will be many more of them.
I'm going to drop south, Mike, and I'm actually going to try to intercept the tornado emergency one. So I'm going to just blast south if I can.
Okay, yeah. 10-4.
Yeah.
You're, again, I'm sure you guys can hear Capucci. It's going to come in like that, being that this is just a part of the world where cellular connectivity is tough. I mean, look at his shot here. Look at all those pine trees. It's like a pack of Q-tips with how tight they are packed together. So we'll come back to Capucci as the day goes on. It's going to be a very long day for Waffle House's #1 fan there, and I question whether or not Waffle House is going to be open on a day like today. That's not a joke. Of course he already went. So let's go back and look at this tornado warning here. Again, this tornado emergency, again, for the community of White Bluff next to the Pearl River. This is the tornado on the ground. We're looking at the correlation coefficient product, which again shows us a massive debris ball. Jack, we got
Mike, and I kind of wanted to scan. You were mentioning this earlier, the tornadosheltermap.com. If you are down the line from the tornado warning emergency, Capucci's blasting south. I was trying to see if I could find any tornado shelters in those, at least from this map. But doesn't look like there are many options there. So that's a little concerning with the tornado emergency ongoing and not seeing, very many options. Again, this is an ongoing project. If you know of any tornado shelters that are in this area that are public, Craig Cece's in charge of
FindYourTornadoShelter.com.
Yes. And that would be just a super helpful source. Us meteorologists are trying to use this more and get more of that information out, especially for these communities in that tornado emergency. It doesn't look like there's a lot, but there might be some public ones. So I tried to find some, but as of right now, I'm not seeing any that are close. Obviously, if you're in that tornado emergency, you should not be driving somewhere. You should be in the most interior portion of your home and trying to seek shelter from this. This is something that is on the ground in a serious situation.
That's an incredibly great point, Erica. FindYourTornadoShelter.com. Shout out to Dr. Craig Cece. And it is, again, a community-gathered project there. FindYourTornadoShelter.com. So we are tracking this tornado emergency that is on the ground. Did it hit the White Bluff Church? Looks like it just went through White Bluff here. Again, an incredibly small community here. Again, I implore you folks that are watching on social media, whether you are watching on TikTok or on YouTube, if you're in the MyRadar app, on X, please share the live stream. We want to try and get it to as many people as we possibly can. Jack, yes, that's good. All right, so just, Jack, let me know when it goes out, okay? Okay. Unfortunately,
that debris ball signature is so blue.
Huge.
It almost, when I first looked at it, almost looked like, how when the TV stations go out of off air, that's kind of what that image reminded me of, because there's just so many colors there.
Right. All right, so we're going to do a big app push here momentarily, Erica. All right, so we'll just, we're going to bring it back to the top here momentarily, but we're going to keep a very close eye on this. Let's get the next community, actually. Let me grab
By the way, that frees up to 25,000 feet, just FYI. 25,000. Which to me, I mean, that says EF3, EF4 intensity, if not higher.
Now, if you are here along River Road near Greens Creek, so we've got here Hathorne Road. There's another church here, the New Hope Missionary Baptist. I mean, if you're familiar with that location, you have an extremely powerful tornado on the ground right now that is on its way to you, that is expected to persist. We are meteorologist Matthew Capucci. You can see his camera there on youtube.com/myradar. He is going toward it, so we will potentially get a look at it here for what could be one of the more extreme tornadoes of the day. It's still so early, mind you. Okay, so Jack, let me know when that goes out because I can't hear you. Someone said there might be people sheltering. There might be people sheltering in that church. One would hope, right? Mobile homes are one of the most unsafe places to be in these situations. Mobile homes become mobile. This is why you need to have a plan ahead of time. You need to know where to go. It's not a situation where you should be seeing this, getting in the car and driving. You should be at the safe place now. I understand that a lot of folks don't have basements in this part of the world. Erica and I live here in Florida. We do not have basements here, but we have a safe place to go to. Okay, so what's going on, everybody? My name is meteorologist Mike Linden. It is Saturday, March 15th. Here in 2025, I am coming to you live from the MyRadar studio in Orlando, Florida. We are tracking right now a tornado emergency in effect for portions of Mississippi. This is part of a high risk of severe weather across parts of the Deep South from Mississippi and Alabama that is set to continue for the next several hours. There is a PDS, meaning particularly dangerous situation, tornado watch in effect for this portion of eastern Mississippi. Erica, meteorologist Erica Lopez, you can see her on the screen. Her and I are going to be tracking these storms for as long as it takes into the evening. You can see on your screen as well meteorologist Matthew Capucci, who is in Mississippi right now on his way to seeing that storm. We've got storm chaser Jordan Hall also in Mississippi as well. This is just the start of what is going to be an incredibly long and just rather daunting day. If I widen the view out here, you can see this pink-purple color here. This is a high risk of severe weather. This is not something that is doled out all that often. In fact, this was issued yesterday, meaning that this was the day 2 risk. There's only 3 times in history that the Storm Prediction Center has ever done that: 2006, 2012, and now 2025. 13 years it took them to issue a day 2 high risk. And here we go. Again, we're going to be looking at multiple tornado warned storms. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of them. But it is presently this one right here west of Hattiesburg, where we are looking at a tornado emergency in effect. You can see that the hazard there, deadly tornado, spotted by Weather Spotter. So this is not an instance where we're looking at it on radar and it's telling us that there's a tornado there. There are folks on the ground that are confirming that there is the presence of that tornado. On the reflectivity, you can see it right in here. If I bring it back just a little bit, can you see right in here? You got your inflow, and then on the back side, this is your tornado. What's perhaps the most troubling is this product here, the correlation coefficient, part of the per station radar in the MyRadar app. This blue color within all of the red is showing you effectively objects that are being lofted vertically into the atmosphere. This is
Mike,
representative. Yeah, go ahead, Capucci.
Yeah, so to your point right now, all that yellow that's north of the blue ball, obviously the tornado, all that yellow, that's debris fallout up to 10, 15 miles downstream of the tornado. And so communities that are downstream of the tornado will be getting debris ahead of time. There will be some light to moderate debris falling at times. So like Prentice right now, Mount Olive and Collins, in the next 15, 20 minutes, you guys are actually going to get some debris fallout. You might notice some objects, some sticks, some branches, some building materials falling with the rain and or any hail. So that is something to be very much aware of. I'm dropping southwest rather towards Taylorsville. I'll be intercepting this storm in the next little while. But, as Erica said, the Storm Prediction Center has basically come out and said, there's nothing to slow this down. There's nothing to really impede this thing's progress. And we have reports of, quote, absolute destruction with this circulation thus far, a little bit northeast of Tylerstown, which was hit by this tornado earlier on. And now there's another tornado in the area. But suffice to say, this is likely a significant tornado of EF3 plus strength, probably markedly greater.
Now, we're using the velocity product here, which again is a per station radar product in the MyRadar app. Green is showing us wind going toward the radar. In this instance, I'm using Mobile, Alabama. And then red is showing us winds going away from it. This is a critical couplet here that we're seeing that is effectively showing us that spin within this storm. If you are in Bassfield, Mississippi, you need to be in your safe place. Prentice, Mississippi, also, you need to be in your safe place. it's very likely that there are very small communities here in between. I mean, Bassfield itself is 192 people going back to the 2020 census. So these are very small communities that have been impacted. Capucci?
And speaking of 2020, Mike, you know, Bassfield got hit by an EF4 on April 12th, 2020, the third largest tornado on record. And now Bassfield is in the warning again. And unfortunately, Bassfield dealing with another tornado emergency again. It always seems to be that corridor, like the Seminary Bassfield corridor. And it's sad to see this beleaguered community about to be hit again. But right now, Bassfield is red line, center line.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like Capucci that, you know, it takes a week or so to rebuild, right? It's very often that storms like this, or the one that you were just talking about previously, can effectively change the landscape forever, right? Especially for a community as small as this one. It's very possible that people that have spent their entire lives there, or they have generations of their families that live in this community, that just simply can't pick up the pieces following destruction like this. So all that you can really do is act in this sense, to go to your safe place. Remember, if you're in a mobile home, we've told you many, many times that is not the safe place to be. That is the most unsafe place to be, let alone a mobile home being lofted into the air, but just simply tipped over if you're inside can be very, very dangerous. Let alone all of the debris that's getting kicked around by this. You just simply do not want to be outside. You want to be in a basement. If you don't have one, the first floor of your home. If you are in a home that has a foundation, that's the key here. Again, first floor of the home, make sure you are centrally located away from windows. You got to know where your safe place is. I've got to imagine people that live in Mississippi and Alabama know where that safe place is, and now is the time to be there, particularly, again, if you are in Bassfield. It looks like we should be getting our next radar scan here momentarily of this, and I think it's going to be a rather troubling one. Again, the mesoscale
yeah, Mike, and also
discussion.
I was looking at some of the traffic cameras here. So actually on the Mac Mini, I have pulled up the Collins traffic cam that's facing south. So maybe we'll see something within the next couple of minutes, but I have that prepped in case something pops up on the screen. That is just to the northeast of that tornado emergency. Collins is not in that tornado emergency, but if they are expecting this to persist over the next several minutes, they eventually will be, depending on the movement. So I have that up already, and I'm looking for more cameras so we can get more visuals of where this is going. I know Capucci is driving towards it, so that'll give us even more visuals.
Yep,
Thanks,
I
Erica.
am in. Looks like I'm in Bay Springs right now. Next town up for me is going to be Taylorsville. And then I may either stay in Taylorsville if I can find a good spot with wide open fields, because obviously right now, you know, I'm kind of in the woods, so to speak. Or I may continue south towards Collins, depending on if there are any promising visuals.
So we got the new radar scan here, and of course it continues to look very bad. Again, a tornado emergency in effect for this particular storm in just to the southwest of Bassfield. You can really see the velocity signature that is incredibly, incredibly troubling. Again, as Capucci mentioned, Bassfield hit by a tornado several years ago, one of the widest in history, and it looks like they're staring down the barrel of yet another one here. This is just to its southwest of town, approaching the Carter Cemetery and the Greens Creek Baptist Church. It looks like it's going to split the difference there along Greens Creek Road. That's right here. If you guys can see my mouse cursor, Greens Creek Road, Carson Bunker Hill Road. The tornado is right here. A tornado that we know has, that again is being referred to as a deadly tornado right here. We're going to continue to watch things. Again, you saw that traffic camera courtesy of MS.Traffic. That's up in Collins out ahead of this, and I would imagine that this tornado is going to continue to persist as it advances eastward. This tornado warning in and of itself has another 23 minutes, but I can't imagine that this thing is going to let up anytime soon. In fact, if I switch back to reflectivity, let's see what's out ahead of it. I mean, not too much, right? You can see that there are little splotchy cells out ahead of it, but nothing really that's going to get in its way of kind of sapping its strength a little bit. So it's just going to keep on rocking here, unfortunately, for the people that live in Bassfield. Again, this thing is approaching. It is on the doorstep, folks. Approaching the Bass Burkett Cemetery. GW Carter Elementary School, Ward's Restaurant there, and the Bassfield softball field. Oh boy. So we will continue to bring you continued coverage here. Again, if you're watching on social media, we'd really appreciate it if you were to follow us. Again, if you're watching on TikTok, it's totally free for you to follow us. Again, we'd really appreciate the support. Tap on the screen, let us know you're digging the live stream. If you're watching on YouTube, hey, subscribe to the channel and smash that like button. It just helps get the information in front of as many people as possible. And of course, if you're wondering what the app is here, it's MyRadar. You can see it on my shirt. Erica's using a version of the app. It's above my head on YouTube. It's everywhere. It's completely free to download. We're using the per station radar functionality to be able to look within the storm at all of these incredibly detailed radar views. And if you'd like to do that for yourself, download the app for free. Go to the settings menu, and it's right there under premium subscription. You can activate a free trial. I really think that you're gonna dig all the features that are available to you. Let's take a look at power outages. That's one thing I've been meaning to do here for a little bit. It's in the layers menu. Looks like the stack of cards there on the toolbar. We're going to turn on power outages, and we can see that passing through Tylertown there, which did again take that direct hit in Walthall County, we've got 9.7% of total customers that are without power. Remember, this is a very rural community, and keep in mind that a customer is not indicative of the true human impact. A customer could simply be a house where there could be 4, 6, 10 people inside. But right now, this tornado emergency continues for Bassfield. And it looks like Prentice also, you need to be in your safe place. Tornado emergency continues. We got 21 minutes to go on this, and at which point it could be Collins or Mount Olive's turn next. You guys are not in the warning just yet, but you need to be prepared to act very, very soon. We've got Erica keeping an eye on local traffic cameras there, so hopefully we can show you a look at it. And then, of course, on your screen, if you're watching on YouTube or in the app, you can see meteorologist Matthew Capucci, who is heading to it as well. Storm chaser Jordan Hall is also in the Deep South as well. And if we are able to, Jordan is going to fly his drone so we can get a shot at the storm from the sky. All right. Again, we're trying our best to answer as many of these questions as possible. This is a situation where things are going to be developing very, very quickly. Somebody on Twitch asking anything for Water Valley or Granada. There was earlier. There certainly was earlier. But right now, everything is definitely to your south. We are cluing in on this guy right here. This is the tornado
Granada looks like they
emergency.
have some flooding issues there, so they might be getting some heavy rain. But yeah,
I mean,
most of the
that
tornado
wouldn't surprise me
warnings,
at all, right, Erica?
yeah, most of the tornado warnings are to the east, and the tornado emergency. And I'm seeing a lot of questions on where exactly this is in Mississippi. This is on almost south central Mississippi, just to the north of Hattiesburg. Just a couple miles out of Hattiesburg. So anybody curious on where the location of that tornado warning is, tornado emergency, I should say, that's what we're watching.
Somebody on TikTok saying, can you follow the path to tell us where that tornado will hit in Alabama? Once it works that way, we definitely will. But as it stands right now, it is still in Mississippi, okay?
Yeah, and I was hearing Capucci talk, but I don't know if you can hear him, Mike.
No, I don't hear Capucci. Okay, Jack said I should now. Go ahead, Capucci.
Yeah, so I think he was saying that they just tagged this with a tornado warning instead of the emergency. It's still a life-threatening situation, damaging tornado on the ground still.
Right. Yeah, so they took off the tornado emergency. Being that, I mean, if we looked at the debris earlier, the correlation coefficient, I mean, it's certainly still there, right? But it's not as potent as it was just a few radar scans ago. If I go back here, right? Like, look at that guy when it went through Tylertown, right there. Ay, ay, ay.
Yeah, I'm seeing all sorts of videos on X about the damage from that tornado.
All right, let me see. if you're able to repost those, Erica, I can take them.
Yes, I literally was just doing that.
All good. All
Let's
good.
see.
Yeah, I figure, again, Capucci is in a part of the world where cellular connectivity is spotty. So here's the tornado, right, folks? It's west of Bassfield in western Mississippi. So it's good for Bassfield proper. You've got Prentice ways away, but it looks like Carson is right here. This is the community of Carson. You need to be in your safe place right now. This is effectively right to your west, coming on Haynes Gray Road and Holiday Creek. This small little community, this is Carson here. Unincorporated, right? This is a very, very small community. We're talking a one traffic light kind of community here along Highway 42. So no longer a tornado emergency, but it is confirmed large and extremely dangerous. I hear Capucci now. This is a particularly dangerous situation. This has been on the ground now for, I want to say, about 45 minutes. Yes, Tommy, very difficult cell phone signal in this terrain. Absolutely. I mean, even Jordan, who is well equipped with Starlink and cellular connectivity, it's just this part of the world where you are just kind of covered in by the pine trees down there.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. I'm almost here to I-20. I was going to drop south to Laurel, but I actually think that this storm near, if it can wrap up, is going to be the new lead storm, and that Bassfield storm could be handing it off to this guy. So this one. So I'm kind of on that.
Well, keep us posted, Jordan. Okay.
Yeah, so it looks like Jordan and Capucci are in the same area-ish in south central Mississippi.
Yeah, Jordan is on that lead storm out ahead of it, as he mentioned. This one up here. But we're still keeping an eye on the storm here, which was a tornado emergency not long ago. But very unfortunately for the community of Carson, which, if you can see my mouse cursor, is right here along County Road 42 between Choctaw Creek and West Fork Greens Creek. I mean, if I zoom in, this is as close as I can go. You can see all the little streets here. LaFour Avenue, DeSoto Street, North Carson Road. You're staring down a large and extremely dangerous tornado. This is that bad sinking feeling, right? A PDS tornado warning, particularly dangerous situation that we are watching. We'll get the next radar return here momentarily, and we shall see. Again, if you guys would like to see video of our storm chasers, come on into the MyRadar app and click on the video portal. You'll see it highlighted. It shows live, and you'll be able to watch this tornado. Again, download the app for free on iOS, Android. I'm using it here on Windows. You can download it on the Amazon platforms as well. So, but for the community of Carson, Mississippi, a very powerful tornado is just to your southwest. That was previously a tornado emergency. Oh, so the latest return, it just went through. So it just went through Carson there. Again, even though it looks like it jumped, this thing's moving very quickly. So.
Yeah, it looks like Collins now is in that tornado warning, and they are tagging it as.
I mean, it's
PDS, and they extended it to Taylorsville.
It's kind of between the Mobile radar site and then this one up here near Jackson, Mississippi.
So we'll see.
And Erica, there we go. They just extended the tornado warning, as was expected, to now include Mount Olive, Collins, Taylorsville, and Silverina. This is again a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning. Can we see it from the camera, Erica?
Yeah, I'm pulling it up. I think it's timed
I'm
out.
in Taylorsville right now.
Ooh.
Okay, so
If anyone can hear me,
Capucci's
I'm
right
in
here. If you
Taylorsville.
guys can see,
Yeah, we
I
can hear you,
Capucci.
Capucci.
If you guys can see my mouse cursor, I'm kind of hovering over where Capucci is. Again, head on over to the MyRadar app and you can see his live camera. For the folks that are watching on TikTok, I can't show you storm chasing footage over there. It doesn't like showing you footage of driving. But for those of you that are watching,
Yeah, Jack. So I have
can download the MyRadar app for free.
MDOT traffic camera in Collins facing south pulled up. It looks pretty dark. I can't see anything, but
Can you hear the sirens?
we can hear the sirens. Is that coming through you, Capucci?
Yep.
We'll be quiet for a moment. Can you open your window for a moment, Capucci?
Yes, it is opened.
Okay, let's listen real close and you can hear it. It's very faint, but it's there. Thank you, Capucci. That was yeah. So again, the tornado warning, the tornado sirens rather are going off here where Capucci is in Taylorsville. Of course, that's just indicative of trying to alert folks to the very serious situation. The real bad part about tornado sirens, though, is that if the power is knocked out, then you don't have the tornado sirens anymore. This is why we implore you to have multiple ways to receive alerts. The MyRadar app will send you all of those weather alerts. Of course, if you have a NOAA weather radio. Jeffrey says the app isn't wanting to even show this main live feed. It absolutely is. Right in the video portal, the little play button looks like YouTube at the bottom. I can see it highlighted here. It says live. You should be seeing that. Looks like we have another little area of rotation on the backside here, just south of where the tornado came from previously. This is that Confluence band that we talked about yesterday, Capucci and I, where these storms are going to find the path of least resistance as they plow through all of this moisture.
Yeah,
of course,
it's actually a PDS as well, Mike. So it is something confirmed. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, there it is, confirmed and okay. We got another big one behind the big one already. So unfortunately for the folks that thought it was over, it most definitely is not. This is, again, for the exact same locations, just north of Tylerstown. That means White Bluff, was it? Near the Pearl River, is staring down yet another PDS tornado warning. It's right here. Let's look at the correlation coefficient. Not seeing a big signature there, but again, we have it confirmed right here. It's radar
the velocity
confirmed.
Scan is pretty intense. So
nuts, yeah. So we're just talking about confluence bands, right? As these storms gobble up all of the energy and they leave a slightly cooler path behind it, effectively the next storm, being that it's firing up behind it, thanks to all that juice coming in off the Cape, or off of the Gulf, rather, they're just following along that path. These storms are what we call training on the exact same path here. And if I jog it back, you can see that the storm that was once there over Tylertown, the storm that's coming in behind it, I mean, it is almost to the T, the exact same path here. So we're tracking two of them here. Golly, man. So it is absolutely not over for the folks that are watching in that part of the world here.
And Mike, it's tough to tell, but based on radar, I should be getting debris. I opened my window a moment ago, and all I can smell is like freshly ground pine trees. It smells like the world's biggest lawnmower just went through. I don't know if that's related to the tornado. It very well may be, but there should be some debris fallout soon. I don't see any yet, but at least at jet stream level, there is debris in the atmosphere. I'm blasting south towards Collins. I'm hoping I can get to the town or just east of the town before the actual tornado arrives, but it's going to be sort of close. So we're I have an east option planned just in case. I have 8 miles before I take that east option.
Just keep us posted, Gucci. Golly, man. All right, so it's this main line here. Erica, if you can just check out real quick, the storm's up there on the northern side of the risk near Tupelo. We'll keep an eye on the ones down here.
I'm actually watching the traffic cam. It looks pretty interesting. It's getting darker and darker.
The one for Collins, Mount Olive?
Yes. Yeah, and it's facing south, so Yeah, I mean, you can't see anything yet, but it's looking pretty ominous.
Again, this camera is courtesy of m.traffic.com. Again, this is the State Department of Transportation in Mississippi. And that camera here is, as Erica mentioned, in Mount Olive and Collins here. So it's this storm. If you guys are looking at the app, Jack, if you want to take that in full here. Now, this says 7 minutes to go on this tornado, on this PDS tornado warning. But out ahead of it here, there is the newer tornado warning that, again, it now just crossed into. It is just to the southwest of Collins, about to jump Highway 84 here. You can see the rotation right here on radar. Let's jump to the correlation coefficient. You can see, again, the debris signature. It's right here. And then out ahead of it, mind you, look at all that debris being lofted and just thrown ahead of this. Look at the debris behind it, Erica. Oh my gosh, look at that one. That's again that PDS that went that's following the exact same path, went through Tylertown, White Bluff. That's another big one. Again, that is another PDS tornado warning. You wonder whether or not this is going to be another tornado emergency. We will see, and we will let you know if that is the case. But you can see again on the velocity scan, which is showing us winds going toward and away from the radar site. This is just west of Columbia, Mississippi. White Bluff, Mississippi, a very tiny community here along the Pearl River here near County Road 587 and 44. It's the same path. Golly. So we're
Jack,
tracking the two of them.
I don't know why I'm seeing, I don't know if it's Mike that's low or Capucci saying they can't hear us. They have to turn the volume up.
All right, so it's several PDS tornado warnings. I'm going to bring it back to the top real quick, Erica. My name is meteorologist Mike Linden, coming to you live from the MyRadar studio here in Orlando, Florida. I am joined by the MyRadar weather team. Meteorologist Matthew Capucci is in the field. He is right now chasing a particularly dangerous situation, tornado, in Mississippi. I am also joined by meteorologist Erica Lopez, who has been assisting in tracking the numerous tornado warnings. This is a high-risk day for severe weather across parts of the Deep South. We are now entering into that high-risk area. If I widen the view out here in the app, you can see this pink-purple color. This is the high risk. There have not been many of these issued by the Storm Prediction Center. I believe there have only been 65 of them. So they're very careful with when they issue them. But when they are issued, you really, really, really need to be paying attention if you live in that part of the world. And it is already delivered here. We've had several extremely strong tornadoes on the ground. We are tracking several of them. Right now, we've got this guy here that's coming in behind a previous tornado emergency tornado that you can see on correlation coefficient, a product that shows us the debris being lofted vertically into the atmosphere. That this one is, this is a biggie here. West of Columbia, just went through Tylertown. Someone's saying my mic level is low. Folks, let me know if you're watching here on the social media platforms. Let me know. How do I sound? Perhaps maybe I just need to move the mic closer to my mouth. Can you guys hear me all right? Sounds great. Sounds fine. Got the people on Twitch even. All right, cool. Great. Just making sure.
Mike, I don't know if you can see this M.dot camera, but I'm just looking at the velocity in comparison to where Collins is. And I mean, you can't see a tornado on the camera, but it's very dark over there. So it might just be on the right top corner of the camera. It's looking pretty dark. You can kind of see a little bit of those green, bluish colors too.
And we got people out on the roads. That's not great. So that's north and east of this one, right? Over here near Collins. So Erica's talking about right here, if you guys can see my mouse cursor, there's Collins. But just to the southwest, this is the tornado right here. I'm going to switch just for a moment on velocity. You can really see it right here approaching Highway 84. And then if you look on reflectivity, it's messy, but it is there. go back to the velocity. You really can see it right here. Just to the south and west of Collins downtown.
Yeah, I'm watching this camera.
That's pretty
like
much over
hawk.
the top of Williamsburg right now. Right here on Lake Mike Connor Road. The Dwelling Place Church is just to the east along Shady Lane Kennels. Here, running parallel to Highway 84.
Guys, in just a sec, you're going to get a view of something. I'm not sure what.
Oh, looks like we got Jordan's camera up in the air. We've got Jordan's drone. Jack, if we can take that. Okay. Big lightning strike.
Lightning strike.
If you guys want to see this and you're watching on TikTok, come join us in the MyRadar app. It's free to download. Just look for MyRadar in the App Store. Oh, we're back down on the ground. Don't think Jordan is in the Zoom call. We lost Jordan's drone. Okay, no worries. All right, let's go back to the app. Let's just be mindful, Jack, of when he can connect back to his drone. One can hope that it wasn't struck by lightning. All right, we'll come back to Jordan. All right, so Erica, that tornado now that we have been tracking now is right to the west of Collins. Crossing Highway 84. It is just to the west of the 84 and 49 interchange.
See if I can switch this camera. Let's see if we get any. Oh, I think this one's better. It's a little darker.
We
I
may
can't really
see something
make anything.
soon from my view, guys.
Okay.
Guys, is my camera up?
It's a little blurry.
It's a little blurry, Capucci. Again, bear with us, folks. This part of the world, it is real tough to get. It's real tough to maintain a strong connection out there. I mean, you're looking at real tough parts of the world. Jack, can you pull up Jordan's camera for just a moment? I want to show folks something. Jordan is up near Meridian, right? Do you guys see how much sunlight there is? When you're talking about conditions in an environment, as we have been talking about today, that much sunshine is not a good thing. All right, Jack, let's take it back to the app.
Yeah, someone was asking if they can use, I'm on the m.traffic website if you want to look at these cameras. Somebody was asking about it. So I just wanted to mention that.
Well, hey, we're showing it to you guys when there's something to show. So if you, again, just watch our feed here. I can't show you, folks that are watching on TikTok, I cannot show you the storm chasers. It's for whatever reason, TikTok doesn't like it. So come join us in the MyRadar app. Download the app. It's completely free. And then tap on the play button right at the bottom of the screen, and you will see. So the one behind it is still a PDS, right? Yes. Confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado. So this one following the exact same path as the one out ahead of it that's now approaching Collins. This is going right for White Bluff again. If I zoom on in, where's the White Bluff Church? We were looking at it before. It's right here near the Pearl River, 587 and 44. Right? And if I bring it back, look what happens if I jog the velocity back. I mean, look at it. It's following the exact same path, the one behind the main tornado. Hey, thank you for the sub on Twitch. Appreciate it very, very much. Thank you very much.
Yeah, Mike, and there's like 2 tornado warnings behind the PDS tornado warning. So these just are quickly
You're talking about the one
intensifying.
north of New Orleans?
Yeah, so there's
Yep. Oh,
the
there's two of
one
them.
just
Yeah, I
north of
see it now.
Hammond and a new one that was just issued for Mongolia, Macomb, Summit, just a little bit north of Greensburg.
Yeah, so let's real quick. We'll walk through these here. We've got this tornado warning here that is in effect for parts of Louisiana for the next 42 minutes. This is just radar indicated right now near Tickfaw, Independence, and Franklinton, and then to its north and west is this one here. Now we talked earlier about Magnolia and Oskaya, Kentwood. This is where that tornado that went through Tylertown, and now another one as well. This is where it began. This is effectively the path. I mean, here's Tylertown, right? You guys can see my mouse cursor. It's right here. So I wouldn't be shocked at all to continue to see additional tornado warnings in this part of the world. If we look at the reflectivity, that one's tightening up pretty good, Erica, west of Oskaya.
Mm-hmm.
And we're starting to see some weak debris signatures here on the correlation coefficient just to the west of Kentwood. So right now, it is radar indicated, but I would not be shocked here momentarily to see that become radar confirmed. Let's
Mike, so the MDOT camera is actually moving quite a bit. It might actually be looking at the tornado just from, but I can't really make it out. There's just a lot of trees, but it's a, Jack, I don't know if we can pull that up. It's a very interesting, wow. We might be looking at the tornado.
It's possible that that's the wall cloud there.
Yeah.
On the right-hand side.
Guys, can you take my cam?
It's still frozen, Capucci.
We can't see it, Capucci. If you can restart your live view, that might help.
It's not at my end. I'm transmitting at 1400 kilobytes per second, and it's not frozen. So whatever's going on is going on there. But I have the wall cloud, and I have everything right over me.
And the folks over at MDOT are moving the camera here. So Jack, if you can work with Capucci here so we can get his camera up. Now I see it.
Yeah, so can you guys see this? This is the wall cloud. That's the rotating updraft. I mean, look on the right, look on the left, that whole beefy thing right here in the middle, that is the rotating part of the storm. It's towering to about 40,000+ feet. It's directly over Collins right now. I'm just to the southeast. I gave myself a little bit of a bail option because it's tracking, in case it makes a right turn, able to get out of Dodge, but we're just about to be in the notch, if you will. In just a second, because this part, the nasty part, tornado's hiding right under there. That part's heading towards me. So very shortly, I may try to hop on Highway 84 just to give myself an option to go east. But this thing is a very mean cell, and it has another one behind it, that one behind Bassfield. You can see there's lightning picking up too, obviously in both coverage and intensity. Sometimes we see these what we call CG barrages, or basically lightning barrages right before a tornado happens. But let me turn. Can you guys see? So on the left, you're seeing a bunch of little streamers moving in. That's inflow. On the right, all the rain, the hail comes down there. And then this whole weird column thing that's kind of glowing bluish green, that is where the tornado is located. It's right underneath there. And it looks to me like it is strengthening once again near Collins. So circulation is definitely getting closer. I may try to get out of Dodge soon. I feel decent about my position. For now, I mean, one way we can tell, just so folks at home know we're doing things safely, I always have little vantage points and reference points. So look right here. This is kind of the edge of the column of rotation. If that's moving towards me, then I'm kind of right on the edge. If it's moving left, meh. If it's moving right, safer. Here,
Capucci's going in and out.
Try again. Mellifluous.
Go again, Capucci.
A little better.
Yep, I'm here. I can see clouds moving very fast in the bottom left. I mean, whatever it is, if there's a tornado, it's right down under there.
Yeah.
I may try wait for an radar scan. I don't have anything since 47 pounds using a better pattern today. Whatever's there, it's underneath that absolute massive wall cloud.
Jack, can you real briefly take the web browser? So Capucci is on this storm that's in Collinstown that not long ago went through Tylertown. Look at these pictures. from Ashton Champion WX, a college student there in Mississippi. Look at these photos here. He says that, according to him, that the driver walked away from this. Notably, look at all the trees around it, right? Oh my gosh, man, look at that. Again, we've got another storm going through the Tylertown area. So, Jack, let's jump back to the app there. I just wanted to show folks the storm that Capucci's on. He's near Taylorsville. Here, you can see the inflow for this storm. And if we go back to velocity, we can see the couplet right here, just east of Mount Olive, north of Collins, and southwest of Taylorsville. Golly, man. So in the latest mesoscale discussion, by the way, from the Storm Prediction Center, they are saying that increased forcing with ejecting mid-level jet max is to a large... Go ahead, Kuchi.
Yeah, can we take my shot real quick?
Yeah, it's up. It's up.
Yeah, so do y'all see like that weird curvature thing right here? Oh my goodness, look at that lightning. You'll see in a sec. So that's like literally the edge of the mesocyclone. So we're watching the rotating part of the storm, and very shortly, any tornado will be right down there. So that's what we're watching. This whole thing is literally the pillar of rotation. The fact that we can see that sloping of the storm so well. I mean, look at this. This is the rotating updraft. Down here, you'll see me zooming in just a second. There's a little bit of a lag between the video and the audio. But, I mean, yeah, if we're going to see something, we're going to see it soon.
Jack, if he's not driving, we can send this signal to TikTok as well. I just don't want him driving when we don't want to show him driving, I should say. But yeah. Pucci, if you keep the camera steady just for a second, we're getting a lot of artifacting every time you zoom in. Can you turn the windshield wipers off for a moment?
I can.
Okay.
I'm debating repositioning in just a second because I want to
Which storm is he on?
I'm on the Collins one.
Yeah, I mean, golly, you're right, Capucci, talking about the pillar of the rotation there. You can see it there on the right-hand side of the screen. It also looks very sunny as well. There's lots of sunshine around you, it seems.
Not really just lighter sky, but...
Okay.
Yeah, I can see like the greenish blue color. It probably looks better in person, but...
Wow. Yeah, this is just eerie.
And remember, folks, this is the second tornado that we saw come through this part of the world. There's another one behind it, mind you. But this is the most significant one that we're seeing right now on the correlation, or on the velocity scan, I should say. Some debris to Capucci's east there over Collins, and some actually to the west near Mount Olive. But darkening skies now on Mount Capucci's shot. Okay, no worries. Jack, when he starts driving, just be sure to take it off of TikTok if you can. Again, for those of you on TikTok that want to be watching the Chaser feed along with us, head to the MyRadar app. You can download it for free. We got Storm Chaser Jordan Hall out there as well.
I do believe the tornado is just down there, and I'm trying to see a little better. So we're going to reposition right now. And if worst comes to worst, I can bear again. Beep, beep, beep. Yeah, I know, I'm backing up. All right. So yeah, we got this, wow, this obvious just pillar of rotation. This thing is extremely impressive. And I'm gonna go about a mile to the main road, and then hopefully we'll be able to find a field with a view. But if there's a tornado, it's gonna be just
all right, so he's breaking up on us a little bit there. But thank you, Capucci, for that update. We will check back in with him as things develop.
Yeah,
Again,
that's the thing about chasing in that part of the country is there's just, you know, compared to the plains or somewhere like Oklahoma, the visuals are a little bit harder to see just because you get a little bit more of the trees. And so hopefully Capucci will be able to find a better location to confirm. I mean, we know the tornado's there, but to see it a little better.
So to bring it back to the top, my name is Mike Linden. I'm a meteorologist with MyRadar, coming to you live from the MyRadar studio here in Orlando, Florida. I am joined by members of the MyRadar weather team. Of course, meteorologist Erica Lopez is joining me. You just saw from meteorologist Matthew Capucci. He is on this tornado-warned storm that, as it stands right now, is working its way toward Taylorsville, Mississippi. This is a radar-confirmed tornado. It has been already an active day, a high risk for severe weather, and we haven't even started really talking about what's going on in Alabama. That's coming next here, just to the south and west of Taylorsville right now, but Alabama, of course, east of Mississippi. There is a PDS tornado watch, meaning particularly dangerous situation tornado watch. That is until 6 p.m. Central Time for Mississippi, Jackson, Mississippi included in that. Let me widen it out here. I'll show you guys what I'm talking about. In the MyRadar app, I'm clicking on the layers menu. We're going to go over to weather alerts. I'm going to go into the thunderstorm and tornado drop down and go to tornado watch. I'm going to fill it in so it's a little easier for you to see. And you can see now that tornado watches now extend into Alabama. So let's talk about that. First, we've got this one over southern Alabama. This tornado watch is a PDS tornado watch until 8 p.m. Central Time. Within it, they call for multiple intense to potentially violent tornadoes. EF3 to EF4 plus appear possible. We are talking as high as it goes here for a tornado watch. Now let's look at this one for Birmingham. This includes Tuscaloosa, Montgomery, Hoover, Talladega, Gadsden. This is a tornado watch that is also a PDS until 8 p.m. Central Time. Same thing goes. EF3, EF4 plus remains possible. We head up to Huntsville.
Whatever it is. Ooh.
We head up to Huntsville. This is also a PDS until 8 o'clock. PDS tornado watch, that is, for Huntsville, Alabama. PDS tornado watch. And then heading up here all the way into Nashville, Tennessee. Not a PDS. That looks to remain south of you, but you are still under a tornado watch until 9 p.m. Central Time. All right?
Guys, can we take my stream? Guys, take my stream.
It's not popping up, Capucci. Now, there it goes. I see it now. Wow.
Got it.
That's the tornado right now.
Wow.
That's the tornado down below. So I'll zoom out. Actually, I'll zoom out as much as I can, but the tornado is just down there. People are racing north trying to stay ahead of it. I'm not entirely sure that's the best call, but yeah, I mean, that is the tornado. It's rain wrapped right now. I can hear the roar. Leaves have been falling intermittently, but tornado's right in there. I'm getting easterly winds right now, which to me says that I'm still safe with my current position. Whole thing, I mean, that eerie glue blow, that is the tornado.
Wow.
Capucci, can you explain to the folks at home why you see that greenish, bluish kind of hue?
Yeah, that's all precipitation in the storm, but the fact that we're able to, I mean, it's tough to appreciate, but look how much motion there is. I'm going to zoom in just a sec and see if I can, tilt the camera a little. But yeah, so the tornado is right in there. It is likely very rain wrapped, which is unfortunate for us, just because it's going to be very tough to see. That's something. Are those birds? Birds, go away. I can see the left edge of the tornado now. Do you guys see the left edge? I'm gonna try to take a picture real quick.
Yes.
So yeah, massive rain wrapped tornado right now. And given that I do believe is a tornado, I think it's going to be safe for me to go a little farther north. Let me just get one last check of radar before I do. Oh, yeah. Yeah, there's the edge.
Yep.
So if you guys want to see the tornado on camera and you're watching on TikTok, head on over to the MyRadar app. Again, it's free to download. Go to the video portal and you can join us live, and you can see meteorologist Matthew Cappucci's live shot. It is pushing forward ahead of him right now. Just saw some birds seemingly trapped in that circulation. You can still see them there just at the bottom near the tree line there. This is in Collins, Mississippi, working its way toward Taylorsville right now. Jack, if we can show the picture-in-picture, I guess, of the radar that I have here, just so we can get we can show the folks here how tight this couplet is on the velocity scan. That is again showing us the wind speed. There it is. So it's heading right for Taylorsville right now. You need to be in your safe place if you live in Taylorsville. Looking at the correlation coefficient, we are now seeing the debris signature right here. That's that blue color that's showing us objects that are being lofted
and the reflectivity
vertically.
also showed a hook, Mike, too. The latest scan, I think, it's not as pronounced, but...
Yeah, it's right here. Again, for people that live in Taylorsville, this is not a drill. You need to be in your safe place immediately. You have a large tornado that is on the ground just to your southwest. You just saw it. Cappucci just showed it to you. It's right here in Taylorsville. Or it's coming to Taylorsville, I should say, just to the southwest of County Road 21 and State Road 37. Get you some local landmarks here. I think they just
updated it to a PDS tornado warning again.
Yep. Yes, it is. This is until for the next 26 minutes. But this thing is approaching Taylorsville downtown on Old Gilmer Road. That's right here. The DG Market and the Piggly Wiggly, just on the west side of town there, along State Road 28. Right here. So County Road 14, the tornado is approaching that right now as we speak. Just west of Lion Creek. That runs just to the south of town, just near the DG Market. Again, Piggly Wiggly is up here near Welcome Street. And it looks like that tornado, again, a PDS tornado warning. You can see it right here, the debris signature. That is the storm that meteorologist Matthew Cappucci just showed you moments ago. That is pretty significantly rain-wrapped, so it's very difficult to see. But that is indeed the tornado.
What's big? Oh my!
It looks like they just issued another tornado warning for Collins, for that tornado that's near Bassfield, or I'm seeing it at least on velocity, which is
right.
Just this measures how tornado rotates. Our rotation tracker, I like to say as well, it kind of gives us a perspective of where it could be potentially located. And yeah, just a little bit southwest of Bassfield. And that's a new tornado warning for some of those same areas.
This one right here, that again is approaching Taylorsville, is a PDS tornado warning. You can see the debris signature. Meteorologist Matthew Cappucci is chasing it. Or it looks like we're running into some connectivity issues there. That's just how things go down in the deep south, where cellular connectivity is. Yeah, so just a little inside baseball here. Jack just said into my ear that his live transmitter there, which is utilizing cellular connectivity in the area and taking multiple ones and bonding it together, is at 54 kilobytes per second. That is very, very low. Very, very low. I believe that's right around dial-up internet speed. So we'll see if we can get Cappucci back here. Of course, being near this massive tornado not helping things. Yeah, Jack, if we want to, we've got his shot there, but of course, just let me know when we can see it again. We should get a new radar scan here momentarily, Erica, for this guy here, for this tornado as it approaches Taylorsville. We'll see where it goes from here, but you most certainly need to be in your safe place. It is imperative that you are in a shelter, a basement, the first floor of your home with as much of the interior walls protecting you from the outside as possible. This is not a joke. Very serious situation here. People asking in the chat here, what software is this? This is the MyRadar app. It's completely free to download. You can download it on all major mobile platforms, iOS, Android. Holy cow, Erica, do you see that? You see the new CC scan here?
Let's see. Oh yeah.
Ooh, okay, so folks, this product that we're looking at here, the
picking up some
correlation coefficient, right? This is a measure of objects that are being lofted vertically into the atmosphere, okay? So this is effectively showing us what we call a debris ball. We're going to look at a couple other reflectivity, or a couple other radar products. This is reflectivity, so this is showing us, again, the rain as the radar beam bounces off of the water in the atmosphere and returns to the radar. This right here is the hook echo, that overshooting top, that V notch, but then looping back around it, hooking on the back side here. Right here is your hook echo. This is the tornado. So that's number one. And Erica, look at the return on the reflectivity, this big red dot. I mean, this tornado is so powerful that, again, it is showing up there on reflectivity. If we switch to velocity, that, of course, is where you're going to see that couplet right here. And then if we switch to the correlation coefficient, that also is going to show us, again, that presence of the debris ball. This is very likely at least an EF3 tornado that is on the ground. For the folks that live in Taylorsville, all that we can do for them right now is just hope that they are in their safe place. This is not great. Obviously, not great. A PDS tornado warning, again, a particularly dangerous situation. There's another one coming to your southwest, but this right now is the more significant threat, being that it is effectively right over the top of the community of Taylorsville. Oh, man. Golly. So we're going to keep a very close eye on this here. Again, if you are watching on up. All right, so just got the chills there a little bit here, folks. So that tornado is right over the top of Taylorsville. Taylorsville, home to 1,148 people at last check from the 2020 census. That is effectively right over the top of the north side of town. That includes the Piggly Wiggly over there on Central Street and the First Baptist Church and Royal Inn. Taylorsville United Methodist Church. If any of you can hear me, remain in your safe place. There is a very large tornado on top of your town right now. Out ahead of that, folks, it gets a little more rural along the Leaf River there in South County Road 19S. It looks like Zion Church is north and west of this. And then this is just marked as elementary school there in Taylorsville, west of the Clear Creek Baptist Church. Man. Again, we're looking at Taylorsville, Mississippi here. We've got these storms on the backside in Louisiana, but as it stands, nothing super significant from those. Erica, if you can just keep an eye on the ones up there into now northern
yeah, I'm seeing
Alabama.
if there's any visuals of this tornado in Taylorsville. I'm not seeing anything yet, but
yeah, we're working on getting Capucci shot back here. All right. Little refresh here, folks. My name is Mike Linden. I'm a meteorologist with MyRadar. I'm joined by meteorologist Erica Lopez. We are, of course, with the MyRadar weather app. We're coming to you live from the MyRadar studio here in Orlando, Florida. Erica is joining me in the stream, too. We've got Jack in the back running the show. Mauricio, I believe, just got here as well. So, again, it's a full team effort here. Meteorologist Matthew Capucci is in the field. Moments ago, we showed you this tornado as it moved through the Collins, Mississippi area. Storm chaser Jordan Hall is also out in the field. Jack, if you want to pull his camera up too while we have it, just to leave it up there. Looks like Jordan is in Enterprise, Mississippi. You can see it now in the corner of your screen. Folks that are watching us on TikTok, I can't show you the storm chasing feed just because we can't show people that are driving. So if you'd like to check it out, come visit over, join us on the MyRadar app. Download the app for free to be able to check that out. All right. Also, I would add, if you are watching on all of these social media platforms, like TikTok, for example, we'd appreciate it very much if you were to be so kind as to follow us. It's completely free to do so. That way you are up to date on any and all active and severe weather. That way you know whenever we drop a new TikTok, whenever we go live. And please, please share the stream out to people. We really want to make sure that in the off chance that they might know someone that lives in this part of Mississippi, that they are able to get this information to them. Eric and I are not just two folks that are talking about the weather. We have dedicated our lives to meteorology. So we certainly know what we're talking about.
Mike, looks like they just did extend that PDS tornado warning just a little bit more to the east. So it includes Montrose, Bay Springs, Enterprise, Stonewall, Mississippi. So that is a new PDS tornado warning that they just issued.
Oh, it looks like Capucci is calling me here. Stand by 1 second, Eric. I'm going to talk to him. He just hung up on me. So, Erica, if you want to just take the lead for here a second, I'm going to give Capucci a call.
Yeah, so we're right now tracking, and this is a newly issued tornado warning for the PDS tornado that is now just to the north of Taylorsville. Now, the movement of the storm is going to be a little bit more northeast, and so they have just extended that tornado warning, and that's a particularly dangerous tornado warning. So this is a considerable threat. It is on the ground now, and they expect it to remain on the ground in those areas. So this goes until 3:15 p.m., and these are for Jasper County, East Central Mississippi, Northwestern Clark County, and this is until 3:15. And we're working to get Capucci's camera on here. He is on this tornado. So yeah, I'm just trying to get the latest information here. So I'm watching your comments in the chat as well, but this is really the more considerable threat now. And there's actually several tornado warnings behind this confirmed particularly dangerous situation tornado warning. So Collins, once again, you are under a tornado warning. And this was an observed tornado earlier. And then even behind those, we have two other tornado warnings, also both in Mississippi. So we're talking about the cities of Magnolia, Macomb, and there's actually, and I think that's in New Orleans, or not, Louisiana, just north of New Orleans, this Franklinton tornado warning. So several tornado warnings, not aside from that particularly dangerous situation tornado warning that we're watching. And there's quite a bit as well in the state of Alabama. So we are tracking several tornado warnings right now. And really the more considerable one is just now. And I'm looking at the latest velocity scan here. Yeah, it's coming close to Bay Springs. It's between Taylorsville and Sylvarnia. A lot of lightning too associated with this. A lot of lightning. Yeah.
Hey, Jack, if you can hear me, I've got Capucci on the phone. He said that his signal's looking a little bit better on his camera shot. Is it?
So we're working on getting Capucci back in here, but
okay.
Yeah, so let's see, I'm watching your comments here. So far, and it looks like Bassfield, at least for that tornado warning, that tornado is to the north. Jack, if we can take the Mac Mini and show the warnings there so I can follow along. Thank you. So here's a kind of and zoomed out perspective of where we're seeing these tornado warnings. So you can see quite a bit of them, especially in the state of Mississippi, and we have several in the state of Alabama. So the more considerable threat that we're watching, and the one that has that particularly dangerous situation tornado warning is just north of Taylor, and we can switch here through some of our products. And of course, this is our rotation tracker. You can see Taylorsville, that's where we're watching that PDS tornado warning. And let's get some of these. Yeah, so this, I like to call it our debris tracker. It really gives us a good perspective of what is being lofted into the atmosphere. So the bluer it is, the more consistent that the radar is noticing that there's something in the atmosphere. And the latest radar scan looks like it's not noticing it as much as it was before. And so there is a tornado on the ground. This just confirms to us these are several different products that we can use in the MyRadar app to track tornadoes, especially strong tornadoes. So now you're seeing our different products. This is our basic reflectivity product, and you can see how most of this is now just pushing into Bay Springs, and that PDS tornado warning continues over these areas. So we're going to continue to watch this. But I know there are several other tornado warnings, and I do want to show those because even in Collins earlier, you were under a tornado warning, this PDS tornado warning. There was a confirmed tornado. We watched the tornado live on our stream as it was moving into just on the outside of Collins. Now, you guys are under another tornado warning, and we're also seeing a pretty significant rotation with this. This is our rotation tracker. It helps us track exactly what the storm is, and with every new scan, we can really follow where it's going. So it looks like, and compared to the last storm that moved over Collins, it might either move to the north of a Collins, or a Collins, you might be right in the path of it. So if you're in Collins, Mississippi, you need to seek shelter immediately, in any of these tornado warnings as well. So really, that one is another tornado warning that we're watching. And right behind it, look at this. So you're seeing 3 tornado warnings. These 2 are for that same tornado that continues on the ground, another observer tornado warning in Collins, Mississippi. And right behind it is in Macomb, another tornado warning. And these are, and you can see using the MyRadar app, you can kind of read the latest update from the National Weather Service. So this is just a radar indicated tornado for now, tornado warning. And let's go a little bit more north. Some of you asking about Alabama here. And so let's give you a little bit of an update on that one. Let's do this. We could also toggle on maybe the Huntsville radar here. And yeah, so tornado warning. This is just south of, Muscle Shoals. And I know somebody in the chat was asking. At least as of right now, this is just a radar indicated tornado warning. Might be moving, if anything, if there is a confirmed tornado, it will be moving over Muscle Shoals. So if you're in Muscle Shoals, you need to be in your safe, in your shelter, the safest room in your home. Yeah, some of the latest radar scans. So that is the latest update, moving the rotation right over Muscle Shoals. And coming into Florence here within the next several minutes, Wilson Lake and Lexington and Anderson, Alabama. And this tornado warning goes through 3:15 Central Time. So that's what we're watching in Alabama. Yeah, Huntsville, I mean, you're definitely in that PDS tornado watch. So let's go back here, and I'm trying to keep up with your questions there. I hope this is helping you guys that are asking about other regions. That I know we've been on this PDS tornado warning for quite a bit of time. We're working on getting Capucci's live feedback in the in our stream. So let's talk about some of these newly issued tornado warnings that are just right on that border of Mississippi and Alabama. So Columbus, I think I saw someone, yeah, so someone's asking about Columbus, and I'm working on getting this radar to load here. But in Columbus, so we're talking about, and I'm going to read some. So I have actually the iPad next to me, so I can read a little bit more of the information with the MyRadar app. So right now, at least this is a radar indicated, and I am seeing in the velocity in our rotation tracker, I do see a very good indication that this is still rotating, but nothing is confirmed on the ground. And this is from Macon, so the rotation is just on the eastern side of Macon now. Columbus, you are in that tornado warning that expires in about 52 minutes. And this will be coming into parts of Alabama. We're talking about Pickensville, Memphis, Aliceville, Macedonia. That's what we're talking about there. So hopefully that helps for whoever's asking about Columbus. There's also another tornado warning to the south of that area. And yeah, these are popping up quickly. So we're trying to keep track of this, but I did want to go over some of the other tornado warnings that we're also seeing. Most of these are, at least for the one that's for Kemper County, that goes until 3 o'clock. That is a just radar indicated tornado warning. Yeah, I think the Mac Mini froze on me, Jack, so I can't really move it right now. I don't know if you can help me out there, Jack. Yeah, so looks like they just, for over Collins, and I want to see if I can see this on the MDOT traffic camera. Jack, let me know when we can get the Mac Mini back. It froze on me, and that's where I have that camera. So National Weather Service is saying that a large and dangerous tornado over Collins. And I'm seeing if I can see this in any of the cameras. So Collins, again, PDS tornado warning issued, a particularly dangerous tornado warning. And Taylorsville, I think they reissued that tornado warning because the confirmed tornado over Collins is going to move again over Taylorsville. So that is not a good situation that's ongoing there. Thank you, Jack, for moving that. It froze on me there for a second. So let's go back to the radar, and I'll have this traffic camera. I'll keep watching it. Let's see if I can pull it up bigger. Yeah, it's definitely looking ominous over Collins. I think I looked at it a little bit too late, but let's go back to the radar and show you what I'm talking about. So here are the tornadoes that we've been tracking, and really they are located, you could see, in south central Mississippi, very close to the Alabama border there, in case you're not familiar with Mississippi. And also, I'm watching the chat, so let me know where you're watching from, what you're curious about. What do you want to know for the next several hours? This is going to be the situation pretty much the rest of the afternoon, evening. Now, all of this is starting to move into Alabama, so we still got quite a bit of time. Mississippi, you're in that zone for high risk. And notice, if we put over our outlook, which we could also, we have the Storm Prediction Center's outlook in our app as well. You can kind of see, so that high risk, that's the highest risk level that the Storm Prediction Center can issue for storms. Look at where the tornado warnings, and especially the particularly dangerous tornado warnings, are located compared to where this risk zone is. So Alabama, that's why you're under that watch for the rest of the evening. So most of this activity is now pushing into Alabama. And so I know someone was saying zoom out. They kind of wanted to see a regional view, but we can go zoom back in and just go through our products that we have. So you can kind of see here, here's one area of rotation. And then here's another one, just to the west of Bay Springs. And so this is our rotation tracker. Now, what really helps us track a tornado, and you can really see this here, this, I call it debris tracker. It really lets us know, tornadoes pick up debris, where the tornado is located in perspective to the town. And this is just one of those other products that we can use to really pinpoint where that tornado is located. And you can see it right on the almost a similar path as that previous tornado that we were tracking over Collins. And so, yeah, that's a pretty significant debris signature there, just on the west side of Collins. So we'll keep looking at that and tracking that. So again, Collins, Taylorsville has been reissued in a PDS tornado warning. And then we also have another one coming into zones of eastern, south central eastern Mississippi. Yeah, so if you live anywhere in Mississippi, just have, your tornado plan in place. Where are you going to go during a tornado warning? This is just such a dangerous environment that we're working with these warnings. So yeah, I'm gonna see if I can get some latest updates on this. Yeah, so they're continuing that PDS tornado warning. And yeah, this is not. So we have currently 3 PDS tornado warnings and then several other tornado warnings. There's one in Alabama. And actually, look at this. There are several other tornado warnings right behind our PDS tornado warning. So it's pretty much a line of tornado warnings that may be coming into some of the same areas that's seen, at least so far today, 2 confirmed tornadoes in the same vicinity. So that's very concerning. And there's all kinds of reports of damage already with these 2 areas. Yeah, so I'm looking at your comments here on TikTok and...
All right, I'm back. Sorry, Erica. Okay.
Yeah. I can hear Mike.
I'm here.
I can hear you, Mike.
Great. All right. Sorry about that, guys. All right. So where are we at, Erica? Which storm are we watching? The one up in Florence?
Yeah, so there's actually 2. So they just reissued a PDS tornado warning over Collins. It's going back into Taylorsville, which we just saw a tornado go through that city. And those are really, I think the latest update, they just issued a tornado warning. It's not a PDS tornado warning, but there's still a confirmed tornado on the ground just north of, on the north side of Bay Springs.
Okay. All right. So let's re-rack things from the top here, folks. My name is Mike Linden. I'm joining you live from the MyRadar studio here in Orlando, Florida. I'm joined by meteorologist Erica Lopez. We've got meteorologist Matthew Capucci out in the field, as well as storm chaser Jordan Hall. It is a high-risk day for severe weather with numerous tornadoes that are touching down. It's been, at this point, a little too much to count, especially coming after a day like yesterday where Jack and I were here streaming to you live until roughly 3 o'clock Eastern time in the morning. This is several hours ago now at this point. So now we are here on Saturday the 15th with a high risk of severe weather, a 5 out of 5 on the Storm Prediction Center scale. Let me show you in the MyRadar app. It's super easy to do. If you click on the layers menu here, it brings up, hang on one second. Oops. Hang on one second here, Jack. My screen is going to go black for a moment. Give me just a second. Because I walked away from the computer, I let it slip on me here. Hang on one second. Cool. All right. So if I go into the MyRadar app, you guys should be able to see it, and we click on the layers menu. Looks like the stack of cards. I got outlooks turned on, but I just have the opacity lower, so I'm going to crank it up a little bit. You guys can see this purple and purplish, pinkish color. This is our high risk of severe weather. Again, a 5 out of 5 on the Storm Prediction Center scale. Effectively, what this means is the worst of the worst severe weather. This is a part of the world where there's a lot of failure modes for severe weather, where things, despite forecasting for it, can go wrong. But unfortunately, all of the parameters in play right now are leading to, again, supercell development. Of course, that's a thunderstorm with a deep column of rotating air within it. And these have had absolutely no problem whatsoever at spinning up. Again, I'm joined by meteorologist Erica Lopez. Erica, we've seen numerous tornadoes now at this point. A tornado emergency earlier today for parts of Mississippi. Storm chaser or meteorologist Matthew Capucci, he is in, I don't know his location. I know that he was on that storm in Collins. We got to see the tornado here. It's not working? Okay. Gotcha. All right, so we're looking here at this one. I believe that that's the tornado that he is looking toward, the one in Collins here. Radar confirmed tornado. You can see the rotation right here. Again, when you start to see this kind of thing popping out to you, again, I'm using this radar here in Jackson, Mississippi. So green is showing winds going toward the radar. Red is showing winds going away from the radar. This is just east of Mount Olive, just to the north of Collins, east of Highway 49, west of Taylorsville. Erica, Taylorsville, about an hour ago, right here, you can see, I mean, shoot, that wasn't even an hour ago. That was 10 minutes ago, was hit by a powerful tornado that has now worked its way up here into the Montrose area. Let's see. That's radar confirmed, not a PDS, meaning particularly dangerous situation, but it's just this conga line of tornado-warned storms. Right now, Taylorsville staring down the barrel of yet another one here. If I had to guess, Erica, this PDS tornado warning is going to be extended to Taylorsville here momentarily, and potentially even including Mize here, Mississippi. If we zoom on out, you can see just to the southwest of Meridian is this one here near Lewin and Montrose, north of Bay Springs. What road is this here? This is, looks like State Road 15, just along Lewin there. Again, a radar-confirmed tornado there, likely wrapped up in a bunch of rain. Let's see it. I mean, it's right here, right? The little hook, but it is running into the storm just behind it that's coming in over Bays or over Taylorsville. Let's go back here to the velocity scan. So again, east of Mount Olive, north of Collins is the one. We have the next one here near Montrose and Lewin. We head on up northward here near Scuba. So we're now on the border here of Mississippi and Alabama here, right? So here just to the south of Scuba. If you watched that show on Netflix, Last Chance U, Scuba is where the first few seasons took place from that JUCO school there. So right now it's just radar indicated rotation. You notice we start to lose it a little bit there. But if we go to the correlation coefficient, which is showing us objects being lofted vertically into the atmosphere, while that's probably not the signature of the tornado, it's very possible that it's something from the tornadoes behind it that's kicking up something, debris, and ejecting it that far out into the ahead of it. But that being said, it's trying real hard here as we get into Gainesville. I believe that is Alabama. Yes, Gainesville, Alabama. Again, it's just radar indicated rotation, but no such tornado exists as it is right now. Let's keep moving northward here. We'll take a look at this tornado warning that's in effect for the next 39 minutes. This is just radar indicated rotation for Brooksville, Columbus. This is, again, right there on that border of Mississippi and Alabama. And if we switch to velocity, you can see within it, there is some radar indicated rotation. And it looks like Capucci is on that storm here. Let me see if I can call him. Jack, I believe he's on that one in Collins. Let me pull him up here. Just going to mute myself for just a moment, and then we'll pull him on. All right, folks, so I've got meteorologist Matt Capucci on the field. Jack, if you can hear me there in the back, it looks like the ID for the Zoom room that he's trying to connect to, it's giving him an error message. So we'll take a shot for now. We'll talk about the tornado that he's looking at, and then perhaps Mauricio can help get things fixed. So, Capucci, we haven't been able to get an accurate location from you for about an hour now. Are you still on the Collins storm?
Yeah, so a tornado just passed through town. Again, it was rain-wrapped. It was very difficult to see. I could see the fuzzy outline of it. But debris was falling in town. If you check the MyRadar Twitter feed in just a moment, you'll be able to see some of that debris fall. And sirens are blaring. And it's funny because these are not the big hulking dark skies you see in the Great Plains. You know, it looks like a normal rainstorm. Suddenly it gets windy. You don't even realize you're on the edge of a tornado unless you're a trained meteorologist, and then it just goes back to a normal rainstorm again. It's a very strange sort of thing, and that's how it typically is down here in the Deep South. But yeah, if you take a look at the latest posting from the MyRadar Twitter account, you can see that debris falling in Collins. Mostly leaf debris. I didn't see much structural damage. However, in Taylorsville, with the northern tornado I chased, there is certainly some damage.
Yeah, so that Taylorsville storm, poor Taylorsville, they've been hit by 2 tornadoes, seemingly, it seems, all within the past 20 minutes.
Yeah. It's been, I feel so bad for them. It's one of those days, and there's even another one that's approaching Collins soon, too.
Right.
I may honestly just sit here and wait for it to approach, because that next one looks to be intensifying, and it's, like we said, that's kind of how days like today are.
Jack, can you take the PC real quick so we can show Capucci's video clip here? So the web browser, sorry. There it is. So that's what Capucci's talking about, the rain-wrapped tornado. It's right there. And look at all of the debris falling out ahead of it, right? You just have to look in the sky. And that's what the correlation coefficient is picking up on in some instances, especially for the blue dots that are extending far away from the center of circulation. So a great shot there. Jack, let's jump back to the app here. Again, the storm that Capucci's on. Capucci, you said that you're between Collins and Taylorsville?
Correct.
So right here.
Collins and Mount Olive. So
okay, I see where you are.
Yeah, so Taylorsville, it looks like that circulation's broadening out a little bit, which is probably good for them. Unclear if there's another tornado on the ground with that right now, but it looks to have sort of loosened a little bit. But I'm more concerned about the next ones in line, too. I mean, it's like these poor folks are not catching a break. The next one is going to be near Bassfield quite soon, but there's also a second circulation near Columbia. I'm almost wondering if those two cells either merge or they have kind of competing circulations or what the deal will be. But it's been a wild day so far. You know, one thing that I find interesting, I haven't really seen any, other than that first one we were tracking, I haven't seen any like long track tornadoes. There's that one, of course, that was the EF4 plus that impacted places, far southwest of, I think Tylertown was hit. Yeah, Tylertown was hit. But other than that one, I haven't really seen many, long trackers yet. But then again, it's only 2:40 local time. This event still probably has another 8+ hours. Right,
and we still haven't really gotten into Alabama yet, right? Which has been part of this high risk going back to the day 2 when they issued it yesterday. So for the folks in Mississippi, I mean, they're getting hurt real bad here. But the folks in Alabama that have been waiting all day, listen, you're under a PDS tornado watch into the evening hours. So the atmosphere, as you've seen, has most certainly delivered, and it is on its way to you. We are seeing some of those storms now beginning to cross over near the Scuba area, pushing toward Gainesville, Geiger, and just north of that, close to Columbus, Mississippi. So again, spots like Tuscaloosa, Birmingham, you are in that high risk. You are in the PDS tornado watch. We just haven't seen any of those storms come your way yet. The night and the afternoon is still very young. Capucci, we're going to keep your shot up here, but I'd like to see if we can get it resolved so we can pull you in via the show computer. So I'll, if you can reach out to Mauricio, we might be able to get things sorted. Is there anything else you'd like to say before we hang up on you here?
In the short term, no. I'll work on getting the Zoom issue
Cool.
squared away.
All right, and then I guess before you hang here, you said that you were going to stick around that Mississippi area, right?
I don't know. I'm considering trying to relocate northeast towards Alabama now, just to kind of catch all this as it works in.
Okay. All right. Just let us know what you end up doing. Jordan, I can't see his shot. I think that he's in Lewin, Mississippi. So I think that he is just ahead of you there on that Lewin, Montrose, Bay Springs area there, running parallel to Highway 45. So, yeah, I mean, you guys are right there on that Confluence band where it's just been one after the next. My gosh, though, that storm that went through Taylortown, that to your point, that was a biggie there. The first tornado emergency of the weekend thus far, right? I mean, we had what seemed like 1 million tornadoes yesterday, and what seems like 1 million of them today. And thus far, to my knowledge, the only tornado emergency that we've had thus far was that one. And boy, was that debris signature quite large. So, of course, for the folks that are watching, that are listening, you can't rate tornadoes in real time. You can kind of guesstimate just based on the gate-to-gate wind speeds that you're seeing, but ultimately it comes down to the damage. Capucci, before you go, can you tell folks the story that you were talking about yesterday with the water tower and the red car?
Yeah, so on April 27, 2011, the Phil Campbell tornado, the one that also hit Hackleburg, Alabama, which killed upwards of... Oh, hang on one sec. Someone's asking a question. Hey there. Sorry?
This is what happens with
the good news, I think you guys are done
with storm chasers.
Yeah, so just past. This is where we are right now. So that's the right there.
Property up there.
Oh, okay, gotcha. So that's moving towards Taylorsville. You guys are good for the next hour, but look, there's another circulation coming in about 30 minutes.
About 30 minutes.
About 30 minutes till the next one.
All right.
Stay safe.
That one must have been in the air when it come across.
Yeah, I mean, I saw a bunch of debris, but I haven't even seen any damage yet, so I may have lifted briefly. But
be careful.
No, thanks so much. Good luck. Stay safe.
All right, look at that. Our first interaction with was that in Mississippi there. Sounded like a nice guy. And then right in the background, as he was finishing that interaction, you heard the tornado siren. So, golly, a long afternoon continues for the folks of Mississippi. It is far from over. Capucci, if you want to get back to that story about the Phil Campbell tornado, and then we'll let you chat with Mauricio and Jack, see if we can get you fixed back with Zoom.
Yeah, so April 27, 2011, there was the tornado that hit Phil Campbell and Hackleburg, Alabama, killed upwards of 70 people. EF5 peeled cement off the ground. That's how strong it was. But when the Weather Service was doing damage surveys after, they found that someone's red car was thrown something like, I think it was a half mile. And they thought, wow, that's quite far to be thrown. But then they also noticed the water tower in town, even though it wasn't hit by the tornado, had a dent. And they noticed the dent had a little bit of red scrapes on it. And they tested the paint from the red scrapes, and they tested the paint of the car and found a match. So that car was picked up, thrown a half mile, give or take, into the water tower. That's how strong these tornadoes can be.
Yeah, that's a... And remind me, the Phil Campbell tornado, that was EF4, correct?
EF5.
Right. Jeez Louise, I'm slipping here. Yes, EF5. Anywho, there's meteorologist Matt Capucci. I need to get some caffeine here very shortly. All right, Capucci, I'm gonna send you to Jack and Mauricio, see if we can get you resolved with Zoom. Otherwise, I'll give you a call back here momentarily. All righty?
Great, thanks so much.
All righty. I think I just heard myself. Oh, went away. Cool. So there's meteorologist Matt Capucci, who is driving into Collins. You can see his shot there up on screen. So if you're watching in the MyRadar app, if you're watching on youtube.com/MyRadar, you can see it as well. For the folks that are watching on TikTok, I would most definitely love to show you the storm chaser footage, but TikTok doesn't mess around with any shots of driving. So I'm just not, unfortunately, going to be able to show that to you. Boy, we've got the bots back over here. Stand by, guys. Just got to block that person. Again, my name is Mike Linden. I'm a meteorologist with MyRadar. Of course, we've got the full MyRadar weather team here covering the high-risk severe weather day. Let's broaden things out momentarily before we take a tour around all of the tornado-warned storms, okay? So we're going to go into the app, and I'm going to just momentarily click on the Layers menu, and we're going to crank up the severe outlook here. You can see this pink purplish color. That is a high risk for severe weather. There have only been 65 high-risk days issued by the Storm Prediction Center, rather. The Navy SEALs, the tip of the spear of severe weather forecasting. And you can see that this encompasses Jackson, Hattiesville, Meridian, Mississippi, in addition to Tuscaloosa and Birmingham, Alabama. Those are the major metropolitan areas that are covered in that. Let me get you the accurate number of people that are at risk here. Stand by. That is roughly 3.3 million people. A lot of people. The red color, let me show you back one more time. The red color, much wider. That's a moderate risk of severe weather, where earlier today we did see that tornado develop, the only tornado emergency thus far of the day that developed just here over southern Mississippi. There's roughly 10.4 million people at risk of the moderate. The enhanced, that orange color, which includes Macon, Georgia, Athens, Atlanta, Albany, down into Tallahassee, Florida, and Nashville, Tennessee, that's roughly 10 million people as well. And then if we broaden it out even more, the yellow color, that's slight risk, that's 9, we'll call it 10 million people as well. So that's 10, 20, 30 and a half plus 3 and a half. So we're talking, oh, someone in my ear here, that's roughly 35 million people at risk for severe weather today. Not to mention, if I dim this down here just one more time and we go into our weather alerts, of course, I have all the warnings popped up, but I want to show you guys the tornado watch and I'll fill it in. Anywhere where you're seeing the yellow boxes here is a tornado watch. Some, though, are effectively a tornado watch with an asterisk on it, right? Particularly this guy over Alabama that is in effect until 8 o'clock Central Time. That is a PDS, or particularly dangerous situation tornado watch. And the wording from the National Weather Service is not messing around. Given the favorable environment, multiple intense to potentially violent tornadoes, EF3 to EF4 plus appear possible. South of that, for parts of Louisiana and southern Alabama. Also in the same deal, and until 8 p.m. Central Time, a PDS tornado watch. We are still in the midst of one here for Mississippi, where tornadoes are blowing through right now until 6 p.m. local time. So roughly 3 hours to go there. For northern Alabama, that includes Florence and Huntsville, you are also under a PDS tornado watch until 8 p.m. Central Time. Advancing northward, the last one to cover here is here in Tennessee, Nashville, Murfreesboro, Cookeville, Dixon. You are under a tornado watch until 9 p.m. Central Time, but it is not a PDS. You can still absolutely see a tornado, one of which that could be quite powerful, but the more significant favorable environment, given the timing of these storms, is to your south in Mississippi and Alabama. I hear somebody in my ear here. Is that Capucci?
I don't know. Maybe I'm back.
It is Capucci. I hear him.
Oh, good. It worked.
He's back and better than ever. All right.
Amen
So
to that.
we've got meteorologist Matthew Capucci. Again, we were just talking to him earlier about the Phil Campbell tornado that was rated EF5. The last EF5, mind you, in the United States of America, we did a great piece that Capucci put together about where did all the EF5s go? The last one, of course, being in Joplin, Missouri in 2011. It's been 14 years since an EF5. Capucci, we had people asking before, is it just a matter of the National Weather Service survey meteorologists kind of hesitant to categorize one as an EF5? Has anything changed in the way that they look at tornado damage? And is there maybe a storm that has happened since then that you think maybe did deserve an EF5 rating?
I'm sure we have a dozen or 2 dozen tornadoes every year that have EF5 strength winds at least. In fact, a study by Karen Kasiba and Josh Werman did a Doppler analysis, and they found that most tornadoes have winds about 1 category stronger than what their actual rating is. In other words, most EF2 rated tornadoes probably have winds in the EF3 plus range. And so I think it comes down to what the scale is. People always say the EF scale is a scale used to rate tornado strength. And it's not. It's a scale used to rate tornado damage. And if a tornado doesn't damage anything, can't get a high rating. Moreover, if a tornado completely obliterates a structure, but it was determined via engineering that that structure would have failed in winds in the EF4 range, then even if the National Weather Service is sure it was an EF5, they can only rate it EF4. There are very few damage indicators that wouldn't fail at EF4, that would fail at EF5. And those are the tricky ones. And so getting that to occur and having a tornado reach its peak strength over a structure that is built to withstand an EF4 tornado, but fail in an EF5 is a very tricky thing. And so for that reason, I'm sure I've chased EF5 strength tornadoes before, but you're just going to be hard pressed to get an EF5 tornado given everything that has to sort of line up just right.
So again, it's for the folks that have been asking. I've seen a lot of those comments on YouTube and on X and on TikTok. So thank you for covering that, Capucci. Appreciate it very much. And again, I highly suggest if you want to check that video out that Capucci did. Where did all the EF5s go? It's on our YouTube page, youtube.com/MyRadar. Okay, so let's look at some of our active storms here. Capucci is down here, right? So he is between Mount Olive and Collins, Mississippi. If I jog it back, you can see that storm that is now just passed through Taylorsville again. You're talking about a community that has been hit. Look, if I bring it all the way back as far as I can go here, this is roughly 2 hours ago. So there's, boom, one tornado right here. You guys can see it on the velocity scan, right? Of course, green showing winds toward the radar, red away from it. So there's one. That was at roughly 2:06 Central Time. I'm here in the Eastern Time Zone. That's why my time says 3:06. If I keep advancing it out, bang, there's the other one in Taylorsville. Again, that same storm here in Taylorsville, as it stands right now, is radar confirmed. And what that means is that based on, let alone the velocity, but looking at the correlation coefficient, for example, that's showing us debris signatures, these little blue dots, right? They're showing us objects that are being lofted vertically into the atmosphere that don't belong there. And very interesting here, right here on the radar scan, can you guys see all the little blue shards going over Mount Olive? Let me know in the chat if you guys can see this here. All of those little blue shards there, and there's the other tornado, that went through Mount Olive. While that doesn't represent the actual tornado, being that it's kind of like in a broad pattern there, that's showing debris that is being lofted out ahead of storms that are on their way. And if you saw on our X account earlier, Matthew Capucci captured that between Mount Olive and Collins with debris flying all around him. So it's kind of just been that day where these storms are following along that confluence band. Imagine it like an invisible little highway that all these storms are finding the path of least resistance and just chugging along there. All right, so let's take a look at what else we got going on. So I'm going to jump over here to Alabama. We're going to switch to this station here. We now have our first larger tornado warning here into Alabama that's just west of Tuscaloosa. It's radar indicated, so it is not a tornado on the ground, but let's just see what's going on here. Now, okay, let's talk through this one here. I see Erica is back as well, and then Will Cano should be joining us here within the next hour or so. You see this right here near Geiger? This right here, this storm is kind of off on its own, right? And it is running kind of west and north, west-ish of Moundville here in Tuscaloosa. But down here near Geiger, let's just see what they're saying here. So radar indicated, and then out ahead of it here for communities such as southeastern Pickens County and northwestern Greene County, it's just radar indicated as it stands right now. We'll look at the velocity. I might have to switch to a different radar. Let's go up here, see what we can find. So it's kind of in here, just to the northwest of Gainesville. This same area here did see a storm pass through earlier this afternoon, but this seems to be one of the more significant ones thus far, just based on the way that it looks on reflectivity. You can, of course, see right here, coming in around Gainesville, this dry slot here coming into the storm. Oh, hang on 1 second here, guys.
Ow.
Erica, if you can just take over just a moment.
Yeah, so I'm kind of on a watch here because I think there are some tornado warnings that I think they might allow us expire. And really, the more significant storm that I'm watching. And Jack, let's see if we can pull up the Mac Mini so I can kind of go through the radar here. So as Mike was explaining, we do have several tornado warnings. Most of them, again, these are all in Mississippi. I see some of you on TikTok. Somebody was saying that they're freaking out over a thunderstorm in Tennessee. So most of the tornado warnings are in Mississippi. And we do have some coming into Alabama. They're kind of all right behind each other with this line of storms. But yeah, Mike, I was just saying, I'm kind of waiting to see what they do with the tornado warning. So that I am seeing some rotation with the storm just on the northeast side of Columbia. Yeah. I think that's south.
Near Columbia. Wait.
Yeah. And so I think they extended that tornado warning. Yeah. So the tornado warning over Bassfield right now, but there's still, and it's still a PDS, but it's not, there's nothing there yet. I think that's going to expire here soon. And so I'm kind of waiting to see what they're going to do with that. They might extend the warning or draw a new polygon there. So in areas like Sumrail, yeah, just waiting
Erica,
to see those new
you see this one that we're looking at here, just east of Geiger. I got to switch to a different radar here. Let's go with the one just to its north here. I mean, look
Erica,
at this
guy. Erica, the one that you mentioned is the one I'm en route to right now.
Okay, yeah.
The one back near Meridian?
No,
it's a little bit more south of Collins.
Oh, Columbia. I see it. Sorry, guys. I found it.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is the one that Capucci's talking about. So Erica and Capucci were just talking about. We got Bassfield, Silver Creek, Prentice, Columbia. Right down here, it's just to the west of Hattiesburg. So there's two centers of circulation, one here south of Bassfield, northeast of Columbia, and then another south of Silver Creek. We can see that right here and then right here. Capucci, which one are you on? The one near Columbia or the one west of Bassfield?
Bassfield. So that there's going to be a new tornado warning soon for Summerall. There's got to be. Erica was just mentioning it. It looks, I mean, there's a donut hole on radar. I wouldn't be surprised if it was on the ground, but I'm rushing down. I'm not going to make the Summerall, so I'm going to be on the road that passes south of Seminary. I'm going to try to get ahead of it so we can get a better view.
Okay. So this is the one we're talking about here. It's running parallel to Highway 98 right here. So this is radar indicated to Capucci's point. So more than likely being that this is nearing the edge of the warning and it's 15 minutes for expiration. Here in Summerall, right here, west of Highway 49, pretty likely west of the Hattiesburg-Laurel Regional Airport that is going to get a tornado warning here momentarily. Let's jump back real quick. We won't forget about it. I want to go back and look at this storm that's west of Tuscaloosa. Is now again. Okay, so we want to look at the one west of Tuscaloosa here because now we're starting to see some circulation in there. And you can see again that the hook echo is there. Right here is likely where it is really trying to spit something down, just to the north of Gainesville here. Now, again, it's still radar indicated. We don't have any confirmation of anything here just yet. But this is our first one kind of venturing into Alabama. The circulation is really tightening up here. It's just south of the George Downer Airport, west of Union. North of Gainesville. So it wasn't too long ago that we didn't see much rotation out of this, and now all of a sudden it is really cropping up on us here. I am not seeing anything just yet on the correlation coefficient rather, but this is our first big one to work its way into Alabama here. Of course, Tuscaloosa is east of it. It is south where it could be close. Of course, Union is here. Aliceville. Let me pull it up here. Erica, as long as you keep an eye on the one that Capucci is near in Mississippi here, I just want to make sure that given...
I think we heard you, Capucci.
We heard you.
Oh, sorry. Lightning struck just very, very close. But Erica, I mean, that one you pointed out, that thing has a whole donut hole on radar. It's looking nasty.
Yeah, and there's no warning. So
There's got to be.
I mean, there's Sumrall. Yeah, that's what I'm concerned. Sumrall, Seminary, Collins possibly again.
You can see it. I can see it. You know, for the folks at home, don't wait for a tornado warning in Sumrall. Be in your shelter right now. It's just strengthening and strengthening. And you know, Erica, it's sort of on the southern end of everything. I think in addition to it being obviously warranting of a tornado warning, I put a PDS on it.
Yeah, I agree. That's kind of what I was waiting for, but it hasn't happened yet. But yeah, if you're in Sumrall, definitely seek shelter now, even though you're not in a tornado warning. That's going to come very close.
I'm just wondering, like, if it's understaffing or something, just because, I mean, the folks at the Jackson office are usually phenomenal. I mean, they have some of the best meteorologists in the country in Jackson. And so I'm just wondering if the recent, you know, political climate has led to understaffing there, but we can't be sure.
Mm-hmm. Capucci, which radar are you using to see the BWER there? Jackson or Mobile?
Jackson.
Jackson? Okay.
Oh, we finally get a tornado warning for the next 57 minutes. It goes until 4 p.m. local time. And that, I believe, includes Sumrall and Seminary, which I'm blasting southeast towards right now.
So you guys can see this on my screen here. Seminary right here. My mouse cursor is highlighting around it. And then Sumrall just to the south here. It's all along State Road 589, west of the Bowie River and west of Highway 49. This is, of course, the center of circulation. There's that new tornado warning that Capucci and Erica have been asking for, and the National Weather Service delivers. It is a PDS tornado warning. So here it is. Now, again, it's saying radar indicated rotation, but from everything that we can see here, right here is that circulation. Again, looking at the correlation coefficient, you can see some splotches of blue in there, but no pronounced circle, right? It's a big mess here.
Yeah, and Collins and Taylorsville, once again, under a PDS. This is the third PDS tornado warning for them.
Right. 55 minutes to go on this too, mind you. Well, sometimes quite literally, Capucci. All right, we're not gonna forget about that one, Erica. If you can keep watching that one here, I just want to go back to Alabama and see what we're seeing what we're dealing with here.
I'm almost at Seminary. Oh my gosh, it's just tightening so much. I'm almost a Seminary.
Jack, can you take his shot here? Unless is it frozen there? I see it coming in and out. I see it on the screen here.
So it's obviously very dark right now. I'm going through something called the forward flank downdraft, where all the rain and the hail come down. But I'm going to try to blast southeast of that on this road, such that I can get to a place where hopefully I'll be in a better spot. By the way, in a second on the screen, you're going to see a bunch of weird denuded trees. This is a damage path from 2020. So this same area got an EF4 tornado in 2020. The damage path is right here. I'm driving through an EF4 damage path that's 5 years old.
Wow.
Yeah. So it's so weird. You can still even see some down trees. But yeah, that was the Bathfield tornado from, I believe it was April 12, 2020. And now this same similar area is facing a PDS tornado warning. And it looks pretty tight. I'm hoping it's not too rain wrapped. We're going to have to see. But yeah, I'm blasting south. I'm almost to Seminary. And I'm hoping after Seminary, the rain will wind down so we can hopefully get a visual, because the tornado right now would be on my right. You won't be able to see it because obviously it's A, a little rain wrapped right now, but B, everything's so far away. But I'm hoping by the time we get southeast of Seminary in the next 5 to 7 minutes, you'll be able to see something called the vault. So the area where there's no real precip falling, it's kind of in the curved part of the storm. And hopefully that'll give us a better visual.
All right. I think it's Mauricio that's switching, actually. Mauricio, if you can bring it back to the app here, we want to make sure that we're showing the radar as much as we can. For those of you that are just joining us, my name is Mike Linden. I'm a meteorologist with MyRadar. Of course, I'm joined by the rest of the MyRadar weather team, meteorologist Erica Lopez, as well as meteorologist Matt Capucci, you just heard, who is out in Mississippi right now, tracking, as you can see behind me, right over my shoulder here, that high-risk area. It's that pink-purple color. There have only been issued 65 times by the Storm Prediction Center, yet here we are on March 15th. So, lot going on here. We've got Storm Chaser Jordan Hall as well. If you want to see those feeds, by the way, if you're watching on TikTok, we are streaming across all of our platforms. Someone said, Mike, how's your day going? Very busy. Very, very busy. That's how my day is going. But if you would like to see the Storm Chaser live feeds, I can't show them to you on TikTok. We're a little worried about showing driving footage there, given that it's a little dicey with their AI moderation. But come on over to the MyRadar app. It's free to download. And of course, at the same time, while you're watching the Storm Chasers, you can also drive the radar along with us here. So let's take a look at what we're dealing with right now. So that storm that Capucci is on right now is this PDS tornado warning here in Mississippi. That includes Collins, Seminary, Ellisville, Summerall. This is the rotation down into here. Let me switch to the... What am I doing?
Mike, something interesting too I just saw.
There it is.
And this is like nothing to do with tornadoes. A small earthquake actually occurred just on I think that's Taylorsville, just on the northwestern side of Taylorsville.
You said a small earthquake?
Earthquake, yeah, like a magnitude 3. So that's another...
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I just saw that.
Look at that.
You could see that on the MyRadar app. It's odd.
Magnitude 3. Look at that. At a depth of 10.5 kilometers. That happened, looks like roughly 10 minutes ago. Golly. So two tornadoes passed through Taylorsville, and then a tornado, or rather an earthquake. Holy cow. And of course, you can track earthquakes for free in the MyRadar app as well, in addition to wildfires, objects in space. Let's take a look at the power outages. We haven't done that in a minute here. And you can see a whole big string of them all along where our tornadoes have been running all evening long. For the poor folks of Taylorsville, that's taken a couple of direct hits here. Smith County, we're looking at roughly 18% of customers without power there. Remember, a customer is not representative of the true human impact. A customer could be a single house, right? But there could be 4, 5, even 10 people in it. Down here in Tylertown, which did take a hit earlier in Walthall County from a tornado emergency tornado. That probably was one of the more significant radar returns that we saw. Roughly half of the entire county is without power. Roughly 3,800 customers all without power. And again, you can track the power outages in the app for free just by toggling on the power outages layer. So let's head back up here to, we've got the one here, the circulation that Capucci is on, east of Bassfield, southwest of Seminary. We've got this one up here into Montrose and Lewin. I believe that's the one that Jordan is on. That is radar just indicated rotation. And then we've got this guy up here in Alabama. So I want to keep an eye on this. We now have some better, more clearly defined rotation. If I go back to reflectivity, I mean, that is a really nasty looking hook echo here, just south of the George Downer Airport. And notice if I jog it back, you can see as it crossed the Mississippi line, it went over Scuba as a tornado-warned storm. As it passed over Geiger, you start to see that inflow notch really begin to develop. And now here, we're getting real darn close, just west of Union, south of Aliceville and Carrollton. Let's see what that is. That Gordo? Gordo is in the polygon here, heading toward Highway 82. Now, this looks to be developing rather fast here. We still don't necessarily have a strong return on the correlation coefficient, but on the velocity scan, we can absolutely see right in here. I'm using, I believe, the Birmingham radar. So green is showing the winds going toward it. Red is showing winds going away from it. So this is just west of Tuscaloosa here.
Oh, hey guys.
Yes.
I'm so sorry to bug you. There's a massive debris ball on the radar with the circulation that is soon to approach Seminary.
Okay, let's go back and look at it here. We're kind of bouncing between the two. So
And
we're
my
going to use the
camera shot is
Jackson
up.
radar.
Yeah, I'm
Yes.
using. Yeah,
I'm using
my
that one.
camera shot's up. So it looks like a nice sunny day.
We're looking
but
at it.
Yeah, well.
Yeah, here it
go back.
is. Here it is. On radar.
I worry it's going to hit the
Mauricio,
town of Seminary.
There it is. Yeah, it's kind of on its path there, right? So it's to the east of Bassfield. So this, what Capucci is alluding to when he says a debris ball, this product here, correlation coefficient, to borrow a term from him, looks like a bucket of spilled paint, right? So all of it is red and all messy, but then right here, this little spot sticks out. And what this is measuring are objects that are being lofted vertically into the atmosphere, right? The radar is not going to be able to determine exactly what that is, but when you see it just like this and using forensic radar meteorology to determine, again, here we have the velocity scan, so we see that the spin coupled with the correlation coefficient. This tells us that this is a tornado that is on the ground, strong enough to produce this little debris ball here, which would indicate, at least EF2, EF3 intensity here on its way towards Seminary. We've got Capucci's shot here. We haven't spoken to Jordan in a minute. I think that he's still north up in Lewin, so he's on a different storm there. But needless to say, it seems like Mississippi has been over-delivering at this point from the thunderstorm, or from the tornado development, rather. But we urge people that live in Seminary here along Highway 49 to be in your safe place.
I'm on Highway 49.
Okay, so Capucci is keeping an eye on things there.
Seminary, 3 south of Seminary on Highway 49.
Seminary population 314 people as of the 2010 census, so a very small community there. Literally, they have a main street, a bank, and a supermarket, it looks like, with a gas station there near 49, and what looks to be a very strong tornado heading right to them. This is, right, a PDS, so a particularly dangerous tornado watch, or warning, rather. It is continuing to work its way right for Seminary. We're not going to give up on that one, but I just want to real quick go check what's going on over here in Aliceville, because, again, it's there's something right here, right? And could be a little sneaky little secondary rotation down this way. But as it stands, as of right now, this is just radar indicated. Does not show that there's anything on the ground just yet, just to the west of Tuscaloosa. Thus far, the very large population centers have been spared. Yesterday, we did see some tornadoes that went through St. Louis. But as it stands right now, the larger population centers have not seen anything come through just yet. Let's jump back to CC, and we're going to look here at Seminary, keep a close eye on things. Of course, we've got Capucci's shot there. You can see that he is rolling fairly slowly there on Highway 49. So, Capucci, are you in Seminary, or are you closer to Collins?
I'm just south of Seminary, but now it looks like Seminary might be a direct hit, so I'm going to go actually right into Seminary proper. So you're about to see me turn around on Highway 49 as I head northbound again, yielding. All right, so in just a sec, now that we're going northbound, you're going to be able to see to our left some very dark skies. That's where the updraft is, and I'm just barely beginning to see some of the rugged cloud base. So if we do get a visible tornado, we're going to see that hopefully in the next 10-ish minutes. I'm looking left. I can see the cloud base. It is whirring closer. I cannot see the tornado. Oh, is that it? I can't tell.
Mauricio, if you can have the radar here in a picture-in-picture there in the corner, if we can, while we have this up. Just want to make sure.
It's just tough there. So few, places where I can see anything actually.
There have been quite a few rain-wrapped tornadoes today, Capucci.
Yeah, I was
the one that you captured earlier in Collins.
Truth be told, though, I was shocked I was able to get that close to it. I mean, it was the first one, the Taylorville one, was eerie. The Collins one, I think it briefly lifted, but suffice to say, it's been kind of an eerie day.
Hey, and I'll remind you guys, if you are enjoying our coverage thus far, again, if you're watching on TikTok, for example, we'd really appreciate it if you were to like us, or follow us, rather, on TikTok. We're almost at 114,000 followers. It's totally free to do so. All you have to do is hit that follow button. I think it's over my head. Totally free to do so. Head to our profile and download the MyRadar app as well. It's totally free to download. iOS, Android, Windows. Of course, you can get it on the Amazon platforms as well. If you're watching on YouTube, hey, we'd really appreciate it if you hit that like button. It really helps us break through the algorithm and gets this information in front of as many people as possible. And of course, if you are watching elsewhere, be sure to follow us on whatever social media platform you're watching on. Or if you're watching in the MyRadar app, we love you. All right. So let's go back here to the chat. We're keeping a close eye. Capucci, it looks like the debris ball there on the storm to Seminary is losing it a little bit, but yes, it does certainly seem like a direct hit at this point to Seminary.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out where I can turn around.
The rotation looks to be broadening out just a little bit here, extending from Seminary up toward Collins.
Yeah.
But the debris still kind of aligns with Seminary there. So you said you're heading northbound.
I am. I'm just south of Seminary right now by maybe a mile, and I just want to find a clearing so I can know what I'm up against. That's the tricky part of chasing down here. I mean, I briefly saw what appeared to be it moments ago, but I mean, look around. There are just trees everywhere.
See on someone on YouTube that says that the app does not load on PC. Make sure that you have the updated version of the app. We discovered a bug last week, and a big shout out to our Windows team who caught that. All should be fixed. So just make sure you go to the Microsoft Store, go to downloads, hit get updates, and you should be fixed straight away. Okay, so right here, just west of Seminary, is that storm. Let's go back to the CC again, the correlation coefficient. So Capucci should be approaching that momentarily. We can see his shot there in the corner, that things are darkening up just a little bit here. We're going to come right back. I just want to see what's going on over here in Alabama, just west of Tuscaloosa. This is the first time that we have had a storm approach a major population center just yet. There's still rotation within this. Still just radar indicated, though, so no confirmation of anything on the ground just yet. But golly, I mean, that's a hook echo right in there. You have your inflow right here, your overshooting top, your V-notch right here. This tornado warning that includes Gordo in effect for the next 26 minutes. So we shall see if that does put down anything. But let's go back to the storm in Seminary here where Capucci is, where we are chasing an active tornado here.
Yeah, so I can't tell if that's it. It may be rain wrapped. It may be, I mean, that's obviously the spinning part of the storm right there. So we are just waiting to see if that is it. It's, I mean, that's clearly the center of circulation right there. The rotation is just down there.
Take it in full, Jack, if you can. There we go.
The wind where I am is still out of the south. And so I am confident that I'm south of the circulation. But that said, I mean, it's going to be a nail biter.
All right, so we'll stay right here. Capucci is in Seminary. This is a town of 314 people as of the 2010 census. I mean, I'm looking at a map here. I see a single bank, a single supermarket, a restaurant, and a gas station. In fact, Capucci, I see the Shell gas station here on the map. I know exactly where you are. Yep. That's the single gas station that I was alluding to. So again, a very small community here in rural Mississippi. And there is there's a tornado that seems to be pushing that way. Wrapped up in rain. I mean, what an atmosphere we've had today.
They're trying to get people to go south because people are unwittingly driving into it.
When you say they, who do you mean?
Sorry, there are other storm chasers in the side of the road.
Gotcha.
I'm going to step out real quick.
Okay, we're going to stay on Capucci's shot. Jack, if you can hear me, if we can pull up the app in picture, just while we're looking at this, just so we can, so the debris signature is still there, southwest of Seminary. Bridget, watching in Collins, I hope that you are okay. Oh, Mel, thank you very much.
There it is.
Oh, yeah, there it is.
Pivoting that. Oh, that's massive. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, there it is. There it is.
All right. Hang on one sec. I'll call momentarily.
No, you're good.
I got to leave Zoom for a sec.
No worries. Do your thing. All right, so we're going to stay on Capucci. He's looking at the storm here. Again, if you see on the radar, I'll zoom in real tight. It's right there, right? So it's passing Seminary Summerall Road, State Road 589, and west of Old Highway 49. Again, this is a situation where this thing is wrapped up in rain pretty tightly. But we did get a look at it there. You just saw it momentarily.
And I don't know who's, can we put the radar on one of the corners? I think we're kind of covering the
It is. We have it up.
image there. Okay. I meant to move it.
Gotcha.
Oh no.
Truck driving right in front of his shop.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're going to stay here. Erica, we just don't want to lose sight of the storm up there in, whatchamacallit, up in Alabama.
Yeah, that one, I was looking at it. I think it's coming close to just on the north side of Huntsville. Yeah.
All right, so we've got, momentarily, we're going to be joined by news contributor Will Cano. So Mauricio or Jack. Jack, you're switching now? It's still Mauricio? Gotcha, okay. So Will's going to be joining us here momentarily. All right, so Capucci had to step away from the Zoom. I think that's because he needed to step out of the car to go and shoot some video. So that should momentarily be going out to our social media pages. Let me see. It has been a crazy day so far. I still can't believe, Erica, that there was a 3.0 magnitude earthquake near McGee.
Yeah, it's a little wild.
It's crazy.
That's the last thing they needed over there. I mean, it's a minor earthquake, but I'm sure that was a little scary.
It's still an earthquake.
Yeah.
Like, let's not get it twisted. What a day that it has been. Hi.
I wonder if anyone felt it. If you're in McGee, let us know.
Someone
if
on
you felt
TikTok.
that.
Someone on TikTok just said that they felt it.
Yeah, so if you're in Madison, somebody's saying Madison, Alabama, you're not in a
Capucci's
tornado warning. So
you say Alabama, Erica?
yeah, Madison, that's just right outside of
just west of
Huntsville. The
Huntsville?
tornado warning. Yeah, tornado warning is north of that. And I think it's, let me read the latest text here.
Oh, the one up in Murfreesboro. This is our first one in Tennessee.
Yeah. Yeah, so that tornado warning just north of Huntsville's going to expire here in 5 minutes, and I'm not really seeing anything. I think there's still some rotation with it, very broad.
It's very broad. You're talking about this one
Yeah.
again near Murfreesboro, north of Shelbyville?
I'm talking about the one in Alabama. Just giving an update on that one, but
Cool. All right, let's take a look here. Yeah, so the tornadic thunderstorm which prompted the warning has weakened. All right, so they're just going to let it expire here momentarily. So we do have an active tornado warning up here in Tennessee. This would be the first one in Tennessee that we've had so far. This is for Murfreesboro, which is one of the larger population centers. Right now it is just radar indicated. And you can see kind of the notch right here, right? It's right here. So if you do live in Murfreesboro, west of Highway 24, that is in line there. The rotation's very broad though, right? You can see this red line here. But we're going to head back to Summerall where Capucci is in Seminary. Switch back to this radar. And wouldn't you know it, Erica, Collins and now Taylorsville again looking at yet another storm heading for them. This is a PDS tornado warning. Radar confirmed. Here it is, right over Collins along Highway 84. Again, Taylorsville, I know you've done this a lot today. This is, I think, the third tornado to come through. You need to be in your safe place. If you live parallel to Highway 84 and State Route 37, Gilmer Road, Hopewell Road, and going up northward on Smith County Road 19 up into Taylorsville and Pine Street, you need to be in your safe place. Let's take a look here closer.
I was speaking a little, Mike. I thought you were listening to me, but I think this is actually the fourth PDS tornado warning they've been under. It's just been one after the other. And this time it's a little bit more, it's a little bit south of Taylorsville, which I think is, you know, they've been pretty much hit by a tornado earlier today. So now it's going towards just in between Taylorsville and Soso.
Yeah.
And a lot of lightning.
This is the storm that Capucci is on right now that you guys are seeing on camera. So this is the one that just went through Seminary. So Capucci is chasing this one for us. So we'll see how this develops. It continues to be an incredibly active day. If you're just joining us, hope that you are well. My name is Mike Linden. I'm a meteorologist for MyRadar. Thank you very much for joining us. Of course, I'm joined by meteorologist Erica Lopez. Jack behind me here. I don't know what's going on there. Guys, get the inside scoop as to some stuff we got running behind the scenes here. I don't know why it keeps doing that. But either way, I'm streaming to you live from the MyRadar studio here in Orlando, Florida. Of course, this is a high-risk day. You can see it behind me if that box wasn't covering it. Right there, this pink-purple color here, that is the high risk for severe weather that is in effect for parts of Mississippi and Alabama. An incredibly high-end severe weather day, as we have seen numerous confirmed tornadoes. We had a tornado emergency earlier today, and there have been countless numbers of potentially dangerous situation, or PDS tornado watches. There we go. So you can see it behind me here. We have the larger line now really starting to train into the high risk zone here. We have several, as you can see above my head in the MyRadar app. All the yellow boxes, those are tornado watches, most of which are in effect for the next several hours late into the evening for a lot of these spots here. That includes, again, for Mississippi, Alabama, parts of Louisiana, as well as into Tennessee as well. Nashville, Tennessee, you are under a tornado watch, not a PDS, but nonetheless, you should be taking all tornado warnings quite seriously. So right now, as you can see on your screen, again, TikTok, if you want to see this, I can't show you the driving footage there. Head into the MyRadar app, download it for free. Of course, on iOS, Android, if you go to our TikTok profile, which, by the way, you should be following us, all you have to do is tap on the button above my head there. It's free to do. If you head to our profile, there will be a link to be able to download the app for free. iOS, Android, Windows, and you can watch the stream there. Chaotic App says, or join us on Twitch. Yeah, shout out to Twitch as well. Gotta love our mods over there on Twitch. So we've got Jordan driving on Lewin. Capucci is again chasing this one in Seminary. This is the storm that is right now over 84. Someone is talking. Was that Capucci or Jordan?
I wasn't talking, but I just got back in.
Oh, I think both of you are in the call. Jordan, we haven't heard from you in a minute. How are things going for you? Oh, he's not here.
That's Will.
Oh, that's Capucci.
Hello.
So Capucci, this storm now that you're tracking that's pushing through Seminary, it looks like our friends in Taylorsville could be looking at another close call here, in addition to Soso, just to its southeast here. We've talked a lot about confluence bands. Can we talk about what's going on here for the folks watching at home? Why it's just been seemingly one after the next, after the next, after the next?
Yeah, so Mike, it's for two reasons. Number one, like you said, those confluence bands, if you have a strip of gathering air, it makes it easy for storms to form along that strip of gathering air because the air gathers, it kicks air upwards, and you get a storm. But then B, once the first storm goes by, you leave behind a little boundary where cooler and warmer air meet. The leading edge of cool air exhaust, we call that the outflow boundary. And from there, it's very easy for the next storm to say, hey, I'm going to ride along that outflow boundary. It left behind some spin. I'm going to gobble up that spin. and the next one does, the next one does, and suddenly you wind up with, 5, 6 storms in a row, all riding same tracks. That's why Taylorsville, the greater area, was hit 2 or 3 times today. They're under another PDS tornado warning, although it looks like this storm might be right turning a little bit and maybe primed to end up closer to Soso, Mississippi. I'm en route there right now. I'm heading east out of Collins. So I just left Collins. I'm on Highway 84 East. And it looks like it still is south of the highway. So we'll see if we can see it. But, I mean, I posted a video moments ago on the MyRadar Twitter showing power flashes as the tornado pushed through Seminary. I did encounter some tornado damage. It seemed like it was rather narrow or multi-vortex when it passed through Seminary, but it definitely did cause some damage. There were trees and lines in the roadway.
So I'm not seeing it, Capucci, on X here. It must still be uploading. Again, the cellular network's just getting absolutely slammed down there. So I'll keep a close eye on it to see when it's in the app. All right, so things continue here into the evening hours. I can see Will. Jack, are you switching or is it still Mauricio? Okay, gotcha. Well, let's welcome in Will. It's the first time that we've seen him. Of course, if you follow us on TikTok, you've definitely seen Will's face on our YouTube page as well, in the app as well. So let's bring in Will Cano, who joins us here momentarily. I'm waiting to see him. Stand by, Will. There he is. Will, how are you?
Good. How are you, Mike?
It's certainly been a busy evening, and things just roll on here as we work our way into the evening hours, or the afternoon hours, I should say. Still a few more hours left to go on this PDS tornado watch for parts of Mississippi. But Will, thank you very much for joining us. I mean, Erica and I have been tracking all these storms. Is there anything that jumps out to you as we continue into the evening here?
Right. Well, thank you for having me, first of all. I did want to mention this is just an unbelievable event because of what happened last night as well. Last night was truly a devastating event for many people. There was a confirmed high-end EF3 tornado confirmed by NWS Little Rock today. So truly, this is a multi-day event, and we are just reaching the climax now. I'm also looking at this cell near Collins, and that's Taylorsville is also included in. Obviously, they had that really bad tornado earlier today, but that's what I have my eye on right now.
All right. Thanks, Will. All right, so we'll be checking in with Will. Again, we've got Capucci shot up. You can see it right now. Again, TikTok, I can't show you the driving footage. I'm very worried about showing that to you. So if you'd like to see our storm chasers, head on over to the app, MyRadar. You can download for free, and you can see the shot that I'm looking at right now. So Capucci is chasing that storm that, again, is splitting the difference between Collins and Seminary. He already did capture shots of it. It's this one back here on the far end. You can definitely see the rotation within the cell. And if I switch to the correlation coefficient, it still has a very small debris signature right here, just between Highway 84 and State Road 37, approaching Leaf River and the Summerland Road area. Of course, the correlation coefficient is measuring the atmosphere and finding objects that are being lofted vertically. So this one here is definitely one to watch. Capucci is chasing that one. If we still have him, Capucci, can you hear me?
Yep. Yeah, so I'm
right.
directly behind. I'm directly behind the tornado right now. Behind, meaning to the west, on Highway 84 eastbound. It is difficult to see much of anything. I can't tell if I see a right edge or if it's just low, rugged cloud cover. But visibility has gone to pieces here. It looks to me like the tornado is either. Yeah, it looks to me like the tornado is almost directly over the highway. So it looks like it's probably 3-4 miles in front of me. And we'll see if we catch it in time. Visibility obviously will be quite poor. But then my goal is to get back to the main highway and race after it heading northbound, maybe get to like Laurel and then go northwards towards Heidelberg, or eventually all the way back to Meridian. So I do think that if I do that, we might be able to have another intercept. For the folks at home wondering, how do we chase tornadoes? You never want to come in from the rear, because if you do, you have to go through what I'm in right now, the rear flank downdraft, the cool air wraparound. In just a few moments, you're going to see much more in the way of wind coming from the left or the north. That's that cool northerly wind, the dense air that comes in from the left or the north. Oh my goodness. Wait until y'all see that lightning strike in the stream in just a second. That was incredible. And you tend to see a lot more of these CGs or cloud ground lightning strikes in the immediate vicinity of a tornado. But yeah, my goal is to get back to, is it 65, the main north-south highway? Whatever the highway in Laurel is, and then head north towards Meridian, and then evaluate from there. This tornado, this circulation, looks to sort of be the last real supercell before things really go more linear and messy. We only have 3 big mean storms right now. The environmental parameters are supportive of a strong tornado. A storm can remain isolated, but right now it looks like they're sort of struggling to stay isolated. So yeah, we still have a couple that I'm directly behind one. The radar hasn't updated. I kind of wish it would so I don't accidentally drive into it. But oh, these trees down, I can't tell.
All right.
Yeah,
so
actually,
we're
Mike, I want to make a
back.
mention of the once.
Real
if we get
quick,
Kapuchi
Erica,
back.
but before we do that, can we pull Jordan's shot up right now? Mauricio, he, I believe, is launching his drone. I just saw it fly out, and there was a huge lightning strike on it. I believe that Jordan is on that cell near Lewin, so he's ahead of where Kapuchi is right now, likely looking back at it. On the right-hand side of the screen was a huge lightning strike. So let's just keep an eye on this one here momentarily. I know Jordan isn't in the Zoom call, but I just saw the drone fly out across the screen here, so we could possibly get that shot. Tommy in YouTube says, haven't heard any fatality reports. Unfortunately, people have already passed away from this event. Oh, that is Jordan. Jordan, how are you?
I'm good. It's that one second. I'm good. So
we've got your drone up.
One quick update for you. Yes, one quick update. I am just northeast of Soso, and we are pointing the drone to the southwest towards Soso. You can see the lowering there on the drone currently.
Yep. Okay. Lots of lightning. You guys just saw that in the distance there. This is that same cell that Kapuchi is chasing too. He's approaching it, I believe he said, on Highway 84. So, Jordan, you're in Soso. So, if you guys can see my mouse cursor, Jordan is effectively
Somebody's
right
confirming
here.
a tornado just now. Someone just confirmed a tornado down just southwest of me. So,
okay. It is a PDS tornado warning, Jordan. So,
cool.
That would, of course, go beyond, of course, just the radar confirmed, right? Then we'd have whether it's a spotter or EMA word there. So let's watch Jordan's live stream here. Again, he's got a drone up in the air here. You just saw tons of lightning. You can see the lowering, right? Who's that?
I was talking to my buddy sitting next to me in the car.
Oh, gotcha. Gotcha. All right, so let's keep watching here.
It's going to be very high contrast at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of this has been wrapped up by rain, like almost all day, Jordan.
I'll start recording.
I can't say a darn thing.
Stand by. I got to answer this phone call.
Now, let's just keep watching here. Obviously, we can see the lightning strikes in the distance here. In fact, let me go into the app and I'll turn lightning on for you guys. Stand by. We're going to put the markers on.
All right, I'm back. I'm back for 2 seconds. I only got long here.
Sorry, Jordan. You said you got to get going.
Yeah, I don't have a whole lot of time to sit on the Zoom, but I think we're going to be looking at a tornado here very quickly.
Yeah, I mean, it is a PDS tornado warning, the storm that Jordan and Kapuchi are both on. Yet again, Taylorsville, Soso in the path of that. Rather unfortunate considering that Taylorsville has already dealt with a hit earlier this afternoon. Now we've got yet another one splitting the difference between Taylorsville and Soso. You guys can see it here on radar. Take a look at the correlation coefficient. You can see some very light debris here. What's that? Boy, it's all covered up. But it's in there. I mean, you can see very, very light debris signature. Of course, tons of lightning with this. We've got a BWER right here. east of Taylorsville, which of course is a bounded weak echo region in the updraft of one of these supercells, suspending the water, rain, I should say, in the air, which likely means that we have a pretty potent hail core up there. But this is the rotation right here between Soso and Taylorsville. It looks like it just went over, what road is that? State Road 28. And then we lost Capucci's shot here.
I got damage.
To you, or?
To just like forest damage, but honestly, it's tough to tell if this is from the 2020 tornado or if this is recent. I honestly can't tell.
Gotcha.
This might actually be the 2020 tornado. But the new circulation just passed directly over it, so I honestly am not sure.
Okay, it looks like his shot is refreshed. Can we take Capucci's shot? Oh, there was another lightning strike near Jordan. Let's take Capucci's shot real briefly. Jordan, thank you very much for that, that drone shot.
Take mine quick. I'm about to have a tornado on the drone.
All right, it's still up. It's still up, Jordan. I'm looking at some guy in a red shirt out in front of your shot.
I'm about to kick it over the drone. We have a big wall cloud here just south of my location. You should see it now. Possible tornado there on the left side. I cannot confirm quite yet.
Not seeing the drone shot yet, Jordan. It's still oh, it went black. Nope, still the dash cam shot. Now it's a drone. Now it's a drone. Yep. There's the wall cloud. So if we look in, there it is. So if we look right in the center of the shot, so a wall cloud is a sudden lowering at the base of the cloud. It's tough to see, but you can see the spin. You can see that again the base of the cloud dropping down. We got it in full here. I mean, you guys can see that, right, in the chat? Let me know if you guys see this. Again, those on TikTok, Jack, we can take this and show this on TikTok, because he's not driving. We're good here. So if you're able to switch to send it, someone folks on YouTube saying you can see it. It's real tough to see given all of the rain here, but it's right there, just above the horizon. It's just dark enough that you can see that wall cloud. It's very, very likely, given that we can see the rotation signature in there, that the tornado is wrapped up in there, effectively looking right at it here. It's not your, plains, Oklahoma style tornado here. Yes. All right. So let's
that's what I wanted
Jordan
to talk about earlier. It's a lot of
for that.
concern.
Let's jump over to Alabama. That was the storm that we were looking at earlier, where that hook echo looked real potent. Let's switch over to the radar there, Jack. And we'll go to the correlation coefficient. I'm going to switch to this radar. Jordan, thank you for that, by the way. Okay, so here we go. It's real now. East of Gordo here, we've got a radar confirmed tornado. We know that it's radar confirmed based on this little blue ball. That's our debris signature here. And that is just to the west of Tuscaloosa. It looks like it's not going to go into Tuscaloosa proper, but it's going to pass likely just to the west and northwest of it. Coker, Highway 82. Let's get some of the smaller communities there. Take a look at Coker here. So Coker, 904 people. I mean, this is another very small community here. We look at velocity. Again, you can see the spin up here kind of lifted west of Coker. But on the correlation coefficient here, it's all the way up here. So let's get communities up that way. So here's Gordo. So near Elrond and Buell, the Bethlehem Primitive Baptist Church, Holman Church. Oh, it's right near Gordo. Okay, so it's right here. County Road 33 near Box Creek. Now that is a debris signature there. I mean, if you have ever watched James Spann's coverage from 2011, you're very familiar with a lot of these smaller communities here around the Alabama area from the super outbreak. But let's pay close attention to this one here, okay? As it stands, this is PDS? No, it is not. We'll see if they issue that. But we do know, thanks to Will shouting it out here, and then Erica watching this as well, that this is a radar-confirmed tornado. quarter-size hail up in there too. Let's take a look at the hail core with the vertically integrated liquid. Look at that hail core there. Sheesh. Again, this is all available in the per station radar feature in the MyRadar app. If you download the app, which is of course totally free to download, and you click on the settings menu, on the right-hand side, you see premium subscription. If you click that or tap on it, depending on the platform that you're on, you can access a free trial of the premium features. I highly suggest you check it out. All right, so let's go back here to this Tuscaloosa tornado. I say Tuscaloosa, it's just to the west of Tuscaloosa. The velocity signature is there. And again, north and west of Coker, this is our debris signature right here. So it remains to be seen whether they kick this up farther to the north and east, Oakman, Parrish, Cordova. We'll see what they end up doing. You guys seen anything
The one near
else out there?
Murfreesboro too, Mike.
Up in Tennessee?
Yeah, nothing confirmed, but the winds, they look pretty significant coming into that area. So I just want to do a quick update on that one. I think they're going to get in on some strong winds, but there is a tornado warning issued, and that is just on the west side of Woodbury.
Okay. Bear in mind, folks, this is up in the enhanced risk area. And I see what you're talking about here, Erica. Let's
Hey, guys.
Yes, Capucci.
So they just actually extended the tornado warning for the cell that Jordan and I are on all the way to Meridian. And that's the big deal. So there's now a PDS tornado warning from Meridian, Mississippi.
Okay, that's one of our larger population centers. All right, and there's the tornado, the one that we just saw. Again, the wall cloud, you saw Jordan's drone feed earlier. Let me move it. Right here, that is our rotation. So I'm not seeing much on the correlation coefficient there. That thing just seemed to be real messy, just wrapped up in the rain. But we're going to keep a close eye on things here. Capucci, you don't think that being that this is pretty linear here, right? I mean, it's not as discrete as it was earlier. You've got that severe thunderstorm to the south and west of Hattiesburg, and then you got all those little cells that are popping south of it here. You don't think that's going to get in the way?
I think it will. I mean, I think this thing right now it's kind of like an embedded supercell, but I think it's going to sort of falter in the next hour or so. And then, really the greatest risk for tornadic storms is out ahead of the main line. And so as long as any of these storms can stay out ahead of the line and have access to probably mid-60s dew points, then they do have that chance of producing strong tornadoes. But otherwise, storm mode is always an issue and interference is an issue. And it looks like interference may be ongoing right now.
Yeah, and also the Storm Prediction Center issued a mesoscale discussion for Biloxi, Mobile, Pensacola. They might extend the tornado watch into those areas, and that's ahead of the line too.
I almost wonder if I want to go down there. I don't know yet.
And Capucci, remind me where you are again. You were on that cell near Soso in Taylorsville.
Yeah, so I am just about to Laurel, and then I'll head north on the interstate and see if I can potentially parallel the tornado, get north, see what we can do. Might be iffy, but it's worth a try.
So any thought, Capucci, that you're going to start heading east to Alabama yet?
Yeah, I'm going to start making my way that way. I think really, we're seeing. My guess is that the Alabama threat may be a little bit less than anticipated in terms of discrete supercells, just given the messy storm mode right now. I wouldn't be surprised if the main line tonight becomes sort of like a QLCS, so a squall line with kinks of spin. But for now, it seems to me like the main game in town is just whatever can stay discrete. And that seems to be having an easier time in southern areas. Because really, when you look at the radar, it's a mess other than that Tuscaloosa cell, which is somewhat isolated.
Did we lose Capucci? Nope.
No, I'm still here.
I can hear him.
Hello. Testing, 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 testing.
Yeah, and the
Okay.
Storm Prediction Center just updated their outlook too. Not too many changes with it.
Erica, if you can hear me, Mauricio, if you can take Will and Erica just for a moment.
Yeah, so we can take my let's do the Mac Mini, guys, and I kind of want to show something with the latest update from the Storm Prediction Center. So let's do that and get a quick little update. I'll also keep an eye on what's going on in Tuscaloosa as well. I'm seeing a lot of questions for those, but I want to show this because we just got the latest update with the Storm Prediction Center. So there's still areas that are under this high risk of severe weather. And you can see where in relation to the storms, where that area, and you can kind of see that earthquake we were talking about earlier on the map as well. This is why the MyRadar app's so useful. You can put so many layers on top of each other and kind of get a little bit of a story of what is happening, even earthquakes in the midst of a tornado outbreak. But you can see where the tornado warnings are in relation to that high risk. It does include Birmingham, but notice how areas in, Huntsville and even Tennessee, you're not in this high risk, but you're still seeing tornado warnings. So regardless if you're in this zone, even in Georgia, you're going to see the tornado potential for the rest of the evening. So I just wanted to make a quick mention of that. The Storm Prediction Center does a great job in updating. And if you're anywhere to the west of this, you're in the clear. So we're talking about as this line of storms pushes through your area, you're in the clear in terms of severe weather. We're still continuing to track this line of storms. So let's now go back and give you a quick little roundup of what's going on. We have still several tornado warnings that are issued, and we still have this PDS tornado warning. And let's go down here and show you what's going on. So this is for, like we said, Meridian. And let me make sure this is, yeah. So this is on almost pretty much on the edge of Alabama and Mississippi and Alabama. So here's that tornado warning, and let's toggle this on.
Actually, we can go.
And yeah, we're still a very tight indication of rotation. So this is our rotation tracker. You can see coming into areas just, and let's see, make sure that's Bay Springs right now. And this is turning a little bit more northeast. So just on the north side of Heidelberg there. And we're going to keep a close eye on it. So if you're in this PDS tornado warning, that means a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning. There's a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado. So that is what that means. And you need to be in your tornado shelter. Of course, Meridian, a huge population there in Mississippi, you're in that PDS tornado warning. And so looks like actually we have another, let's see, where is that? Yeah, so I think that's the one they're keeping this small. So this polygon down here, you can't really see it very well, but this is one they just updated, and this has been extended into Meridian. So over the next 30 minutes or so, I think the tornado will come very close if it doesn't lift before then. And let's see. Yeah, so
Erica,
about 84,000 of y'all are in this tornado warning. Go ahead, Will.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention, if you want to take a look down near Seminary and Sumrall, Mississippi right now, there is a circulation that's trying to tighten. It's just a severe thunderstorm warning at the moment, but I've been watching it for about 10 or 15 minutes, and it's really trying to tighten into a couplet.
Yeah, earlier today, we were actually tracking a tornado down there. I think that's the last, that's one that Capucci was tracking. And let's see. I'm a little blinded by my lights right now, so I'm like
it's
squinting
just to
at
the
my
southwest
screen.
of the Laurel tornado and the Taylorsville, just severe thunderstorm warning.
Okay, yeah, I see that. Yeah, Very broad, but it's interesting. Let's see if I have that. I'm losing my orientation here. Okay, so I gotta zoom out. There we go. There it is. So this is the one Will was talking about. And let's toggle on, see if I can, I think that's let's do this radar. Yeah,
All right,
so there's that broad area of rotation that Will pointed out there.
Right, it's been trying to strengthen.
Yeah, and the interesting thing is, reading the text from the National Weather Service, no mention of a tornado possible or anything. So this is what happened earlier too. They waited a little to issue a tornado warning over Sumrall and Seminary. We'll keep a close eye on that one for sure.
Definitely.
Let's go up and get a quick update on what's going on in Alabama. We're seeing several tornado warnings here, and this one, let's toggle on this radar, just north of Tuscaloosa. Okay? I can hear you, Mike.
Cool.
Let's see. So this tornado warning, so looks like right now it's just a radar indicated tornado warning. You can kind of see a broad area of rotation as well, just north of Tuscaloosa, Lake Tuscaloosa. And that goes for another 32 minutes here. So we'll keep a close eye on it. Right now, this is not a confirmed tornado on the ground, but definitely something it was earlier. So I think they just updated it just a couple of minutes ago. And then we have, so just north of Meridian, right on the Mississippi Alabama border, you can kind of see that next tornado warning. Very broad area of rotation as well. And that's coming into Aliceville. So I wouldn't be surprised if this gets extended into Alabama here over the next several minutes, just because there's still a broad area of rotation. This goes until 4:30 Central Time. So let's go back. Down here. And they're still keeping that PDS tag on this storm. Yeah, it's moving a little bit more easterly now to the east. Let's see if we have a debris ball. And I think I have to switch this radar.
Which one do you want, Erica? Oh, KDGX, Jackson radar.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that circulation won't go away. That's the same storm that we saw, the wall cloud from Capucci. It's, I'm not seeing much in the realm of the correlation coefficient. Is this PDS one?
Yeah. Yes, that's what I was.
Yeah.
I wonder if they're going to.
A confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado. Yeah. This is the one that Capucci's on. I think we lost his. Wait, I see a shot. I think maybe he looks like he parked to run into the restroom. Yeah. All right, well, for those of you that are watching us, I hope that you are all having a good evening. It is, of course, March 15th, 2025, Saturday, a high risk of severe weather with multiple PDS tornado watches in effect for both Mississippi and Alabama. My name is Mike Linden. I'm a meteorologist with MyRadar. Of course, I'm joined by meteorologist Erica Lopez as well. We are streaming across all of our social media platforms. In addition to the MyRadar app, that's the app that we're all using. It's free to download. I can't recommend it enough. iOS, Android, and Windows as well. You can not only track the storms as we are, you can actually watch our live stream there, put us in a little picture-in-picture, and drive the radar along with us, learn a little bit about meteorology in the process. If you're watching on TikTok, again, we really appreciate you guys supporting us there as well. If you'd be so kind on TikTok to tap on the screen, show your support. That way we're at 24,000 likes. If we can get that number up and above 25, that would be awesome. And hey, if you're watching, we'd really appreciate if you were to follow us as well. Totally free to do so. That way you always know whenever we drop a new TikTok or whenever we go live. If you're watching on YouTube, hey, smash that like button. It'll help us really break through the algorithm. We appreciate it. And hey, yeah, everywhere where you're watching from, we appreciate your support. Okay, so Of course, I'm not only joined by meteorologist Erica Lopez, we've got news contributor Will Cano as well, who, if you are on our TikTok page, you've definitely seen Will before. He just posted a video 2 days ago, seemingly, about high-risk days. And when you know it, here we are. Let me show you guys what that outlook looks like here on the high risk. So I'll widen things out a little bit here. And this is that high-risk area. Hattiesburg, Meridian, Tuscaloosa, Birmingham, all in this high... Oh, it looks like if we can share my screen, I think we're showing Erica's, the one that Erica's driving here. Is it Jack, if you can switch it back there to the PC? There it is, thank you. So this is our high-risk area right here, a 5 out of 5 on the Storm Prediction Center scale, right? This is as high as the indication goes for severe weather. Let me bring that back down, and we'll show you what we're also dealing with. The main threat out of this is going to be tornadoes, right? These yellow boxes, these are PDS tornado watches, meaning particularly dangerous situation tornado watches. This one here for southern Alabama in effect until 8 p.m. Central Time. They're calling for potentially EF3 to EF4 tornadoes. The one for Hattiesburg and Mississippi is until 6 o'clock Central Time, so we're less than 2 hours to go on that one. Here over Louisiana, this is in effect also until 6 o'clock East or Central Time. Again, 2 hours to go, PDS tornado watch. And then this one here for northern Alabama, that includes Huntsville and Florence, in effect until 8 p.m. Central Time. Meanwhile, we've got a pair of tornado warnings up here in Tennessee. So these are not PDS tornado watches, but this one in effect until 9, and then the one for Cookville here in Lebanon, east of Nashville, in effect until 9 p.m. So anywhere where you can see these yellow outlines, you are at risk of a strong to potentially very strong tornado through the rest of the evening. Let's take a look at the storms that we got going on right now. I mean, this is the one that really stands out at you here, right? On its way to Meridian. This is the one that we showed you earlier, the wall cloud from Jordan Hall when he flew his drone up to it. And this is the storm that Capucci has been on almost all night long, chasing this one here. So the rotation fairly large and is working its way parallel to Interstate 59 there toward Lewin, between Lewin, Montrose, Enterprise, Stonewall, up toward Hickory, Chunky, and Meridian. Will, Erica, you guys seeing anything else with those cells up in Tennessee?
Nothing of note. You seem to cover it all, Mike.
It's well, after yesterday, where it was like one after the next, after the next, after the next, we were jumping around. That one north of Tuscaloosa, I mean, there's still rotation in there, right? But if we look at the reflectivity on it, it's kind of running up against, or rather, it's being caught up by this big messy line behind it. You know, if we broaden things out a little bit here, you know, we're seeing what does happen in the Deep South, right? You're seeing it a little more linear, but there certainly have been some big bad tornadoes so far tonight, or so far today. We've got
it looks like they
3.
did change as well the text for that tornado warning down in Meridian. It's just now a tornado warning. It's not a PDS one.
Yeah.
But
I mean,
nothing
that checks
confirmed
out.
anymore. So yeah, that's what I was looking at earlier. Yeah, but I mean, so far we just have 4 tornado warnings, and I think the one in Tennessee they might allow to expire. They've extended it as a severe thunderstorm warning. Mostly winds, I think, just on the west or east side of Murfreesboro, and then north of Huntsville as well, a severe thunderstorm warning.
Mm-hmm.
And this tornado warning that's right on the edge of Alabama, Mississippi and Alabama, that one still has a broad area of rotation. So we'll see what they do with that one.
Let's take a look. I mean, yeah, it stands out for sure, right? I mean, using the per station radar product, I'm using this radar site right here, just south of Birmingham, right? Green is showing us winds going toward the radar in this instance, and red is showing you winds going away from it. So when you start to see something like this, where they start to twist together, that is definitely the reason why you got this tornado warning here. That is what you would call radar indicated rotation. So you can see it right here in the description of the warning in and of itself. So it remains to be seen whether or not anything has hit the ground there just yet. But remember, Alabama is seemingly just getting started with that PDS tornado watch set to go until, was it 9 o'clock? Hold back up. That's 9 o'clock Central Time, mind you. 8 o'clock. Apologies. I was adjusting for the Eastern Time. So we still have a lot more to go. I mean, this has largely been an event in Mississippi, but good news for the folks in Mississippi. If I can go back to there, or at least in the bulk of Mississippi, you can see that now the SPC has started to peel back the western edge now, right? So Jackson, Tupelo now under just a slight risk. Grenada, which saw some circulation earlier today. Oxford, of course, home to the University of Mississippi. Crystal Springs, Vicksburg, Tallulah, Lake Providence. I mean, things are downtrending there. And it's a very steep jump here from Vicksburg to just Meridian, right? You see all the colors of the rainbow pretty much right here. So that high risk has been shrunken just a little bit on its western side, but it still does include Hattiesburg, Meridian, Tuscaloosa, and Birmingham, Alabama.
Yeah, Mike, looks like they did extend that tornado warning just on the eastern side of Murfreesboro. I would say some pretty strong winds coming in to McMinnville. But yeah, that one has been extended to include Doyle, Sparta. This is all in Tennessee, Spencer. But so far, just radar indicated.
Yeah. I see the rotation that you're talking about here, Erica, right? Right here near Centertown, west of McMinnville. Yeah. It looks like there's a little spinny just to the west of Morrison there as well. But for folks that were asking in the chat, like, what about Tennessee? What about Tennessee? It kind of happened real quick for Tennessee here. Remember, not under a PDS tornado watch, but this is what we were trying to tell you, that don't get caught up in the fact that, you know, you're under a tornado watch, but it's not a PDS. With the way that this atmosphere has behaved, these things have had no issue getting going here. Whether or not these are going to result in much, I mean, I'll say here, and I'd love your feedback, guys, that pretty darn linear to me. I mean, that's just embedded spin within this larger line, right? This was kind of one of those off-ramps that we talked about in leading up to this event from Capucci's forecast, where this is just the part of the world where, even though some of those parameters look incredibly significant, that these storms, particularly down here along the Gulf Coast, have the tendency to go rather linear. This is kind of what the folks on the East Coast are going to see overnight tonight and into tomorrow. Some strong damaging winds pushing near you, Erica, in Jacksonville. But to me, it just seems like a big line at this point. Big QLCS going through Kentucky there and going south all the way to pretty much Huntsville, Alabama. Those are the only two tornado warnings on this entire line. And there's that rotation west of McMinnville.
Yeah, we were talking about this earlier. That severe thunderstorm warning down by Seminary is looking a little interesting. It's been like that for the past, since the warning was issued. So they might just have some.
Yeah, Eric, I was about to mention that. It does have a bit of a little, it has a bit of a couplet as of the last 5 minutes. No warning or anything yet in terms of a tornado, but that couplet did look strong and still kind of does for a brief second.
Yeah, that's a very interesting. Yeah, I've been watching it since you mentioned it, Will. It's been like that since the warning. So we'll see if they extend either that severe thunderstorm warning or extend it with a tornado warning. So that would come close to Ellisville, Laurel, So again, some of the same areas that have pretty much been under a tornado warning this entire time that we've been live. I'm
in Laurel currently.
You're in where?
Was that Capucci?
Yep, I'm currently in Laurel.
Oh, so he's caught between then the thunderstorm to the south and west, and then the one to Meridian. I imagine, Capucci, you're heading northward to Meridian.
Honestly, the Meridian cell looks to me like it's being swept up in some line dynamics, and it's so incredibly rain-wrapped that even though there is a circulation in there, no one's going to be able to see it.
So you're playing the one then to the southwest again in Seminary, your favorite city or town.
I am. I'm probably going to wait for a few minutes, see if it intensifies. If it doesn't, I'm going to start driving up Interstate 59, slowly make my way back towards Atlanta in the coming days.
Someone on Twitch just said that the stream in the app is not working. It is. I'm looking right at it. Should be working just fine.
It works for me.
Yeah, so you might just want to close the app and open it back up again because it's definitely working. All right. So again, this is we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 tornado warnings. This is what did you say, Mauricio? Yeah, okay, thank you. So, you know, I don't want to say anything too early. We still have a lot of time to go here. But I kind of alluded to it before, looking at, I'm going to put high def on here. It's kind of just a big old honking line right now. From Dayton, Ohio, all the way south to pretty much Houma, Louisiana. A lot of embedded spin within that line. So I don't know, the more interesting one to me, I guess, seems to be this Tuscaloosa one, given that the velocity signature is potent. But it still has yet to put anything down, and everything is just wrapped up in rain. Capucci, have you seen anything on your end here?
No, I mean, I think you're exactly right. I think right now it's one of those situations where even though the environmental parameters, that parameter space is high. Remember how we talked about how if all the ingredients are there, it doesn't matter if it's kind of a messy line? I think that's the case right now. It just seems like everything, you know, is sort of blobified.
So let's chat about
then to last night. I mean,
yeah, last night was nuts, man. So let's talk about the off ramps, so to speak. I know you covered them in your forecast videos. Take us through what the potential, I guess, points of failure are here in the Deep South.
Yeah, so if winds were more southerly rather than south-southeasterly during the afternoon evening hours, you'd be less likely to get, you know, fully sheared, fully spinning storms. So that was one limiting factor. I don't really think that's the main limiting factor at play right now. Another thing, too, if you had less of a cap or the cap was eroded, a lid of warm air at the mid-levels, then all the storms would kind of go up at once and compete and blobify, and that's happening right now. And then I think the third thing, we've noticed all day today, it's usually been the southernmost in each line of storms, southernmost cell, which is why I've been playing so far south compared to my initial target. You know, it's been the southernmost cell that's really been the most destructive because every single time, if there's a cell and a new cell goes up to the south, it blocks the original cell. And so you need uninterrupted inflow, warm, moist air from the south with mid-60s dew points. I think dew points, maybe they were just a degree or two low in some places to help the spin reach down to the ground, because we saw it in low, mid, upper levels, you know, just absolutely rocking spin. But in some cases, it seemed like there was just not quite enough oomph down at the surface. So, you know, I'm wondering too, why we're seeing so much of a messy mode only at 4:15 p.m. We knew the event would get going early. Right now, it looks like this is transitioning to more of a heavy rain event, and we do have some flash flood warnings in effect for the area.
Will, I know you wanted to talk about the storm in Seminary and Laurel. Go ahead.
Yeah, Mike, so they extended that severe thunderstorm warning past Seminary, now going into Laurel where Capucci is. And they do warn of a possible tornado in the warning. Again, this is just a severe thunderstorm warning, not a tornado warning, but at the bottom of their caption, they read, "Remain alert for possible tornadoes. They can develop quickly. If you spot one, get into a basement." So first time this warning is mentioning some rotation or tornado possibility. And then I also wanted to add, they extended that tornado warning in Tuscaloosa about a minute ago as well.
It's a pretty small polygon, though. But according to legendary James Spann, meteorologist James Spann, respect the polygon, right? So despite it being looking like a little cartoon house, right, with the chimney there, west of Bankhead Lake. How much more time we have left on this? You said it was expected 13 minutes, right? So it is radar confirmed, though. So we do have a tornado here. I looked at it just before, and whether, I mean, yeah, I guess there is definitely a little blip there on the correlation coefficient. And look at Jordan, the Jordan shot there at the bottom of the screen in Enterprise. He's getting slammed by rain. That's another thing that we really haven't talked about very much, that as this line pushes eastward, it's going to drop quite a bit of rain as it continues to trek through eastern Kentucky, northern or western North Carolina, areas that have just been completely waterlogged for months now. But let's keep an eye, I guess, on this one here that is north and east of Tuscaloosa near Bankhead Lake. So let me grab some of these smaller communities here.
Something interesting I'm noticing too, just south, right in that region where the SPC kind of was alluding to, maybe for something for the future. There's some storms trying to develop just to the west of Mobile, but we'll see if they can. That line, I think, is catching up pretty quickly.
You're talking about the ones near New Orleans?
Yeah, and actually there is now a tornado warning for Mandeville. I think that's, Madisonville. Is that Louisiana? Yeah.
Mandeville is Louisiana, yeah.
Madisonville. Yeah.
It hasn't. Oh, in Madisonville. Yep. Boom. There it is. All right. So we've got a new one. Erica was first on the scene there. And it looks like we have a new tornado warning in Tennessee as well. We'll chat about that one here momentarily. Let's just walk through this one real quick. So this one here is in effect for the next 26 minutes. I came right in off the Gulf here. As Capucci was talking about, the dynamics coming in off of the Gulf. Everything's been very southerly. Other than what's going on up in Tennessee, it's down here in the southern zones where things have really popped off here. So this is for West Central St. Tammany Parish. Mandeville and Madisonville, right there along Highway 12. Now, it looks like this thing's trying to wrap up quickly here on the reflectivity. Let's look at the velocity. It's right down in here. It is very broad, but that could have a lot to do with the fact that it's hugging the Gulf Coast there. I can't imagine that there's much on the CC, right?
There's actually quite a lot of people that live there, about 90,000 people in Madisonville.
So
Louisiana.
the rotation is tightening up, Erica, right here on Main Street, just south of Madisonville proper.
Oh, yeah, I see that now.
So let's watch that one. Will, what's going on up in Tennessee?
Yeah, we were looking at it earlier. They just extended / continued the tornado warning they got going on north of McMinnville and near Center Hill Lake. This looks like it's all part of an QLCS, like a big line of thunderstorms and just a little bowing out, a little notch that's coming out of that storm. So not too much of a strong rotation signature, but just a little bit.
Tornado warning now, Erica and Will. Actually, Will, for the circulation
Laurel,
you pointed out
I
like
see that.
20 minutes ago. So where I am, there's a new tornado warning in effect.
Yep. There
Okay,
you go.
so that'd be up here near Laurel. All right, there it is. Bang. Man, you guys have been on it here over the past like 20 minutes. All right, so it's this kind of corridor here that Capucci has just been, it seems like traveling up and down almost the entire day. As Will brought up, the wording from the National Weather Service there, we're talking about the potential down the line for the rotation here near Seminary, and that is why they have now issued a really long tornado warning here.
They also just issued a PDS for Meridian again.
Yep, and that one has a really strong correlation coefficient.
It sure does. Yep.
All
Totally
right, let's take a look. Yeah, there it is. So west of Pachuta, it's running parallel to Highway 59. Let's get some of the smaller areas in there. Man, it's been right here, I guess on this Confluence band, where it's just been one after the next after the next. Population 261 here west of Pachuta. It looks like if it's heading here along 18, is that 18? Yep. So right in the path here is a Dollar General that is in Pachuta on Mississippi, 18 West. So if any of y'all are shopping at the Dollar General right now, probably not the best day to be doing so. But this tornado warning extends all the way to Meridian proper. Again, one of our larger population centers, as Erica's been so great at calling out the number of people that are impacted by this. It's you can't ever forget that. This is a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado, mind you. It is a PDS tornado warning. And again, the correlation coefficient showing us the debris. The signature is definitely there, Will.
Yep, Mike, if you look at velocity, it has a really tight couplet now, obviously, when you have a correlation coefficient like that. And then we also just got an extension on the Tuscaloosa or north of Tuscaloosa tornado warning.
That one refuses to go away.
Summerton. Yeah, it sure does. Summerton, Cordova. Taking a look now, it's not a PDS or anything, but it is still a radar confirmed tornado. So still going on.
All right. Just as we were talking about the blobification. So we've got that area of circulation, again, with Meridian there, a very large population center for this part of the world. This is what Will was talking about up here, the Tuscaloosa tornado. I say Tuscaloosa, it passed just north of it. I don't think that this one is PDS, but it is a radar confirmed. Within that is Parrish, Cordova, Dora, Summerton, and Sipsey. And right now, this storm is working its way along Route 69 there, kind of running parallel to Yellow Creek. About to pass over into Tutwiler Road, Indian Creek, and toward the Bankhead Lake area. Someone just said got a new warning for Quitman. Where is that? Oh, is that? I don't know where that is. Someone on YouTube. Mississippi. Yep. Yeah, that's that big one that we were talking about. I'm surprised at how long, I should say, this tornado warning is. Let me read it. Let's see if they say anything in here. It's just radar indicated. Perhaps they think it could be on the ground for a bit. We'll see. But again, we've got this center of circulation up here, just south and west of Stonewall, north of Pachuta, up near that Dollar Generals we talked about along Route 18. And then yet again, for our friends in Laurel and Soso, the night just keeps on trucking.
I cannot believe the fact that twice I drove through 2020 damage paths, different damage paths from EF3, EF4 tornadoes, while also chasing multiple tornadoes that took the same exact path. Something about this area, I don't know what it is. I swear, like the Soso to Seminary to Summerall, north of Hattiesburg, Shibuya corridor, it's like no matter what, they put down tornadoes that year after year after year target the same areas. And interestingly, we all think of Oklahoma as the tornado hotspot. Realistically, in this part of Mississippi and into western Alabama, you do have a greater risk of encountering a significant tornado. If you take all the paths, all the widths, all the path lengths, and the intensity of tornadoes, you're going to have more ground covered by significant tornadoes in this area over the deep south than you would in Oklahoma. Granted, people have sort of confirmation bias towards Oklahoma because the tornadoes there are prettier, higher contrast. There's nothing to block them. You get better videos. But really, the most tornado vulnerable part of the world exists in south central Mississippi, where I am right now.
So for those of you that are just joining us, welcome to the live stream. I'm meteorologist Mike Linden coming to you live from the MyRadar studio in Orlando, Florida. I'm joined by the MyRadar weather team. We've got storm chaser and meteorologist Matthew Capucci, you just heard from. You can see, I believe, is that his camera? No, that's Jordan Hall's camera. Of course, storm chaser Jordan Hall is out there. Meteorologist Matthew Capucci is, I see his camera. It looks like he's just kind of hunkering down for a moment there in Laurel, deciding, I guess, Capucci, right, which way to go, being that you're kind of caught between the two areas of circulation.
Yeah, so I think I'm going to start heading up towards Meridian. Even though I'll come in behind that storm, I just want to get ahead of any line, or at least parallel the line, because at this point, the storms on the western side will have a much lesser tornado risk. I want to, if at all possible, try to get ahead of that developing line. I don't necessarily know if it's feasible, but I do think the event right now is in a situation where the thing that matters most is storm mode. If you have isolated cells, they're going to be tornadic. If you have cells that are part of a larger line, they're not going to be. And so that's kind of the case right now. Even the tornado warning that Will, ooh, that's some sparky lightning. Even the tornado warning that Will was covering moments ago looks a little more broad than it did where I am here in Laurel, Mississippi. And that's sort of the case today. You know, once the front catches up to storms, they sort of get eaten by that line. And so I think throughout the next few hours, the only real big tornado threats will be from those cells that are ahead of the main line, which is why neglecting any specific storms, my priority is going to be to blast east.
I'm also joined by meteorologist Erica Lopez. She's been with me since the beginning here, in addition to news contributor Will Cano, who is you might have seen across our various social media platforms just the other day talking about CAPE and QLCS and MCS and high risks, and call him Nostradamus of weather here, because he was on the money with everything that we were going to be seeing out here today. And of course, late last night, what a night that was. I mean, Capucci was in Virginia, then he drove to DC to fly, flew to New Orleans, then drove to Mississippi. So Capucci has put in the miles for sure, both by air and by car as well. The only things missing is our beloved trains. But I guess the storms are training, right, Capucci, where you are? So I guess planes, trains, automobiles to a degree, right? It's all relative.
I took the metro to the airport, so I did ride a train.
All right. Well, there you go. So, again, for those of you that are watching, we really appreciate you guys joining us. Again, if you're watching in the MyRadar app, that's awesome. Remember that you can put the video in picture-in-picture. You can see our live storm chasers in the MyRadar app as well. So come join us in the app. Again, it's completely free to download, iOS, Android, Windows. I see there's about 400 people watching on TikTok right now. If you guys would be so kind, if you're enjoying the live stream thus far, hey, why don't you follow us? It's totally free to do so. You get to see Will's smiling face talking about all things severe weather pretty often. Hey, tap on the screen as well. Let us know that you're digging the live stream. You know, we're so darn close to 114,000 followers. We couldn't do it without you guys. So again, we really, really appreciate it. And hey, share the live stream. That way we get it in front of as many people as we can. If you're watching on YouTube or Twitch, hey, on Twitch, use Jeff Bezos' money and hit us with a Twitch Prime. It's free to subscribe if you're an Amazon Prime member. And then on YouTube, hey, hit that like button. Will really help us break through the algorithm. All right, off the soapbox now. Let's head back to the app where things are cooking here. We've got this pair of tornado warnings. It does seem like, guys. Capucci?
Will's circulation is rapidly strengthening. I guess I'm going to stay here in Laurel.
Yeah, I also saw reports that just before it was even warned, just west of Seminary, that there was a roof that was taken off a home. So they might have warned this a little late for some of those areas. We were watching that for quite a bit of time, and that's what I'm seeing from the National Weather Service.
Just to the southwest of the Hessler Noble Field Airport, just south of Highway 84. Can we take Capucci's shot there in full? I'm not sure who's still switching, whether it's Mauricio or Jack. Thank you. So here's Capucci's shot here. Now, this has been what it has looked like for, what, Capucci, the past 4 hours or so? Just totally socked in. Earlier when we saw that tornado where you were initially, gosh, I can't remember now, started with the Collins, we did see some lighter skies, but now it just seems like you're just totally socked in, overcast.
Yeah, I mean, it's a slug of rain, and this thing looks to be rain wrapped. You know, it pulsed up extremely quickly. It looked wimpy, and then suddenly it really did pulse up. I'm debating at this point, trying to find a place to sort of park and let it by, because it now looks like it's on the ground heading directly towards Laurel. This is interesting. I'm taking left on Cook Ave. Where should I go? Decisions. I just wish there was a better place where I could get a view of the sky, because it is going to be coming in, but I do fear it's going to be rain wrapped when it arrives. Huh.
All right.
But yeah, if only there were clearer skies. Do I want to get on the highway again? Let's see. It's still about 6 miles to my southwest, so I have a little bit of time as I figure out what to do. And it's one of those kink in the line circulations, a QLCS, quasi-linear convective system, which Will did such a great job of explaining. It's one of those like kind of embedded supercells, kind of QLCS type things. But suffice to say, it's going to be rain wrapped. It's going to be very messy. So the question is, at this point, what's the best move? Do I try to get a view? Do I make peace with the fact that it's rain wrapped? By the way, if we can show spectrum width, you can see the tornado best on spectrum width. And for those at home wondering, spectrum width is a product that shows us how much chaos there is in various pixels. And if we know there's an area of rotation where there's a lot of chaos, that says, hey, there's some turbulence there. There's something kind of moving around real fast, and it's likely a tornado. And that's the case right now. So we can see a great spectrum width signature right over Interstate 59. So my guess is that it's going to pass near or over Laurel, but along I-59.
Capucci, is that what your life is like from March through until November, full of spectrum width? Lots of chaos?
Pretty much. I mean, there a lot of chaos, a lot of turbulence. I got so my mother and my sister were visiting DC this week to see me, but, duty calls sometimes. I always tell folks, if they come in March, April, May, it's just not the best time, and odds are I may have to disappear for a severe weather setup. And I got a scathing note from my dad after having departed for the tornadoes. And so, sometimes there's just chaos. It's that time of year. And that's what it's like when you're a meteorologist.
It's just the spectrum width coming for you. But to Capucci's point, we're looking at it here in the app. Or Mauricio, if you want to take, perfect, there it is. So again, this is all available in the app. If you go into the layers menu, it's right at the top, per station radar. It's right here. And with that, you're able to select a ton of radar sites, let alone the United States, but all over the world. We're going to zoom right on into the Jackson radar here in Mississippi. And again,
they updated the warning to just a radar indicated tornado warning. They're also saying that it might be cycling again. So I guess we'll wait and see on that tornado warning near Laurel.
Gotcha.
Whatever it is, it's just about on me.
So then, Capucci, how close are you to the Hessler Noble Field Airport? 84, 15, 11, 29?
I mean, I'm right in Laurel. I'm probably 2 miles away from the airport.
Gotcha. Okay, so you're closer to Laurel, downtown Laurel proper then. Yeah.
Let me back up a little bit to try to tilt. I just wish there was a better way to see. I'm sure there's probably there's got to be something wrapped in rain there.
Because what I was alluding to. Go ahead. You're good.
I'm sorry. It keeps cutting out for me. Whatever it is this dark area over here to my right. So when I tilt like this, you see how it's lighter on the left and suddenly darker on the right? So whatever it is, it's kind of wrapped in this nastiness to the right. So I'm going to go past the overpass, and there's a bit of a clearing. And hopefully, keyword hopefully, we'll be able to see a little something. I'm not sold on us being able to, but there's just a little bit of an opening that might allow us some perspective towards the south and west. It does look like the circulation's a little broader right now, but you never really know in situations like this. As Erica and Will have quite adroitly pointed out, things pulse up very quickly sometimes. So I'm going to park right here. And whatever it is coming right in there.
Yeah, the PDS tornado warning is over Meridian still. And now just to, at least from where the circulation is, Stonewall Enterprise.
Weather spotter confirmed tornado as well.
Now that's a PDS tornado warning.
Well, Guys, if you look at my shot, can you see, it might be tough to appreciate, but can you see how much there's like a light area on the left and then it just kind of slopes down?
Yep.
So this is the edge of the mesocyclone, the rotating part of the storm. And so that, I mean, whatever it is going to be right at the base of that nastiness. And so it's coming into Laurel right now. It looks to me like we might have a little bit of a BWER on reflectivity. So something is in there, something may be down. I'm going to wait it out here for a minute and see if we can get any closer or see if we get a new radar scan just to make me a little more comfortable. But we're looking at whatever it is. Whatever it is up there. Let's see. Just wish there was a better clearing, but.
Looks like, and I'm on the National Weather Service feeds now, they will be extending that tornado warning in Laurel, Clark, Lauderdale counties. Oh wait, I think that's the.
Yeah, I'm a meteorologist. I'm waiting for the circulation here to pass by. There could be a tornado right underneath that nastiness there.
Uh-oh. Capucci's talking to somebody.
Yep. Potentially, yeah. I mean, it's tough with the tree line, but the circulation is right in front of us, so that's why it's getting dark, and that's why the rain's coming. I just hunker down somewhere nearby or
Hey, Mike, you got a pretty strong couplet just west of Tuscaloosa. That is the strongest one I've seen while I've been here. New tornado warning.
It is new. Let's get over there. All right. This is following that same path as the other one here. Gordo once again in the path here. This is radar indicated rotation. And let's take a look at the, it's all part of this embedded line here, but of course that doesn't mean that we can't get anything out of this. This would mean, of course, much like what Capucci is dealing with down there near Laurel, that it is wrapped up in rain. Not seeing much will.
My wind's just completely changed direction.
Yeah, we're looking at. I've got your shot up here on the bottom of the screen. Again, for those of you that are watching us on TikTok, if you want to see the Storm Chasers feed, head to the MyRadar app to do so. Again, download it for free. Here's Capucci's shot.
Yeah, so the winds were coming in more out of the southeast ahead of it, and now they're blowing in from more the west. So the circulation looks to have passed me by. It seems to have broadened a little bit in Laurel. So I may try to get back up ahead of it and just take Interstate 59 north. It's going to be a messy ride because there are so many of these little, quick hitting kinks of spin that will make my ride more difficult tonight. But for the time being, it looks like Laurel hopefully has mostly dodged the bullet.
Yeah, and they also extended that tornado warning north of Meridian now.
Oh, yeah.
So that PDS, they've extended it.
There it is. All right, so let's chat about it here. So
but it's no longer PDS, the extension.
Tumsuba, Marion, and it's pretty much following Highway 45 there until 5:45 Central Time. That's another hour to go on that. So they just won't let this one go. Again, radar confirmed tornado, Erica, but to your point, no longer a PDS. So this is pushing right here, just east of Enterprise and south of Highway 45. It's kind of squeezed in there between 45 and 59. It's kind of the nature of the beast with this being so linear here that getting, that real sharp hook echo is tough. I mean, you can kind of see in here where that dry slot is. I mean, I say dry, it's surrounded, but right in here over Stonewall and Enterprise. We're just going to have to use a bunch of the products available here to see what we can find. I mean, we might be able to get something on the spectrum with again. Again, it's just a real mess. But it seems like here over the past 2.5 hours or so, those more discrete storms have kind of gone away a little bit, and now it's just this big, messy line. Other than what Will pointed out, near Tuscaloosa, and then that storm that just won't quit, that did push near Tuscaloosa, that is now northwest of Birmingham. Let's take a look at that
Mike,
one.
Just west of Tuscaloosa, the storm I was talking about, the couplet rather of velocity is looking tighter, and I'm just starting to see something on correlation coefficient, if you'd like to show that. Little blip.
Little blip to the southwest of Gordo, right here. Southwest or southeast of Carrollton, southwest of Gordo. So remember, the correlation coefficient product is showing us objects that are being lofted vertically, right? So it's something being pulled into the air that wasn't there before, right? Now, this, compared to what we've seen here over the past 36 hours or so, this is very small, but it's worth paying attention to, being that Will's been tracking this guy since it moved through near Aliceville. And if I jog it back, notice you don't really see much. But as that couplet comes into frame, you start to now see that little blip. And what Will's talking about here on the velocity, there it is, Will.
Oh, it's getting bigger. It's a big blip now.
Yeah, I mean, let's see. Oh, yeah. All right. So we got a live one here.
Yep.
All right. So this is southwest of Gordo. Let me get you guys some landmarks here. Gordo, by the way, home to 1,750 people as of the census in 2010.
Yeah, this is now confirmed by the National Weather Service.
Oh, it's 1628. Okay, so let's just see. Radar confirmed. Not a PDS, but this is indeed the real deal here. And again, as Will was just alluding to, watch how it went from a little blip. This was right here this was roughly 8 minutes ago, to now here about a minute ago. And that is where we're at. So we're going to wait for the new scan. So let me get Gordo here. Yet another Piggly Wiggly is in Gordo there. So this is just north of 86, which has got to be... There it is. So it hasn't crossed 86 yet. So this is just west of the People's Baptist Church in Gordo and east of the Dennis Game and Fish Camp, east of Carrollton there. So Gordo, you need to be in your safe place. You need to be in your storm shelter or in the lowest floor of your home. So things are really getting cooking now. Whoa, look at that debris ball now.
Now it's a PDS.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, it's developed super fast.
Yeah.
So that certainly doesn't shock me. So again, a particularly dangerous situation. We're looking at, at least an EF2 tornado here. You don't see debris balls like this if you're not getting something significant here. So again, this is tracking kind of along 86, pre-cut lumber right there on Salem Road in Gordo, between Carrollton and Gordo. I mean, it's effectively right there. Is that you, Capucci?
Yeah, I was just going to say, if one thing that is interesting about what's going on in Alabama, there were only 2 tornado warnings, and there are hardly any severe thunderstorm warnings. And if we kind of broaden out and take a look at just the regular reflectivity across Alabama as a whole, you see there's a lot of yellow and not much red. So there's a lot of what we call stratiform rain. It's not really growing super tall. It's more just kind of generic rain. But then embedded within that are a couple towers, a couple plumes where you have embedded thunderstorms, and they're just a little bit taller. And because they're a little bit taller, they feel the jet stream and they spin. And that's why only in those 2 little pockets where you have the taller thunderstorms are we getting tornado producing storms. It's interesting, and that'll be the case tonight. Most of Alabama will see generic rain. Any place where you get a locally taller cloud that can feel the changing winds and feel the jet stream, you'll get a tornado.
Let's real quick. We're gonna stay on this tornado, but I want to show Jack again. I'm not sure who's switching now, but if you can pull up the web browser computer, I got this video from Jordan. We just shared it on our X feed. This is the tornado that went through Soso, Mississippi. So Jordan says Soso, Mississippi, buried in rain. This tornado ripped down multiple trees and was extremely rain-wrapped. So check it out. This video is from Jordan. He just posted this mere seconds ago. So this is pretty much what Capucci has been dealing with, along with Jordan here, where things have just been really difficult to see. If you look real close, you can see the tornado. Real close. Can you guys see it? Just passed right in front of Jordan there. Sheets of rain. I mean, extremely rain-wrapped is right. . Okay. Let's get back to the app here. Jack, I take it you're just restarting something back there? Because I don't see them in the Zoom. I probably can't even talk to me. All right. So we're going to watch this guy here. This has really, really picked up. This has really, really picked up here. North of 86. North of 86, west of Highway 82 and Gordo. Okay. You need to be in your safe place. This is a particularly dangerous situation. This storm has really, really gotten going. I mean, look at that. From that size, that was 6 minutes ago, to boom, that. So it hit something there. Again, as we talked about, was that a lumber yard? That was, yeah, pre-cut lumber and the People's Baptist Church. It's impossible to know, right, what debris is in this. Could be anything, really, but there is a lumber yard right there. So unclear, a sawmill, I should say. So unclear whether or not that's what it hit here. Okay. Can't see anything. You guys can't see? You guys on let me know in the chat. You guys can see this, right? Because to me, debris showing up on reflectivity. Yeah, this is the Kathy, the Tuscaloosa one. Yeah, everyone's saying yes. Cool. I mean, that's what I figured. All good on YouTube. All right, sweet. Yeah, so, oh, just not the video. Aha, okay. So the video that we showed of the tornado earlier, we did not show. Again, Jordan was driving. I'm very worried, TikTok, about showing you video while it's on a dash cam. TikTok does not like that. So apologies. Again, if you want to see it, head on over to the MyRadar app and you can watch there. Or again, go to youtube.com/MyRadar as well. So again, we're looking at what is a fairly potent debris signature here on the correlation coefficient product. And what correlation coefficient is showing us objects that are being lofted vertically. And you don't get something like this unless you get a pretty strong tornado on the ground. There's a lot that goes into this. If we look at the reflectivity, it's kind of all messy, wrapped up in rain, especially on the dirty side of it here, just west and south of Tuscaloosa. And on velocity, I mean, look at that couplet, huh? That is tightly wound up there, just to the west of Gordo. And if I go back to the correlation coefficient, you can see again that there is debris being lofted vertically. It looks like it's passing just west of Gordo here, on its way between, what is that, Reform and Gordo. This is a big boy here because this is a long drive here from Reform to Gordo. The Great White Roll-Off and Recycling Center, Fellowship Church, and Morrison's Engraving, all of these businesses right here between Reform and Gordo. So there are some folks here that are in the way of this thing. So you need to be in your safe place. Again, this is a particularly dangerous situation, a PDS between Reform and Gordo. I would have to imagine that this tornado warning out ahead of it, yeah, 55 minutes to go, and it is a PDS out ahead of it here. We shall see how long that is going to stay with us. My guess is that there is expectation that this thing could stay on the ground for a little bit here. That being said, though, it's all part of this messier line.
I'm doing this, I'm doing
Splitting
that.
the difference
but I don't want her
Reform and Gordo. That is a heck of a
think I'm
signature,
taking
guys.
airplane lessons for the wrong reason.
Yeah, I don't know if we're on the stream anymore, so hopefully.
So we'll see where it goes from here. Overall, we have got 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 tornado warnings. Now business has really picked up. But this guy here, north and west of Tuscaloosa, again, splitting the difference between Gordo and Reform. This is big. This is a very large tornado here. Wrapped up in rain. I mean, it's going to be near impossible to see. I mean, all the yellows, right? Switch to composite. We get a better idea? Not really. How about the spectrum width here? Yeah, I mean, this gives you a good idea. And the spectrum width product really going to help us kind of really zero in on things. Again, spectrum width just measuring kind of the chaos of what's going on. Where this is in Alabama, just to the northwest of Tuscaloosa. Let's go back to the correlation coefficient. Now, it looks like it's trying to lift north. But the expectation is that it's going to hook eastward here. It looks like I've got Erica back here in the Zoom. She'll be joining momentarily. So yeah, let's switch to this radar, KGWX. I'm using the Birmingham one. Let's see, reflectivity-wise. I mean, yeah, it's less rain-wrapped. I mean, everything around it is covered in rain, right? All the yellows and greens. This is going to be near impossible to see on the ground. But boy, that velocity signature is certainly there, huh? Right over top now, Fellowship Church. For folks that are in the path here, I truly hope that they are sheltered. Looks like I'm getting the gang back in here. Big shout out to Jack and Mauricio in the back for running things. Folks asking about Tennessee. We'll look at Tennessee momentarily here, okay? I just want to keep an eye on this one. This is a big one. We're starting to see the debris be a bit more broad in its area here. It's very likely that this down here near Gordo is the actual storm. It looks like we even have. It looks like it's down here, just
that you're Jackson
to the west and north of Highway 82 and Gordo proper. But it's very possible that given this rotational couplet, that some of that debris is being lifted north and west. I can't hear any of them talking, Jack, but I see them in the chat. Capucci is talking. So I'll stop talking. Oh, and now everyone stopped talking. All right, so I'll wait. Oh. Oh, I hear him now. Can you hear me, guys? Can you guys hear me?
Alabama is where storms have merged, become messy, blobified, and they're just producing heavy rain. And then you have a couple locally taller storms that, because they're taller, can feel the jet stream, rotate, and you get tornadoes. That's what's happening right now northwest of Tuscaloosa, southeast of Reform, near Gordo. That will eventually impact Berry and maybe down the road Cordova. Berry and maybe down the road Cordova. So right now it's crossing Gordo. It's kind of red line, center line over Gordo. The good news, once it passes into, northwestern Tuscaloosa County, eastern Fayette County, and west central Alabama, there are fewer towns, but that doesn't discount the impact it will have. And again, because of all the rain in northern Alabama, it is very much rain-wrapped. Then we take a look at what's going on near Berry. That's going to be the next sort of place that will impact. But then there's another one that's approaching Cullman in northern Alabama, midway between Birmingham and Huntsville, right along the highway. It's right north of Summerton, west of Smoke Rise right now, heading towards Good Hope and Cullman. So if you're in Cullman, Cullman was hit multiple times back in April 27, 2011. If you're in Cullman, now is the time to shelter lowest floor of whatever building you're in and avoiding windows. If you're in a mobile home, vehicle, outdoors, you want to be in a site-built location, protecting yourself from flying debris. But Cullman, next in line for a potential tornado with that other circulation. That circulation still west of Colony. It is an observed, confirmed tornado. Radar has confirmed that tornado. It is going to pass near Dodge City along the highway as well. And really, central Cullman County, if you're in the polygon, you want to be below ground, if at all possible. It's moving northeast at 55 miles per hour. That is highway speed. Remember, this thing is not waiting in line. It's not waiting at a traffic light. It's not driving down serpentine roads. It is flying as a crow flies. So everybody in the city limits of Cullman, you have to be in shelter now. The circulation is going to pass right over Interstate 65. So nobody should be on the interstate south of Falkville, and north of Warrior or Kimberly. Nobody should be driving near the city limits of Cullman on the highway. So it's kind of a roundup of what's going on right now, but really, there are only a couple storms. There are only a couple tornadic storms, but the two in Alabama are both significant tornado producers, and the one northwest of Tuscaloosa that is directly over Gordo right now, actually just hit the town of Gordo, is the nastiest at this juncture. It has a massive debris ball, too, meaning it just hit something and it is throwing all that debris to the north. Oh, my goodness.
You guys should be able to hear me now.
Hello, Mike.
You got
Yay,
me? All right, cool. So I think what happened was one of the PCs back there blue screened right in the middle of everyone talking, and Jack and Mauricio performed open heart surgery as we were still streaming. So everything's consistent. We're good, but we're back on here. So a great point, Capucci, as you were talking, a great TikTok username here, Children of the Karen, which is hysterical. They, I should say, had mentioned that Cullman has a lot of mobile homes. And that's something that in 2011, I know that James Spann in that very famous broadcast from April 27, 2011, spoke a lot about. That in the state of Oklahoma, there are a lot of mobile homes. And as we've talked about many, many, many times, mobile homes become mobile. They are simply not safe whatsoever in situations like this. I mean, let alone to be lofted into the air, but even just to be tipped over while you're inside could kill you. Right? Mobile homes are just simply not a safe place to be. You guys were talking about that Gordo tornado where the debris is lofted northward. Again, still unclear, but just looking at the map, it did pass directly over a lumber yard. So maybe that's what's being lofted there on the debris signature. Hard to know, being that part of Alabama seems to be rather sparse, being that it didn't go through Gordo proper. It seemed like it just went just west of it, west of the Piggly Wiggly there and Highway 82. But most definitely super duper rain wrapped, Capucci, as you were alluding to.
Yeah, and if we take a look at correlation coefficient for Gordo, you can see right as the circulation passes west of Gordo, it obviously gets that correlation coefficient signature, but then it throws that debris to the north. So if you're driving on Highway 82 between Gordo and Reform, I bet there is debris in the roadway. That would be my guess, because that's called debris fallout. The debris is picked up by the tornado, then it surfs the mid-level winds to the north, or in this case, even a little bit northwest.
Yeah, it's shown up on State Route 171 there, and actually right over the top of 159, right near County Road 12 as well. And that stretches all the way down to northeast of Gordo over the Jesse Pearson Road area and the Crossroad Church there. But here, business has picked up pretty considerably here. We're coming up on 5 o'clock Central Time here in about 40 seconds. So there's still more to go out of this event, but things are squeezing on the western side in Mississippi. So if I go into the layers menu here in the app and I pump up the convective outlook, you can see that now Jackson, Mississippi is now just under an enhanced risk. Here momentarily probably going to be under a slight risk, whereas that high risk area continues to remain over the top of Meridian, Hattiesburg, Tuscaloosa, Birmingham. But everything is really improving pretty significantly. I mean, Memphis, Tennessee, Little Rock, Shreveport, Alexandria, all the spots yesterday where we saw a lot of action, Jonesboro, Paragould, things have improved markedly. So this line is advancing fairly quickly eastward here. Still more to go, though, obviously. Capucci, you are still on that storm. I see your camera. You're in Paulding, Mississippi?
Yeah, I'm heading up Interstate 59 right now, a little bit west of Pachuta. So I'm on the edge of the tornado warning, and it looks to me like most of this is kind of falling apart, at least where I am. I believe that the tornado threat is almost over for most of Mississippi, with the exception of far southeast Mississippi, where all the action is right now. So I'm going to be taking Interstate 5920 up into Alabama, where I think this evening will be rather kind of messy. Not many lone, discrete, isolated supercells, but much like we've seen in Northwest Alabama right now, a couple little embedded supercells, and those embedded ones are the ones that can and likely will produce tornadoes because they're a little taller and they feel a jet stream and a changing wind with height. So that's kind of what we're watching right now.
Real quick, Capucci, a big shout out to somebody on Twitch that just told us that local news in Alabama there saying that it's on the ground north of Gordo, and it absolutely is. So again, it was kind of mixed up with all the debris that was getting chucked northward, as Capucci alluded to, now south of Kennedy. But this is the actual tornado right here, kind of right between 82 and 171 here. This right here.
Yeah, and I shared a photo of it on social media, Mike. I am seeing pictures of it.
Pictures of the tornado?
Yes.
All right, let me pull that up here. Stand by, guys. Oh, yep, there it is. Jack, or whoever it is. Jack, if you want to take my the web browser PC. This one comes to us courtesy of Brett Adair, storm chaser in Gordo, Alabama. There it is. It's super duper rain wrapped, but here you can see your wall cloud, and then look at that. That's the wedge. It's very wide. That is the storm that just went right over the top of near the Gordo area. You guys can see this, right? TikTok can't see it, guys. If we can make sure that we can broadcast it over there as well. So they're still looking at the PC. Yeah, they're all asking, can we see? Yeah. Whoever is switching, can we please show that? Because there's a new warning I'd like to get back to. Okay. Can you guys see it now? Still can't see it. Yeah. Whoever is switching back there, if we can please bring the picture of the tornado to TikTok as well, that would be great. And then I see somebody asking on Twitch, is it possible that Florida, near the Panhandle, could see a tornado tomorrow? This line is going to progress eastward overnight tonight and into tomorrow.
And interestingly enough, I just saw a post saying that
there it is.
The Tallahassee NOAA weather radio is down. So if you get alerts on your weather radio, you need to look for other options in Tallahassee.
All right, you guys can see this now, right? TikTok? Should be able to see it. It should be broadcast across all of our other platforms. So this is courtesy of Brett Adair here. Big wedge tornado right here. You can see the outline of it right here. There's the lowering, but the tornado in and of itself was right here. All right. Let's get back to the app here. Okay, so we're gonna keep following that storm again in Gordo.
Yeah, you can see the debris fall out just to the north of that.
Yeah, it's certainly getting lofted there. And again, if we go into the layers menu in the app, looks like the stack of cards there, and I go to the winds. I mean, if we turn on the ground-based winds, we're probably going to see some strong southerly winds. Let's see. Yep, there we go. And if we take the jet stream, imagine we're coming in from the southwest here. Yep. So those ground-based winds really chucking all of that northward. Again, it's impossible to know what it is, but given you just saw the storm there, whatever was getting blown that way. Again, we talked about it going over a lumber yard. It's impossible to know until we are able to get some ground truth on that. But the storm is still on the ground here. Is this a PDS? It is not, but it is radar confirmed. I mean, we just saw a photo of it there. Capucci was talking about this one up here near Coleman. We'll switch to another radar here and take a look at the one near Coleman. The rotation is right here, near Dodge City. Again, weaker signal, but it is here. West of Dodge City, south of Good Hope. This one, again, is radar confirmed as well. Wrapped up in rain. Not going to be easy to see. The spectrum width has been pretty helpful here when we've been dealing with all these rain wrap storms. It's somewhere-ish in here. But there is the velocity scan.
Hey, Mike, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. If there's any way I could share my screen, I got something to point out just for the next few hours and what we might be looking at.
Okay, stand by.
Sounds good.
Okay, it's up, Will.
Okay, so I just want to touch on the next few hours and what this threat looks like. Right now, what you're looking at here is just satellite imagery from about the last 12 hours over this region that has the high risk. And what I want you to notice is specifically down here in southern Alabama near the Florida Panhandle as well. This is where we have a confluence band setting up. Or other words, you're getting a recent surge of moisture. You can see it right there with all that condensation right over the Panhandle. A surge of moisture from the Gulf that is going to be upticking some of these dew points in southern Alabama. So I think the southern Alabama region is somewhere we really need to look out for over the next couple of hours. You can see as I zoom in here, it goes from clearer skies, and then you really get that sudden surge of moisture coming in right towards the last 2 or 3 hours. So southern Alabama will definitely be a place to look out for.
And Will, of course, is using the satellite feature in the MyRadar app, totally free to use. Again, in the layers menu, you click on the stack of cards there, and it's right up at the top, satellite. Pulls in a lot of data, so it takes a moment to really load in. It's using all of the GOES imagery, but I mean, you saw all that dust that was coming over Texas. You can actually see a little bit of it, the dust moving over the Texas area there. But thank you for that insight, Will. So we're looking at how many tornado warning storms do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4 of them. We've got the storm that is on its way towards Dodge City, Alabama. We still have this Gordo tornado. If I go to CC, you can still see a little bit of it there, now crossing over State Route 171. We've then got 2 tornado warned storms, one south of Meridian here that has radar indicated rotation, and then one east of Meridian that is also radar indicated. But right now, seemingly the only one with any form of anything that really jumps out at me, at least, is this little dot here. And that is that Gordo storm. Erica, Will, you guys seeing anything else I'm missing?
I'm kind of seeing if there's any other areas. So right now, not really. I think most of the circulations are warned that I'm seeing, and the good news is there's right now in Tennessee, at least, there's just severe thunderstorm warnings. I'm not seeing any tornado warnings at the moment.
Yeah, that was a part of the this event that really started popping off unexpectedly a little bit up north into Tennessee.
Yeah, like Will said, and I was kind of noticing that earlier in southern Alabama, maybe an area to watch the next several hours.
Yeah, and we have the surge of moisture coming in off the Gulf of Mexico there, especially if you, again, look at the ground-based winds. on
Something
the app.
important to note too is New Orleans is about to get smacked by this line of storms. A lot of lightning. There's actually a severe thunderstorm warning just to the west of New Orleans.
Oh yeah, right there over the city in and of itself. Let's take a look here. Yeah, I mean, this is a QLCS, right? If you've ever seen one, just a big line. Some potent winds in there. What are they saying in the severe thunderstorm warning? Winds 60-mile-per-hour gusts. That is potent. We'll keep an eye on whether or not anything comes of that. But nothing that stands out to me, Erica, in terms of any kind of rotation on it. It's pretty much these 4 storms. I mean, I'd say we're nearing the midway point here of the high-risk area. There's still, as Will touched on, southern Alabama down here. Dothan, Ozark, Troy, Montgomery. Not in the high risk, but certainly still in a quite high, moderate risk. That is still nothing to shake your head out there. 4 out of 5 on their scale. So much happening. Last night, though, was pretty wild. But we are continuing to keep an eye on things as they develop here. Let's jump over to the Jackson radar. These are the storms that Capucci was on. Where is he driving? He's in Paulding, Mississippi. And we have Jordan in Beaumont, Mississippi. Haven't heard from Jordan in a bit, but it looks like where he's driving.
I saw him post a pretty intense video on his Twitter just now, and I'll reshare it.
Oh, just now?
Oh, it looks like it's been shared.
Yeah. I showed that on the broadcast before. I was going to say, I thought that was a new one. Yeah, you saw the tornado pass right in front of him. Super duper rain wrapped there. And yeah, okay, I misread that. There are a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings up here in Tennessee, but nothing that is looking to take that next step. So we're pretty much on these. Let's watch this.
Yeah, and they're no longer, I'm noticing, PDS tornado warnings either. They're just the ones in Alabama.
Okay. Now,
they just have the observe tag.
I believe that we're going to... All right, so the PDS tornado watch for the Jackson area over Mississippi has now run its course. For the New Orleans area, you are talking, again, PDS tornado watch for the next 46 minutes. Mobile, Alabama now, and now that is Pensacola, or not Pensacola, but Alberta and Gulf Shores are under a PDS tornado watch until 8 p.m. Central Time. Biloxi, Mississippi, that is also 6 p.m. PDS. Oops. Hattiesburg, I think, is also one of the 6 o'clock. Yep. So another 45 minutes to go on that one. So the threat is beginning to wane on that side. Now, of course, don't let your guard down here in Tuscaloosa. That's until 8 o'clock Central Time. That does include Birmingham as well. Up north here into Huntsville and Decatur, that is also a PDS until 8 o'clock. So the National Weather Service expects things to continue to remain active over most of Alabama for the next 2 or so hours. Up here near Dalton, as we work our way kind of into Georgia, not a PDS, but the expectation is that it will be until 1 a.m. a tornado watch. And you notice we're starting to see that creep eastward now into Tennessee. You folks were asking about Knoxville, Oak Ridge, up into that way. So I'd imagine that's probably fairly late overnight as well. Yeah, around 1 a.m. So this event is likely going to become very linear and push its way north and eastward. I believe there's still a slight risk in effect for tomorrow. Do you guys know if they upped that? It doesn't seem like it.
I think, yeah, I just looked at it. I think it's still a slight risk.
Yeah. If you guys want to take real briefly the web browser real quick, so we can show that here. If we want to take the web browser, if we can show that. Whoever is switching back there, if you can pull up the web browser, please, so we can show the severe outlook for tomorrow. Again, this is going to go fairly linear and push it. So there we go. So again, you've got part of West Virginia, North Carolina, Virginia, South Carolina, Georgia, and parts of North Florida. Here in Central Florida, where we're broadcasting from right now, under a marginal risk, but just a couple of days ago, an EF2 tornado came through Central Florida. Strongest tornado in our area since 1998. So even though, again, marginal risk, not something to just completely ignore. Oh boy, go here. So again, we're still looking at the high risk here. All right, let's jump back to the app. And again, I'm looking at now just 2 tornado warnings. It's the one east of Meridian now, working its way toward Demopolis. As Erica pointed out, none of them are... This one is just radar indicated rotation east of Meridian. And then it's this one north of Birmingham, south of Huntsville. Again, just radar indicated. So things have calmed down just a little bit here, but as I just touched on before, we're still kind of waiting it out here. I see Jordan's shot here. Yes, Will.
I just wanted to note, I think it's pretty crazy to see the debris signature that's still lasting from the Gordo tornado. I mean, it's far to the north now, but it is just covering such a wide area, and all of that debris that tornado picked up is just lofted way up there still, high up in the air.
Which radar are you using to see that?
KGWX.
Okay.
Yeah, well.
Yeah, from about Fayette.
It's like Fayette, yeah.
Yeah, north of Barry, west of
right
Oakland.
here. Yeah, right here. I was looking at the tornado.
Tornado lifted quite a while ago, maybe 10 or 15 minutes ago, and you still got all of this blue here is just different sized objects than regular rain, right? You got tree debris, you've got car debris, house debris possibly, and like Mike said, a lumber yard is what the tornado went over. So all of that is still suspended high in the atmosphere, being thrown around by all the different velocities going on up there. So very strong tornado that passed a while ago.
So whatever it is, just refuses to come down.
Yep.
Folks, by the way, I should make mention. Oh, yes, someone on YouTube saying that, yeah, my wife was at work when that tornado came through Central Florida on Wednesday. An EF2 tornado hit her work. That was crazy. She's okay. And some homes were destroyed over there. It was rated, again, an EF2. Pretty nuts. And it all came together pretty darn quickly. So for those of you that are watching across all of our social media platforms, again, we'd really appreciate it if you were to follow us. I see y'all on TikTok. Again, it's totally free to follow us here on the platform. All you have to do is hit the button above my head there. I think that it's above my head. All you have to do is hit follow. That way you know whenever we drop a new video, or, of course, whenever we go live. If you've enjoyed the coverage that we've brought to you today, hey, tap on the screen, send us some likes. We would really appreciate that as well. Up to 34,000 likes so far. That is awesome. Hey, if you're watching on YouTube, hit that like button. It helps us break through. I know there's some other massive creators in the weather space on YouTube, but we think we offer something pretty unique. And, of course, we have the power of the ever-popular MyRadar app, again, which is free to download across all major mobile platforms, iOS, Android, Windows, and on the Amazon platforms as well. If you're watching on Twitch, I know that we're up against some huge creators in the Just Chatting category, but, hey, we appreciate you guys sticking around and watching nonetheless. So thank you so much for your continued support there. It's March, right? We've got so much more severe weather to come in April and May. Matthew Capucci is going to be out in the plains through the months of April and May. And then, of course, as we get into June, we go into hurricane season. So crazy, crazy times ahead for severe weather. So if you want to be along for the ride, whichever platform you are watching on, be sure that you are following, subscribing, turning on your notifications, so that way you can always be in the know with active weather coming your way. So again, new tornado warning, guys. Up here in Florence, Alabama, Let's take a look at what we got going on that just got issued. Let's see why. I'm going to find a radar here to get it in view. I think that's a terminal radar. So let's use KHTX. Let's see what's going on here. We'll read this. Wherever it is wrapped up in rain here. So this is until 6 o'clock Eastern. So that's another 38 minutes. It's radar indicated right now. Nothing jumping out at me for this. Let's look at the velocity. Hard to see from that. Let's go to KGWX. Am I missing something, guys? Looking at this storm here in Florence?
Let me take a look as well.
I mean, I guess. It's Muscle Shoals, Tuscumbia, Sheffield, Florence, St. Florian.
Yeah, I'm not seeing too much either, Mike. It's kind of a weak signal.
I mean, there's clearly something about it that is given. I mean, look how messy this is now. And bear in mind, this is on the far edge of the severe risk here. So behind it, things are quite clear. I mean, if I jump to the Memphis radar, you can see there's no rain at all over Memphis there, over Oxford, Clarksdale, Grenada.
And Mike, if you want to go south to York, Alabama, it's straight south. We have another new tornado warning. And this tornado warning is really interesting because it's in a radar hole. It's like perfectly placed in between 4 separate radars. So you're not able to get a super clear visual on that velocity couplet of how strong it might be.
So let's read it here. We've got 36 minutes to go. This one also until 6 o'clock Central Time. Radar indicated rotation. We've got York, Livingston are in that as well. Zooming out, yeah, you're right, Will. It is really kind of in the middle there. I guess it's closer to the Jackson and the Birmingham radars.
Right.
But not exactly seeing anything that is really jumping out. You can see the inflow right here, just to the east of Cuba. Who's that talking? Is that Capucci?
Hello again. I'm back.
Hello. Where are you?
I am just passing Meridian, Mississippi, en route back east on Interstate 5920 into Alabama. So I know there's one more cell that is.
You're on that tornado warning that Will just called out on the way toward York then.
Yeah, I'm a little far behind it, but I wonder if I can make up some lost ground. It's sunny where I am, even though it's still raining. There's a few hints of sun popping out behind the storms and kind of been a gap between the slug of moisture that's containing that potential tornado between York and Demopolis, and then some lingering cells back near Newton. But it looks like the tornado threat is mostly over for Mississippi, but we're still watching that cell that kind of marching right up Interstate 5920, and that's a highly populous corridor in Alabama.
Ludacris on YouTube says he's incredibly thankful for us. So thank you for watching. Appreciate it. Someone else says March weather madness. Hey, you're not kidding. Tomorrow is a Selection Sunday. I don't know if any of our schools, my school, Ohio University, knocked out of the MAC tournament. I know Erica, Oklahoma, they're on the bubble. They may get there. Will, Cornell, that ain't happening. And then Capucci, Harvard, that ain't happening either, I think. So it's just Erica. It's just Erica's school.
Cornell could win the Ivy tournament. It's possible. It's possible.
It's certainly possible. They're still in it?
Yeah, the Ivy madness is still going on. All we have to beat teams like Yale, but it's possible.
All right. Well, I think that all of our basketball teams.
The Ivy madness. It was. Yeah. He said it so fancy.
Ivy madness.
All right. So we've got the 3 tornado warnings. This one up here near Huntsville, south of Huntsville. There is a severe thunderstorm out ahead of it here, north of Birmingham. Let's check back what's going on here. This is kind of alludes to what Will was pointing out, where Alabama is now likely the threat going to really ramp up. Shades of Gray on YouTube asking, are you predicting anything in Tennessee? I mean, listen, you are under a tornado watch there in Tennessee, and far eastern Tennessee under a tornado watch until 1 a.m. So you most definitely do not want to let your guard down, particularly as these storms continue to work their way north and eastward. So you got to have multiple ways to receive alerts overnight. Download the MyRadar app. It's totally free. That way it can provide those alerts out to you. So there is some in here. we're kind of in a weird spot where Will brought up, where we've got this storm that's just kind of stuck in the middle of 4 radar sites, a little too far away from each one to get a really high level of confidence as to what's going on. I guess this one is giving us our best view, the Birmingham radar. But everything is so darn messy right now. There's the rotation, right?
Yep.
Just west of Holly Pond, southwest of Fairview. And again, just radar indicated at this time. Not seeing much in the realm of correlation coefficient. I mean, it's very possible that here east of Coleman that this is just kind of getting chucked around from our previous storms. Whether or not it's possible. I mean, it's certainly possible. We'll keep a close eye on this one here. How long do we have on this tornado warning? 2 more minutes. And with that severe thunderstorm warning out ahead of it, I guess it's possible that they extend that just a little bit. I know Capucci is working his way toward Alabama, so we'll see what he is going to find out that way. But thus far, it seems like these tornado-warned storms here for Alabama, the one up near Florence, and then this one over Hanceville, Good Hope, passing east through Coleman and up to Fairview and Baileytown. This is really the one that's jumping out most to me here. East of Coleman, southwest of Fairview and Baileytown. You need to be in your safe place right now. It's just radar indicated, but as you just saw right there, they just extended the tornado warning.
And it is now confirmed, Mike.
It is. Okay, so we have a tornado on the ground. I was going to say, the signature is definitely popping out a little bit here.
Yeah,
Let's jump to this radar. It's not super pronounced, but it is there. And there we can see a little bit of something near Fairview. Yep. So again, that would allude to the fact that there's something on the ground. Again, this is not a radar-confirmed tornado. This is a spotter-confirmed tornado, meaning that a trained storm spotter here on the ground near Fairview or Baileyton confirmed that there is indeed a tornado on the ground. This tornado warning set to last for 46 more minutes here to take us up to 6:15 Central Time. So we'll keep a close eye on this. But for the folks in Fairview, that looks to be another fairly small community. Is that Tennessee? No, Alabama. All right, so Fairview here. 446 people going back to the last census in 2010. So a lot of smaller communities really impacted today. It looks like it just lifted north of Fairview, heading toward Gum Pond Road, southwest of Apple Grove Road. And south of Aggie Labs, west of Nature's Best Egg and Lystra Missionary Baptist Church. So we'll keep an eye on this one here. But that is working its way kind of parallel to, what road is this again? Looks like it's working its way along State Route 69 there, about to cross over State Route 67 and work its way toward Highway 231. That's what I'm seeing over here. This one near Demopolis also won't go away. But this is the storm that Capucci is kind of on the backside of. You can see his camera here on the screen on the bottom right-hand corner. That's Capucci's camera. It's looked pretty socked in for a while here. Very cloudy. Yeah. I mean, and again, if I zoom out here, gone are the discrete storms. I mean, I'm not seeing any. This is just a big mess, really, with spin embedded within it, which I guess, Capucci, you got to chalk that up to, as Will showed before on the satellite, that strong southerly wind coming in off the Gulf Coast.
Yeah, and Mike, one thing I'm worried about, too, you did a great job earlier on explaining how so many of the storms are training, and that's why some places we're seeing tornado warning after tornado warning after tornado warning. Even though the tornado threat may be waning a little bit, I mean, yeah, there's still some tornado warnings, but overall the tornado threat is lesser. We're going to see an increasing flash flood threat, especially across the Interstate 5920 corridor between like Tuscaloosa and Birmingham. that metro corridor tonight, I think could see 3 to 5 inches worth of rain, and more people die in flooding than they do tornadoes. So we implore folks, even if the tornado threat falls a little flat in Alabama compared to how it was advertised, A, there are still significant tornadoes ongoing, but B, don't discount the flash flood threat. If you can't see the bottom, if you're driving, if there's a puddle and you can't see how deep it is, turn around, do not drive into it. You do not want to enter water that is deeper than it appears. It's like when you look in the rearview mirror, objects are closer than they appear. Water is usually deeper than it appears too. And believe me, I've driven through floodwaters that I shouldn't have before. I don't want anyone else in that situation.
So we just had somebody that's watching on Twitch report that sirens are going off in Muscle Shoals, which is up here in northwest Alabama. That's that Florence tornado. Again, just radar indicated at this time, not anything necessarily on the ground. We'll keep a close eye on things. There's another 27 minutes to go on that tornado warning. The one with, I guess, the most rotation is looking like it's about to exit that high-risk area and work its way into the moderate. Again, that doesn't necessarily mean that it's bound to kind of give up a little bit. But, yeah. Capucci, I've had some people in the chat asking about about Atlanta. You were talking about that earlier today. I guess that was much earlier, or it was last night. Time is relative right now. Let's talk about the threat as this persists eastward toward Atlanta. It seems to be a more of a nocturnal event, which is concerning, right? Because you're likely asleep. So what is it that you're expecting as this works its way eastward into Georgia and then, of course, toward the East Coast on Sunday?
I agree. So I think what Georgia will be facing later on tonight is likely more a QLCS or a quasi-linear convective system, especially at the foothills of the Appalachians. I think that overnight tonight, let's say as we close in on midnight, maybe a little before that, I think Atlanta will be facing a band of thunderstorms with more damaging straight line winds and some flooding potential. But I do think there could be isolated, quick-hitting spin-ups. So that's why for folks in the Atlanta metro area, it's imperative that you have a way to be notified overnight if warnings are issued. That might mean keeping your phone on. Do not turn on Do Not Disturb. Do not put it on silent. You want to make sure that if there's an emergency alert, you can be woken up. Otherwise, I'd say that threat will persist all the way down towards Florida as well. And real quick, I'm going to have to disappear momentarily just because I'm getting an overcall, but I will be back in the next 3 to 5 minutes.
No, you're good. We just got a new tornado warning here in Tennessee. Let's go take a look at it here. This is actually on the border of Tennessee and Kentucky. So the bluegrass state could very well be getting in on something. And this, guys, looks to be, I guess, the most interesting rotation that we've had thus far. It's right here. Let's talk about it. So this is in effect for the next 10 minutes. I mean, did we miss this one? The far northern side of Tennessee here. Another 10 minutes to go on this one. Again, it's just radar indicated. It's just such a mess, guys. The overall look of all of this. I mean, look how messy all of this is. Very linear, right? And that is absolutely capping off the upper bound limits of this event. But this would be the first time that things have crept into southern Kentucky there. Let's see what we can find. Again, here's the rotation, right? Over Jamestown, east of Dale Hollow Lake. Not seeing
I'm seeing
anything.
that as well.
Let's see. I mean, there's a little something in the spectrum width, right? Which, again, as Capucci talked about before, is just measuring abnormalities, chaos.
I think there might be a sneaky new tornado also trying to form in east central Tennessee, midway between Nashville and Knoxville, perhaps along or a little bit south of, I think that's I-40.
Oh, yeah. There it is. Southeast of Spencer, west of that. Oh, yeah.
Not tornado warning yet, but near Pikeville, between Spencer and Pikeville. If you are in Dog Cove, Lake Tansy, or Crossville in east central Tennessee, seek shelter now, lowest floor of whatever building you're in and avoiding windows. Your phones the next few minutes are going to buzz like crazy when the tornado warning finally comes out. Do not wait for that buzz. Take our advice right now. If you're in southwestern Cumberland County, Van Buren County, east central Warren County, or southeastern White County in middle Tennessee, for the next probably 45 minutes, even though there's no tornado warning yet, we'd like you to treat this like there is one, because there likely is a tornado either developing or ongoing right now. This is between Spencer and Pikeville. Again, on days like today, the National Weather Service is so busy doing so many different things. They're very talented folks, but in many cases, oftentimes understaffed. And so for that reason, we want to make sure that if we see something that they don't, or vice versa, we're all kind of working together to provide as clear and full of a picture as we can. So for folks in Pikeville, Mount Crest, along Highway 30, along 127, Cold Springs, right along and east of the Fall Creek Falls Betty Dunn Nature Center. All those areas, if you know any of those landmarks, if they're near you, you'll want to get below ground right now, lowest floor of whatever building you're in, and avoiding windows. Still, there is no tornado warning yet. In my opinion, there has to be, especially because we're even seeing something called a BWER on reflectivity. What that means is there's kind of a donut hole where the middle of the donut hole is like a void in terms of rainfall. It's just a couple little pixels where there's not much rain falling there, but that tells us there's a strong updraft, upward moving air suspending rain and preventing it from falling. And the inference is, of course, if that's commensurate and coincident with rotation, that there's likely a tornado ongoing right now. So that is between Spencer and Pikeville at this point. We have additional tornado warnings in Alabama we'll get back to momentarily. There's also one new circulation too west of Chattanooga and Jasper in far southern Tennessee. So multiple possible tornadoes in eastern and central Tennessee. The one between Spencer and Pikeville concerns me the most. But let's get back right now to Alabama. We have 3 tornado warnings south of Huntsville. The Huntsville metro area will likely be seeing some tornado warnings issued in the next little while. And are not confirmed. Actually, one is a confirmed tornado right now, a little bit southwest of Arab, northeast of Cullman. That's heading towards the town of New Hope. And then the more significant tornado is near Addison. It looks to me like it's probably on the ground just based on radar. Again, no confirmation right now, but anyone along the highway from Decatur to Priceville, Hartsville, Falkville, and South Vinemont, north of Cullman. We talked about those areas earlier on. They had a circulation moved through barely an hour ago. Now it's time to get back down into your hidey holes, back down to your shelter for the next little while. That's for Limestone County, north central Alabama, northwestern Cullman County, and Morgan County in north central Alabama. You know, Limestone County, they're among the most tornado-prone places historically in the United States. They got hit by 2 F5 on April 30th.
Sounds like we're losing Capucci.
Which back in the day
All right, sounds like we're losing Capucci a little bit. I know that Jordan is in the chat here. Jordan, can you hear me? Maybe we lost Jordan too. I see his shot. Let's take Jordan's camera here. He is rocking there. Numerous new tornado warnings just popping up. And I cannot hear Jordan, Jack, if he is in the, if he's... Okay, I just saw some levels there. So, all right, well, just let me know when we have him, and we will, we'll go back to Jordan. So we've got a couple of tornado warnings all along the northern portion of Alabama. 1, 2, 3, 4 of them. This one up here near Muscle Shoals in Florence refuses to go away. Jordan, is that you?
Guys, if you take my shot real quick.
I hear Capucci.
It looks really cool. I'm just along the... Yeah, can y'all take my shot momentarily?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yep, it's up.
Yeah, so it's going to look really cool in a second. This is the backside of those supercells. I'm about 30 seconds away from entering Alabama along Interstate 5920. And it's cool. You can see like that wrapping back on this side, like how stuff is moving kind of from left to right. We're looking at the backside of supercells, the one that earlier on had the tornado warning near York and Livingston. So that's all kind of like the messy conglomerate of heavy rain and some embedded circulations over west central Alabama, but just thought it was a cool shot. I wish it was a little broader here and you could see better, but the sky also has this weird bluish green tinge, as is sometimes the case when you have potentially tornadic and severe storms. But yeah, I'm still waiting by the way, on that tornado warning in Central Tennessee. I'll be curious to see if anything happens with that.
We'll keep an eye on things. Otherwise, we've got, again, these quartet of tornado warnings here for north and northwestern. Oh, the Florence one just went away, just as I was saying it. But we are now starting to see a little bit of the rotation here near Addison, as Capucci was alluding to. This one here is just radar indicated, but nonetheless here, there is the, more than likely, what's giving the National Weather Service some reason to issue a tornado warning right here. That's going to cross into this warning area here very soon near Highway 157, working its way toward Falkville and Hartselle. That's west
the one that
of
Capucci
Coleman.
was talking about is warned.
Finally,
Tennessee?
golly, it's about time. I don't mean to talk smack about anybody, but goodness gracious. And it looks like...
Capucci, there was something that happened a couple of months ago that has kind of come to bear fruit here over the past couple of weeks. So let people figure that one out for themselves. So here we go. Yeah, I mean, the velocity is very pronounced on this right here. Let's take a look at this here. It is still radar indicated. So nothing yet that from the National Weather Service to say that there's something on the ground. But to Capucci's point, this is a pretty big one here from the velocity perspective. This is for the next 32 minutes. Looks like it's on its way toward Pleasant Hill and Crossville, just east of Dog Cove in Tennessee. And there is a little bit of a correlation coefficient. I mean, it's hard to say. It's a big mess.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, you're seeing it on the spectrum with, right, Capucci, just east of Spencer there?
Yep. So for the folks at home, spectrum width is a radar product that sort of tells us how much chaotic movement there is in each pixel. And so if you have an area where spectrum width is sort of high, that's telling us sometimes that is an indicator of a potential tornadic circulation, especially when it overlaps with some spin. And interestingly, I'm seeing like a little wannabe storm trying to form behind me back near Meridian. I don't know if that's going to be something, but I'm just looking out my back window and it looks like there's a little storm trying to get going. So I'm intrigued by that. Will, if you want to keep half an eye on the town of Chunky, a little bit west of Meridian along Interstate 5920. That hook, I can't tell if it's elevated, but it looks like there's a little something there. And yeah, just keep half an eye on that if you wouldn't mind, because I'm curious your thoughts. So you have more time and ability to dissect the radar than I can since I'm in transit.
Will do. I do see it on the general radar. I'll keep looking at it.
Yeah, I'm seeing it visually out my back window, and it looks like it's developing a bit of an anvil. So I don't know if it's, climbing at all or if we're getting a little bit of heat at the gap. But yeah, it's certainly interesting. I'm keeping tabs on it.
The tornado threat seemingly in Mississippi is really waning quickly here. We've still got, for the Tupelo area, there is still a tornado watch up there. And again, that is a PDS tornado watch for the next 14 minutes. But conditions improving rather quickly up that way. Again, if I brighten up the outlook area, stand by and I'll show you here. Right? You can see now that things are even lifting beyond the high risk warned area into the moderate risk area. In fact, even beyond that, up now into the enhanced risk and even into slight over there in Kentucky. The atmosphere has been wacky these past 36 or so hours. But we're not going anywhere here just yet. Still plenty of tornado warnings to cover. It seemed like, Capucci, when you and I were covering yesterday's event, like that was fast and furious with big tornadoes getting put down. There were, 17 warnings at one time?
It was trying to keep track of everything all at once. It was insane. And a little bit more happening today. We had a couple hours of discrete activity but it looks to me like the bend in the overarching storm has sort of promoted more messiness. And so I think today's ceiling wasn't reached. Granted, it was still a bad event. Yes, we still had some strong tornadoes, especially over southern Mississippi, and we have some ongoing over northern Alabama, but we definitely did not reach the ceiling that we could have if storm mode had been more supportive of more isolated supercells.
I mean, listen, certainly better to be prepared than not in this instance, especially with going into this event, how high-end things were looking.
Yeah, I mean, it's always tough when you have a parameter space, meaning all the ingredients are there, but it's tricky. How do you sort of, combine them? It's like if I have all the ingredients to bake a cake, but you have to actually bake it. No matter if you measure all the stuff, put it in cups, put it on the table, it all comes down to how you bake it. If the oven's too hot, it burns. If the oven's too cold, it doesn't bake. If the oven's at a tilt, then it all spills out of the pan. Those are all things that I've done while cooking. But in any case, today, the ingredients were all there. Parameter space was high. We did, however, see some limiting factors come to manifest and prevent a more widespread violent tornado threat.
All right. Erica, if you wouldn't mind just taking things over, you and Will, I just need to step aside to go use the restroom. So
yeah,
Jack
sure.
and Mauricio, if you guys could take Erica in full, I will be right back just in a couple minutes.
Yeah, let's
Erica,
do a quick little update because we have some new tornado warnings and they've expanded some of them. I think maybe that's what you were going to mention.
Yep.
But let's look, and I need to log into the Mac Mini, y'all. Let's see. And if y'all can put the Mac Mini on, I was having issues with it earlier, but okay, yeah, so it's there. Let me zoom out. And I think I'm just blinded by my lights, so I'm like having to squint. So let's go to Alabama here. And let's see, I think the warnings got toggled off somehow. So let's see if we can toggle them back on. Because we have several tornado warnings, and actually, there's one just north of Chattanooga as well. So I want to get to those really quickly here. So there they are. And let's go to that one, and let's talk about what's going on here. Oh, wow.
Yeah, this one's interesting, Erica.
Yeah, I think it has...
It's got 2 couplets in there.
Yeah. It is interesting. Let's see, tornado...
Is this
one. I'm not seeing it. This is as a confirmed tornado either.
Right, but it's a pretty good correlation coefficient reading you got there.
Yeah. I wonder if they'll change that here. Let's put that on that correlation coefficient.
It is also over water, which is interesting. I wonder if that.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking because it also had like a little bit of a hook there when I first looked at it. Yeah.
Yeah,
it's interesting. Wow. That might be something on the ground or maybe just going over the lake. It's right over the lake.
Right.
And we can super zoom in there. Yeah, so that is a tornado warning again. This is on the north side of Chattanooga, so just right outside. I've actually driven through here before, so I can kind of imagine what it looks like from that lake. It's a pretty wide lake as well over this area. But yeah, you could see here 2 areas of circulation. Looks like the latest radar scan. Not as prominent, so we can put on the reflectivity here. Yeah. Still a very interesting signature there. Again, this is a tornado warning in Tennessee. And guys, I think my Mac Mini froze up.
I can take over if you need, Erica. I could try to share my screen.
Let's see. Yeah, sometimes this freezes up on me. Jack, I don't know, or Mauricio, if you can move that around for me. But that's one of the newest tornado warnings we're watching. We're still watching the one to the north of that area as well. That is, and I don't know if that's the right one. Yeah, think that's, yeah, you could take Will's screen if you want, guys. Screen share. I don't know who's back there. Yeah. So still watching the one just north of Chattanooga. This is for Crossville. And I've been trying to get updates from the National Weather Service here. I have their chat up, and let's see if I can get any more information on these storms. So
My screen's up, Erica.
yeah, so that's the one north of Chattanooga. Let's go down to Alabama, actually. I saw a lot of questions about what's going on there. And Huntsville, you're north of both this tornado warning and severe thunderstorm warning. Looks like they did cancel one of the tornado warnings they had issued. It was issued like 10 minutes ago, so that didn't last very long over New Hope there. It looks like it was just a now broad area of rotation. I'm not noticing anything either for this storm just south of Decatur, and I did see somebody ask about that in the chat.
Yeah, I'm not seeing too much here either.
Yeah, so I think, yeah, this is going to expire here in the next 22 minutes. So right now, just a broad area rotation. They probably will keep the warning for a while, but I think Decatur for now, you're just right outside. So if you're on the western side of the city, I think you'll be fine. But if you're on the eastern side, just, stay, be in your tornado safe area. And really, I mean, we only have 1, 2, 3 tornado warnings, most of them in Tennessee right now. Well, I don't know if you're noticing anything else to note with these storms, but
yeah, not in particular. Still looking at this one north of Chattanooga. If Capucci's still on the line, I would want to ask him if he's ever had an experience where correlation coefficient picks stuff up when a tornado crosses over water. Is that something that it might be picking up?
Truth be told, not really. Just because, I mean, if there's anything else in the air, even leaves will do it. You tend to get a lot more in the way of correlation coefficient signatures for weak tornadoes in the fall. So like if you have an October, November tornado, you're much more likely to get cold season, signatures, because leaves are great tracers and they're lightweight and they can be carried up in updrafts. Sometimes you even get spurious signatures that look like tornadoes on radar because you have leaf being ingested upwards into the mesocyclone. But for water, you just wouldn't really get that because the droplets are too small. And by the way, whoever's either producing or if Mike can still hear me, Mike, it would appear that your AirPod is still leaking audio. And so we're getting a lot of extra feedback. So Jack, Tracy, if you could kill whoever's audio that is, or Mike, before you live stream, it might be, live stream anything unintentionally, it might be good to mute that audio. Oh, beautiful. That was quick. Whoever flipped the switch. Appreciate it. I only say that because one time when I was on TV, I accidentally, I think
actually, so I got more information on that. I just went into the chat for the National Weather Service. So they're saying that they're worried about something that's known as a side load contamination on the supercell. So winds aloft that are falsely depicted at the lower elevation scan. So that might be why we saw that kind of signature with something that's not confirmed.
That makes total sense. Yeah, because it looked strong for a second and it's kind of dissipated, but right in there, that was concerning for a little bit.
Yeah, and I'm not seeing any reports of anything either coming from that.
Right.
So, yeah, very interesting.
Not seeing too much other than these 3 areas, I guess, we have tornado warnings. Technically 5 warnings, but just the 3 areas
back,
all
guys.
associated with 3 storms. Hi, Mike. How's it going?
Thanks for covering. I mean, we've been live now for what seems like 20 hours over the past 2 days, so I just had to use the restroom here. All right.
Yeah, and I also want to make a mention of this real quick, Mike. The Tallahassee weather radio is down, and they are telling residents or anybody who uses the NOAA weather radio to have another way to receive alerts. And of course, you can download the MyRadar app, and it'll also alert you, especially in the Tallahassee region where potentially, they could have a overnight tornado threat. So that's something to really keep in mind there.
All right, Mauricio, if you can take my radar here. That's ironic. Appreciate it very, very much. All right, let's take a look. We got some people in the chat asking about, is it Arab, Alabama? Have you guys talked about that one yet? Arab? Okay, that's what I thought. Okay, I got to find it. Hang on.
Arab, Alabama. Where is Arab? I should know this. I watched James Bond marathons a million times.
Yeah, I found it. It's at the high end. It's at the northeastern corner of the high risk. It's where we have those 2 tornado warnings just south of Decatur. You see it? Southwest of Huntsville. So there is no tornado warning in Arab. We're just seeing the pair of tornado warnings right here. One that's radar indicated for 17 more minutes, and this little guy behind it, which has been allowed to expire. So apologies, it's just the one. So give it a moment for the National Weather Service to get rid of that one. But it's just this one for the next 17 minutes. By the way, we're 4 minutes away from the tornado watch expiring over most of Tennessee. How long does Hattiesburg have? They have until, 6 o'clock. And then it's the same thing down here, I believe, for Biloxi. Yeah. So we are 3 minutes away from that expiring. We will see if they do. We've got what looks to be 2 or 3 severe thunderstorm warnings over New Orleans right now. So remains to be seen whether or not they might keep that up for a little bit longer. But we'll have an answer to that in about 2.5 minutes. Capucci, I haven't checked in with you in a while. Where are you?
I am now thoroughly into western Alabama along Interstate 5920. I'm coming up on Utah and we'll be in Tuscaloosa in the next roughly 30 minutes.
Okay.
I can still see some bubbling clouds. I can see sort of the backside of all that convection, the nasty thunderstorm activity. There's still more nastiness just to my south, but it looks like I'm kind of on the backside right now. So the good news for me, at least weather-wise, things are quieting down. Still heavy rains moving up towards Birmingham. They'll be there most of the night, but it looks like Mississippi is pretty much done with any severe weather threat.
Well, I mean, that's good. They most certainly needed a break, right?
Yeah, and it's funny. So far south Mississippi today had temperatures just a little warmer to around 81, 82 degrees, and that's sort of the temperature you needed to get storms to grow tall enough to tap into the jet stream. And that was the case. It looks to me like we had a couple limiting factors sneak into play that cut back the risk a little bit in northern areas. Like this, for much of the risk area, won't verify as a high risk, probably a moderate, but it won't verify as a high risk just given the aerial coverage of it, of the tornadoes wasn't as high as expected. But all that to say, we still definitely had some very significant hot spots. I mean, weren't there like 5 different tornadoes or 5 tornado warnings that impact the same areas today? So
we also had a tornado emergency earlier this evening. Was that for Tylertown, I believe it was? So that was probably the biggest debris signature that we've seen today. So, of course, the National Weather Service meteorologists are going to have to go out and survey the damage. We'll have an answer on that more than likely tomorrow or Monday. We'll get a good answer on that. I want to bring attention to what's going on here. I know folks are asking about
live drone in Taylorville here pretty quick, too. Or in Taylorville.
Oh, all right. So Jordan is in the chat, so we're going to have a live drone here in a second. Had to do a bit of a costume change. You guys can see it's a little chilly inside the studio here. Will's got a pretty cool MyRadar hoodie. I mean, I think that's a 1 of 1. He's not rocking it right now. I think you've seen it probably in some of our TikTok videos. But anyway, here is this one. 29 minutes to go on this tornado warning that is just radar indicated right now for, what is it? Chickamauga Lake, just to the northeast of Soddy Daisy and Lakesite. Here, I believe this is Tennessee, up into Bradley, Meigs, and Hamilton counties. I mean, it's not part of like it's weird. It's a weird looking storm. The rotation is in there, but I feel like for the rest of the evening here that we're just going to continue to see the embedded stuff rather than the discrete supercells. There
You know
goes,
what I
by the
think,
way,
sir?
the tornado warning just south of Huntsville, Capucci.
Yeah, so I think that big mass of rain west of Montgomery, south of Tuscaloosa, near Linden, Demopolis, and Butler, I think that's going to try to become a supercell. It's a big, big sort of blob right now, but I think it's going to try to become a supercell and head more east rather than northeast, would be my guess.
Now, interestingly enough, there are 0 tornado warned storms and 0 severe thunderstorm warned storms in the entire high-risk area. Not a one. Everything is up into Tennessee. Our only 2 tornado warnings in town. Meanwhile, we've got this severe thunderstorm down here in the New Orleans area. That's it. Okay? It is now 6:01 Central Time, folks. So we're going to go into the weather alerts, and I'm going to show you the active tornado watches, which have now mostly expired for Mississippi. We still have this one here for Hattiesburg that says it should have expired a minute, 2 minutes ago. So we should see that drop off here soon. Down here into Louisiana, Mississippi, another one that should have expired. And then just to the west of New Orleans as well, set to expire a minute ago. So should give it a moment here to drop off unless the National Weather Service has seen a reason to extend it. Same thing goes for Biloxi. I think the Mobile one is, it's 8. That's what I thought. So here in a moment, we should probably be able to say that things for Mississippi are all but over. I know Capucci was talking about this a mere 10 minutes ago, but at least we're now a little bit past the official deadline set by the National Weather Service. We still have this tornado watch here for most of southwestern Alabama that's in effect until 8 o'clock Central Time. So you still have another hour to go, or 2 hours on that. I believe same thing goes for Tuscaloosa, Birmingham. Yeah, 8 o'clock Central Time. Northern Alabama, we're talking Huntsville's also 8 o'clock. But then if we go back up here, you can see that we have quite a few tornado watches where we actually have our only 2 tornado warned storms here for parts of Tennessee and northern Georgia, namely Dalton, Georgia. This is until 1 a.m., not a PDS tornado watch, but a tornado watch nonetheless. 1 a.m. as well for Knoxville, Tennessee. And then for Cookeville, Murfreesboro, that is also until 9 p.m. Central Time. Erica, Will, are you guys seeing anything that stands out to you?
Yeah, Mike, I want to point one thing out. There is a pretty prolific lightning producer north of New Orleans right now. Nothing tornadic necessarily, but it is a severe thunderstorm warning, and you have just so much lightning going on in there. If you can pull that up on the app.
On it right now. Unclear why the markers are not showing up here.
I think you might have to switch to the high def radar. That's what I had to do.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yep, there it is. Thank you, Will.
You're welcome.
There it is. All right. So we will turn off the flashes just momentarily. And what we'll do is we'll go here and we'll pause it. Now, you are right, Will. I worked with a meteorologist once that referred to that as an LOL storm. A lot of lightning.
Yeah.
And even this one off the shore of Gulfport there, too.
Yeah. Perhaps I see one report of 13,000 strikes so far associated with just this storm over the last 30 minutes or so. So pretty prolific.
Again, outside of the high risk right now.
Yep.
We're waiting on Jordan. He's going to be doing a live drone capture here in a moment. But as it stands, all is quiet over the high risk area. I'll pump it up again so you guys can see it, or I'll brighten it up, I should say. Here it is.
I'll give you a quick update too.
Go ahead, Jordan.
I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to drone this town. And then once I get the video done, we'll pump it live so I at least know where to fly around to and show you guys live on stream.
Okay. Where are you right now, Jordan?
Perfect. I am currently 10 minutes out of, what is it, Taylorville? Taylorsville.
Now, if I recall, that community was hit numerous times today. There it is. Yeah, this is where Capucci and you both intercepted that same storm near Collins, right? The one that split the difference between Collins and Mount Olive, went up into Taylorsville, Bassfield, Prentice. That was inside that high risk. That's when things really were verifying earlier today. Again, we've been streaming now for, how long has it been? About 7 hours. The darn monitor went out behind me again, Jack. But yeah, not seeing anything in the high risk area. I mean, we can take this time. We got 400 or so people watching us in TikTok. What's up, everybody? Hope you're doing well. My name is Mike Linden. I'm a meteorologist with MyRadar. Of course, I am joined by the MyRadar weather team. We've got meteorologist Erica Lopez, meteorologist Matthew Capucci, storm chaser Jordan Hall, as well as news contributor Will Cano, all joining us this evening to help cover what was expected to be a rather historic, I mean, it certainly was in its issuance there, a day 2 high risk. But thus far, things have begun to really quiet down. Of course, we still have more time to go here for the rest of the evening. But if you'd be so kind, if you're watching on TikTok, hey, we'd really appreciate it if you were to follow us here on the platform. I think it's above my head to follow us. It's totally free to do so. And hey, tap on the screen, show us some love that way as well. Again, we'd really, really appreciate it. And hey, share the live stream as well. If you think someone, your friends or family or community members would dig the coverage, again, we really appreciate it. Really, I mean, it's been quite a past 2 days here. And of course, more to come as things continue to be active as we head into severe season as a whole, into April and May, and then right on into hurricane season, mind you. Of course, if you're watching in the MyRadar app, big shout out to you. If you didn't know, the app that we're all using here on various platforms, I've got the iPad version of it pulled up. We've got the PC, is MyRadar. Totally free to download, iOS, Android, Amazon. You can take it in the car now with Apple CarPlay and Android Auto and with Google built in. And hey, if you're watching on YouTube and Twitch, subscribe. We'd really appreciate it. Use the Twitch Prime as well on Twitch to get 1 month, courtesy of your boy Jeff Bezos. Erica, Will, Jordan, Pucci, are you guys seeing anything? Because other than these 2 cells up here in Tennessee, which are pretty linear here, I'm seeing a whole lot of nothing.
Well, you know, it's not over until the fat lady sings, and she's not singing yet, but she's in the parking lot. She's getting closer. But no, realistically, it looks like most of the stuff is kind of lobified over Alabama. Storm mode is just kind of messy and not really favorable for much in the way of rotating storms, with the exception of the cell near Demopolis in western Alabama, west central Alabama, south of Tuscaloosa, west of Montgomery. That whole mass of rain is trying to spin. It's trying to become a big supercell. Interestingly, near the town of Linden, it's trying to develop some rotation. Otherwise, I think most of the night is going to be sort of just heavy rain, maybe an isolated warning here or there, but I think the widespread threat is winding down pretty quickly due to unfavorable storm mode.
Yeah, we still have another 2 hours to go for a lot of those tornado watches. I guess we can take some time to answer some questions coming in on the chat. Let's do that. We've got so many people that are watching us across a bunch of platforms here. Someone said storms are now just starting in Gulfport. Yeah, I mean, that was that big lightning producer that Will had touched on before. Well, I guess that was kind of that satellite cell that was out ahead of it there. Again, coming in off the Gulf, right? So you can kind of see that beginning to fill in. It will probably join up with the larger band there. Interestingly enough, that is still a severe thunderstorm warning, and you can really see it here, how it's bending, right? From Poplarville all the way down over Lake Pontchartrain to New Orleans, rather. So it's kind of bowing up into here, right? East of Nicholson. That's just, again, like when you pull back on a bow in archery, right? It bends at the top and the bottom. This is a bow echo. Really what it's showing you here are that winds are so fast, they're rushing out ahead of this main line. And by the time that the beam can return to the radar, which in this sense we're using Mobile, it's moving so fast that it causes it to look like it is bending there. So again, just an indicator of some stronger winds. But beyond that, for Gulfport, it's raining a lot. Anyone else have any questions? Let's see here. We got another one coming in from Twitch. Big shout out. Is there any chance it will weaken before it hits Eatonton, Georgia? Again, the overnight threat for Georgia looks to be, as Capucci touched on before, some heavy rain, some stronger gusty winds, but the tornado threat is diminishing fairly quickly, particularly so over Alabama. Someone on TikTok asking, what's the worst category today? I mean, it's still a high risk over parts of Mississippi and Alabama, but I mean, if I turn up the outlook here, nothing going on in there in terms of any kind of severe thunderstorm or tornado warned storm. What other questions we got here? Oh, hey. Tommy Two Gloves on YouTube said, to Mike, Matt, Erica, Will, Jordan, Jack, and Sandy Rose. She gets some love. Thank you all to your professionalism and service to the affected communities. You guys are all first rate. Many thanks. Thank you very much. Appreciate your kind words a lot. Thank you. All right, we got some people here on TikTok asking ETA for Montgomery. Again, we're talking Montgomery, Alabama here. Let me tone that down. ETA for what? Will, Erica, am I missing something? I mean, it's probably going to be windy, right? But in terms of, I mean, there's anything severe warned right now.
Yeah. Kind of like Capucci mentioned earlier, you're going to get a lot of flash flooding possibilities because this is just going to be rounds of heavy thunderstorm-like rains. But right now, it's not looking like a particular tornadic threat or even a severe wind gust threat that would be winds over 60 miles an hour. What it might just end up being is some rounds of heavy rainfall, some thunder, some lightning, maybe 2 to 3 inches of rain falling very quickly.
There is a new tornado warning in Mississippi.
Aha. Oh, I see it. Southeast of Laurel. There it is. So we got one in the high risk. All right,
Yeah,
Erica, what do we know about this one?
Oh, that one looks mean.
Yeah, it's very tight couplet there.
That cropped up fast.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You got to be kidding me. I just drove through that storm 5 minutes ago.
So
Dave, I was there all evening. What the heck?
This is in effect for the next 30 minutes here. It is radar indicated, but yes, it is most definitely popping up here. Again, for those of you that are wondering what it is that we're looking at here, this is the velocity product. So effectively, it's showing us our wind directions and speeds. Red is showing us winds going away from the radar, which one am I using? It's the one up in Jackson, Mississippi. And green is showing winds going toward it. And in fact, Erica, they just added a tornado warning out ahead of it now for Waynesboro, too. So this is a live one for sure. I mean, it's not a tornado on the ground just yet, but it looks like that thing is expected to be something here for the next 45 minutes. So Capucci, it looks like the fat lady, so to speak, she's back out of the car. She's back inside the opera house, right? Because we got something going on here. Let's take a look at the correlation coefficient. Right? It maybe something there. But let's keep a close eye on it because the velocity signature is totally there. We got someone asking on Twitch, does it look like Pensacola will be added to the watch? You're referring overnight? It's hard to say. Right now, you've got that tornado watch to your west that's set to expire in an hour and 45 minutes. I think that the worst will lift north of you into central Georgia. So Atlanta, let's see, Atlanta not under a tornado watch just yet, are they? No. but north of Atlanta in Dalton, Georgia, there is. It looks like there are some storms, though, beginning to fire up west of Atlanta right now. Again, the atmosphere very moist. Athens, Georgia, home of the University of Georgia, just had some rain move through there. But we're going to keep a close eye on this one here. Jordan, where you said you're going to be droning? Oh, we lost Jordan. His shot is beautiful, wherever Jordan is. There he is. Taylorsville. All right, let's go back to the
Taylorsville. Sorry,
Taylorsville.
Taylorsville.
No, you're good. Where are you? And you're gonna take us up in the air here.
Yeah, here in a little bit. I got to drone this first, then I'll go back over to it.
Cool. Someone asking on TikTok, is there a tornado on the ground right now? Not officially, although this one here is the one that we're going to keep an eye on. Now, we are now beginning to see this little blue dot here. That could be indicative that it's trying, right? We'll know a lot more here in the next radar scan. But this one is in our high risk. Someone said Capucci's shot is ominous where he is driving. Capucci's in Alabama now.
Yep, I'm going to stay probably in Tuscaloosa tonight, but we're just kind of sneaking to the backside, and really, there's not a ton going on in Alabama. There's that big slug of rain, but my sort of concern is that the stuff down to the southern end, where there's a little less forcing, a little less oomph, is allowing a couple more isolated cells to remain by themselves, not interfere with neighbors. And that's why we saw that one tornado warning pop up south of Laurel, heading towards Waynesboro. And actually, that circulation just tightened markedly. It's going to pass south of Shibuya. But I also think there could be a couple other ones between like Beaumont and Mobile. And so, yeah, I do think Pensacola will likely be added to tornado watch tonight because there could be some additional isolated cells that come in from the Gulf and take advantage of the wind dynamics to rotate.
Will brought up several, what feels like forever ago, but Will did bring it up when he showed the satellite view in MyRadar and showed how all that energy is still coming in off of the Gulf and will continue to surge its way northward. So that's why, again, even though things have quieted down a little bit, it's by no means over, considering that the atmosphere is still fairly charged up. And let's not forget that last night, again, a little different, albeit specifically, last night, a completely nocturnal event. I mean, just ask Jordan, who was out there chasing. I mean, things were firing off left and right last night.
Right.
Let's see.
And hey, Mike.
Go ahead, Will.
If you want to go to the radar east of Montgomery, there's a good demonstration of that, the KMXX. You can see out ahead of this big mess of rain, what you have are some of these small storms trying to pop up and become supercells. That is still possible. This is still a moderate risk out ahead of this main front we got going on. But like Capucci has mentioned, there just isn't enough of a storm mode to promote that rapid growth out ahead of this main line. The fact that this main line has kind of congealed as it has goes to show that lowered tornado risk, but still out ahead of it, you are getting these storms that are still popping up, could become something in the future.
They're certainly trying their best, right?
Yep. Yeah,
if we go back here, if we go back a little bit, right, coming in straight up from the south. So this is what, an hour ago?
Yeah, straight off the Gulf moisture.
It out, and then bang, 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 from Midway through to Tuskegee up to Auburn there. But this one here, go back to Jackson. It's about to cross into this tornado warned area. It's still radar indicated as it stands right now for central Wayne County. Again, Waynesboro, the seat of the county here. Let's see. Right here, guys. You guys can see my mouse cursor, right? You should be able to.
Where is this again, Mike?
This is in Alabama.
The Waynesboro. Okay.
Yes. Yes.
Right.
Yes, Jack. Yes. Absolutely. No worries. So, little inside baseball here. Jack talking to my ear. So, yeah, I mean, this one's trying for sure. Capucci, am I crazy here? Or are we looking at another BWER right here on this storm as it's now crossed into...
Yeah, there's definitely one for a little while. And for the folks at home, a BWER is a bounded weak echo region. Sounds like a bunch of mumbo jumbo. Just basically a donut hole that appears on radar where in the middle you have so much upward motion from the tornado that rain can't fall and it makes a little void. So that's been sort of the case with this storm as it crosses the state border shortly. It's soon.
Capucci, hang on one second. Hang on one second, Capucci. Jack, can we take Jordan's shot here? He's in Taylorsville proper, and we're looking at a ton of storm damage here. Leave the app in a picture-in-picture, but Jordan, are you still with us on the call? Maybe not, but at least let's see this here. Remember, Taylorsville was hit pretty hard.
I'm still here. I just have it muted.
Okay.
I'm here.
Oh, did you just pull over, or did we?
Yeah, I'm pulled over.
Oh, okay. No, I see you. All right. I didn't know if you were still going to drive. There's a lot of damage that you just drove past there. I couldn't tell whether or not that house that you just went by is destroyed. Looks like there's something hanging off the power lines there.
Yeah, quite a few things damaged here.
Okay. So you're going to fly the drone up there where you're parked?
I guess I could technically run you through with the drone right now quick while I shoot the shots simultaneously.
Yeah, let's do it.
This will be a little tricky because I usually like being out of the car.
Well, listen, we can wait. It's all good. I mean, there is an active tornado warning right now. Just let us know when you're ready.
If you want to cover that first, that'd be great.
Cool. All right, we'll come back to you, Jordan. All right, so Jordan is now in position in Taylorsville, which could be one of the more hardest hit areas in Mississippi. So we'll return to that. Jack, in the meantime, let's head back to the tornado warning here. Capucci, sorry to cut you off. As you said, meteorological mumbo jumbo.
Yeah, so as we were talking about, when you get a donut hole on radar, that little void in the middle, that's where the tornado or the tornadic circulation is lifting rain, suspending it, preventing it from falling, and you get that little hole. So it's usually a sign that there's a pretty potent updraft there, and there's a decent chance of a tornado on the ground. So that's what we were seeing earlier on. Waynesboro down the road will be next in line for that probable tornado in the next 20 to 30 minutes. The National Weather Service issuing a tornado warning already. And, the reason we're seeing two different tornado warnings in the same cell, one county is in the jurisdiction of the National Weather Service in Jackson, Mississippi. So they're the ones who issued the tornado warning for southeastern Jones County. But then the reason there's another tornado warning farther east for Wayne County is because that's under the jurisdiction of the Mobile office. So suffice to say, there's a agreement with the potential for a tornado with that cell. It's continuing to progress east. There might be a new circulation trying to form a little bit south near the town of Richton, but it's still in the very early phases. And
synergy, Capucci, between the offices.
Yep, always coordination. We're seeing additional tornado warnings now pop in eastern Tennessee as well, and those are with just a couple of heavier convective elements, heavier little thunderstorms and downpours within a broader mass of downpours.
Yeah, we've got 1, 2, 3 up there. We got a comment, by the way, from one of our mods on Twitch from Chaotic App. She says, thanks for providing live coverage. Well, hey, if you take Capucci fishing with you on one of your streams, I think we can call it good. Just let us know there. She, I think
I'll
she's
go
in Georgia, if I recall. Capucci, have you ever been fishing before?
Yes, when I
You
was
lived in Cape.
7.
You grew up in Cape Cod, yeah.
When I was 7, I caught a couple sunfish. I was never big into fishing when I was a kid. I'm still a kid, but when I was little, I loved catching frogs. Though I'm still obsessed with frogs, as we all know. So like frogs and stuff like that, salamanders.
Well, Chaotic Gabs, if you're still watching, again, take Capucci fishing next time. He's up your way in Georgia.
Yeah,
That'll be exciting. All right. So again, Waynesboro here. We still are seeing the circulation. Ooh, okay, tightening up a little bit here, just south of I-84.
Hey, Mike, I got to head out pretty soon, but there's one last thing I wanted to mention, if that's all right.
Sure.
Yeah, I think it's important for people to note, as we clearly saw last night, once we enter nocturnal tornado mode, it's a totally different story. People really have to be careful and make sure you have alerts on your phone. Make sure you have a way to receive those tornadic notifications to know whether a storm is coming your way, because there is no seeing these things at night. And this threat will progress over the next few hours once it does get dark.
Will, thank you very much. Those are certainly wise words. Thank you very much for joining us. Appreciate it very much. And it's St. Patrick's Day tomorrow, Monday, right?
Yep,
Am I
Monday.
making that up? Yeah. So happy St. Patrick's Day. Happy St. Patrick's Day to you up there, Will, up at Cornell. Have a fantastic weekend, dude. We'll talk to you later. But thank you very much for joining the coverage.
I will.
Great work as always, Will. I mean, we're all so proud of everything you've done, but you crushed it today. Solid analysis, and you did a big service for the folks who were streaming.
Thank you very much, guys.
Be sure to follow Will on all social media platforms. Will Cano, CANOWX. You'll see him on our TikTok account, on Instagram, on YouTube. He's everywhere. Give him a follow.
Thanks, guys. Have a good night.
All right. See you, Will. All right. So we're still watching the tightening rotation here just west of Waynesboro. It looks like they have dropped the warning to its west, right? So the handoff, as Capucci alluded to, from Jackson, Mississippi to Mobile, Alabama. So now again, this is Waynesboro is no longer in the path here. It's now largely 84. So Highway 84, I should say. So we're looking at Mozingo Cemetery, the Liberty Baptist Church, Woodwards, which is right here west of Waynesboro near the Highway 45 and 84 interchange. It's pretty much right here west of Waynesboro. That rotation couplet is still to your west, riding the highway there. Not seeing much of anything on the correlation coefficient, but it's certainly trying to tighten up. It's very obvious where it is. It's right here. Hey, so someone says, found you on TikTok, so decided to check your Twitch stream out. What's up? Thank you very much for joining us over here on Twitch. Be sure to follow us. That way you know the next time that we go live. We really appreciate it. It's certainly a platform that we certainly would like to grow. I think that Twitch is a very interesting platform, being that it's live, right? So got to find something that we would be able to provide and add value to over there on Twitch. So if you have any ideas for what you'd want to see over there on that platform, just let us know. We might be able to have something cooked up into the spring and summer months here. Maybe we'll just let Capucci and Erica run wild on some models. Of course, the GFS.
Oh, that sounds fun.
Yeah. I feel like, Capucci, if I give you like a telestrator, right? Like an Apple Pencil or something, and just let you go to town.
I'll go
those
full
weather
Steve
models.
Kornacki mode.
What did you say, Jack? Capucci as Bob Ross. Yeah, the joys of weather modeling. You might be onto something there, Jack. That's kind of fun. Bob Ross, by the way, from Orlando, if you didn't know.
He was the original Florida man.
I guess so, yeah. I think he served in like the Air Force too. Something like that. Very interesting dude. My kids love watching him paint. Love it so much. Someone said Someone said Bob Ross the GOAT. I agree. Okay, I'm not missing anything, I don't think. I know Erica has been on top of all of these. Is this the only... It's outside of the storms up there in Tennessee. It's just this one right here. West of Waynesboro. Again, the community of Woodwards here on the northern side of Waynesboro.
It's still only radar indicated, but it really does look mean.
And I've been looking at the Weather Service chat. I'm not seeing any updates from them either about that storm. So
someone said I just joined and you might have already went over it, but Eastern Kentucky. What about Eastern Kentucky? I mean, you're under an enhanced risk. You might get some noise overnight tonight, but in terms of much of anything right now, it's heavily raining. I would say one thing to be concerned about is the fact that you guys effectively are super duper waterlogged here. It's been raining a lot up there, particularly over Eastern Kentucky. So make sure, again, you have ways to receive warnings, particularly flash flood warnings. And I would suggest you download the MyRadar app. It's totally free. That'll keep you in the loop. But right now, we're keeping a close eye here on this cell here that is about to pass over the community of Woodwards. It is trying to tighten up. I haven't seen much of anything beyond that.
Oh, that's not good.
What's that?
Well, I knew I had low fuel, but it went from however many miles down to dash, dash, dash. So we're going to ride on a prayer and the seat of our pants and see how far this thing takes us.
All right. So hopefully you, all right. I did not have that on my bingo card as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's rather interesting because it said I had enough to get to the gas station and by far, but then it just went dash, dash, dash. So we shall see.
Fun times. Maybe I don't know where Jordan is. Perhaps he'd be able to. I see him on his shot. Maybe he'd be able to bring you some gas. I think he's in Taylorsville. He's far away from you. You're in Alabama.
I got 6 miles left, so I'm pretty sure there's enough of a reserve.
Good.
I'm going to try to drive at exactly 60, which I don't know what the optimal glide speed, so to speak, of a car is, but we got 6.4 miles, and we always know there's always some sort of, comical car drama.
New tornado warning. Capucci, you called this out earlier where you talked about Demopolis, and we now have a new tornado warning there.
Yeah.
So here we go. Let's talk about this one. This is in effect for the next 55 minutes. So that's until 7:30 Central Time here. This includes New Bern, Marion. It's a fairly large tornado warning as well. I mean, can see this big Boeing section in the line here. It's just a big mess. I mean, that's really what jumps out the most at me. But let's try to see if we can find the rotation. I think that this is what they're looking at, that Capucci was talking about before. Just east of Demopolis, along Highway 80 and State Road 69 there, southwest of New Bern. Let's switch to another radar, see what we can find. Everything is pretty darn embedded right now. Nothing truly jumping out. Although I see what they are putting down in terms of the rotation. It's in there, but certainly doesn't hold a candle to what's going on down here. Again, over Wayne County here. So again, that's lifting toward Woodwards and Highway 45, West King community there in Mississippi. Quite a small community with the New Hope Church there. This rotation is heading your way. Right now, it's just radar indicated. There hasn't been any confirmation on it on our end from the correlation coefficient the spectrum with
Another thing too,
return
Mike, the Storm Prediction Center released a mesoscale discussion. I've been struggling saying that word, mesoscale, for southern Alabama, for still saying strong tornadoes are still possible, just because the environment is conducive for that.
So with these 2 tornado warnings, how things up in Tennessee, those are still active.
Let's see, we got 3.2 more miles. Can we make it to the gas station? Time will tell. It's amazing how far 0 miles will take you.
What'd you say?
It's amazing how far 0 miles will take you.
Jack, you can't see it, Kapuchi, but Jack just pulled up your live stream. Jack, gotta have a little fuel indicator on there, and also if you can power cycle the monitor behind me again. I don't know what's going on back there.
I might be power cycling this vehicle soon. I don't get it. Like I knew I had low fuel, but I had plenty of time to get to the next gas station, and then it just once it dropped below 30, it just went dash dash dash. I'm like,
that gives
that's
me
not cool.
so much anxiety. I don't think I've ever seen, since I've owned my car, I don't think I've ever seen the fuel light, ever. Oh my gosh, I'm very diligent about putting gas in my car.
We're gonna get there soon. Let's see.
Okay.
Oh, there's lightning too.
Someone asks if is it tightening up west-southwest of Gulfport?
What is sleeping?
I did not see Kapuchi adjusting his camera.
Oh, I was trying to towards me, but oh well. Let's see, 1.5. Oh wait, it's not just 1.5 miles left. It's 1.5 miles until we get off the exit to go find the gas station.
All right, well, stay with us. We got the audience is going up on TikTok, by the way, as we continue to talk about the whether or not Storm Chaser Matthew Capucci is going to arrive at the gas station before the car runs out of gas. So stay with us. Do you think he's going to make it? Let us know. Let us know in the chat. 1 for yes, two for no. Will he arrive at the gas station?
We got 0.9 miles until we take a right off Interstate 20 in Moundville and Tuscaloosa. So let's see. Exit 71A is where I'm going. 0.7 miles. I'm feeling pretty good about this.
A lot of ones. Oh, someone on YouTube hit a 2. Oh my gosh! Someone just said, "Imagine that the gas station is out of gas." Let's do it. Let's do the live drone. Again, we're still watching these tornado warned storms. Erica, if you see something out of this, if you wouldn't mind calling it out, I've got the.
Oh, I see the gas station. And
up.
wait, take my camera quick. Do you guys see what else I see?
What's that?
You'll see it in the camera in just a sec.
Here, let's take Capucci's shot.
I know there's a wee bit of a delay.
A gas station? Oh. Hashtag not a sponsor, Capucci.
It's my happy place, the Waffle House. Which
not
I think I'm going to go.
Not a hashtag. All right, well.
I also lost the miles per hour indicator now. The car doesn't know how fast we're going.
All right, let's take Jordan's drone shot here. So Jordan is in Taylorsville, Mississippi, where earlier today they were hit by a tornado. Jack, if you want to leave the app there in picture. So Jordan, if you want to walk us through what it is that we're looking at here, we're going to pull your shot up here momentarily. Stand by. Jack is switching to it right now, so stand by. Let's make sure that the folks on TikTok can see it as well here, Jack.
Made it.
You made it. All right. Jordan, we've got it pulled up here, all right?
Perfect. Yeah, so we're currently in, I believe this is Taylorville, where that, was it a tornado emergency? I cannot recall. Do you remember?
I cannot remember either. It's been a long 36 hours.
Regardless, it was a PDS tornado. It did go right through town. Thankfully, though, obviously we do have some very significant damage. But thankfully, it doesn't look and appear like too many homes were impacted. There's quite a few structures that are still left standing around here. It looks like a lot of roof damage and some small sheds. We'll go ahead and we'll fly over here to another part of a house that actually got. It's kind of crazy that the triangle frame off the roof was ripped off and just laid down right next to this house. You'll see here as I fly around the right side. It literally just like opened the house almost like a dollhouse. So thankfully this house doesn't look like it really had much in it to begin with. So this might not have been occupied at the time. There's not much really to see, but something I want to point out, we're going to take off and we're going to go on a little flight quick. You'll be able to see the whole view of town. Overall, a lot of these structures are still intact. Some roof damage, quite a bit of tree damage, but overall we're seeing a lot of these homes still standing, which is a phenomenal thing. But if we can get way over here, I'm going to show you guys something fairly intense where you could see where a subvortice most likely actually was cutting trees down at probably like, I'd say about 8 to 10 feet off the ground. It looks like a lawnmower goes through these trees up here. Let me get closer. It might get a little blurry just because we're going to get far away from the car.
It's amazing how stable it is.
There we go.
The thing that jumps out most to me.
I might not fly all the way over there, but we can use our zoom.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, look at that.
A swath of trees that's completely carved out here.
That is wild.
And that just shows you how intense some of these subvortices can be when they really get going. When they cut trees down like that, it means they're fairly significant. So,
yeah, someone is asking, so what do we think from this view in EF3? Again, it's hard to say. I mean, it certainly was powerful to do something like that, right?
Right.
It looks like it was fairly narrow, though, all told. But to just effectively rip the tops off.
So it's very interesting because I believe this ended up being a multi-vortex tornado. Reason I say that is you have that clear-cut swath right here through the trees. But if I was to turn to the east a little bit, which I just lost signal, let me roll my window down. You actually see sporadic damage outside of that swath. So, which makes me think that there might have been multiple vortices dancing around that tornado. Let's do a full pull around. You'll be able to see, again, a lot of these trailer houses are intact, which is very surprising, especially with that CC drop that we were viewing. So thank goodness it looks like they escaped it. I'm going to go ahead and zoom in here, and you're going to see the cleanup efforts are underway from some people. You can see that guy out there is cleaning a lot of the tree debris out of the yard there, and everybody's kind of just already in cleanup mode here.
It doesn't seem, it's hard to tell whether or not that house even has a foundation.
Yeah, that's that's a trailer house.
I was going to say manufactured home. That's, I mean, got to be counting his lucky stars there.
And then you can see over here where it's like
right in front of us. Yeah.
Some of the roofs just get ripped off. And then the house right next to it's fully intact. So
can you, that one right next to it, Jordan, just on the right-hand side there, if you can show that one, the White House on the right. Yeah, again, to point out to folks, right? I know that a lot of homes in the South don't have basements due to the water table being as high, but look at the center of the house, right? The interior-most room in the house is largely unaffected. Now, of course, the roof there, unless we froze. Jordan, do we still have you?
Yeah, you're still there. I just stopped flying.
Oh, okay. Wow, that is so still. Holy cow. Yeah, I mean, again, that center of the home is largely unaffected. That is why we tell you that if you don't have a basement, you want to be on the first floor of your home in the center of the home, because look at everything around it there. Golly, man. How about that the house that we were initially looking at there, Jordan, on the left-hand side?
Yeah, so here's that one. There. It gets a little jumpy when I'm sitting in the car flying.
Sure.
Because I'm not standing outside at the RC.
You look at how it went over just that one section of the house. Gosh, I mean, listen, let's not get it twisted. This for the people that live here. This really sucks, right? I mean, I hope that they're okay. I hope that they're okay. Obviously, things can be replaced, but not the way I'd imagine they wanted to spend their Saturday.
Right. Almost lost the drone for a second there. Stand by. Trying to get a little bit better RC signal. It might black out for 2 seconds. Just bear with it. It's the HDMI cable.
Yep, we just lost
it. Yeah, wait for it's coming back. Here we go. It's the HDMI cable. It's a really bad cable. Any second, you should have it back. Okay. And as we come into town, you'll see another swath of trees over here. I'll fly right up to them, and we'll have better RC signal here too. That actually,
I know a lot of people had, the expectation that this was going to be an incredibly high-end event. I mean, let's not get it twisted. It's high risk.
Absolutely.
But I don't know if we hit those high-end parameters. There will have to be a lot of. We'll have to really look into that and see what happened to prevent that. I know Capucci had spoken about it earlier. Yeah, look at the way that halfway up the tree just completely snapped off.
Let's see, what else did I see? Trees are a very big teller too of its straight line winds or tornadic, and you can tell with the trees that they're all tipped over in different directions for the most part, which would be indicative of a tornado.
Right.
And again, you have houses that are completely missed.
I was going to say, largely unaffected, that house right there. And talk about a miss, that tree was right next to it down. Meanwhile, right across the street here. Man, the people of the South, they are resilient. Look at that guy out there with the chainsaw.
Getting her cleaned up.
I mean, you got to, right? It's not like you could just leave all this around. Jordan, since you've been driving around, is this the worst damage that you've seen?
Today?
Yes.
Yeah, this is the first main damage zone I've actually been in today. I got close. I don't know if you've seen the video or showed the video yet. It should be in,
yes, I did. I did show the video. Yep, I showed the video.
SharePoint, the close range tornado earlier.
Yes, the one that was super rain wrapped.
Yeah, we had to dig that out of the rain. But outside of that, I mean, oh, there goes that tree. Cut that down.
Timber.
Yeah. Outside of that, I mean, this is the only main damage zone I've been to. A lot of the other ones were highly rain wrapped and in fairly rural areas, thankfully. So, once I ended the chase, finally, I made my way back over here because I knew this town had been impacted.
For the record, we're still looking at these storms in Alabama that are tornado warned. This one, 9 minutes to go for the one in Wayne County. There is rotation in there. It's just radar indicated. And then this one south of Greensboro, east of Demopolis, same deal. We've got another 39 minutes to go on that one. That one is indeed radar indicated. So nothing confirmed as of yet. Kind of in between a few radar sites, but we're going to keep an eye on this Demopolis one near New Bern and Greensboro. You need to be, again, in your safe place. The rotation just south of Greensboro there. and North Newbern west of Marion. So we're looking at live drone footage from storm chaser Jordan Hall here in Taylorsville, Mississippi, where earlier today, PDS tornado, again, PDS being particularly dangerous situation, tornado came through this community here. I mean, the National Weather Service survey team going to have a lot of work to do here to determine the true extent of the damage in terms of the rating. One would surmise that this is at least an EF2 or 3. To go beyond that, I think we would really need some significant damage, right? I mean, and the fact that these homes are still on their foundations, not swept away, I think is a bit of a tell, right? Like the exterior walls still largely in place. Of course, you got it on that one side where it came down. And then one hopes that there were no people inside that house at the time. This is why, again, you need to be prepared. A very sporadic damage pattern here, though, Jordan. Some homes affected, some not. Some trees affected, some not. Very sporadic, which maybe lends to your theory about the it being a multi-vortex tornado here.
Absolutely. And then you'd see where it got fairly intense at times in the trees.
Yeah.
I'm curious. I don't know what that is down there. Let's take a look here.
Jack, what'd you say? One more time. A multi-vortex tornado is, Capucci actually has an amazing photo of it that he took. I can't recall where that was. I don't know if he's still in the stream, can hear me. He might have parked and went inside Waffle House. But a multi-vortex tornado. Yeah, that's what I thought. He doesn't even eat waffles at Waffle House. I don't know if I'm revealing a bit of a secret there. He eats like grilled cheese, right, Jack? Whatever.
I don't think it's a secret that he doesn't.
How do you not eat waffles? Jack knows his whole order. How about that? How you don't eat the waffles, though? And I'm a pecan guy myself, but anyway. So multi-vortex tornado. Jordan, you want to explain it?
It's all the same tornado. You actually have multiple suction vortices. So most people, when they look at a tornado, they picture the condensation funnel all the way to the ground. Whereas under a big time tornado, like a large like wedge tornado, for example, you'll have multiple of those, in a sense, tornadoes, but multiples of those vortices that come down and rotate around each other like a carousel. So that's why you'll see one house that gets completely leveled by the tornado and another house completely untouched.
Kind of like little tentacles, Jack.
Yeah, that's a great way to put it.
Capucci has that photo that he took. Jordan, you were on that chase. It was in the plains. I know that Capucci, was it Minden? It was Iowa, right? Or Nebraska?
Yeah, it was Minden. Minden.
Yeah. Because he has that up on his wall. I remember. We'll have to find it for later. But that's a perfect shot of a multi-vortex tornado. Darn! Look at that. Again, for those of you that are just joining us here on TikTok and in the app, my name is Mike Linden. I'm a meteorologist with MyRadar. We are looking at this is live footage from storm chaser Jordan Hall. He is here on the call. So he's just walking us through the damage. Of course, the sun is still up. We're at the point now where we've sprung forward, right, with daylight saving time. So we have the benefit of a little extra sunlight here. Looks like, Jordan, we might have just lost you here. It just went gray. Oh, it's back
that's
again.
Weird.
Can you get in closer, Jordan, on that tree?
Give me 1 second. I see something I want to shoot fast. Sorry.
All right, let's do it. I guess to be fair, this is, again, Taylorsville. Let's get some info on Taylorsville. So, according to the census in 2020, what a great shot that is, Jordan. The sunset. 1,100 people. So it's still a quaint little town here. I'm sorry, I'm just caught up in the moment here. Kathy asking which tornado caused all this. I just joined. This was earlier today, obviously, in Taylorsville, and it was a PDS tornado. I can't recall, Jordan, if it was the tornado emergency. It's been a
I don't
very
believe
long...
it was.
I don't think it
might
was
actually.
either.
It might have been. I don't know.
I don't remember. There's been a lot today. But this is a fairly small town. Again, 1,100 people, according to the last census in 2020. For those of you that are wondering where Taylorsville is, it is southeast of Jackson, west of Laurel, north of Hattiesburg. But if I recall, Jordan, a few tornadoes went through here, unless I'm completely off. It's been a very long day. We've been streaming for 8 hours here.
There's another swath of trees back behind this baseball field that took a pretty good hit here also.
It was a baseball pun, Jordan. By the way, if you guys in the chat have anything that you want Jordan to, if there's anything that you want to see, just call it out. And Jordan, who is flying the drone here, Jordan, how much battery life you got left?
I got about, safely, I got about 5 minutes left.
Okay, so if there's anything anybody wants to see, let us know. Someone on YouTube says, I have a question. Why have the storms seem to be dying off, not being as strong the farther east they go, like in Alabama? Well, of course, the sun is setting, right? You're losing that prime heating of the day. The jet is bringing things in more east of Alabama. And overall, the storm mode has switched to a rather messy one. Instead of getting those more discrete and singular storms, things have gone rather linear. So when you're having all of that convection occurring in a line rather than the discrete supercells, you're just going to get some strong wind. Of course, it's still very possible to still get some tornadoes. There's still a PDS tornado watch in effect for Alabama until for another hour at least. The threat in Mississippi has largely subsided. There's another shot here. Here's a good question from YouTube. How long do you think it'll take for this community to clean up? I feel like it would take forever. I mean, Jordan, you've covered a ton of aftermath. Have you returned to a community? I mean, I've got to imagine with you chasing, you've been to a community more than once. Do you have any insight as to how long a cleanup could take?
With a cleanup like this in this town, I wouldn't be surprised if it takes them just a few months, considering these Mississippi towns are very good at rebuilding very quickly. So
this ain't new to them, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Another question, do you think it might produce more tornadoes as it works its ways? It's certainly possible. I mean, do not rule it out. I mean, Jordan was chasing tornadoes last night until like 4 o'clock in the morning. It was a crazy nocturnal event yesterday.
I'll flash you guys with my lights.
Someone asked, do you feel like Tornado Alley is moving east? We did a piece on that. If you look in the MyRadar app on our YouTube channel, youtube.com/MyRadar, we did an entire piece on is the Deep South the new Tornado Alley? Hey, there's Jordan's lights. There's Jordan's storm chasing vehicle. Someone said they're glad that Capucci made it to the gas station. Waffles sound good right now. He's not eating waffles. He doesn't eat waffles at Waffle House. Dirty little secret for Capucci. He eats like grilled cheese and hash browns, which, hey, you do you.
I'm going to actually hop off here.
You're good, Jordan.
I'm going to walk around a little bit.
You're good. Go do your thing. Thank you very much. That's a storm chaser, Jordan Hall, giving us a live look at things via his drone at storm damage there in Taylorsville, Mississippi. Wow, someone said, honestly, waffles at Waffle House are overrated. Dardic, I will I will reserve how I truly feel about Waffle House. I will say, Erica, I think, stepped away for a moment, but we are very much so, Erica and I, Erica's from Texas, firmly in the Team Buc-ee's camp. Not a sponsor, but hey, Buc-ee's, we're big fans here. For as much time as Capucci has spent on the road, I don't even think he's ever been to a Buc-ee's, which is crazy because Buc-ee's is great. I'm a big fan.
He can't go without me. That's why.
Jack said Waffle House and Buc-ee's. See, Jack, this is why you have to speak on. We got to get you a mic. You don't have to show your face, but you got to speak on camera. We got to get you a mic back there. Jack, who our director here behind the scenes, said that Buc-ee's and Waffle House are two different things, but he's firmly Team Buc-ee's. That's what I heard.
I love them both. So
he said he's also Team Waffle House.
Well, the waffles are pretty good. That's why.
I am firmly Team Buc-ee's. All right. Someone said Buc-ee's is cool. I've got a onesie from there. They're marketing geniuses. I'll give them that. They're smart.
I have a whole outfit from Buc-ee's. I have a onesie. I have a what's it called? A fanny pack. I have something to cover my ears in the winter. I have
cover
a hoodie.
your ears in the winter. You live in Florida.
It gets cold here for me in Jacksonville. I go on many cold beach walks, and I just get cold easily.
Fair enough. I'm a big fan of their cherry maple beef jerky. We're hungry, huh? The cherry maple beef jerky. It's big, and the jalapeno honey beef jerky. Big okay from me there. And listen, let's keep it a buck, Erica. You're from Texas, right? There's great barbecue in Texas. Buc-ee's is solid, right? I don't think it's that bad.
That's why I like it, because in Florida, it's like the closest thing I can get to Texas barbecue.
I don't know about that, but hey, fair. I'll give you that.
Unless you recommend some great barbecue places, but I haven't found one yet in Florida.
Yeah, I mean, no, I don't think one person has ever said, you know what I'm really looking forward to when I go to Florida? Some barbecue. I don't think anybody's ever said that before. But hey, let us know in the on TikTok or on any of the platforms where we have a chat. If you know of a good barbecue place in Florida, let us know. So we're still, again, watching this cell here over Alabama that continues to shrink a little bit. There's 26 minutes to go on this tornado-warned storm here that is, as of right now, just radar-indicated rotation. It's kind of all embedded within this big shield of precipitation here, but largely south of Brent, northwest of Marion. Not seeing much of anything. We do have the tornado-warned storms up here into Tennessee, one west of Knoxville right now. Now, this one in Oak Ridge, and particularly this one here, just southwest of Melton Hill Lake. Those are interesting. Okay, wait a minute. Here we go. Let's look at this one here. Okay, so we have a bit of a debris signature here. Again, the correlation coefficient product. This is showing us objects that are being lofted vertically into the atmosphere that don't belong there, right? So there's something here, right, as it's working our way into Tennessee. This right here is a weather spotter confirmed tornado. All right, so we have a tornado on the ground here. Out ahead of it, is it confirmed as well? Yes, a confirmed tornado. So we got one generally here. And then this guy back here is pretty potent. We're going to keep a close eye on this one, just west of Loudon. They're along Interstate 40. And yeah, right here in Interstate 40. This is likely the rotation. This is the tornado right in here, right? So you need to be in your safe place. Again, the lowest place in your home. First floor. Let's get you some info here. Get you some landmarks. Okay. So this thing is close to the X10 graphite reactor, historical landmark there, biodiversity and sustainable systems section, and the K25 Overlook and Visitor Center. right here just east of Kingston. So that is, we got another one off here to the west. 8 minutes to go on that one. It says is weakened below severe limits. So that one's dying off. But this guy here is the one we're going to keep a very close eye on here. It's now crossing into this warning area. 38 minutes to go on this one until 8:45 Eastern. So we got another 38 minutes to go there. This is on its way to Oak Ridge, Tennessee. Looks like we might have a secondary circulation up here near Oliver Springs. And then we're still keeping a close eye on that one in Alabama. Yeah, but this one right here, that's now crossing into near Tennessee 95 is, yeah, this is right here east of the K-25 Overlook and Visitor Center, east of the Oak Ridge Turnpike, and southwest of 95, right here, north of 40. Doesn't seem like there's all that much here. It's largely wooded. But we'll keep an eye on things. Someone said that's a few miles from me, where the big steam towers are. Is that the graphite reactor near the Oak Ridge National Laboratory? Because that's up. That's like up here. Jack, if you want to take it in the picture-in-picture, let's do picture-in-picture. Take Jordan in full and put the radar in picture-in-picture, and also the darn monitor behind me again. So Jordan is droning some shots over here. I think that's Taylorsville. We were looking at this earlier. Brittany says she downloaded MyRadar. MyRadar will keep you alerted to anything that happens overnight. Hey, all y'all on TikTok, we are so close to having gained 1,000 followers tonight. So, hey, we'd really appreciate it if you were to follow us. It's totally free to do so. Just tap on the button. I think it's somewhere above my head here. Totally free to do so. Again, we really appreciate it. Tap on the screen as well. Let us know you're showing some support. This is Jordan Hall, who is getting some live drone footage here in Taylorsville, Mississippi, where a tornado, a PDS tornado, went through here earlier this evening. And down in the corner there, if you are watching, actually you're seeing this on TikTok as well as on all of our other platforms. We're still watching this tornado here that is confirmed by weather spotters. TikTok sees the drone now? Okay. So we are still watching a tornado on the ground here that is in Tennessee. I believe this would be our first one in Tennessee today. Real quick, just going back and looking at that one in Alabama. How much longer do we have on that one? Another 19 minutes. That's just radar indicated. No rotation otherwise. Going down here to look at what's going on in southern Alabama right now. Going back to Tennessee. If you guys have any questions, get it into the chat now, wherever it is that you're watching. Someone said Twister and Oak Ridge at the moment. Yeah, we're watching two areas of rotation. This one right here that is now pushing over 95 in, what is this community? This is Oak Ridge, yeah. So we got this rotation down here that is, again, a confirmed tornado. This is on its way to the Mounds disc golf course, in addition to Walk to Quarry, if you're familiar with any of those local landmarks here on Tennessee 95. So you need to be in your safe place, those of you in Oak Ridge as well. This tornado is on its way to you. Moving at 50 miles per hour, too. It's hustling here. Now, we do have a debris signature, too, which, again, is indicative of the fact that there are objects being lofted vertically here. So, again, if you live in Oak Ridge, you need to be in your safe place. Out ahead in Clinton, you still have plenty of time here, but you need to be ready to act. There's 30 minutes left on this tornado warning. Someone asked about Chattanooga. Chattanooga is way to the southwest. Nothing there right now. But this guy here. Someone said Jordan's view just came off my screen. He's no longer flying. He landed. Now, this rotation coming in behind could be something to watch here. Training in just behind this tornado that's on the ground. East of Kingston, south of Oak Ridge. Someone said, any threat of tornadoes for South Carolina? We are not talking about South Carolina right now. It would be gusty and windy overnight and into tomorrow. This thing really interesting. It's in a weird spot. See how it's caught between a lot of radars? Got to use this radar here. So green in this instance are winds going toward this radar over here, KMRX. Red is wind going away from the radar. So right here in Tennessee 95. Again, this is our rotation right here. Now, this is not super linear, right? So it is somewhat by itself, which is indicative as to why we are getting this wraparound a little bit. And really see it right there, west of Loudoun, right here, right? And as we advance out a little bit, where we are right now, the latest radar scan. So they dropped the tornado warning back here, but now it's this one here. So again, Oak Ridge, if you can hear me, you need to be in your safe place. There's a tornado on the ground confirmed by weather spotters. Moving at 50 miles per hour. Remember, that's fast. That's super fast. Doesn't have to stop at traffic lights and whatnot. It's just plowing ahead. Okay, so we're losing a little bit of that oomph now. It's still there. And if we look at the correlation coefficient, again, this is showing you debris that's being lofted vertically. It's a little scattered. That could be getting kicked ahead by previous storms because we do have a bunch of crud up here being picked up by the jet stream. But given that we have rotation right in here in this general area, it's certainly possible that, again, this thing is still on the ground here. Let's check the spectrum width. This is showing us any chaos in the atmosphere, whereas, rain, the signal is somewhat calm, so to speak. But when things are violently moving around, that's what spectrum width is looking for, those jagged, kind of chaotic movements. So here south of Oak Ridge, where we already know there is that velocity couplet right here, that spectrum width signature is giving us an indication that right here, west of Melton Hill Lake, is something worth watching. Okay, so this is effectively moving right now over the Mounds Disc Golf Course. It's effectively on top of it right now on Bear Creek Road. The Jack Case Center, the Y12 Fire Department is kind of in this area right here. Nero Care Point. And it is on its way right now. Okay, so it is heading for State Road 62 in Oak Ridge. There's a Walmart effectively right here, Walmart Supercenter, Comfort Inn, Doubletree, Days Inn. It's right here, again, where the Walmart is. And again, the fact that we are seeing some debris here lends to the fact that there is something on the ground, right? The correlation coefficient is effectively seeing objects that are being lofted vertically into the atmosphere. So blue is showing us that, again, something that was presently not there previously is being lofted up into the air. And the radar is not going to be able to discern exactly what that is, but it means there's something there, right? Someone said the Walmart could be used as a shelter. In some instances, that super center, right? Those roofs are not exactly super safe, right? If you'd have to go to, I guess, like the back offices or what have you, you really need to put as much of the outside world, as much of the interior walls between you and the outside world as possible. So perhaps, I guess, in the bathrooms of Walmart, that may be one of the. Okay. Someone said that's fast moving, correct? Yeah, 50 miles per hour is hustling here. It's right here over Oak Ridge. The debris signature is starting to weaken a little bit, right? Capucci, you got me?
Yep, I'm here.
How was Waffle House?
It was quite good, and it's right next to Hooters. And right next to a gas station. And there's a Wendy's nearby. I could have everything I need in life within like a half-mile radius.
So I'm looking at a tornado on the ground here, Capucci, in Oak Ridge, Tennessee. Would love your analysis on this. We've been watching it now for a good 25 minutes or so. It has another 25 minutes to go.
So it looks to me like... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, you're good. I mean, I was just saying in terms of local landmarks here, it's right over the top of a Walmart Supercenter, pushing its way toward the Town Place Suites there on Northwestern Avenue and North Purdue Avenue. Go ahead, Kabuchi.
So it looks to me like let's first put on reflectivity real quick, and we'll keep it kind of zoomed in where it is there. Perfect. Notice all that purple. So it looks to me like there was kind of a big dump of hail in the past, say, 10-ish minutes. And if we switch back to velocity, we'll see the velocities have sort of broadened a little bit. So with that dump of hail, it looks to me like we're seeing something called an RFD surge. You notice more green? That's cool air on the backside, sort of bowing out, if you will. And that might undercut the circulation. And so initially, that nudge of cold air helped tighten the circulation. But if the cold air wins out too much, the cold air brought down by the rain and hail, then it becomes almost inhibitive to allowing more moist air to come into the storm. And so I think we might be reaching that sort of threshold where we may eventually see the rear flank downdraft, that cold air wraparound win out. And indeed, with that new scan right there, it doesn't look nearly as tight as it did even just a few minutes ago.
Yeah, I mean, and if you look earlier, Kuchi, let me show you the what we were seeing on CC. Like, look at this, right?
Yeah.
And just before, this was a tornado warrant storm here when it formed just west of Loudon here, confirmed by storm spotters. But then now, as it worked its way toward Oak Ridge proper, we're really starting to lose a little bit of that tightness there. Let's take a look actually at the VIL, right? The vertically integrated liquid, and look at that hail core. that's up in there.
Yeah. I mean, that's pretty impressive.
I think it was golf ball, right? Or quarter size hail. Those smaller little hailstones.
It's really quite purple, though, in the reflectivity, which to me says maybe they're wet hailstones. Sometimes, wet hailstones reflect a little bit more back towards the radar. Maybe there's just a lot of them. Vertically integrated liquid tells us how much stuff is in the atmosphere. It doesn't tell us the size, but it tells us how much, mass is falling. And so in this case, I wonder if there's just a ton of quarters, a ton of just really wet quarters or marbles.
Someone asked where this is in Oak Ridge. So it's effectively right on top of Oak Ridge Turnpike, here Lafayette Drive in Oak Ridge. I believe that Walmart there is on South Illinois Avenue. There's an Ulta right here. So this is kind of your commercial district here in Oak Ridge. The Briarcliff Community Pool there on Briarcliff Avenue. In terms of anything else going on, we've got that, so that they're not giving up on this one in Alabama. Let's see what's going on here. So there is some rotation right here on the backside near Centerville. I think this is just radar indicated at this moment, yeah. There's another 37 minutes to go there. And then again, we've got this other tornado warning storm that is up here in Tennessee as well, that as it stands right now is just radar indicated as well. So the one in Oak Ridge, to Capucci's point, has started to really broaden out a little bit here and is not looking as tight. But look at that debris signature. So let's stay here.
Some of that debris signature, too, might actually be spiked or melting hail on the way down. So it might be a slightly contaminated correlation coefficient signature.
Yeah, because it doesn't necessarily line up, right, with the broadening velocity there.
Yeah.
But, to your point, there's that reflectivity scan. And then, yeah, there's your spectrum width. So perhaps, yeah, I mean, obviously it'd be helpful if we had a storm spotter there to be able to confirm the presence of the hail. But we can certainly see that there is a hail core there, being that the VIL, or the vertically integrated liquid product, which is showing us, again, the measurement of moisture concentrated into the upper bounds of this storm. And of course, this is your updraft, the downdraft out ahead of it. So that could align with what Capucci is talking about here, where this is out ahead of the hail core, this correlation coefficient. So it's very possible that it could have just been a big dump of hail there, especially considering that it does line up, right, Capucci, with the reflectivity scan, that those big bright purples there. Because again, this is,
yes,
it lines up. I mean, that's
that was something I saw. And sometimes when you have like a storm that's sort of in the process of dying, or just has a big RFD surge where you have a lot of wind and precipitation coming down all at once, sometimes you can get that. Like July 1st, 2021, I was doing severe weather coverage in DC, and our eastern zones, east of the district, had suddenly a spattering of weird pixels in the correlation coefficient, which we later found out was associated with some hail that was sort of falling at an angle and just coming down rather quickly. So that may be the case this time too. It looks like the circulation, by the way, with the Birmingham, well, not Birmingham, but south of Birmingham, those cells is broadened and weakened markedly as well. To me, it looks like there's only a very minimal threat in areas up to Birmingham. There's that tornado warning there, but I think that's just in case a kink in the line forms. It's one of those like nothing's happening right now, but just in case kinks in the line can form rather quickly. But otherwise, yeah, there are just those couple tornado warnings in eastern Tennessee. The one we were covering that's broadened out, and the RFD surge is really, really winning. And then there's that one farther to the west near Spencer and Dog Cove, which I know we were also covering earlier on because like 2 hours ago, Erica, you and I saw a circulation there that was unwarned, then eventually got warned. So they've been a hotspot today too.
So I've got pulled up here in the app all of the tornado watch areas. So just a quick little run through. We'll start back here in Biloxi. So now this is the PDS. It expired at 6, but it is still up. Capucci, is this just simply, I mean, there's still some storm activity there, right? But it still hasn't dropped off of the map here yet. We've got this one
they
here.
might have issued like a local county extension for a couple of them. So even though the watch as a whole has expired, they can extend a few counties, which my guess is that that's what they've done. But, you know, they are actually planning to issue a tornado watch for the Atlanta area, Atlanta down towards Panama City, even Pensacola too. So that's coming in a little while.
That's going to take us overnight, right? Because right now, Dalton, this tornado watch goes until 1 o'clock in the morning Eastern time.
Yeah, I mean, there are a couple of areas that we'll have to watch pretty closely overnight, especially for like Western Georgia and the Florida Panhandle. The aerial coverage of storms, especially supercells, will be lesser. We'll just have more kind of stubborn, messy lines, but it's one of those things where even though the most likely storm mode is a line, if you get an isolated, discrete supercell, then we could see a more significant tornado threat manifest locally. So that's kind of the concern with this. It's one of those, all the ingredients are there. We're not forecasting cooperative storm modes, but in the off chance one does occur, it's like the Barnsdall, Oklahoma day back on May 6th of last year. The entire day was pretty unremarkable. There was a line of storms that formed. We weren't forecasting a line. Everything fell flat, except one storm formed ahead of the main line, and it became a killer EF4 in Barnsdall, Oklahoma. And if I recall correctly,
that was a crazy tornado. That was a crazy tornado. I think you and I were streaming for that. I might have been streaming that on TikTok. I just remember the correlate, the velocity signature was just nuts. I just got chills thinking about it. It was crazy. And then you saw the correlation coefficient, huge debris ball, a direct hit to that community there in Oklahoma. Yeah, that was in May, Capucci, 2024.
Yep, time flies. May 6th of last year, and that was a high risk. And the high risk, the high risk itself largely busted because.
Oh my gosh, that's right. Yeah, that was the reason I remember. My buddy, one of my best friends, lives in Tulsa, and I remember he reached out to me and was like, "Hey, today's going to be bad weather in Oklahoma, right?" And I'm like, "Uh-huh." And of course, then it verified Barnsdall, a suburb of the Tulsa area there. So close call, but not for the folks in Barnsdall. That video is nuts. Again, you can see it. We uploaded that to our YouTube channel and in the MyRadar app. I would suggest you check it out. Jordan shot some wild drone video there. But largely, Capucci, we are. Let me show folks here in the MyRadar app here. We go into the outlooks, and I'm going to pump up the convective opacity a little bit here. So we're still kind of in the middle of that high risk area. Although, I mean, shoot, for Hattiesburg here, I'm kind of surprised that the SBC hasn't peeled this all the way back yet. I mean, I guess, let's see what the winds are looking like here. So we'll look at the ground-based winds here first in MyRadar. I'm going to guess you're going to get that coming in hard from the south. Yeah, especially here up through Pensacola, which I guess Capucci supports the thinking there from the National Weather Service, right, to issue the tornado watch there, being that you still have the Gulf just feeding in that incredible moisture over spots like Pensacola, Mobile, Crestview, Columbus. And then if we go back into the layers menu and I switch it to the jet stream, of course, that's the air upstairs. Look at the stark difference in the wind direction and speed here. I mean, you got that trough kind of centered right here over southern Texas, right? So, of course, when we talk about wind shear, you're talking about winds that differ with height and direction, of course, speed with height, I should say. And in this instance, you've got winds upstairs firmly out of the southeast here. And then at the surface, as you saw, it's firmly out of the south. So it's that lower level, those lower level winds that are going to create some issues here overnight tonight, and enough to keep, to just hit that spin in the right way where you might get something developing overnight tonight. That being said, Capucci, things have gone somewhat linear right now. If I bring this back down, and I'm going to switch to the high def radar here for a moment, right? And we've got this line, if I zoom out here, that is stretching from Cleveland, Ohio. I mean, it's just cutting the Midwest all the way in half here.
Yeah.
All the way down. And you can really see, again, how the Gulf is really feeding in. Let's switch to per station here for a second so people can get a good look at this here. The moisture coming in off of the Gulf, right? Those are those crazy lightning producers that Will was pointing out before. Now, I realized as I was dancing around there, Capucci, we have a couple of new tornado warnings up here in Tennessee. So this one here for Oak Ridge is still in effect. We've got 12 minutes to go on that as we kind of did some scoping out on the radar there. It seems like that was a pretty significant hail dump, as we had talked about, Capucci. There's this one here on the backside, 27 minutes to go. Radar indicated rotation for eastern Cumberland County, and then behind it near Dog Cove. I think you shouted that one out, right? I believe so. Let's look at the velocity. So Dog Cove, not so much, but here east of Crab Orchard, west of the Rockwood Municipal Airport, the radar site that I'm using in this instance is the Morristown, Tennessee radar. And green is showing us the winds going toward it. Red is showing the winds going away from it. So smack dab in the green here is the red, which again is showing you that we've got the rotation necessary to necessitate a tornado warning here. Let's go through some other things. We'll look at correlation coefficient. It's very likely that what you're seeing here, the feedback in the CC product, is all of the debris that's been picked up by the tornadoes farther to the south that has been carried northward by that intense jet stream. So I don't think that there's anything on the ground here just yet. Capucci, if I am talking out of turn here, feel free to chime in.
And which cell is this?
This is the one over east of Crab Orchard, west of the Oak Ridge cell here. It's wrapped up in rain. Yeah, it's wrapped up in rain here of the Three Stooges here. So it's not operating by itself, so to speak. There's a lot going on around it here, but it just speaks to how wet and active the atmosphere is. Is there anything jumping out to you here, Capucci? Because again, we have I lost it here. The velocity, I guess, when this latest scan really dropped off, right? Because like, look at the latest, the second to last scan here. This was 7 minutes ago, right? Probably necessitated that tornado warning when it was a little further to the further back. So, bang, right there, and then latest scan. Kind of losing it a little bit. Let me switch to. We're in a weird spot here. We're between a bunch of radar sites. Let me switch to this one. See if we can reach it. Anything jumping out to you, Capucci?
At this hour, not really. It seems like, you know, we're going to have sporadic tornado warnings, but for the most part, the Mississippi threat is over. In Alabama, it's almost over. I mean, the far south coast of Alabama might see something. And, of course, we do have that one sort of rogue tornado warning in the Birmingham area as a remnant kind of kink in the line circulation comes in. But we likely would not be talking one of those longer track tornadoes.
Yeah.
Or maybe.
I was going to say, Capucci, we got over 500 people in here on TikTok. Thank you very much for joining us. A little refresher as to what's going on. My name is Mike Linden. I'm a meteorologist with MyRadar. Of course, you can see it on my my hoodie here. MyRadar, that's the app that I'm using here. It's the app I got over my shoulder here on the screen behind me, right? Of course, we are in the MyRadar studio here in Orlando, Florida. Of course, live streaming for the high-risk severe weather day across the Deep South. We've been going now for 8.5 hours. And the threat is not over yet, right? We'll be staying with you until things generally begin to really wane down. But we still have some active PDS tornado watches, that being particularly dangerous situation tornado watches. Meteorologist Matthew Capucci is out in the field. Jack, if you want to keep the radar up here, we just want to make sure that folks are able to see it here. We've got meteorologist Matthew Capucci out in the field. I've got meteorologist Erica Lopez as well that has joined me. We also have storm chaser Jordan Hall, that I believe is still in Taylorsville, Mississippi, which was hit by a tornado earlier today. We are uploading some of that footage to our social media pages, so stand by for that. If you head over to, let me see if I can pull it up for y'all. I know that he's uploading it to the folder, Erica. If you wouldn't mind grabbing that, if you can post a clip to our X account here and tag Jordan. When he droned for us. That shot that went by the water tower was pretty cool. Of course, a lot of folks going to be picking up the pieces, seemingly. It's been an incredibly active 36 hours. Capucci and I were streaming last night until, along with Jack, until like 3 o'clock in the morning Eastern time. And that was a crazy nocturnal event. But this high risk still rocking here. Again, I would really appreciate it for those of you that are watching on our social media platforms to, hey, if you're enjoying the coverage here on TikTok, right above my head, you should see the follow button. Follow us. It's totally free to do so and help us reach our goal. We're at 113,000 followers. That is awesome. And hey, we're at 44,000 likes already. So hey, tap on the screen. We'd really appreciate your support that way. If you're watching on YouTube, again, subscribe to the channel. That way you never miss whenever we drop a new video, or of course, whenever we go live. We'd love to have you back the next time. Of course, we got people watching on Twitch. And then, of course, I'd be remiss if I didn't mention that you can watch all of our coverage in the MyRadar app as well. And really neat feature, too, you can make that live stream in the video portal in picture-in-picture and shrink it down to whatever corner of your mobile device you would like. And then you can follow along with us as these storms are developing. I should mention as well, here in the app, I'm using the per station radar feature, which in the layers menu, it looks like the stack of cards there on the toolbar. It's right here, per station. And when I zoom back out here, you'll see that you have access to a ton of radar sites all around the world, let alone in the United States. And you can click on whichever one you'd like to and look at a bunch of level 3 radar products. We're going to jump back here to Alabama, and we're going to look at this cell here. I believe that we have a new tornado warning here east of Centerville here. This one here is just radar indicated rotation. There's also this one here to the east of that one. That goes right over top of Interstate 65 there. Again, these are just radar indicated, but within the per station radar feature, you're able to switch between reflectivity, velocity, correlation coefficient. And if you'd like to try it out for yourself, in the settings menu of the app, it looks like the gear icon on the toolbar. You'll see premium subscription. You just click on that and you can activate a free trial to take the premium features for a ride. You get so much more. You get per station, historical radar, so much cool stuff in there. The hurricane tracker, so much great stuff. You said Jordan is back in the Zoom, right, Jack? Just let me know if he wanted to jump in. We got someone here on YouTube. Got premium back in hurricane season, and I love it. As an atmospheric science major, it's definitely up there with radars for the public. Hey, thank you very much for your support. The hurricane tracker is awesome. I mean, really, being able to plot the cone on the map, be able to look back at historic hurricanes, to analog things, particularly as we saw with Hurricane Milton this past season, to be able to then look at Hurricane Ian's path, which of course went through Naples, and missed the Tampa area, whereas Milton certainly did not. That was rather interesting. I should mention as well, again, in the layers menu, the historical radar feature to go back in time to look at, go back and look at historical moments in time is really, really neat. If you are a content creator, it's really incredible to be able to very easily go back and grab historic radar returns. But we're watching these guys here. There is some embedded rotation within this storm east of Centerville here in Alabama, southwest of Wilton there, that is not in the tornado warning, but this is radar indicated rotation here. Beyond that, it looks like we lost one of the tornado warnings up here in Tennessee. We still have this one in Oak Ridge. I think the reason why they're continuing this, how much more? We got 3 minutes to go on this. Oh, yeah. So it's going to expire here. That's kind of what I expected. The one in Dog Cove, let's see what we got here. Another 3 minutes to go here. I'd be pretty surprised, to be quite honest, if that were to get extended. New severe thunderstorm warning just pops up here over Pikeville in Tennessee there. Yeah, so most important down here, right, where it says torrential rainfall is occurring with this storm and may lead to flash flooding. So I think you're going to get a lot of that overnight tonight, particularly if I go in here and I look at high def. You'll see this huge shield of precipitation stretching from Nashville, squeezing down and getting a little more narrow here over central and southwestern Alabama. But up into here right now, eastern Tennessee, a lot of rain, lots of rain. And in fact, check this out. We can go into per station, and I'm going to pick this radar here in Huntsville. And among all of the level 3 products here, we're able to look at storm total accumulation, right? It's a lot of rain that's fallen, particularly here over Shelbyville, Fayetteville, and Tullahoma. Several inches of rain, right? But I think we're going to lose this Dog Cove warning here in a minute. I'm not seeing anything that jumps out at me. I know Capucci and Erica are still in the broadcast here. If you guys are seeing anything, feel free to jump in.
I guess I just want to mention too I see a lot of questions about Atlanta and when their tornado threat is coming. And I just want to say it's between, I would say after midnight, and most of it should be gone by 5 or 6 a.m. tomorrow morning. So Atlanta, that's an overnight threat.
Right. That's why you need to have multiple ways to receive alerts. Of course, if you download MyRadar, we will send you those alerts. So, all right. We don't have anything tornado warned over here. East or west, south, northwest of Goodwater, southeast of Sylacauga, and east of Oak Grove. Let's take a look here. This is not warned at all.
Afterwards, we should go back down to Alabama because it looks like there is a circulation that's either tornadoing now or soon to tornado.
You're talking about this one east of Centerville, right?
Yep.
Yeah. That's the one I've been keeping a close eye on here because I think we're losing the Tennessee one here.
Oh, yeah. I think that one's definitely on the ground.
Yeah. So let's see what we got here. We're going to look at the reflectivity. Okay. No worries. So we're still waiting, Capucci, I guess, to see anything on the correlation coefficient. Of course, this is a product that shows us if objects are being lofted vertically. And as it stands right now, that's not the case. In reflectivity, again, super de-duper rain wrapped here. But we are seeing, again, this velocity return right here, that couplet where you've got winds going in opposite directions. Just to this,
oh, yeah, it's on the ground. You'll see in a second, a new scan is going to come in. A very tight rotation, and there might be a second one off the west. So this is moving.
Oh, yeah, right here.
Yeah, so this is going to come close to Wilton and Montevello. But, yeah, this is interesting. It's sort of a kink in the line, but it's also sort of northern bookend vortex. So it's where the northern part of like a segment in this overall squall line curls back on itself, acquires counterclockwise rotation. And these things tend to touch down really fast. They're very brief, but they do damage. And this one, I mean, with the strength of the circulation, we could be talking EF2, maybe brief EF3. Normally you get weaker ones in QLCSs, you get weaker tornadoes and squall lines, but given the dynamics at play today, you could see an isolated strong tornado, even from a non-supercell process like this.
This looks to be largely occurring right now, Capucci, over a wooded area here.
Now PDS.
But as it works its way up this way, on 139. Briarfield is over here on the right-hand side. Boondocks Barbecue and Restaurant and the Daily Tree Service is up this way. But again, the real tightening rotation, as Capucci alluded to, is right down here, west of 139. So kind of running parallel to that. So I'm trying to find Route 2 here. Yeah, right here. So this is Ashby. Right in here. So the Ashby Grocery, Sega Construction, the Ashby Baptist Church, right here along 139. The rotation is largely down here. Watcher says this channel should have way more subscribers. Well, hey, help us out. Subscribing to YouTube is totally free. We'd really appreciate it. And hey, hit that like button. Share the stream with your friends. We're going to be back for severe weather coverage as it continues into April, May, and then Capucci's favorite time of year, hurricane season, particularly when he's out driving in them.
Yep. We know that if there's active weather, I want to be there.
I don't hear Capucci, so I figured I'd get a reaction there.
Oh, can you not hear me?
I can
Someone
hear
asked, do you
Capucci.
think this storm will continue for Alabama Sunday?
I don't think
Things are going to wane pretty significantly for Alabama as we get into Sunday. Perhaps maybe pretty late tonight. You might see a little something. But I think at that point, as Erica alluded to not long ago, I think it becomes an issue for Georgia and then down into the Florida Panhandle, potentially something sneaky overnight tonight for the Pensacola area. Erica, have they issued that? I know you said the mesoscale discussion earlier today from the SPC. Have they?
Yeah, they just issued
it.
Yeah, they did. I don't know if Mike, I don't know if you can hear me, but yes, they just issued that watch, like just now.
Oh, so we are telepathically aligned here. Let's go in here. We'll show folks what
And
we're
that
looking
goes
at here.
until
We're not
4 a.m.
Okay, so let's go in here. We're going to turn on the tornado watch. I'm going to fill the shapes. We're going to zoom out just for a moment. Okay, so waiting for it to come into the app here, but it is going to cover Atlanta here. It's going to go as far south as Tallahassee included in that? No. It looks like it's going to cover this portion of the state of Florida, Pensacola, Panama, right up to about Panama City. So the moderate risk area is going to be under that tornado watch. It's not a PDS, right, Erica? No.
No. Mm-mm.
Yeah. Yeah, so it'll come into the app momentarily. But we just got that one there. Until 4 o'clock in the morning Eastern time. So we're still watching this storm here to the southwest of Wilton and Montevallo. Looks like the National Weather Service has extended or issued a new tornado warning out ahead of that in anticipation of this spin up down here. So we'll keep watching that. This again is passing right now through it's right near Antioch Road in Bibb County along County Road 20 there. Oh, new radar scan. Ooh, it jumped. County Road 2 and 139. And this one again is radar confirmed. large and extremely dangerous tornado located near Ashby. I mean, we were telling you that, right? It's right here. Do we have a, what am I doing? Get out of here. We have a, yeah, so right here, this little blue dot, this is very likely our tornado right here. Yeah, it lines up pretty well with the velocity. Yes, Erica.
The Storm Prediction Center just updated their outlook. It's no longer a high risk.
Yay. That makes sense. I think.
Yeah.
You know, at this
Looks
point,
like it'll drop out here soon in the app.
Yeah, I mean, there were certainly some localized significant tornadoes in southern Mississippi, but for the most part, the aerial coverage across Alabama wasn't really enough to verify that high risk. And it seems like even though a couple tornadoes are occurring there, for the most part, juiciness was the limiting factor, juiciness in storm mode, because all day long, the wind profiles are just absurd. If a supercell could have gotten sustained across north central Alabama, it would have produced a monstrous tornado. And we just didn't really see that. And the reason for that was because supercells were having a tough time being sustained, and there was so much junky extra precipitation.
So we'll see that drop off in the app here shortly.
We also have a new tornado warning now for Talladega.
You're cutting out a lot, Capucci. What did you say?
We also have a new tornado warning now in eastern Alabama for areas southeast of Talladega, including Waldo, Munford, Bynum, and Oxford. That's with a very kind of broad, diffuse shower that has some rotation. And honestly, like,
Erica,
it's
do you
not
hear
a tight
Capucci
thunderstorm at all.
cutting out? Is that just me?
No, I hear him. I don't think.
It's just me?
Yeah, I don't
Sorry,
think I'm cutting
Capucci.
out.
All right.
Yeah.
But in any case, yeah, new tornado warning in eastern Alabama. But it looks to me like there's a tornado handoff occurring with our cell south of Birmingham. That's
They just issued a PDS for that one, Capucci.
A downstream
I was watching
PDS?
that one in Sylacauga. It was unwarned. No severe thunderstorm warning at all.
For the Bibb County tornado, so that's 11 miles southwest of Montevallo. It's a PDS.
Yeah, that's been PDS for the past 8-ish minutes. Once that first correlation coefficient signature appeared, but there's sort of a handoff ongoing right now where when you have tornadoes form in sort of surges like this, the westernmost one gets sort of flung back almost southwest, and then the next one occurs at the apex of the bulge. So, northwest of Jemison, a little bit southeast of Wilton. That's the new tornado that will be forming and likely is on the ground now, and the old one has been sort of flung back westwards into the cool air. And we'll keep seeing sort of handoffs occur. It's like, imagine taking a snowplow and pushing it through water, and you get little vortices to curl off the top end of the snowplow. Or like when you put an ore in the pond and you get the little vortices to curl off. As the vortices sort of move away from the ore, they start to fill in and weaken. Same thing here. This storm was like an ore going through a pond. It's whipping up little vortices on the left or northern end, and they spin for a little bit, and then they shrivel up as a new vortex occurs at the tip of the ore. That's what's happening right now. So Calera, you guys are next in line. Eventually Columbiana, Wilsonville. Down the road, maybe Chelsea too. I think the threat should stay southeast of Alabaster, but this is one of those little kink in the line things where quick hitting circulations are likely. And on a night like tonight, these won't necessarily be weak quick hitting circulations. The tornado warning in eastern Alabama doesn't impress me that much. It's something we have to watch for, like Waldo, which, by the way, Waldo, finally found you.
Found him.
But I've been trying my whole life to find Waldo. Never done it. But now I have.
So there we go. I just had to toggle the outlook on and off. So this is what Erica was talking about before. So Mississippi now, largely the threat is over. I mean, even just small parts of it. Hattiesburg, Meridian, not Tupelo, Meridian and Hattiesburg under that slight risk. New Orleans now under the slight risk. The high risk is gone, so it's now just a moderate risk, which we had last night and was incredibly active. So Biloxi, Mobile, Pensacola, Dothan, Alabama, Columbus, Montgomery, all under a moderate risk. Birmingham, the threat has started to wane a little bit, under now just an enhanced risk. Tuscaloosa, Meridian, Hattiesburg, Huntsville, Florence, all under the slight risk. Atlanta remains under an enhanced risk. And going in here and looking at the tornado watches right here. So there we go. It filled in. So Erica broke this earlier. You can see Atlanta here now, this yellow color. Atlanta, Gainesville, Chamblee, Lawrenceville, Peachtree City, LaGrange, Rome, all under a, Jack, I can hear an echo of myself. They are all, whatchamacallit, in effect until 4 o'clock in the morning. So again, largely an overnight threat. And then down here in Florida, Florida has entered the chat. Pensacola, Panama City, also in effect until 4 a.m. Let's turn that watch off for a moment. We've got a trio of tornado warnings here in central Alabama.
Yeah, that eastern one near Waldo, I don't think is going to do anything. But the one near Wilton, a little bit south of Montevello, approaching Calera, there's still a couple of little quick circulations with that. And so the Calera one, if you're in Calera, I would be sheltering right now. It looks to me there's a new tornado developing. Actually, sorry, I think there are two tornadoes developing. One is likely forming about a mile or two southeast of Wilson. And ordinarily, they'd be moving northeast, but I think there's a chance it pivots almost due northwards and could affect areas just on the east side of Wilson, or rather Wilton. And then there looks to be a new tornado developing about 4 miles southwest of Calera that could be bowed north onto the west side of Calera. So if you're in Calera, you want to be in your shelter right now, lowest floor of whatever building you're in, and avoiding windows, putting as many layers between yourself and the outside world as you can. But really, those are kind of the two main games in town that we're watching. Now, there's a low end chance.
Oh, sorry, Capucci. I was just going to say, I don't know if we covered this, but there's a
yeah.
tornado warning north of Chattanooga, Tennessee. I think that's a newly issued one.
Oh, yeah, north of Saudi Daisy, which that is a heck of a name. Saudi. Actually,
we saw a tornado warning there earlier this evening. Just the exact same place. A little more narrow, and I guess situated a little more to the west here. But yeah, the rotation is right here. I remember people were calling out Chickamauga Lake.
It's so weird just seeing, everything's yellow. It's pouring everywhere, and then just isolated heavier elements that get a little bit taller.
So this one here is in effect, let's see, until 9:30 Eastern Time, 8:30 Central. It's just radar indicated as it stands. I think there's going to be a lot more of these as the night progresses. We got actually a tornado warning here in Georgia. Is that our first one in Georgia?
Oh, yeah.
Yep. Brand new. This is radar indicated here. I got to switch off for the correlation coefficient. Hang on. Then we'll read that one out. Let's go to velocity.
Blue Ridge. It's like close to Blue Ridge.
Yes.
Mountainous area.
I'm trying to figure which radar site's going to give me the best view. Is it going to be all the way over here? Or more? Is it going to be Morristown? Blue Ridge kind of isolated there.
Maybe the Huntsville one?
And I guess it could be Atlanta, right? It's going to have to be Huntsville. Yeah. Thank you, Erica. So, yeah, just west of Blue Ridge. Of course, this is in the Blue Ridge Mountains here. McKaysville. This tornado warning in effect until 9:30, so we've got 29 minutes to go. Again, just radar indicated. And this one a little bit off on its own here. But luckily, it does not seem like anything is on the ground. To Capucci's point, let's go back to Alabama, where down here in Calera, This guy right here, right? Do we have anything on the ground? Hard to tell. But the velocity would seem to suggest that right here, you need to be in your safe place in Calera. How about this, Calera? Home to 11,620 people from the 2010 census. The fastest growing city in Alabama. Calera, Alabama. And there's rotation now lifting north of you. Getting real close to the radar here. Probably going to see this warning here expire down here. Radar confirmed. That is that tornado on the ground. So you need to be in your safe place. North of Calera, we're talking Highway 31 and I-65. This is right here now, over the 8th Avenue area, the Heart of Dixie Railroad Museum, the Red Onion Restaurant, Calera Baptist Church, over the Emerald Ridge subdivision. That's right here that we're looking at. You need to be in your shelter. Again, that's your first floor of your home. Going to be the safest place for you to be. Okay, this is going to get real close to the radar here, interestingly. Okay, so we're going to keep a close eye on this one here. Hope you all are doing well this evening. My name is meteorologist Mike Linden. Thank you very much for joining us. We have been streaming now for 9 hours. I am hearing myself in my ear there, Jack. Oh, all good. Of course, I'd be remiss if I didn't mention that you should download the MyRadar app. That's what I'm using right here on my Windows PC. Someone said, please check Indiana. Should I be worried? Indiana? There's nothing happening in Indiana. We still have this one out here over Georgia, our first one. This is just radar indicated rotation, nothing on the ground. You are seeing some embedded spin here in Tennessee, but again, just radar indicated as it stands right now. A lot of junk being lifted northward in the correlation coefficient. Again, that's showing you objects being lofted vertically into the atmosphere. Head back down here. So this one in Calera, I mean, this may hit the radar. So that is a confirmed tornado right here. And look how messy this is, right? It's just wrapped up in rain. You're not going to be able to see this, let alone the fact that the sun is set. But this is right here. It's right over Calera proper. Pushing up Highway 31. You can see the rotation. I mean, the radar's right here. KBMX, which is Birmingham's radar. So we'll see what happens, but it is working its way really, really close to this Doppler. Someone said, will the radar shut off? It should be able to withstand it, unless, of course, it is an incredibly powerful tornado. But you can definitely see it sticking out, right? Someone said, didn't they issue a shelter thing for the weather center there? I'm not sure where you might have seen that. Okay. Is this tornado warning expanded? Yeah, 37 minutes. Looks like I have Erica back.
Maybe a TDS with that.
I mean, it's radar confirmed. It's just so darn close to the radar here.
Yeah, I'm checking to see if there's any updates from the National Weather Service, but
it's still radar confirmed. Or sorry, not radar confirmed. Geez, Louise, what am I saying? This is right. Radar confirmed. It's been a long night. So, sorry, folks. 9 hours. It's still radar confirmed west of Columbiana. It's coming right up on the Birmingham radar here. I mean, if I jog it back a couple frames, you can see it right here, going northward up I-65 there. So it's
I'm seeing some reports of damage in Clara. So
yeah, I mean, it went right through downtown.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that might be where the National Weather Service is.
It is, yeah. So
they're saying they're taking shelter.
Yep. So someone said that on Twitch, and yeah, I'm seeing reports from local news there that the Mets at National Weather Service Birmingham are seeking shelter, and the National Weather Service office in Atlanta is taking over their responsibilities while they are sheltering in place. So again, the radar is where the National Weather Service is. So this thing is right here. I mean, it is right here. Remains to be seen whether or not it has hit it there. It looks like reports of 124 mile per hour winds. So that's a big beefy tornado on the ground there.
Yeah, that's so scary. I mean, they've literally been issuing tornado warnings all night, and now they have to shelter from one.
Yeah, look at that. They tweeted 3 minutes ago, we're sheltering in our office. National Weather Service Landon now has the helm. So we'll stay with you here. The next radar scan going to tell us a lot here. I mean, it looks like it's right on top of them, right?
Yeah. Ugh.
You're getting that bending happening like right in here. west of Highway 31, but it is very likely literally right on top of the radar.
You can kind of see it using another radar that's not Birmingham. If you look at the KMXX.
So I guess it's possible it went just to the right. The good news is that looking at the correlation coefficient, there's nothing, jumping out at you there. I mean, for going through a populated city like Calera here and coming close to the National Weather Service office, I mean, a little bit of debris, I guess, getting kicked up right here on the correlation coefficient. But beyond that, you're not seeing a debris ball or anything. And the fact that the radar site is working, right?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Perfect. If you guys get a lull at any point where there's not a tornado warning, there should be a new video in the drive where it shows drone and an interview with the interview audio over the drone video.
Can you send me that link, Jordan?
It should be in Slack
yeah,
here, Joe. Okay. Yeah, if you can post that.
It's in the folder from Slack, that March 14th, 15th folder.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I looked in there earlier and I didn't see anything, so good to know. Thank you.
All right, so we're still watching this one here. Jordan, I don't know if you heard us. The folks at the National Weather Service Birmingham office had to seek shelter. They're in shelter right now. Atlanta is covering for them right now. There's a tornado that literally
just hear that.
Yeah, it just went right east of the building. Super hard to tell, but it looks like it's right here, north and east. Let's see if we can get a look at it now. Yeah, there it is. It looks like this thing went right, just like gave him a kiss here.
You should, if you have access to my live feed, you should see how foggy it is in Taylorville right now.
Oh, yeah. You can see that.
I'm in the middle of tornado damage. There's no power in this town, and it's just pure fog.
Yeah, we've got it up. That's eerie. We've got it up on the stream here. That's a good point, Jordan. Let's go look here in the MyRadar app. We're going to go down to power outages.
Looks like they're back up now in Birmingham.
They're back up?
The National Weather Service, yeah.
Yeah, it seemed like this thing went just to the east. Just to the east. And again, the fact that the radar did not drop out. No, I think we got a new tornado warning down here, right? 45 minutes. Yeah, this one's new here. This is until 9 o'clock Central Time, so 45 minutes to go. Just to the southwest of Billingsley. So yeah, there we go. Right here, if you guys can see this. Oh gosh, Jordan's. I'm nervous to take it on TikTok there, Jack. But if you guys on TikTok want to see this shot here of Jordan driving through dense fog, looking at tornado damage from early today in Taylorsville, Mississippi, then head on over to the MyRadar app and click on the video portal. Oh, look at the little kitty cat. Click on the video portal and you can see the live feed. Again, if you don't have the MyRadar app, download it. It's totally free. Windows, iOS, and Android. If you're on TikTok, you can actually get the download link right from our profile. Yeah, Jordan, it is pitch black there.
Yeah, it's pretty trippy here. You can see our line.
everything.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, we're driving down Main Street here.
So feel free to talk us through what it is that you're seeing here, Jordan. Although it looks like we've got, let me see here on correlation coefficient, starting to show up a little something, something. It's still radar indicated, but Erica, this storm just to the southwest of Highway 82, west of Billingsley in Alabama here. If we look at the velocity scan, you can see that we do indeed have
tighten it up
some rotation. And then look at the reflectivity here, right?
Oh yeah.
There's
That
our
was,
there's our BWER, the
quickly.
bounded weak echo region, right? The little donut hole, which again is just telling you here that the updraft in this storm is quite powerful. In fact, if I switch to the VIL, probably see a pretty decent growing hail core there. Yeah, you can see it kind of filling in just to the northeast of Valley Grande. So we'll keep a close eye on that storm. That one, as it stands right now, is radar indicated. But if you are in and along I-82 there, let me get some of the smaller communities there.
One thing I think, go ahead, Erica.
Oh, no, go ahead.
I was going to say one thing that I think is intriguing about what we're seeing right now, over southwest Alabama, behind that one near Billingsley, there's another one trying to form, and it looks like, yeah, we have two more circulations. One is near Grove Hill, and then one's in Citronelle in far southwest Alabama. So we might be seeing a rare example of something called downscale growth. We talk about upscale growth when all the individual cells kind of merge into a line. And now it almost seems like the more linear elements are fragmenting a little bit and taking on some quasi-supercell or semi-discrete supercell structures, which is an example of downscale growth. So that may actually allow for an uptick in tornado activity over the next couple hours, briefly.
So the Birmingham one, let's see what's going on up there. Switch to velocity just momentarily. So this one is still, again, radar confirmed. This one went right past the National Weather Service office in Birmingham. If we switch to that radar, you can see the circulation right here. Right past the radar.
Yeah, they were saying that tornado near Calera touched down in Walmart. So there's reports of, I think there was a report
that it was there.
They just said it touched down, so I'm assuming. Yeah, National Weather Service, Birmingham, tweeted that out.
Oh, yeah, there it is. Reports of damage coming in from Calera, including the Walmart. Well, I mean, it went right through downtown. I called it out there, the Walmart. It went right through, there's the Walmart, there's the Ulta Beauty, I think that was there. And I believe that Capucci was the first one here to call out that storm before it was even tornado warned.
Yep, classic sneaky, surging segment in an LEWP, line echo wave pattern, kind of like a curved element within a larger squall line. And you always get little kinks of spin on the northern side of that where it kind of bulges out and you get the curve back of the wind.
Meanwhile, we've got this one up here that's set to expire in 9 minutes over Tennessee. Just throwing it out there for folks. It doesn't seem like there's much anything up there. It's kind of these 4 storms here. Yeah, the one down here, crossing 82 near Maplesville, tightening up a little bit as it's crossing over Highway 82 near Jim's Highway 82 barbecue.
Ooh, I want barbecue.
I'm starving, man. I haven't eaten lunch or dinner. We're rocking here.
I had a pizza stick at 7 a.m.
What the hell is a pizza stick?
I was just about to say, what is a pizza stick, Jordan?
You guys don't know what pizza sticks are?
I feel like I've eaten one of those before.
Like a roller on a gas station, like one of those?
Jordan, those words don't go together. That's like saying, "Oh, I'm having waffle soup," or "I'm having a popsicle mush," or
your life is gonna change.
Or a potato wafer. Those all sound nasty as hell.
Waffle soup.
Duh, pizza stick's amazing.
Let us know in the chat.
we'll
Does
never
anyone
find
have
out.
any idea what a waffle soup? It's been a long day. What a pizza stick is?
Usually
Someone
get 'em
said
at gas
pizza.
stations.
That's what I just said, Jordan. Like the thing that's on a roller.
Not on the roller though.
Someone said pizza sticks are
not on a
good
roller.
on TikTok.
Is it like a corn dog but pizza?
Cut out.
Pizza
I'm
stick
looking right
smack.
now. It looks like a Pop-Tart with nasty meat.
Oh,
Capucci,
no,
I need.
It's not a Pop-Tart. It's like.
I know, but
it's really
what I'm
good.
saying is I'm googling it. They literally look like Pop-Tarts with nasty meat.
So somebody said pizza
God.
sticks are garlic sticks. What is a garlic stick? But pizza, I'm so confused.
Oh, those look like cheese sticks. They literally look like
It's a
cheese
hot
sticks.
pocket, but long. Someone said. Is that a good descriptor of it? Capucci, real quick, if there's anybody that should not be throwing shade about the food that they eat, it is definitely you. Just throwing that one out there.
Yeah, but the difference is I eat food. A pizza stick is not food.
Yes,
a pizza stick. Hell no.
Says the guy that ate at Waffle House like 45 minutes ago.
If they
Says the guy who only eats grilled cheeses at Waffle Houses.
Shots fired.
I can't argue with that. But if they serve, if you're trying to get a pizza stick and they're serving with a Lipitor and a stint, then that's probably not the best meal. It just sounds gross.
Well, right. That's why it's gas station food.
And I'm a connoisseur of gas station food.
You haven't been to Buc-ee's,
clearly not.
Capucci. What are we talking about?
A pizza stick borders on what is actually even food.
I don't know. It tastes good to me.
I don't know. Sounds sketchy.
Someone said, I kind of want Waffle House, but I feel like I shouldn't drive in a tornado. That's a good call. Don't do that.
They did extend that tornado warning now a little bit more northeast. I think that's the latest update.
For Clanton and Thorsby, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's still radar indicated. So we're watching things here. Someone was about to say something?
Yeah, I was going to say there's I also want to note that near Taylorville, there's absolutely no service. So the power's out. There is no cell signal.
We hear you loud and clear, man.
We have a new
there's
tornado
also
warning.
A tornado warning. Oh, I bet that's the one Capucci's going to mention. Just north of
Ladies
Mobile.
first, Erica. Do the honors. You can be the bearer of bad news.
Yeah. Let's see.
I see it.
Just radar indicated.
I mean, I see. I mean, it's northeast of Citronelle. This was definitely what Capucci was alluding to before, how things are backfilling a little bit here. Just southwest of Highway 43 in McIntosh and northeast of Citronelle. This is way south here in Alabama here. So this is on the way toward Sims Chapel up in here. Here's McIntosh, but Sims Chapel is kind of right up in this area here. Right now, just radar indicated. Although we are now starting to see, hard to tell if that's from our tornado. Or spin, I should say. All right, getting a few more now here. Man, this one up here in Tennessee won't go away. It's got to be expiring any minute now. 4 minutes. Go back to Birmingham here. Wishing the folks in the Birmingham National Weather Service office, hope they're okay. Passed very close to them. Again, if you guys want to be following along with us here in the MyRadar app, you can download the app for free on iOS, Android, Windows. I'm using the per station radar feature. That is a premium feature. You can try it out for yourself by going into the settings menu. Looks like the gear icon on the toolbar. And then right here under premium subscription, you guys can see my mouse cursor, right? Right here. Just click on that if you're on Windows like I am, and you can sign up for a free trial. Same thing goes for iOS, Android, and you can use the per station, Routecast, which give you turn-by-turn directions in the car. The Hurricane Tracker gives you a direct line to Capucci so you can talk about pizza sticks. So much great stuff.
Waffle soup.
That, honestly, I'd probably be more likely to
Someone
try.
just asked, how do you get MyRadar on Windows? Well, you go to the Microsoft Store and type MyRadar. It's very easy to get on Windows. Big shout out to our hardworking Windows developers that are constantly putting out updates to the app. Again, for those of you that are still watching us here, whether it be on TikTok or on our other social media platforms, and of course in the app too, we have got some really exciting, good stuff coming here that I know Jordan, since we've worked with him, I guess Jordan, Erica, and Capucci, and myself, that have asked for a very, very long time. Been with the company for 6 years now, and I cannot wait to show you guys what is in the works. I've seen it with my own eyes. Some of these alpha builds. We are coming around the bend. Very excited. That much closer to getting to pinpoint the Waffle House locations on the map for Capucci. Real close.
Oh, that'd be so cool.
The Waffle House index layer.
That would be amazing.
Get that for you.
We get a bus.
Bucky's for Capucci, or Bucky's for Erica. Jordan, stop.
I basically live there.
Stop. Stop.
I think
Jordan.
Capucci gets a bus.
Stop. I think I said this before. I had people approach me at Costco when I was shopping with my family that walked up to me and said, "Hey, you guys should get Capucci that bus." I'm like, "No way." Live, laugh, love MyRadar, someone says on YouTube.
I will start a campaign to get my bus.
Someone on Twitch, when can we expect these updates? I don't have an answer for you there, but I am clued into. We have a weekly meeting with all of the department heads, and I can tell you that again, I've seen a lot of them, and there's some exciting things coming. If any of you are going to be by chance at the National Association of Broadcasters in Las Vegas at the beginning of April, myself and Capucci will be there. Come say hi, visit us at our booth. But I think once we're back from NAB, that we'll start to see these things as we get closer to, I think, the start of hurricane season. That's right, Jack, but Jack's going to hide from everybody. Thanks, Erica.
He's going to wear a mask.
Me? I'm good, man. 9 hours, 18 minutes. I had coffee. Got sure. I'll take one of those teeny little Dr. Peppers or something. God, love Dr. Pepper.
I want a coffee.
You drink coffee? Well, you made a
espresso martinis.
Yeah,
have coffee.
You made a non-alcoholic espresso martini. And we were like, dude, you made coffee, dude.
I think did you put ice in it? Iced coffee.
No. So I put in espresso, a little bit of heavy cream, and then vanilla, and then I swirled it, and I thought, this tastes nothing like an espresso martini. And then I sipped it right before bed, trying to relax, because, espresso martini before bed's good, and I'm trying to give up alcohol. And so I figured, espresso, heavy cream, and vanilla, that's like an espresso martini, right? And then it turns out I was just drinking coffee, and then my heart was pounding weirdly all night long.
And not just coffee, espresso.
Someone just said, I thought Capucci was a no caffeine guy.
Yeah, so I never do caffeine. Although sometimes I wake up and I just crave chocolate, so I eat a lot of chocolate.
Chocolate when you wake up?
Yeah, wake up in the middle of the night and you're like, chocolate, and then you can have some chocolate and go back to bed.
Can't say.
Thank you, Jack.
Can't say I do.
I remember when they first invented it. I always hated it. What? What are they selling? Is your mother home? Oh no, did they put me in Zoom timeout? I can't hear anything now.
I hear you.
We just let you go.
Yeah, we just exactly. Someone said he's
Matthew,
very alert
me?
with no caffeine. And then someone in TikTok said chocolate. I mean, that's SpongeBob reference, but
Matthew, can you hear me?
do we have a new tornado warning here? I think so.
We should.
For Clanton. And
I thought that was an old one.
Man, everything is it an old one here? 28 minutes? I might just be making it up here. It's radar indicated rotation. The one, again, that went through Calera, that's the radar confirmed one. And now there is another tornado warning out ahead of that for 28 minutes. Again, we have reports of damage, according to the National Weather Service office in Birmingham there, that it included some damage at Walmart. You're still here? Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Mauricio's still here.
You have to keep Jack company.
Do we need to start a campaign for Capucci's van? No, Bree, you definitely don't. We don't need to be purchasing Capucci any recreational vehicles.
I want a boat.
He's already learning how to fly, so Air Capucci coming soon.
Oh, I love that. That's a good idea. I should get like little water bottles made that say like Pucci Air.
All right, so good news is that the tornado warning up in Tennessee is gone. Same with the severe thunderstorm warning. So it's just these four that we've got going here.
Oh,
Yeah,
we
I'm
just had
seeing
one
it.
tornado warning dropped. That's good.
Oh yeah, that one.
The Calera one, yeah, that Clanton one, how much longer do we have on that one? 26 minutes, just radar indicated. And that's got to be the weirdest. Look at this is a rectangle here.
You know, there's a guy at the Springfield, Missouri office that used to draw polygons in the shape of little coffins, or sometimes he'd make polygons that were like 30-something points.
Someone on YouTube just said, Mike, you must be craving pizza sticks or waffle soup. Definitely not.
Waffle soup sounds interesting if the soup is syrup.
Now you're thinking with your
syrup and chocolate chips.
Yeah, exactly.
Listen, I don't really eat at Waffle House. I took my kids there for the first time ever. My daughter picked it after soccer practice. She had a great game, and she was like, I want to eat at Waffle House. And I'm like, Capucci would be so proud. And we got there, and we had to wait for Waffle House. And she had a blast. So did my youngest. They had a great time. But let's keep it a buck here. They're pancakes that are shaped like waffles, okay? But the pecans are great. I'm a big pecan pie guy.
I briefly considered door dashing pizza sticks to the office, but I decided against it.
Can you even do that?
Yeah. Sure, dude.
One time I door dashed literally just 5 carrots to torment Tess. Y'all seen SpongeBob, right?
Never heard of it.
Yes.
Okay, well, anyway, there's a quote where Patrick's like, I would kill for whatever, but then he's like, but I wouldn't kill something big. I'd kill something little like a carrot. So she said that, and so I just door dashed a carrot. I can only imagine what the door dasher thought.
All right. So we're still looking at these three. I mean, I've never seen just a rectangular tornado warning polygon here. You guys see this? To the northeast of the Birmingham radar? I've never seen that before.
Oh, the little one?
Yeah, it's just a rectangle sitting at the base of the other one. All right, Mauricio's going home finally. He's got to edit Capucci's video in the morning. Mauricio, thank you very much. Let's get a W for Mauricio in the chat. He's coming up on a year with us.
W's in the chat for
awesome.
Mauricio, everybody.
W's in the chat, absolutely. W Mauricio from Cranberry. There we go. Someone said, please check Georgia beside Ripley. It's forming. What do you mean?
The one north of Mobile is an observed tornado.
Is it now?
I don't see anything on correlation coefficient, but yeah,
It is, Erica.
It was definitely tight for a bit. I wouldn't be surprised if there was a brief touchdown. It looked to me to be one of those things that was good, pinched off a bit of spin, and then probably weakened. I mean, it doesn't look as tight anymore, but still, if you're in Macintosh, I'd be sheltering just in case.
Please check Georgia, people are saying. Confirmed tornado in Loudon, Tennessee. Yeah, we talked about that one. That one was moving at 50 miles per hour, too, at one point. I mean, gosh, look coming in off the Gulf here, right? You still have just those southerly winds just firing a lot of energy northward. I think that could, again, be why you're seeing the tornado threat elevated for the Florida Gulf Coast, specifically Pensacola, and pushing eastward to Panama City, excuse me. I still can't get over that strangely shaped tornado warning up here. This was, again, the Calera storm near Harpersville, east of Birmingham. James Spann's still got to be on the air right now, right? Got to be.
I'm convinced there are like 3 James Spans, and he just clones himself so he can be on 24/7. I think they each do an 8-hour shift, and he just has like 3 of them. Pretty much.
Someone said, can you guys hear Jack on the broadcast? Is his voice coming out on the broadcast?
No, he says no.
I don't know how.
Nope.
So Macintosh, right, as Capucci suggested, you should be sheltering in place. That's that Mobile tornado. It is confirmed, as Erica alluded to, radar confirmed tornado. Capucci, you said you saw something on the correlation coefficient?
No, I said I see nothing on correlation
coefficient.
Okay. Which
Gotcha.
Is why
I was going to say.
Radar confirmed.
Yeah. What am I doing?
Yeah, I mean, it's tightening a little bit east of Macintosh now, but I don't see anything that makes me think there's still something on the ground at present.
Someone said, Auburn, Alabama. Tell me before the tornado gets here. There's nothing there. New tornado warning there. Just southwest of Calera. This one right here. For the next 50 minutes until 9:30 Central Time. Radar indicated rotation. See what we got. Again, it's part of a larger line here. Valley Grande, Mapleville. Yeah, we've had tornadoes come through here. I mean, this is effectively following that same path up toward Calera. I'm not seeing. Okay, now I see it. Right here. I'm using the, which radar is this? KMXX, the Tuskegee. I guess it'd be the Montgomery office there. So if you are in Maplesville, there along I-82, you need to be, or Highway 82, I should say, you need to be in your safe place now. I'm sure Erica and Capucci, if you guys are checking anything. Capucci, I assume that you, by the way, are settled, right? I mean, are you sitting in your car? Are you back at your hotel?
Yeah, so I sat in the parking lot for a little while, and then when there was a brief break, I checked in. So I walked in the hotel.
That's what I thought. We still have that rotation near McIntosh, but nothing that stands out to me, that being in southwestern Alabama, but nothing that stands out. It looks like it's radar indicated as it stands right now. So I guess perhaps maybe a very brief touchdown, but beyond that, not much else. We don't see any other tornado warnings. I think this one in Birmingham has got to be expiring here soon. 18 minutes to go. This is a radar confirmed tornado. I don't think we have anything still on the ground. You guys seeing anything to the contrary? Because I am not.
No, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if at some point the Camden circulation, the one near Renenberg in southwest Alabama, gets a warning. At some point down the road, it's kind of in no man's land between different radars. But otherwise, I mean, I don't really see anything terribly compelling. There's that additional batch of heavy rain, thunderstorms southwest of Birmingham that has a tornado warning. And there's some broad spin near Valley Grande, but I don't see anything that is super tight there. But once again, it could be another Boeing segment that has quick little kinks of spin. And then I do see a possible new tornado heading towards Talladega. There's no tornado warning, but I do think that there will be a tornado on the southwest side of Talladega. Do you see that big, yeah, there's a tornado on the ground right now, east of Childersburg. And now there's a new tornado warning in effect for Talladega. Took a sec, but there we go.
All right, let's switch over to it. Oh, yeah, there it is. So new tornado warning, 31 minutes to go. Radar indicated rotation, but Capucci, you seem to be convinced that it's on the ground here.
Yeah, it just to me that the tightness of it southwest of Talladega by about
on 21 right here
10 miles southwest. It looks pretty good. No correlation coefficient yet, but that usually takes a minute or two to kick up if something does touch down. And there's another circulation west southwest of Waldo that will become the next one. So you kind of see how it is. Like we sort of push forward a surge of air. We curl back one circulation in the northern end of that. It sort of fans out like an oar, and then the next one comes through, and the next one comes through, and the leading edge of that bulge of air. So, same one.
Okay. So this one is, where is it? 30 minutes to go on this one. It is radar indicated, but as you just heard from meteorologist Matthew Capucci, his estimation is that this guy is on the ground here, southwest of Waldo.
Let's actually, if we can real quick, can we throw on correlation coefficient?
Yep.
Yeah, so let me pull up the zoom again just so I can see what's on. So correlation coefficient, I'm sorry, not correlation coefficient, spectrum width, my bad. I'm so sorry. So showing spectrum width, that shows us how much chaos there is in the pixels. And you can kind of see that reddish splotch right there, right? So that is that's where we're seeing some pretty turbulent, chaotic motions in the pixels, which is indicative of a possible tornado right at the highway intersection there. And so I think if there was a tornado, it would be right there. That's also exactly where we have the couplet. If we go back to regular reflectivity too, we do have now a donut hole on radar that appeared briefly with the last scan. Yeah, you see that donut hole really well pronounced. Oh, yeah, if we can pause it right there for 1 sec. That donut hole is where rain isn't falling because there's so much upward motion associated with that likely tornado. So I do think there is probably a tornado on the ground. And yes, there is. We now have confirmation via spectrum width. I'm sorry, via correlation coefficient. Gosh, I'm getting tired.
Yes.
Via correlation coefficient. So yes, the tornado is on the ground, right where we anticipated.
Yep, County Road 21. Just to the southwest of Bullock's Ferry Road and Whiting Road, Kelly Ranch Road to the west there. So this is just to the southwest of Talladega, Alabama. So let's get you some locators here. Stand by. So it looks like it is it looks like it is actually right on top of Winterboro and the Winterboro High School. That is right here, north of the Mapco Mart, just southwest of the Africa Missionary Baptist Church. But again, right here where 76 meets 21 is the Winterboro High School, Plank Road Station, Bulldog Field. That's all right here. So there is a tornado on the ground that is likely impacting a high school there, the Winterboro High School.
Oh, wow. The correlation coefficient signature just got markedly bigger. Ooh, that is bad news. Heading for Talladega.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that's a big jump. So again, quite possible. It's impossible to know what that is, right? That just was lofted into the air. That's what the correlation coefficient product is. But it's certainly business is picking up here, right? If I jog it back just a couple of frames, there's the initial return, right? And then boom, big one. So Talladega's right here. Of course, if you're familiar with the movie Talladega Nights, you know that Talladega, big NASCAR track up there. As of right now, this is still south. Just went through Winterboro. So again, Winterboro High School. This thing was right on top of it here. It is traveling along County Road 21. Next up here is Pine High School, just a little bit up the road from Winterboro High School. Right here. So Whiting Road. Okay, we're going to be with you here. I think that the next correlation coefficient scan is going to be quite telling. Everything just wrapped up in rain, too. Let's go back to the CC. And again, if you want to be following along with us here in the app, then you need to download the MyRadar app. It's totally free to do so. iOS, Android, Windows as well. And this is a per station radar feature. All you have to do is click on the settings wheel, and right in here under premium subscription, click on that and you can unlock a free trial. I believe it's for 3 days. So you can follow along with us. Okay, so a bit broader on the correlation coefficient now. I'm trying to get an idea. So we're still southwest of Talladega proper here. Whiting Road, Bullock's Ferry, and Bernie's Station. Trying to get you guys some more landmarks here. So this is right near the Winterboro Volunteer Fire Department. That's right here on the left-hand side. It's literally right here. If you guys can see my mouse cursor, it's just here over my mouse cursor. So this thing is heading up toward Whiting Road. Someone just said so much rain with these storms. Yeah, it's wrapped up totally. Plainview Baptist Church is up next here, just down the road on 21. Piney Lane. It looks like there's not many buildings here. It looks like it's largely farmland, but there are some. Again, I just called out that church, the Plainview Baptist Church. Okay, so we still have the signature there. Where's Orangevale Road? There's the Martisville Post Office. And Piney Lane, right here. Erica and Capucci, if you guys are seeing anything I'm missing, feel free to chime in here.
The one for Maplesville looks interesting now.
Back here?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Right in here. That is tightening up as well.
Nothing confirmed with that one, though.
Okay, this one is just radar indicated as it stands until 9:30 Central, so another 37 minutes to go on that one. We still have this one in Mobile that refuses to go away. 22 minutes left there. But it looks like it's this one in Talladega here that is the biggest show in town, so to speak. It is almost in Talladega proper. Potentially lifting a little bit, though, because the debris is not as centralized. We'll see what we get from the next scan here. Someone in YouTube chat just said there's one in Maplesville. Yeah, we just checked on that one. So anyone here in any of the chats that's been with us for the whole 10 hours on any of the platforms we've been streaming on? Let us know.
Me, Erica, Jack, Mauricio.
Fair. Well, we got some folks on YouTube that say they have. I got to take you at your word, you know? Well, thank you very much for joining us. Appreciate it very much. Capucci, tell me if I'm wrong here. It looks like we're losing it a little bit here in Talladega before it arrives downtown. I'm still seeing, I mean, it definitely is not this from just 8 minutes ago on 21 in Talladega. Don't know if you guys are seeing anything else.
Oh, I did my whole explanation on mute.
So do it again.
Oh,
It was
no.
a rehearsal.
Oh, well, what I was going to say is the one near Talladega. It's like we were talking about earlier on. That little vortex was like if you're paddling your canoe through the lake and you get a little whirlpool that ripples off your oar. As it goes away from the oar, kind of you lose it downstream. It starts to fill in and weaken, and then a new vortex, a new whirlpool forms off the oar as you paddle again. Same thing here. And so that vortex that was west southwest of Talladega likely has since weakened and started to fill in. But if a new circulation forms, it'll be near or northeast of Waldo, because that surge of cool air, that bow in the line is like the ore going through the atmosphere, and little ripples, little whirlpools of air kind of pinch off.
It would absolutely be wrapped in rain, though. I mean, just look at this big mess here. Jack, if you want to switch to the iPad momentarily here. Take that in full.
Oh, PDS tornado warning for the one
Is it Maplesville?
near Maplesville. Yeah.
Oh, that thing is mean. Another one of those kinks in the line. Oh, wow, it has a debris ball on reflectivity too.
Okay, I'll go into it here momentarily.
So for the folks who are at home wondering, a debris ball is basically when you have so much debris in the air that it looks like hail on radar because it's bouncing the radar beam back so much and shows up as like purple. And so we're seeing that right now west of Billingsley, south of Maplesville. And so we know there's obviously a strong tornado there. It has a debris ball on reflectivity on like the normal rain mode. And if we were to flip to correlation coefficient and show folks the shape of whatever's in the atmosphere, we also know that we are seeing a big blue splotch right there, and that's debris being lofted by the tornado.
It's right over top of County Road 16. You need to be in your safe place if you live in Maplesville. I know someone in here was saying they were watching someone from Maplesville. Oh, someone said related to correlation coefficient, Pooji said, like the birds with hurricanes. I know that thanks to y'all.
Oh, I love that.
All right, so Maplesville here. Let me get Highway 82 here. So it looks like 82 becomes Route 6 here. Yeah, as we zoom in. So this is near the community of Stanton. Again, a fairly sparsely populated area, but a fairly large debris ball here. South and west of County Road 16, just off of Highway 82. This is running parallel to County Road 22. So the Barking Frog, Maplesville Service Center, Maplesville Farm and Supply. It's right on your left-hand side there, but this is the tornado. So we'll keep a close eye on this here. That's a rather pronounced one here. Notice that just 5 minutes ago, I guess about 10 minutes ago, a teeny little splotch, then 5 minutes, definitely grew, and then now the most recent scan, it is quite large here. To Capucci's point, if I go to reflectivity, you can see it right here. That is our tornado on the regular rain mode. approaching or on its way toward Clanton. This is obviously, yeah, a PDS, particularly dangerous situation. One that needs to be taken very seriously. Obviously on velocity, we can see it's super tight here, south and east of Maplesville. But the correlation coefficient return, this is what is concerning here. All right, so we'll keep an eye on this one. Thank you very much for everybody who has joined us tonight. Wherever you're watching, if you're watching on TikTok, we'd really appreciate it if you were to follow us. Totally free to do so. There's almost 800 of you in here. If you all followed us right now, that would be fantastic. We're at 51,000 likes too. Again, thank you very much for that. If you're watching on YouTube, we'd really appreciate a subscription from you. Totally free to do that, to subscribe to the channel. That we always know whenever we drop a new video or whenever we go live. Hit that like button too. It'll really help push our content forward more and help us get seen by more people. That, of course, is the goal. Make sure that people are aware of the bad weather that is occurring near them. So again, here is I-82, south and east of Maplesville. I think the next scan here is going to be rather concerning here. Capucci, can you still hear me?
I can. It's sad, you know. It's passing south and east of Maplesville, which is at least good for Maplesville. I'm worried it's going to impact the Valley View service station. I think if we see a big blue splotch soon, or an even bigger one, then it will likely be impacting the South Chittenden County Fire Department area, the Valley View service station. Those two buildings are directly in line, right near the intersection of Highway 16 and Highway 82, maybe a little bit northwest of there. But in any case, you know, Maplesville is precariously close. The circulation is strengthened even more as it approaches the roadway right now. And so, you know, it's certainly a very stressful situation, but like the Hillcrest Cemetery, Valley View Service Station, and the South Chittenden County Fire Department, it's passing right over you. Then it may parallel 16 for a little while. I don't see much in the way of structures along Route 17 or County Road 333, but still, if you know anyone in that area, it might be a rural area, but still, there are a few folks out there. This will be a very mean circulation, a mean tornado that will be passing directly over them. And we now know it's passing right over the highway right now. The correlation coefficient signature does show debris.
Yeah, and they just extended that tornado warning a little bit further now north.
Up to Lay Lake. It looks like it's going to pass near our previous tornado, near Calera, work its way toward Jenison Thornsby. So we'll keep an eye on things here. Wrapped up in rain, for sure. I mean, you wouldn't know just by looking at this in reflectivity mode. That's why, again, being able to kind of look into the storm, so to speak. First things first that stands out is this bright rotational couplet. And then if we go to the correlation coefficient, there is what sticks out like a sore thumb. So Capucci, it jumped the highway now. It is on County Road 16. It just went over 82.
Yeah. And I mean, next up down the road, maybe Clanton, maybe Thornsby, somewhere in between, if it keeps holding together. And this one, I think, might have a better chance of holding together, sticking together for a while, because it is sort of more supercell, if you will. I mean, it's definitely messy. It's not quite a Boeing segment yet. It's like an embedded supercell structure. That's the thing. Tonight, everything's not quite a supercell, not quite a QLCS, not quite alone, not quite isolated. It's all sort of very messy and you know, merged together. We now, by the way, it is now a PDS warning, but we knew that, right?
Yes.
PDS warning, was that new? I think there might be a new tornado developing too with the Talladega South, but far to the east near like Silacula to the northeast of Oak Grove. There's some new circulation up there, almost approaching Waldo again.
All right, let's stay over here. Yeah, so a pretty well-defined correlation coefficient signature here, which again is showing you objects that are being lofted vertically into the atmosphere. This is passing east of Maplesville. It does not seem, this is a pretty rural part of town here. I think once it clears 324 in here, there's County Road 15. Looks like once it clears this, there could be... Well, it's still got to go up here to 4th Avenue North.
That might be one of the tightest signatures we've seen throughout the evening.
In a minute, yeah. The fact that we still have a super well-defined debris ball here, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's wrapped up in rain. You're certainly not going to see this thing coming.
It's already tracked at least 7 miles on the ground, too.
I mean, if there's any kind of reprieve, right? Is if we look at the previous scan, it's still present, right? Then this one, as it approached the highway, and then the more recent scan, looks like the debris ball is shrinking a little bit, right? Passing just east of Maplesville, the most recent scan that we have here. All right, I have to step away just for a moment to use the restroom. Capucci and Erica, can you guys take over just for a moment?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, sure.
I mean,
Cool.
Erica, anytime you see a blue splotch on radar like that, it's obviously a bad sign. And it's tricky because we know something is being lofted that's not supposed to be in the atmosphere, whether that be trees, building materials, etc., but we don't know what it is. And so we can't confirm that structures were hit yet, but we do know that the tornado, which is on the ground, went very close to the Valley View service station, very close to the South Chilton County Fire Department, and it's passing right along Highway 16, and there are some structures there. So we hope it's only trees, we hope it's only branches and stuff like that, but there's a very good chance it could be structures too, so something concerning there. You know, when it comes to correlation coefficient signatures, you're more likely to get spurious signatures in the autumn when you have more leaves in the air, because leaves will show up on correlation coefficient if you have enough of them. But in this case, I mean, clearly it hit something big, and it's lofting the debris.
Yeah, and guys, if you could put up the Mac Mini so I can control the radar here, that would help. Jack. Yeah, so I have it pulled up there. So let's zoom out here. And Capucci, where are you?
I am in Tuscaloosa tonight, so I was considering going all the way to Birmingham, but I didn't want to drive in that nasty rain with the secret embedded tornadoes everywhere, because that's just, I mean, those you can't chase. It's like tonight it's tornado whack-a-mole, and I just didn't want to take my chances being hit by one of those while driving. But it looks like this might be our last well-pronounced tornado for a while, which would be really nice. Although now I'm seeing additional cells even just off the Gulf Coast. You know, there's some tightening south of Mobile, but if nothing else, it looks like we're almost done with this event. This is the small corridor of activity left.
Yeah, and then obviously the overnight threat in Georgia, which they don't get severe weather very often, but when they do, definitely something to pay attention to for the overnight.
Yeah, and I mean, the Atlanta metro area could be impacted too, so I'm worried about that. It's tricky to say. I mean, we won't be having supercells in Atlanta overnight, but we will likely have a bunch of merging cells that all kind of merge into this big line. I mean, the line's already basically taking shape right now, and it'll be much of the same, mostly heavy rain, and then 1 or 2 sporadic tornadoes across western parts of the Peachtree State. So that's kind of the main concern at this point. But Erica, one thing worth mentioning too, look at all the flood alerts in Tennessee, Middle Tennessee, Nashville. I mean, there are flood warnings, flash flood warnings everywhere. Some places having seen already 5+ inches worth of rain. We also do have a couple severe thunderstorm warnings in southern Alabama, including one that I think may become tornadic soon. And that's near like Frisco City, Monroeville, and Jackson. That's in far southwest Alabama. And it just goes to show you sometimes this broader line will break into smaller little segments that rotate a little bit. And we could be having that now.
Yeah, so I have those pulled up here. Yeah, there's like 3 severe thunderstorm warnings in just west of Montgomery. We still have that PDS tornado warning, both of them, but that's for the same tornado that's still ongoing. Actually going to pass just south of Calera, which if you were on a stream earlier, you know they've been reporting some significant damage there from a tornado earlier.
It's sad how many times, like on nights like tonight, we see, some communities get doubled up, tripled up, and that's just kind of the case. It's very unfortunate, but yeah, I mean, part of the issue too, Erica, now is that the mid-level flow is parallel to the orientation of the storms. The storms are all oriented southwest and northeast, but that's also the direction of the mid-level flow. So they're being steered along themselves, if that makes sense. And that's why they're training. They're passing repeatedly over the same areas. They're producing heavy rain because they're moving over the same areas continuously. But also, you get one tornado to move through, and then, oh, wait, the next cell comes through because the whole boundary isn't moving and moisture is working along it. It's like you're on a conveyor belt and you just keep sending stuff down the conveyor belt.
Yeah. Let's see if we have any questions here. Yeah, I just mostly see a lot of people concerned about Georgia. That's all I've been seeing. So that'll be more so in the overnight. But yeah, for now, this is the immediate threat. And I have the velocity pulled up. If you want to see anything, Capucci, I can always pull it up as well. I know you probably have something on your phone there that you're looking at, but
yeah, it looks like they extended the tornado warning to back to Talladega Springs again. See,
oh yeah, I see that.
And it's a PDS warning for the circulation near Clanton. And it's like we were just saying, some places time and time and time and time again. And it's also going to cross over the interstate. I believe that is Interstate 65. And so anyone on Interstate 65, just don't be driving south of Calera. Don't be driving south of Calera or north of, north of Deatsville, I guess. The ride between Birmingham and Montgomery tonight is just a very rough one. You do not want to be in the road if you don't have to be. Talladega itself, not Talladega Springs, both Talladega Springs and Talladega, separate communities, are both under tornado warnings. Talladega, for a possible circulation to the south, another one of those little curlback things, but there's only 1 minute left of that warning. We'll see if they extend it. And then we also have the one in Talladega Springs, Jemison Thornsby and Clanton, from the Clanton area supercell that's producing a confirmed tornado that is going to eventually cross the highway if it holds together.
Yeah, and you can see the circulation here. Yeah, still has a pretty interesting debris ball signature there too. Let's see. Yeah, the National Weather Service is still saying they still see reports of this right now. So I was looking at the X feed for the National Weather Service, but they have not updated it in a couple hours, so I can't get the population numbers here.
Interestingly, Erica, they actually just brought down, they downgraded the PDS warning to a regular warning.
Oh, yeah.
That's rather atypical.
That's some good news. They are keeping the observe tag, but it might have lifted, or maybe not. It's not as strong.
My guess, even though the tornado is on the ground southwest of Clanton, I think it's going to fall behind the main line and kind of curl back into the cool air, just like that oar metaphor we had earlier on when you paddle the oar and eventually whirlpool kind of falls behind and dissipates, I think that'll be the case. So I wouldn't be surprised if this tornado doesn't move east of 65. Clanton, Thornsby, Jemison, y'all should still be in your tornado safe places, but I think there's a decreasing chance it makes it across 65.
I'm back, guys. Thank you for that. Appreciate it.
Hello again.
I was actually able to sneak something to eat there for 5 minutes, so we're good. All right, so what did I miss? We're looking at this storm here. It looks like the correlation coefficient has not a PDS
it's
anymore.
No longer PDS. Yeah, with the new warning.
The one out ahead of it for Thorsby?
Yeah.
And that's the last two we got.
Yep. I was about to say that. You read my mind. It's like the only...
The one of Mobile, and that's stuck around forever.
Yeah, this one's just south of Calera, too, so...
I sent the two of you, by the way, a Slack message. Check out. But anywho,
hang on. Let me read it real quick.
No, you're good.
Hi, Matthew and Erica. We're considering getting Matthew a bus. Should we get a giant bus or should we get a medium-sized bus? I'd say get the giant bus. Erica, what do you think?
Obviously, right? A tour bus. Jack, you don't get a vote unless
you should
put
do
your voice on the broadcast.
The double-decker mega buses.
Yes.
That right there. No, it's not.
Well, let's see.
So we've got this one. Let's at least chat about the weather here. Jack, is that the PC for me that you have on program? Oh, now it is. Okay. Yeah, I was going to say, I thought so. So we've got this tornado warned storm, again, for 11 more minutes. That one is the PDS, though, Erica, right?
Yes, it is.
Really?
And they just extended it
down here
without PDS.
Yeah, so Thorsby, I-65, for those that live there, Lay Lake as well. Be in your safe place. Thorsby, Jemison, kind of borderline there, but certainly couldn't hurt to err on the side of caution. Okay.
Also, I'm going to disappear for about 2 minutes just so I can brush my teeth past dinner.
No worries. Folks, these are kind of the biggest shows in town that we've got left here.
Yeah, I'm not seeing any other updates either from National Weather Service, Birmingham.
Who earlier this evening, by the way, needed to seek shelter because of a tornado passing just to the right of them.
And I see Jordan Hall still driving too.
So we're almost done with this PDS tornado watch, or tornado warning, geez. Apologies. That one is set to expire in 8 minutes. And then move over here as it approaches I-65. It wasn't
Yeah, it's coming close to Clanton, too.
Yes. I mean, earlier, when it jumped I-82, or sorry, when it jumped Highway 82, I should say. I mean, look at the evolution of this here as its debris ball here.
Yeah, I'm now seeing reports that a house was destroyed along Highway 82 in Maplesville as it crossed.
Crossed the highway?
Yeah.
Yeah. Folks, we appreciate you sticking with us here. It is, we've been going for 10 hours here. We are nearing the end of this tornado warning here, east of Maplesville. It will expire in 6 minutes, and then it will pass.
Yeah, the couplet's not as tight as it was earlier either as it comes into Clayton, which is some good news.
Velocity. It's broadening out for sure. I mean, we still have right down here, as Erica's alluding to, the rotation where, of course, red showing us winds going away from the radar, green with winds going toward the radar site. Not to mention, again, this is a PDS tornado warning. A particularly dangerous situation, one where you should absolutely be in your shelter, your safe place, first floor of your home, away from windows. Someone said my radar screen is frozen? No? Jack? I mean, I'm seeing it move on the broadcast. Just saw the playback over here on YouTube. Unless you're trolling me, person in the TikTok chat, it's possible. It's frozen. What are you talking about? It's not moving at all, people are saying on TikTok. What? I have no idea. Your video is working, but the radar is frozen. Like I'm moving this around like a fool over here. Yeah, I think that might be right.
Sure it's not another. Is it not another reader?
Hey, I see it moving now. Jack, is it because it was Erica's screen there? It's pop.
Yeah, I was about to say it's probably the Mac Mini.
Aha. Shout out to Up in Smoke Barbecue. First to notice it there, it looks like. Appreciate it very, very much. So we're nearly done with this PDS tornado warning. At which point, again, folks in Clanton, you need to be in your safe place as this works its way just past 7th Street South, Enterprise Road, and about to cross Interstate 65 here, at which point it is still radar confirmed, but it is no longer a PDS. And then at that point, that's all, folks, in terms of the tornado warnings we've got out there. Just this one left here.
And yeah, the circulation northeast of Clanton is, I mean, it's across the highway. It's still sort of broad and diffuse. It could tighten up east of Clanton, east of the highway, but really it's a pretty rural area out there too. So I don't see much that it's set to impact now that it's past the highway and past Clanton.
And I'm not seeing anything popping up here on the correlation coefficient. So things have definitely downtrended from where we were. Were, rather.
I don't want to jinx us, but I think the fat lady's to the parking lot now. She might be getting ready to sing soon. For the folks at home, it's an expression. I'm not actually making fun of any people of size. Don't cancel me.
All right, so it'll be any minute now. This tornado warning expires. 1 minute to go. That's the PDS. Let me switch over to the velocity again. I haven't looked at the reflectivity in a minute here. It's just a big mess, man, considering where we came from earlier today. I mean, the high risk was canceled a while ago at this point, seemingly. Let's knock something over there. But I'm not seeing anything else of note here. We have a couple of severe thunderstorms out ahead of this and 2 on the backside. But this one over here looks more like your classic bow echo here that's pushing eastward into Monroeville. The fact that, again, you're seeing the motion, though, of the storms moving northeast could lead to something. But that is why, again, you need to have ways to receive alerts. Cranberry says, it's over? Depends on what you mean by it. And over, I guess. Just saw a comment here. It's been less than severe than what they've been anticipating this far for tornado today so far. What do you think, Capucci? Do you think that it underperformed what expectations were?
In terms of storm mode in Alabama, we just didn't see any long track supercells. And even in every place but southern Mississippi, we really didn't see the long track supercells. It was really south of I-20 in Mississippi where we did. We still certainly had a number of EF2 plus tornadoes, but I don't think the aerial coverage will verify for high risk across most of the high risk area.
Okay, any minute now we will see this expire. 0 minutes remain. We should see that disappear momentarily here. Remember, folks, you can download the MyRadar app, the app that we've been using all evening long, for free. iOS, Android, Windows. Completely free to download. And hey, if you're watching on TikTok, there's almost 700 of you in here. We'd really appreciate it if you were to follow us. You can. It's above my head, I believe. Click on the follow button there. Again, we'd really, really appreciate it. That way you always know whenever we drop a new TikTok, whenever we go live. Jammer says it's a great app. Of course. Thank you for covering this. Of course. We really enjoy streaming across all the platforms. TikTok, YouTube, Twitch. I see all of you guys. And, of course, right in the MyRadar app as well. Onto YouTube, too, if I didn't mention. It's late now. We're going on... What, Jack? Like 20 hours of coverage in 2 days here? Something like that? I don't know. This is what we're here for, right? We'll get Jack on camera one of these days. Someone asked, is it supposed to get bad in Alabama, in Atlanta? So you are under a tornado risk overnight tonight. So just, again, make sure that you have ways to receive alerts. Download the MyRadar app right now, and we will send you an alert if you are in a risk area here. So we're just down to one here. And this same part of Alabama we were looking at earlier today. Of course, there was a tornado that went up this way toward Talladega. Sylacauga and Oak Grove, we did see a tornado go through there earlier this evening. Someone said Dallas, Georgia? There's a warning? I don't see any. In fact, we're even down to just 2 severe thunderstorm warnings. Folks, I think we've reached...
Oh, briefly, if I may.
Sure.
So south of Talladega Springs, east of Clanton, between Clanton and Rockford, a new tornado is developing. It's not tornado warned yet, but it's west of Rockford, midway between Clanton and Rockford. So it's probably going to prompt a tornado warning soon. I'm not sure if we're going to stay with it because it will be a rather rural area until it gets to like Goodwater and northwest of Rockford. But just as a heads up, that is something we are still tracking. Like we said, the fat lady is getting close to singing. She's not singing quite yet, but like, you know, it's over a very rural area near Unity. It'll pass along 231 between Sayagula and Rockford if it comes together, which I do believe there will be a tornado on the ground in the next 3 to 5 minutes. And this is roughly 12 miles west of Rockford.
This is the tornado warned storm, right? You're not talking about something else here that I'm totally missing.
It is, but it's not within the tornado warning. I think it's, yeah, I mean, it's on the far eastern side of the polygon, so it's kind of a new couplet that's come together.
Oh, you're right, Capucci. New tornado warning. There it is.
Like clockwork.
Yep.
Yep.
Until 10:15 Central Time. Confirmed.
And that tornado is on the ground, by the way. If we take a look at correlation coefficient, it is located. I mean, it's obviously past east-northeast of Clanton. It's near the border between which counties? It just passed over the Shelby and Coosa County border and is moving northeast. So let me give folks a more specific bearing, just because we want to give people a location as specific as we can. It's over some very, very rural areas near rural 15 road, not even 15th road, just 15 road, and then near rural 16th road, and eventually CC Camp Road. there are one or two hiking trails out there, but really it may pass south of Unity, so I don't see it really impacting much of anyone.
You're talking about right here on the CC, correct?
Let me scroll back over to Zoom. I was looking at the MyRadar app on my phone. Zoom. Yeah. Yeah, it's a pretty telling splotch. Which, yeah, I mean, anytime we see something like that, it's a bad sign. It shows us that we've had debris loft in the atmosphere. The radar can ascertain the shapes of whatever's in the atmosphere. And anytime we see something like that, the radar's saying, hey, that's not rain, that's not hail, that's something weird. And indeed, it's spiky, jagged, irregular shapes commensurate with debris.
People are yelling about Mobile, Alabama. There's nothing happening down there.
I mean, there is a cell right over Mobile right now.
It's not even severe warned.
Yeah, it has some very broad diffuse rotation, but nothing that worries me right now. So, you know, we're keeping an eye, but I don't see anything at present that gives me cause for concern, well, immediate concern. It's definitely spinning at the mid to upper levels, a little bit, not much. And it might even have a little bit of hail near Theodore, which is southwest of Mobile, right along I-10. That'd be small hail, but, you know, I don't think it's a serious deal at present.
So, all right, CC just got a little bigger here. This is what we're watching. I don't think we're missing anything here. So we've got this one. If we go to velocity, it will definitely stand out right here, right? To Capucci's point, this thing seemingly is very, very isolated. Now, of course, we are not ignorant to the fact that there's absolutely a human impact here for sure. But let me pull up. Rockford. So it's west northwest of Rockford. A very, very rural area here. Is that Bentleyville down here, I believe? Looks like we've got two cemeteries there, the Flint Hill Cemetery and the Salem Cemetery. Out west, we've got the Mount Moriah Baptist Church. Okay, we'll stay with this thing until it begins to dissipate. Remains to be seen how long this thing will stay on the ground for.
I'd give it another 3 to 5 minutes. I think it's going to very quickly fall behind. That's kind of how these sort of kink in the line ones do. They fall behind the surge of bowing winds that give rise to them because they form the northern end of the bowing wind and they kind of curl back on themselves. But once the bowing wind continues farther eastwards, they get left behind and pinched off into the cold air.
We got almost 900 people in the TikTok chat. Hey, we'd appreciate it, y'all, very much if you were to follow us here. We are at, I mean, if all of you were to follow us right now, we would hit 115,000 followers. That would be truly awesome. Again, we'd really appreciate it. It's a great way to show your support. If you tap on the screen too, send us some likes as well. Again, we'd really, really appreciate that as well. If you're watching on YouTube, I know there's quite a few of you here. If you were to please subscribe to the channel, that way you always know whenever we drop a new video, or of course, whenever we go live. And if you're watching on Twitch, hey, use a Twitch Prime to subscribe to us and be sure you follow. That way you, if you want to watch on that platform, you are made aware of whenever we go live over there too. Not to mention, of course, you can watch all of our live streams and all of our content from our meteorology team in the MyRadar app in the video portal, which we are live there as well. Someone said just subscribed on YouTube. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Nice.
Nice. So, Adrian, we have to stream into TikTok in a portrait mode and then landscape mode into the app. But the benefit of it in the app is that I can show you the storm chasing footage. TikTok is very strict, seemingly, with me showing you footage of driving. Even though Capucci storm chases for us, and he has a mount for his camera that it just stays in the windshield. It's not like he's holding it and driving with one hand. Man, Chaotic Gabs still watching on Twitch this evening. Our mod. Thank you very much. Someone says TikTok's moderation is stupid. Listen, they're just trying to protect people, and unfortunately, it's very strict. So I get it, but hey. But yeah, I can't remember, Chaotic Gabs, where you're at in Georgia there. But next time Capucci is up that way, we'll have to send him to go fishing with you on one of your streams. I think you wake up pretty early, though, to go fishing.
I don't mind waking up early. I used to wake up at 2 for the morning show.
Yes, I remember that game.
You're just younger than us.
Not for long.
It's all a mindset. Oh my gosh, she has an emote. You fish, bro? Oh, and look, Capucci. Well, I don't know if you can see the restream chat, Capucci. She helped us make custom emotes on Twitch, one of which is you.
I love that.
She made me one too. I liked it.
Yep.
That's so cool.
Yes. I can't remember how many subscribers she has on Twitch there. I know it's quite a bit, but she's very helpful. So big shout out. Appreciate it. Oh, there's all the emotes, including David. Good stuff.
Oh, Dr. David is on there.
Yes.
Hey, Dr. David.
I don't think he's up watching. I mean, there's no hurricanes here, right?
Oh, true.
So again, we're still watching this tornado warning. It's in a very rural area east of Lay Lake, near Flag Mountain, or at least east of it. Looks like it's coming up on Bentleyville here. And 231. So that would be on its way toward Hanover. But it looks like it is just west of Barton Ridge. A beautiful looking wedding venue there. And the Poplar Springs Baptist Church. Just that way in Hanover there, you got the Coosa County Family Dentistry. But Capucci, I think to your point now, this latest correlation coefficient scan, this thing looks like it's falling apart a little bit, right? Especially when we go back. Let me zoom back out a little bit. And we get that one, and then starting to fall apart a little bit. Let's look at the velocity. I mean, it's still there on the velocity, but perhaps maybe it's lifting.
Yeah, I mean, it's still there in velocity, but see how there's that whole sort of wind shift line ahead?
Mm-hmm.
So it's really basically falling behind the wind shift line. It's falling behind that line of opposing winds that gave rise to it. So it's essentially being left behind by the conditions that caused it. And as a result, it will soon kind of fall back into the heavy rain, which has downward moving air anyway. Hmm. Wow, look, that's so cool. This, can you guys hear me still?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, so the circulation has tightened in the 9:45 Central Time scan, and yet it's fully left behind by that's so cool. Like it basically formed on the boundary. The boundary has moved on. It literally pinched off its own swirl from the boundary, and it's just kind of swirling all by itself and doing its own thing as the boundary moves on. So its lifespan will be very short, but it's still alive somehow.
Here's a question from Bree. This is a great question. Let's talk about the future threats. Where's the worst of it heading? Is it weakening, or will the danger for tornado activity be as high once it gets to Georgia? Well, I think given that you're seeing right now that the only tornado threat in town is here in eastern Alabama, you've got only one severe thunderstorm warning beyond that. Of course, that's not necessarily to say that it's just going to completely weaken out and die here. But if we go to the high-def radar, you'll see that it is still a rather potent line that is effectively cutting the entire Midwest in half here. You still have a lot of energy coming in off of the Gulf of Mexico, which could absolutely produce a spin-up overnight tonight, given that you've got numerous tornado watches in effect here. If I pull this up here.
It's actually the Gulf of Matthew.
Fair enough. And then that extends from Atlanta down to Columbus, Dothan, Alabama, and all the way down into Destin, Pensacola, and Panama City, Florida.
Look at that.
Sorry?
I was just going to say, if we take a look one more time at the couplet, do we have the 9:47 scan yet?
Yeah, I'm going in standby.
So you'll notice in a second, the couplet keeps getting smaller and smaller and smaller as it basically detaches from the wind shift.
Yeah.
So that's kind of what happens in a system like this. You know, the couplet, once it pinches off, it basically gets stretched into oblivion. So right now, that tornado is probably spinning a little faster, but it's tightening so much and will be gone within a few minutes, especially because it can't really sustain itself since it's not connected to the boundary anymore. And I don't think it'll make it to Highway 231. This will be just like a little random thing in the middle of pine forests, but it's still there. It's just so incredibly small and tight.
So hopefully that answers your question there, Bree. Just need to have ways to receive the alerts. Someone asking about Blue Ridge, Georgia. Yes, we know where it is. There was earlier today a tornado warning up that way, but nothing right now. Just regular old rain up there. Of course, it's going to be fairly windy, bear in mind. Someone in TikTok said, quit talking nonsense and show us something. I mean, I think what Capucci explained with this couplet being pinched off from the main line is fascinating. So I don't know what the heck you're talking about. You don't have to watch, by the way. Just saying. Luke asking, will there be any activity in Orlando, Florida? Well, certainly when I go home, I will be going to sleep in Orlando, Florida. Let's see. Of course, joking, right? But there is a marginal risk for severe weather tomorrow across central Florida. If you recall, just a couple of days ago, an EF2 tornado touched down in Longwood, Florida, and pushed through to Lake Mary, destroyed a couple of homes up that way. Of course, no one was injured or killed, which is pretty amazing considering it happened at 9:30 in the morning. A couple other questions here coming in. In Cleveland, Tennessee, at a shelter, can I go home? I mean, only you can make that decision for best for yourself. Again, the tornado watch does go overnight, but up that way into Tennessee, it's not a PDS tornado watch. Depending on Jared, where you live in a mobile home. Yeah, I mean, that's up to you, really. Let's see what else we got here. Was there an earthquake in Mississippi, or is Facebook being dramatic? Facebook might be being dramatic. It's not mutually exclusive here. But as Erica reported earlier today, there was indeed an earthquake in Mississippi, a magnitude 3 earthquake as a tornado had just pushed by. Erica, I cannot recall the town. If you can remember. Was it like
it was
McGee?
Just,
was it? No, that's where
McGee.
Yeah?
It was east of Taylorsville, I think. And they saw, I think they were under 4 PDS tornado warnings today, Taylorsville. So
Looks like the tornado has lifted.
What makes you say that, Capucci?
This couple has just gotten so weak, and if it's still on the ground, it would be such a narrow thing anyway. But I think it's probably lifted.
Yeah, so of course you need to have multiple ways to receive weather alerts. Of course, the MyRadar app going to be an invaluable research. Someone said, is there a correlation between a tornado and an earthquake, or is it just a coincidence? It seems like it's just a crazy coincidence. Earthquakes are happening literally all the time, right? The Earth, the tectonic plates in the Earth are constantly moving. Someone says the wind is strong, it's shaking my truck. I mean, yeah, depending on where you're at, it's going to continue to be very windy overnight tonight. I mean, that's for certain. Capucci, I know that you're going to be putting a forecast together for the Sunday risk for the East Coast. What are your thoughts there on that slight risk? Jack, if you want to take the, here, I'll pull it up for Capucci, the day 2 risk here.
I actually think tomorrow the risk for tornadoes may actually be a little bit greater than a conventional slight risk, because as the line slows down, there might be an extra hour or 2 of daytime heating compared to what the models originally were simulating. So we might have a little more juice, especially in like the mid-Atlantic from the Mason-Dixon line down towards Richmond and Raleigh than initially anticipated. So I wouldn't be surprised if they expand the marginal tornado risk a little farther north. Same with the slight tornado risk. But yeah, I mean, if you live along the 95 corridor from Philly down all the way to Jacksonville, I'd just keep half an eye out just in case.
Yeah, it looks like the tornado outlook for tomorrow, 5 to 9%. Yeah, from Richmond all the way down to Jacksonville, Florida. The good news is, Capucci, as we get beyond day 2, that things are quiet yet again.
Praise be. We need a break.
Whoops.
And, you know, really, whenever we have a system like this come through, A, the cool northwesterly winds, the dry northwesterly winds clear the air quite literally. And B, to get these big wave features in the atmosphere that trigger these storms to begin with, those come every 5 to 7 days. It's like at a beach. The whole thing can't be one wave. You need the ups and downs.
All right. Who's talking? What's up, Jack? There is. Why? Yeah, I'm keeping track of it over here. Yeah, I think we're getting to the end here, Jack. That being said, there's this severe thunderstorm warning just caught my eye here, just west of Deatsville. Capucci, you seeing this? Erica too? West of I-65.
Yes, that one to me, I mean, there's a bit of spin, but it looks like another little Boeing segment trying to form.
Okay. Well, I think, folks, that we are going to be wrapping things up here. I know that you've got some active tornado warnings here, but as we just discussed, we kind of broke it down meteorologically. I'll show you one more time. We're going to jog it back. This was the initial couplet here. You guys can see my screen here near Mitchell Lake. As it advanced out, this little notch is what triggered that initial tornado warning. And then as Capucci brought up, you can kind of see where it begins to pinch itself off there. And at that point, we have gone fully linear and the couplet is gone. So it has lifted. So outside of that, there isn't much else going on. You now have a severe thunderstorm watch or severe thunderstorm warning west of Atlanta. But all told, it looks like the larger tornado risk has begun to diminish a little bit over Alabama. Capucci and Erica, do you guys concur?
I do. I mean, the tornado within the polygon that we were talking about earlier has since fully dissipated, and I don't see any kink in the line circulations really anywhere that compel me. And so I think at this point, not to say nothing else will form, but we're clearly on the downswing of things right now.
Right. Not to mention, of course, as we've been mentioning for almost 11 hours now, to download the MyRadar app. It's totally free. Of course, you can track all of this severe weather for yourself. One of the best features in the app, of course, will let you know when it's going to rain down to the minute, at what intensity as well. It's pretty useful. But of course, we will send you notifications if, of course, there is severe weather coming to you. All right? So make sure that you download it. Again, it is free, whether it is on your Windows PC, on iOS, Android. You can also download it on the Amazon platforms as well. For those of you that have been watching us on Twitch, thank you very, very much for your continued support. It's a platform that I think we really would like to grow over time. It's just a matter of figuring out what it is that we would like to do on that particular platform, being that I feel like it's successful when you're consistent on it. So we got to think about it a little bit. Maybe Gabs there, if you send us send me an email or what have you. I mean, you have my email and my phone number, I guess. We can find some time to stream. Someone on Twitch asking if we're going to be planning on going live tomorrow. So it's only a slight risk tomorrow. Typically, our trigger for going live would be an enhanced risk at a particular duration here. So I don't think that we'll end up going live tomorrow. But that being said, if you do live along the eastern coast, meteorologist Matthew Capucci is going to be putting a forecast together for you guys that will be out tomorrow morning that will get pushed. I say push, sent to you via a push notification. So we all used to work in local news. We all still, have a soft spot for local news for sure. But you have to wait until showtime to get that news, when today it's all about, give me the news now. So Capucci's going to put that forecast together, and it will be sent via push alert right to your pocket or maybe your desk, wherever you rest your phone. So look out for that. Again, download the app and make sure that you have your notifications turned on. If you do, you'll get those video notifications each and every time severe or significant weather is coming to you, whether it's a forecast video or, of course, whether you're going live. And here lately, we've been producing a lot of content related to space weather. If wherever you live, I know Capucci, you sent that video the other day to both North and South America related to the blood moon that we saw, the lunar eclipse. And anytime we do any space weather videos, whether it's lunar eclipse or it's the solar eclipse, the annular eclipse, the aurora borealis. I mean, Erica was lucky. She got to see it in Jacksonville. I have a hospital really close to me where I live, so I can't see anything cosmically, which really stinks. And I remember my mother would wake me up. She's a science teacher, and we'd go out and we'd watch the Perseid meteor shower, which I guess as a kid, it's like, what the heck are you waking me up at 3 o'clock in the morning for? I just want to go to bed. But now as an adult, those are the memories you really, really cherish. I know, Capucci, I think that's your favorite meteor shower, right? The Perseids?
Yep.
That's
It's my
a good
birthday
one.
meteor shower.
Oh, there you go. And of course, I'd be remiss if I didn't mention the fact that in the video portal as well, you can look out for all of our bilingual content from meteorologist Erica Lopez and meteorologist Joseph Trujillo Falcon. So Erica, kind of a bit of a superpower there, being able to communicate with quite a few people and deliver critical information in 2 languages. So of course, if you are a Spanish speaker and you have the Spanish localization version of the app, we also will send push alerts to you. So again, make sure you download the app. It's completely free. It looks like we got some people that have subscribed on YouTube. Thank you so much for your continued support. Let us know what content you want to see. That will help really further our content. Here's a question from Chaotic Gabs to you, Capucci. Said, I need your help to determine the best fishing conditions, as barometric pressure plays a huge role with fishing, and it's been tough. You have any advice for her? She's our, again, the fishing influencer that helped us really get going on Twitch. You got any advice for her, Capucci?
I mean, I would need more specific questions, but in terms of barometric pressure, I mean, as silly as it sounds, you can buy a household barometer. I know a lot of fishermen, fisherwomen have those, and I used to have one at home, and it was fun to track not necessarily just the air pressure, but the rate of change of the air pressure. Back during the hurricane of 1938, there were a bunch of fishermen who were taking off in the morning, because that September 21st, 1938 was a beautiful morning. A bunch of fishermen took off from New Bedford.
He was there, obviously.
Oh, yeah, this was, I was only 10 at the time. No, I'm kidding. But, a bunch of fishermen took off for a good day's pay because the water was beautiful in the morning, flat, calm. But there was this one, rookie fisherman who noticed the barometer just dropping fast. He's like, something's not right. And this was before modern day weather forecasting. And by 2 p.m. that day, a hurricane that was moving at forward speeds over 70 miles per hour slammed New England with Category 3 impacts.
Someone on YouTube just asked, what about quick videos and how to read the maps and all that ourselves? I know that we've produced plenty of content on YouTube. We've done that with both Erica and Capucci. We did, when Capucci first started working with us, a segment called Whiteboard Weather, where he just drew diagrams on a whiteboard and broke things down. We've done Anatomy of a Tornado. But if you're looking for more how to read imagery, we've done that as well, but perhaps maybe how to read weather models. I don't know if we've produced that content yet. That could, again, be something I think that could be rather neat to do on a platform, maybe like a Twitch or streaming to YouTube as well. So, yeah, that's a good idea. So appreciate that. But anywho, I think that is largely going to do it for us. Before we wrap things up,
yeah, and
Erica,
there's no more tornado warnings, by the way, Mike. So
there are not. Erica, is there anything else that you would like to mention before we wrap things up?
I guess just stay alert if you live in Georgia. We're not expecting strong tornadoes, but the potential of tornadoes does exist for the overnight hours. So I'm still seeing a lot of people ask about Georgia. So anywhere from Dallas, Atlanta, in those areas.
And Mr. Capucci, anything else you'd like to mention?
Just a note for everyone, we do our best, but the atmosphere sometimes has a few tricks up its sleeve. If it sounds like today we really peddled, the risk of this being a high-end event, the parameter space was supportive of very significant supercells. What happened in southern Mississippi, where you had 3-4 tornadoes impacting the same small area, and you had multiple strong to violent tornadoes, is what could have happened across the entire risk area. Alabama really dodged a bullet, and they won't always be that lucky, but today we were very lucky.
I think those are wise words there. Before we wrap things up as well, again, I got to mention TikTok as well. There's one platform I didn't call out there. I see there's plenty of you still in here. Hey, if you all follow us right now, help us reach our goal, at least of 115,000 in the short term. Again, we'd really appreciate it. Almost 67,000 likes. That's incredible. For whatever reason, the TikTok studio chat is not behaving for me, so I wasn't able to thank all the people giving us gifts at the time, but I see that there are 52 of you. So thank you so much over the course of these 11 hours. I'd be remiss if I did not thank the unsung hero of the live stream here, and that is Jack behind the scenes. He's been with me. Of course, I've been on camera, as have Capucci and Erica. Capucci's literally flown all over the country and is driven all over the deep south, meanwhile. And Jack has made it all very possible, doing open heart surgery at times in the midst of live streaming. It's just what happens when you're streaming live. Things happen. And Jack is an expert at making sure that you guys have absolutely no idea what is going on behind the scenes. But needless to say, big thank you to Jack. Our developers, of course, the MyRadar app. I think I'm just ramping now, so we'll round things out. That's going to do it from the MyRadar meteorology team. Have a fantastic rest of your weekend. Again, be sure to download the app and look out for the forecast video coming from meteorologist Matthew Capucci in the morning for the threat along the East Coast. From all of us on the team, I'm Mike. You've been great. Stay safe and stay dry. We'll see you back here for the next one. See you later, guys.
Stop it right here! Stop right here! We gotta back up! Back it up! Back it up! Oh! Roof's going! Roof's gone! Right now! Iowa! Hurricane Idala making landfall right now as a Category 3 storm, high intensity Cat 3. The roof of this building was just ripped off right behind me. As you can see, power lines down right now as it makes landfall. Here we go, guys. Here it comes.
From a scientific standpoint, from a communication standpoint, this is a master class in meteorology. All the air is rushing in. We're basically in a vacuum right now. All the air is rushing into this area. Can't